The cicadas outside the classroom window chirped incessantly. Sitting in the back row by the window, Shi Xiao stared at a row of brand new textbooks on his desk, all materials related to skybound space, covering everything from dungeons and monsters to professions and combat strategies. What the heck is all this? The next moment, the memories of the body's original owner surged into his mind. After a brief headache, he understood everything. Gaming all night and I end up transmigrating? Shi Xiao quickly accepted reality and shrugged. Fine, nothing much to hold on to, anyway. He shared the same name as the original owner of this body, a high school junior at Bohai City High School No. 1. Orphaned, impoverished, and frail. Shi Xiao sighed. Brother, you've had it rough. Go reunite with your parents in peace, I'll take good care of this body for you. Today was the day to decide their fate. Students who passed the test would enter skybound space to awaken their profession and talent. But Shi Xiao wasn't worried in the slightest. Orphaned, sitting by the window in the back row, classic protagonist setup. Stay calm, don't get cocky. With 10 minutes left until awakening, he flipped open the profession compendium, heading straight to the melee combat section. Battle Axe Warrior, Dragon Knight, Berserker. Not bad. He flipped further to the hybrid classes and froze. Sword Immortal? Demon Blade Master? And they're considered a system? As he marveled at the options, hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway. Quick! We're almost at the infirmary. I gave him a healing spell, he should make it. Melee combat classes are great, why go this far? He came back from the transfer looking pale and actually slit his wrists. Hiss. Shi Xiao drew a sharp breath. Has the competition for professions gotten so intense that people are resorting to this? A few minutes later, the sound of footsteps signaled the arrival of their homeroom teacher. Yumuching strode into the classroom. Her high ponytail and white t-shirt paired with skinny jeans gave off a refreshingly capable vibe. Holding a blood-stained piece of medical gauze, she casually threw it into the trash before addressing the class. Regardless of how dissatisfied you are with your chosen profession, the outcome cannot be changed. Life isn't about the hand you're dealt, but how you play your cards. Her gaze sharpened. Got it? Got it. Shi Xiao closed his eyes as a familiar sensation washed over him. All right, starting with the first row, line up and follow me to the field. The sound of scraping chairs filled the room as students lined up and filed out. In the center of the field, a massive teleportation array glowed faintly with a purple light. Surrounding it, freshmen in gym class peered enviously from behind a chain-link fence. Standing at the back of the line, Shi Xiao raised his head to look up at the floating, skybound space, colossal and oppressive. The dean stepped to the front of the line. Once you enter the space, confirm your profession and talent, then teleport back immediately. Lingering without purpose will result in the cancellation of your skybound subsidy. Understood? Understood. One by one, the students stepped into the array and disappeared in a flash of light. Shi Xiao stepped forward, mentally preparing himself. Teleport. A golden light engulfed him, and he vanished. Vitals stable. Initiating profession assignment. Profession assignment successful. Awakening talent. Welcome, Skybounder. The voice faded. Opening his eyes, Shi Xiao found himself standing in a plaza. All around him, skybounders of various forms and appearances bustled about. A holographic interface appeared in front of him. Name, Shi Xiao. Profession, priest. Talent, calm and collected, all spells with a casting time under 10 seconds become instant cast with no cooldown. Rank, unranked. Skybound points, 0. Priest? Calm and collected? It wasn't what he expected, but it wasn't bad either. Solid support classes were always in demand, and DPS came and went. The future still looked bright. Seeing his classmates disappearing one by one, Shi Xiao chose to return as well. When he opened his eyes again, he was back on the teleportation array. Suddenly, his left hand felt a sharp tightening sensation. Looking down, he saw a mark appearing on the back of his hand, a symbol of two hands cradling a red heart. 5 meters away, Yumuching waved at the group. Sophomores from Class 8, gather here. The students quickly assembled and returned to the classroom together. Some were ecstatic, others visibly disappointed. As soon as Chi Xiao sat down, Yumuching walked in carrying a stack of forms. She handed them out while speaking loudly. Fill out the form truthfully. Once you've handed it in, you're free to do as you please. To return to the skybound space, press the mark on your hand and think teleport. There's no need to go back to the field. First period this afternoon, we'll regroup by class and announce summer advancement plans. Don't linger in the space too long, and don't team up with strangers. If you're late, it'll count as skipping class, and your skybound subsidy will be revoked. Got it? Got it. The form had only 4 sections: name, profession, talent, career plan. Shi Xiao quickly filled it out and handed it in. Yumuching glanced at it, raising an eyebrow. Priest? Support class? Let me see your mark. Shi Xiao showed his left hand, knowing that Yumuching herself was also from the support class. Alright, you're free to go. Don't wander off or dungeon with strangers. Don't be late this afternoon. Got it. As soon as Chi Xiao stepped out of the classroom, he heard Yumuching shouting, "Why are you writing so slowly? Hurry up and hand it in." He pressed his hand against the imprint, silently chanting teleport, and his figure disappeared from the hallway. When he reappeared in the Celestial Plaza, the novelty he felt upon his first arrival was long gone. Opening up the interface, he navigated to the Skills tab. 2 starting skills appeared before him. Light's Retribution, * instant cast. Deals 18 points of light damage to a single target within 30 meters. Consumes 20 mana. Lesser Healing Spell, * instant cast. Restores 50 health points. Consumes 30 mana. The instant cast feature was clearly due to his innate talent. Since the plaza was a safe zone where attacks were prohibited, Shi Xiao decided to cast Lesser Healing Spell on himself. With just a thought, golden light descended upon him. Buzz. Brilliant golden light enveloped his entire body. Although he was already at full health, he felt an overwhelming warmth as if he were soaking in a hot spring. "Ah, that's nice," he murmured. When the effect wore off, he cast the spell again, but this time, nothing happened. What's going on? A notification tone followed. You do not have enough mana. Shi Xiao froze, quickly pulling up his status panel. Eventually, he found the explanation in his combat log. Your lesser healing spell healed you for 0 health, 66 points of overhealing. Your lesser healing spell healed you for 0 health, 66 points of overhealing. Your lesser healing spell healed you for 0 health, 66 points of overhealing. Ha! He couldn't believe it. With just a single thought, the skill had been cast 5 times in an instant, completely draining his mana. He quickly pulled up his attribute panel. Health * 120/120. Mana * 11/160. Stamina * 12. Spirit * 8. Strength * 3. Agility * 3. Sure enough, his mana had dropped to just 11 points. This is insane. Shi Xiao couldn't help but exclaim. The lively plaza made sure no one noticed his reaction. His Light's Retribution dealt a base damage of 18, with his 8 spirit points adding an extra 16 damage for a total of 34 points per cast. Each use consumed 20 mana. In other words, he could cast the skill 8 times in rapid succession, dealing a total of 272 damage. If I raise my spirit attribute a bit more, I could take down gods in seconds. His heart raced. His innate talent had activated. This was essentially a magic Gatling gun. As long as his stats and equipment could keep up, he could solo dungeons with ease. Everything in those dungeons will be mine. After calming down, Shi Xiao recalled the talent registration form he had submitted to Yumuching. On the form, he had written that his ability was the next spell becomes instant cast, which was clearly far from the truth. But it didn't matter, he quickly dismissed the thought. The real issue was his mana pool was too small. In actual combat, his spells would burn through his mana in just a second. I need a trigger, he muttered. Not the current uncontrolled on-off switch, but something that would allow precise control, single shots or bursts, as needed. Shi Xiao resolved to practice until he mastered this. And the Celestial Plaza, being a safe zone, was the perfect place for it. Condensed narrative asterisk. In the plaza, Shi Xiao's mana regeneration rate was significantly boosted. Within 10 seconds, his mana was fully replenished. He cast Lesser Healing Spell, again, instantly emptying his mana bar once more. No worries, I've got all the time in the world, he thought. Between practice sessions, he began to familiarize himself with the celestial space. The area was divided into 6 main zones: the Central, Dungeon Zone, which led to the Depths, surrounded by the Public Entertainment Zone, Trading Zone, Arena Zone, Quest Zone, and Point Exchange Mall. As Qi Xiao wandered through the zones, he continued practicing his spellcasting. Before he knew it, it was noon, and he headed to the Point Exchange Mall, preparing to exit the space for lunch. Suddenly, a system announcement rang out in the celestial space. In 5 minutes, 10 portions of insect rhino steak will be randomly distributed in the public entertainment zone. Consuming it permanently increases strength by 2 points and does not count toward rating assessments. The announcement sent shockwaves through the plaza. Teleport to the public entertainment zone. Beams of light flickered as 90% of the celestial users vanished. Shi Xiao tried to teleport as well, but a message popped up. Your rating is unranked, and you do not have access to the teleportation feature. Damn it! He immediately sprinted toward the public entertainment zone. 2 minutes later, he arrived, only to find the area packed with people. The zone was still expanding to accommodate the crowd. His system interface activated. Time remaining until insect rhino steak distribution, 2 minutes 35 seconds. While waiting, Shi Xiao continued practicing his spellcasting. When the countdown ended. Unfortunately, you did not obtain the insect rhino steak. Shi Xiao didn't mind, he had only joined in for the fun. As he prepared to leave, more announcements rang out. Green Demon, offering 20,000 celestial coins for an insect rhino steak. Coordinates, Public Entertainment Zone 114, 514. Fairy Cross, offering 30,000 celestial coins. Located in Trading Zone 99, 81. Sahabrahman, offering 50,000 Skydome coins, Public Entertainment Zone 4396, 2200. In an instant, the atmosphere reignited. Mohammed bin Hassan, 100,000 Skydome coins for Bugok steak, Commission Zone 139, 7091. Green Goblin, 110,000. Ferrying Boat, 120,000. Marine Le Pen, 130,000. Sahabrahman, 150,000. Ivanovich Ivanov, 180,000. Mohammed bin Hassan, 200,000. The announcements kept rolling in, leaving Qi Xiao and the people around him stunned. Just one bid costs 100 points, this is insane, someone said. Points mean nothing to them, the key is the Skydome coins, which are tied to real-world money. That chef's about to hit it big. Once it's mass-produced, it'll sell like crazy. Too bad the ingredients are so rare. While casting a minor healing spell, Qi Xiao listened to the chatter. Skydome points couldn't be traded, but Skydome coins were the universal currency, with one Skydome coin roughly equivalent to $12. These rich folks are insane, he thought. If he could get his hands on a steak, he could level up in dungeons in no time. The price quickly soared from 200,000 to 450,000, causing an uproar in the space. Sahabrahman, alright, you guys wanna play? Fine, 600,000. Green Goblin, pass. Ferrying Boat, big props to Saha, the boss. Marine Le Pen P. Muhammad. After a brief silence. Sahabrahman, arg. You guys are the worst. Amid the laughter, Qi Xiao shook his head and pressed the mark to return to reality. He appeared at the classroom door and later found his roommate, Xiao Bang, in the cafeteria. Xiao Bang was eating quietly, but the moment he saw Qi Xiao, tears welled up in his eyes. "Qi, I'm doomed. What happened? Spill it. I got a chef class. And my talent is plus 10% strength. What am I supposed to do, chop monsters with a kitchen knife?" Qi Xiao grabbed a bun from his plate and took a bite. "Being a chef isn't that bad. Bad my ass. Crafting classes can kiss dungeon runs goodbye. What do you think? When the class assignments are out this afternoon, will Xiaowan break up with me over this? Didn't Xiaowan already break up with you?" Qi Xiao grabbed a piece of braised pork from Xiao Bang's plate and popped it into his mouth. "What? Oh, right. Not Xiaowan, it's Xiaolu. Xiaolu was the one before last." "What? Let me check." Xiao Bang checked his phone and smacked his forehead. "I'm so heartbroken I forgot about Bing Bing. Damn it." Qi Xiao finished the bun and drained the egg drop seaweed soup. He was about 60% full. Just as he reached for the fried chicken leg, Xiao Bang slapped his hand away. "Leave me some." Xiao Bang broke the chicken leg in half and handed the meatier, boneless half to Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao worked a part-time job every day after school, so Xiao Bang often treated him to meals under the guise of hanging out. Qi Xiao knew this and appreciated the gesture. "You've got a good appetite. What's your class? Combat? Cleric. Decent talent. Holy crap. Support class MVP. You've hit the jackpot, man. You gotta look out for your little bro from now on." Qi Xiao raised his half of the chicken leg. "For this brotherhood, I've got your back." Xiao Bang immediately bought 2 more chicken legs and a couple of sodas, returning excitedly. "Come on, big meal with chicken legs and Coke." As they ate, Qi Xiao recounted the scene he witnessed in the Skydome space, wealthy players bidding on food. "I think chefs have great potential. You should focus on leveling up your professional skills. You could make bank someday." "Got it, boss." Xiao Bang nodded but didn't believe it deep down. Gourmet dishes selling for hundreds of thousands of Skydome coins? The ingredients weren't something he could ever access. Qi Xiao noticed but didn't press the issue. After they parted ways, Qi Xiao returned to the Skydome space to practice his triggering technique. Though not yet proficient, he had managed to reduce the cast time for minor healing from 5 tries to 4. A good start is half the battle. 5 minutes before class, Qi Xiao returned to the classroom. As he sat down, Yumuching walked in. Her eyes were red, her makeup unable to conceal the signs of crying. "Students whose names are called, come up to receive your class assignment results." First up, Lu Wen. One by one, the students went up to collect their slips of paper. After seeing their assignments, they began packing up their textbooks and moving their desks out of the room. Before long, the once bustling classroom was nearly empty, leaving only Qi Xiao by the window. Since Yumuching didn't call his name, Qi Xiao figured he wasn't being reassigned. Watching the now empty classroom, Yumuching started crying again. The results for all sophomore students' class assignments were in, and the outcome was disastrous. Not a single combat class among the top 50 students, who had been the school's brightest hopes. Not one. It was practically a total collapse. At the moment the results were revealed, Yumuching completely broke down. 5 minutes later, 15 students entered the classroom, carrying desks and chairs. Without having to think too hard, it was clear they were all from the support class. "Alright, there are only a few of us in this class, so just sit wherever you want." Yumuching forced herself to maintain composure, but the disappointment in her eyes was unmistakable. Not a single one of the students she had high hopes for, those with near-perfect scores and the most potential, had chosen her class. Not even one. The job assignments from the Sky Vault space were painfully cruel. Aside from a handful in the combat class, almost everyone else was placed in production roles. Once the students settled, Yumuching wrote a set of coordinates on the blackboard. Dungeon Zone, 384. I'll skip the introductions. One of your classmates can't join us for now, but we're not going to wait. Remember the coordinates and meet me in the sky vault space. She activated the mark on the back of her hand, and her figure vanished instantly. Shi Xiao followed suit and pressed his own mark, initiating the teleport. After arriving in the sky vault space, Shi Xiao followed the coordinates to the meeting point and saw a stunningly beautiful woman. She wore an off-shoulder gown, a gemstone crown, and held a golden staff. A thin veil covered her face, and she ignored everyone who tried to talk to her. Yumuching? Shi Xiao was still processing his thoughts when the woman's gaze landed on him. Shi Xiao, come over here. So it really was her. Shi Xiao ran over, and a notification popped up in his interface. Cloud Mist invites you to join the team. Cloud Mist has sent you a friend request. After accepting both, Yumuching said, let's wait here for the others. Got it. Shi Xiao stood to the side, playing around with his spells to get a better feel for them. Yumuching didn't pay much attention. After all, it was normal for students to be curious when they first entered the sky vault space. Within 5 minutes, the other 15 students arrived at the meeting point one after another. Once everyone was on the team, Yumuching announced, I'm now distributing the Sky Vault allowance, 1 set of equipment, 1 bag of cooling spring water, 1 portion of dry bread, 20 beginner-level health potions, and 20 beginner-level mana potions. If anything is missing, let me know. 1 set of equipment? 40 potions? The perks for support classes are this good? While Qi Xiao was calculating how to conserve resources in solo dungeons, a female student suddenly raised her hand and spoke with a haughty tone. Teacher, my dad hired a professional team for me. Do I have to join the school team? You don't have to, Yumuching nodded. But opting out means you won't receive any allowances or participate in school activities. I don't care about those petty handouts, the girl scoffed, flipping her hair arrogantly. Alright, then wait until I finish assigning teams, and you can go back to the classroom to sign the waiver. No need. My dad will send it directly to the principal. The next moment. Miao Shuebing has left the team. Miao Shuebing let out a disdainful snort and, accompanied by 4 others in ornate gear, entered a nearby dungeon in full view of everyone. TCH, so what if she's ahead now? Things even out later on. Yeah, having a few high-level carries doesn't mean you're invincible. Yumuching cut them off, saying, anyone else want to quit? If not, I'll start handing out the allowances. She initiated a trade with Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao, stop fooling around and take your allowance. On it. Qi Xiao opened his inventory, 20 beginner health potions, 20 beginner mana potions, food that could be consumed 50 times, 50 servings of cooling spring water, and an apprentice linen robe set, 8 pieces of gear, a foam staff, a lesser magic wand, and 2 quartz rings, all of excellent quality. Equipment quality tiers: common, white, excellent, green, refined, blue, epic, purple, legendary, orange, artifact, red. Common gear is typically used for crafting materials. Once everyone received their items, Yumuching announced, from today on, you'll need to submit dungeon materials at the end of each day to receive the next day's allowances. After this, only potions and food will be distributed. Equipment can only be replaced if it's damaged. Got it? Got it. Run more dungeons, you'll outgrow this linen gear in no time. Laughter spread among the students. Everyone was quite happy with the school-issued allowances. Alright, let's put on the gear right away. Qi Xiao eagerly equipped the entire linen set, rings, and weapons. Each piece of the set provided 1 spirit and 5 defense, while the 2 rings added 2 spirit each. The staff granted 3 spirit, and the wand added 1. It was clearly designed with support classes in mind. Once fully equipped, his spirit stat increased by 16, significantly boosting his overall power. Opening his character panel, he saw HP 120/120, Mana 132/480, Spirit 24, Defense 16, Spell damage 48, Casting speed increase 2.4%, Mana regen per second 2. Other stats omitted. Now, his lesser healing spell could restore 98 HP, and light retribution could deal 66 damage. With 480 mana, he could cast light retribution 20 times, totaling up to 1,584 damage. According to the Sky Vault Space First Floor Dungeon Monsters Guide, first floor ordinary monsters had about 40 HP. 0 extra health, elite monsters range between 1,000 to 1,500 HP, and the stage bosses are around 4,000 to 6,000 HP. As long as I get through the newbie phase, I'm sure I can go full solo mode. Thinking of this, Qi Zhao's heart rate quickened. He had only one goal: mindlessly stacking spirit. Fear only came from insufficient firepower. As long as the output was high enough, he dared to break through the sky dome space. As his mana increased, he grew more proficient in instant casting, now able to cast healing spells 8 to 12 times per second, with the most stable performance reaching 3 times per second. Shortly after, several homeroom teachers dressed in various gear arrived with their students to join Yumuching. Qi Zhao took a rough look and saw that only about 30% of the students from this cohort were present, obviously only those who had chosen the combat track. Alright, let's start grouping now. Yumuching clapped his hands as a signal, then pointed at Qi Zhao. Qi Zhao, step forward. Qi Zhao walked up to her side. I want to match the student with 1 physical defense type and add 3 physical damage type teammates. Condensed text asterisk. Upon hearing this, the male homeroom teacher Jiang Yi, carrying a double-edged axe, clicked his tongue and shook his head. Teacher you, aren't your calculations a bit too bold? Giving him the cloth armor first means the remaining ones are left for the 4 of us in our class to fight over? Aha, you don't agree? Yumuching lifted his chin. That fair neck swayed, making Jiang Yi dizzy. I surrender. I surrender. He turned around and called the roll. Shuerueji, Gujun, Due, Malay, step forward. Just as the 4 stepped out, Yumuching said, wait, replace them with 2 physically strong female fighters. I think those 2 are good. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? You want to arrange a marriage for your favorite disciple? 1 wife, 1 concubine? Vulgar. Yumuching said coldly, guys rush through the instance too easily. I want a calm girl to command. Why 2? Will you give them? Yes. Definitely. Jiang Yi compromised, but sneered sarcastically. Teacher you is really steady. In the end, Due and Malay rejoined the team, and 2 female students joined, forming Qi Zhao's squad. Looking at the 2 men and 2 women with unfriendly expressions, Qi Zhao got a headache and silently cursed the homeroom teacher for being considerate. But soon, the group showed looks of relief. There aren't enough supports. The 16 supports were quickly divided, and there were still more than 30 students behind Jiang Yi who had not been assigned to a team. Jiang Yi, who originally had the reason on his side, instantly went timid. With a forced smile, he approached Yumuching, who was standing with crossed arms and his head held high. Teacher you, could we trouble the supports from your class to run the dungeon with them one more time? Play it again? Yumuching furrowed his brows. Do you know it costs 100 points to reset a dungeon? My students are grinding dungeons for the first day, physically and mentally exhausted. They are the apples of my eye, the pride of the school, and the future of the nation. They are my students too. Jiang Yi said softly. If you want to play again, fine, Yumuching said calmly, but you need to add a subsidy. This. Apply to the principal. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth. Fine. Who's willing to finish the dungeon and then play it again with the classmates who didn't get in? Just as he finished speaking, Qi Zhao stepped forward. Me. Condensed text asterisk. Points are certainly important, but for Qi Zhao, equipment and support were more crucial. He was eager to take the remaining 30-plus classmates through the process. Good. I'll assign 2 more female classmates to your team. Jiang Yi gave a thumbs up, and Yumuching nodded in satisfaction. As veteran teachers, they were well aware of the physical toll that dungeon runs could take, and they did not want the students to become overly exhausted in the early stages. Led by Qi Zhao, other support department students quickly volunteered, and the battle department students were soon fully divided into teams. Qi Zhao took on the support tasks for 3 teams alone, deeply moving Yumuching, who insisted that Jiang Yi reward him with 100 basic mana potions in his personal capacity. Jiang Yi gritted his teeth and agreed, only to be stabbed again by Yumuching. It's 100 bottles every day. Teacher you, this is too much. Too much? Then go ask the senior year support department to come. Shi Xiao, return the potion, we won't brew it anymore. Zhang Yi hurriedly stopped Shi Xiao, forcing a smile and changed his words, 100 bottles every day, no problem, no problem. But in his heart, he was bleeding, the year-end bonus was clearly at risk. After an hour of back and forth, the teams were finally assigned. Before entering the dungeon, all students had to return to the real world to sign a disclaimer. Shi Xiao returned to the classroom and received 3 copies of the statement he was going to lead 3 teams. The disclaimer was clear: if a student dies inside the Tianqiong space dungeon for any reason, the school and the homeroom teacher bear no responsibility and will provide no compensation. The agreement takes effect from the date of signing. This had long been a consensus. Since the beginning of sophomore year, all courses revolved around Tianqiong space, with exhaustive dungeon explanations, and only students who passed the sophomore year-end exam could awaken their professions and enter the dungeon. If a student still died due to personal mistakes, they had to bear the responsibility themselves. After signing the disclaimer, Yumuching did not immediately allow the students to return to Tianqiong space but instead earnestly reminded them. Condensed text asterisk. If any classmate dies inside the dungeon, don't panic. Immediately contact me and pull me into the team. I have resurrection spells. Got it? Got it. What happens if teammates are not rescued in time? You get expelled from school, blacklisted, and can never enter a legitimate company or enjoy citizen benefits for life. These are the rules you must memorize starting from the first year of high school. Very good, I hope you will successfully advance to the next level, and by then, you'll be able to create a good-looking appearance. Old class monitor, you are already a great beauty. Such sweet words, I'll reward you with 10 bottles of mana potions. Yumuching looked at Shi Xiao. You need to run the dungeon 3 times today, do you have enough stamina? Yes. Don't skimp on potions. If it's not enough, go find teacher Jiang. Got it, old class leader. A flash of light passed, and Shi Xiao entered the celestial space again. Those who could not enter the instance for the time being could only move around freely. In front of the instance gate, Shi Xiao saw his teammates: Shield Warrior, Meng Yun, Assassin, Wang Ling, Frenzied Blade, Gujun, Battle Axe Fighter, Shueruiji. After Shi Xiao joined the team, Meng Yun said coldly, hurry up and enter the instance, finish farming, then disband. She was very unhappy with the teacher's favoritism and took out her frustration on Shi Xiao, a small and weak support whom she found very unpleasant. After all the students entered the main area, Yumuching and Zhang Yi both looked worried. I hope they can make it through smoothly, Zhang Yi prayed. If Fan Zihan and Hua Xiu were leading the team, I wouldn't be so anxious, Yumuching sighed. The team entered the mandatory dungeon Sinful Mine. The dungeon has a total of 7 bosses, 94 elite monsters, and 35 normal monsters. All routes and skill strategies have been practiced repeatedly by the students. Even so, once they actually entered the dungeon, Meng Yun and the others were still noticeably nervous. Mission objective: kill Captain Cliff. I am the captain, follow my command, said Meng Yun. Wang Ling whispered, the teacher said the captain is better suited for support. Meng Yun interrupted, hands on hips, right now, I am the captain. Seeing the 4 fall silent, Meng Yun raised her shield and sword, shouting, I'm charging, heal me and come up. Then she rushed towards the lone miner. Miner. Health, 502 damage, 18 defense, 6. The other 4 quickly followed up and killed the miners in just a few moves. Miner killed, gains 0.6 points stat. Just as Meng Yun smiled, the sound of battle cries echoed through the mineshaft. The miners' calls had drawn their companions. More than a dozen miners came rushing with pickaxes and shovels. Shi Xiao glanced at the numbers and prepared to heal. Meng Yun raised her shield and stood in front. I'll pull the aggro, support, pay attention. Amidst flashes of blades and swords, for melee fighters easily cleared out the miners. Seeing no one losing health, Shi Xiao did not cast any healing. So it's this simple. Meng Yun sarcastically said to Shi Xiao, support is really easy, just stand there and earn points. Shi Xiao paid no mind and quietly memorized the terrain and monster positions. When Wang Ling was sorting through the loot, she reminded, there's an elite monster in the next mine shaft, don't be careless. I know, Meng Yun replied impatiently. Shui Ruizhi and Gu Jun also gave Qi Xiao a dissatisfied look. Soon, everyone entered the next section of the mine and found the patrolling elite monster. Mine Overseer. Health, 1376, damage, 67, defense, 30. I'll hold off the Overseer, you guys clear the miners first. Meng Yun did not wait for a response and charged straight at the two supervisors. Meng Yun, the teacher said you can't fight like that. Wan Ling hurried to stop her, but it was already too late. Meng Yun raised her shield and struck the supervisor. Bang! The supervisor didn't move an inch and countered with a sword strike. Minus 60. Her health instantly dropped by 1/5, and the miners behind caught up to encircle her. 18121947. Health plummeted. Just as Qi Xiao and the others were about to provide backup, more than a dozen miners surged out of the tunnel, instantly surrounding them. The squad was split into two, and a chaotic battle erupted in an instant. The four were momentarily panicked, forced to instinctively attack the nearest monsters, their health rapidly decreasing. Qi Xiao, protected in the center, immediately cast a minor healing spell. Continuous healing notifications flooded the screen, and in the blink of an eye, all four on the brink of death were fully restored. The cost was that Qi Xiao's mana was completely drained. The instant cast was indeed fierce, but the resource consumption control was still not stable enough. And the battle was not over. The enemy's main force consisted of two elite overseers, surrounded by nearly 20 miners. The squad lacked AoE skills, so they had to grit their teeth and kill them one by one, keeping the situation difficult. Qi Xiao decisively drank 2 bottles of secondary mana potions, restoring his mana to 360 points. He squinted, looking at the elite overseer standing behind Meng Yun, raising his hand to unleash Light's judgment. No, it was 13 strikes. A thick, long golden beam suddenly fell from the sky, striking the overseer's face hard like a golden stick. The damage numbers surged wildly, and the elite supervisor, who was almost at full health, instantly lost 924 points of life. With his health plummeting by 60%, the supervisor flew into a rage, dropping Meng Yun and rushing straight at Qi Xiao. In the next moment, golden light flashed again. Another strike landed, and golden damage numbers floated up in a row. The supervisor screamed miserably, his knees went weak, and he collapsed on the spot. Qi Xiao drank 2 more bottles of mana potion and then looked at Meng Yun, whose health was less than half, curling his index and middle fingers lightly. Boom! Brilliant golden light enveloped her, warm currents sweeping through her body, and her health instantly fully restored. Following that, the golden light fell continuously, and the health of Wang Ling, Shui Ruizhi, and Gu Jun was also completely restored. The chaotic battle finally ended. Dream Yun, still at full health, kept her body tense, trembling slightly. Just now, it was really too dangerous. If Qi Xiao hadn't cast a spell in time, she would have been killed by the 2 overseers and several miners attacking from front and back. She instinctively looked at Qi Xiao and found him kicking an empty bottle by his feet. No way? Meng Yun was startled. Could it be that the overseer just now was dealt with by him? Before she could figure it out, Wang Ling had already walked to her side and raised her hand, delivering a heavy punch on her arm. Meng Yun, do you realize you almost got everyone killed just now? Meng Yun bit her lip and rubbed her arm, unable to say a word. If you act on your own again, I'll report you to the homeroom teacher and have you expelled from the team. There are plenty of guardians, we don't need one like you. If it weren't for Qi Xiao staying calm, we would have been blacklisted already. Facing the anger of the 3, Meng Yun could only keep nodding. Qi Xiao, the last in the team, was still kicking an empty bottle, lost in thought. After venting her emotions, Wang Ling turned to Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao, thank you. If you hadn't healed us recklessly, we would have definitely wiped out. No problem, it's the first run, better to be cautious. We can focus on efficiency once we're familiar, Qi Xiao said with a smile. Alright, wait until you recover. I'll go scout first. As soon as the words fell, Wang Ling went invisible in public. Qi Xiao sat down and drank cool spring water to restore his mana. When not in combat, he never used mana potions. Although the team leader was still officially Meng Yun, the team had already started to default to taking orders from Wang Ling. A minute later, Shi Zhao's mana was fully restored, and Wang Ling reappeared. The one in front is the first boss, I will assign the tasks. Foreman, Lazo. HP, 4502 damage, 218 defense, 86. Skills, knockback, heavy strike, charge, whirlwind hammer. Sinful sentinels times 2. Health, 1200 damage, 154 defense, 31. Skill, shooting. The door deep inside the mine is tightly locked, with Foreman Lazo and 2 sentinels standing guard in front. Lazo wears chainmail, carries dual hammers on his back, and patrols vigilantly. The 2 sentinels have one-handed swords at their waists and hold muskets. 5 people crouched in the mine tunnel, listening to the orders from Wang Ling. Meng Yun, control Lala Zhua, keep her at a distance, don't let the whirlwind hammer sweep hit us. Good. Shui Ruizhi, hold off the left sentinel, Gojun and I will deal with the right side. Yes. Shi Xiao, stay at the farthest distance and focus on healing us. Razo would randomly charge at several people during combat, possibly causing a 1-second stun. Shi Xiao signaled to reassure them. In the second semester of sophomore year, the teacher had spent a month explaining how to defeat each boss in Sinister Mine, and everyone had long memorized it, but the first real battle was still tense. Shi Xiao commanded, I'll count down 3 seconds. Meng Yun goes first, Shui Ruizhi and Gujun follow me 2 seconds later. Meng Yun gripped her shield and sword tightly, no longer as arrogant as before. 3, 2, 1, go. Meng Yun took the lead in rushing out, followed by Wang Ling, Shui Ruizhi, and Gujun 2 seconds later. The gatekeeper Lazo laughed loudly, a little girl is coming right to me. The guard raised his gun and fired, but the bullet was blocked by Meng Yun's shield. She countered with a sword strike and hit Lazo. Wang Ling and the other 2 dispersed as planned and attacked the guards. Meng Yun retreated while restraining Lazo, pulling him away from the guards. Lazo roared, smashing down with a hammer and kicking Meng Yun away, causing severe injuries. At the critical moment, Shi Xiao appeared to cast a spell. A light enveloped Meng Yun in the air, instantly restoring her to full health. Before landing, Meng Yun charged again, shield bash followed by a stab, the dagger piercing Lazo's abdomen. Shi Xiao stood against the wall, continuously casting healing golden light on Wang Ling and the other 2. He realized that coordinating with finger gestures allowed more precise control over the casting frequency, healing more for whoever was losing health faster. The entire process was almost effortless. Soon, Wang Ling and Gujun killed a sentry and earned points. Then the 3 of them worked together to take down another sentry. After clearing the sentries, they turned to support Meng Yun, who was fighting hard against the rock wall. Lazo roared, die, you insect. Sensing the crisis, Lazo suddenly lunged at Meng Yun. Bang! -110. Meng Yun held her forehead and fainted. Lazo immediately rushed to the nearest Wang Ling. Bang! -145. Wang Ling's health instantly dropped by 60%, his entire body paralyzed. Before he could recover, Lazo kicked again. A sudden flash of golden light descended. +98, +98, overheal 51. Knocked away. Bang! -176. +98, +98, 30 overdose. Wang Ling fell backward to the ground, golden light flashing continuously. When she got up, she was already at full health. If it weren't for Shi Zhao's timely healing, she would have been killed in 2 consecutive hits. She threw a glance at Shi Xiao, who was yawning, then charged forward with the dagger held backwards. Meng Yun also roared and charged again. Bang bang bang. The 4 of them surrounded Lazo. -425575863360. Ha ha. Let the pain come even more fiercely. Lazo laughed wildly, bloodied, spinning his warhammer with both hands. Whirlwind. Hammer. Danger. Scatter. Wang Ling shouted. The 3 turned and ran, but Lazo transformed into a spinning top, charging wildly. Bang 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 bang. -1771821456163. Just grazed, the four people's health dropped to 0 again. In the next moment, 4 beams of light fell simultaneously. Everyone's health was fully restored. The spinning lasso suddenly fixed his gaze on Qishao in the distance and rushed straight at him. No good. Wang Ling was alarmed. Qixiao's health was only 120, and his movement speed was slow. There was no way he could tank a hit. Meng Yun, hold it back. If you can't, drink a potion, but make sure to stall it. Yes. Meng Yun charged with her shield raised but was slammed away by the twin hammers. Bang! -194. Health dropped to 0. But Qixiao only beckoned with a finger, and Meng Yun instantly recovered to full health. Facing the charging lasso, he calmly took out 2 bottles of potion. Boom boom boom. Qixiao. Run quickly. Head for the door. Oh no. Gujun slapped his forehead. Attacking together will trigger the whirlwind hammer, the teacher mentioned it. Just now, things went too smoothly, I actually forgot this point. It's useless to talk now. I'll go stop them. Shui Ruizhi gritted his teeth and rushed out. At this moment, Qixiao dropped the empty bottle, his eyes narrowing slightly. A golden beam of light, as thick as a thigh, suddenly slammed down from the sky. 24 beams of light punishment overlapped, striking heavily on Lazo's head. Don't worry. Qixiao continuously pulled the trigger with one hand, while with the other he kept taking mana potions from his portable space. It must be said, this 5-man squad's tactics were quite rough. Wang Ling seemed to be in command, but besides reminding a few times at critical moments, his role was limited. Even without instructions, the team members knew the procedures. The key points from class were all forgotten by the 4 along the way. If it weren't for Qixiao's multiple rescues, the squad would have been wiped out at Lazo's stage. After continuous fighting, the 9 elites finally fell. During this time, Qixiao took advantage of the distraction to secretly cast light punishment a few times. Otherwise, once Ned joined the battle, the squad would be at a greater disadvantage. Ka ka ka. The sound of machinery chopping would approached. Wang Ling's breath had not yet settled, and she immediately ordered, "Prepare for battle, Ned is coming." Qixiao, can you keep going? Easy. Qixiao patted his chest in response. Wang Ling nodded and said to Meng Yun, after Need comes out, lure him back to the logging area. It's too narrow here. Got it. Meng Yun raised her sword and shield and charged out, with Wang Ling and the other 2 following behind. Qixiao drank 2 more bottles of mana potion and walked forward slowly. Foreman needs logging machine. Health, 3,855. Damage, 193. Defense, 185. Skills, chainsaw cut, sweep, heavy strike. Meng Yun rushed into the logging area and found Nid already at the door. Gritting her teeth, she launched a charge and chopped fiercely at the iron window of the driver's cabin. Clang, clang, sparks flying everywhere, but the damage was minimal. -5731. It's too hard, I can't hold on. Her arm tingled as she kept retreating. Even if you can't hold on, you have to. Go! Wang Ling shouted. The 3 of them circled behind the lumberjack and attacked with all their might, but when Qixiao entered the fray, he only managed to take off a few hundred health points. Ha ha! A bunch of losers. Razzo actually died at your hands. Nid fiercely pushed the control lever, the chainsaw spinning at high speed, roaring, chainsaw cut. Meng Yun quickly raised her shield to block. Bang! Crack! The wooden shield shattered instantly, with a large chunk of flesh cut away from the left arm and left chest. -244. Meng Yun let out a painful scream and collapsed, near death. The next moment, dazzling golden light descended from the sky, enveloping her. The severed arm hovered in midair, flying back to her side in the golden light as the wound rapidly healed. +98, +98, +98, 50 points over healing, +98, 98 points over healing. Meng Yun sat down hard on the ground, realizing the pain had vanished and her severed arm had already been reattached. Before she could react, she heard Qixiao shout, "Lie down!" Just as she lay down, a chainsaw swept past right under her nose. Don't get up, roll over, pick up the shield. Shi Xiao kicked the broken shield. Meng Yun rolled to dodge, crawled to his side, picked up the shield and short sword, and rushed out again. The harvester suddenly turned around, the chainsaw sweeping horizontally. The three pursuing them were hit, blood splattering as they fell to the ground near death. Golden light descended, and Shi Xiao restored their status to full again. Gujun slapped his forehead. I remember. The teacher said that before fighting NID, you have to kill the messenger miners first, otherwise NID will activate the harvester. NID in driving mode is invincible. Shui Ruweiji shouted angrily and swung his hammer toward the cockpit door. I'll smash it. Duong. The cockpit door was dented by the blow. The weak point is the cockpit door. Wang Ling immediately instructed everyone to divide the tasks. Shui Ruweiji kept striking fiercely, while the others coordinated to attack the lumbering machine's weak points, dealing even greater damage. Amid the deafening pounding noise, Neat inside the cockpit was shaken dizzy and nauseous, finally pressing the hatch opening button. Bang! The hatch door slammed open, knocking Shui Ruweiji flying, and Neat jumped out of the cockpit. Chop it to death for me. Meng Yan's eyes were bloodshot, her sleeves torn, revealing skin beneath the chainmail. Lumber Foreman Need. Health, 2240. Skills, Disarm, Throw. Need brandished his dagger and roared, You have destroyed everything, I will kill you. But having lost its chainsaw and with low health, it faced the bloodthirsty Cleaver squad with only the fate of being surrounded and slaughtered. Is that so? Then try this blade first. Hammer smashing, sword slashing, knife chopping, and dagger stabbing. 5 seconds later, Ned hadn't even used any skills before being beaten into a meat sieve. NID has been killed, you have gained 3 points. Clatter. 2 pieces of equipment dropped from it. Before the 4 could pick them up, the lumberjack machine made another sharp noise. Creak. Bang. The hatch sprang open, rolling to Meng Yan's feet. WTF? 3 high-quality pieces of equipment. 3 blue beams flashed on the ground. Buzzing blade, high-quality dagger. Physical damage plus 30, attack speed 1.25 seconds, strength 8, agility 6. Razor blade, excellent one-handed sword. Physical damage plus 40, attack speed 2.40 seconds, strength 10. Strength plus 3, agility plus 2. Refined iron hatch cover, refined shield. Defense plus 92. Stamina plus 7, agility plus 2, strength plus 2, strength 12. Wow, a refined dagger. Wang Ling's voice softened. This sword must be mine. Gujun panted heavily. My shield is broken, this one is mine. Smack. 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 The 3 pieces of equipment were instantly distributed. Wang Ling switched to a dagger, Gujun raised the saw blade, and Meng Yan carried the miniaturized cabin door on her back. Shui Ruweiji looked at Gujun's exquisite sword, then at his own excellent hammer, and immediately felt it wasn't worth it, the quality difference was too obvious. Wang Ling calmed down first, Shi Xiao, don't be anxious, there are still leaders ahead, there will definitely be one for you. Meng Yan smiled and said, even if there isn't one today, grinding every day during summer break, you'll graduate sooner or later. Gujun nodded on the surface, but laughed wildly in his heart, the leader wouldn't drop equipment, teacher you had miscalculated. Hurry up, I still have to play 2 more matches later, Shi Xiao said. The 4 instantly sobered up, Shi Xiao could still farm 2 more matches, so sooner or later his equipment would surpass theirs. The group continued deeper into the tunnel. After switching to high-quality equipment, the Cleaver Squad's combat power soared. Meng Yan held up her shield at the front, taking hits from 3 elite monsters, but her health bar barely moved. Wang Ling and the other 2 dealt fierce damage, and the elite monsters fell like tofu. Shi Xiao followed behind, appearing relaxed, but silently counting the number of kills in his heart. Currently killed more than 50 monsters, 35 normal miners, 24 elites, and 2 bosses. Normal worth 0.6 points, elite 1 point, boss 3 points. Soloing can earn 255 points, even without killing Ned, just clearing the small monsters nets 240 points. After subtracting 100 points for reset, a guaranteed profit of 140 points. Calculating to this point, Qi Zhao's heartbeat quickened. Soloing is completely feasible. Just hold on a few more days, wait for the equipment to take shape and stats to meet the requirements. Accompany classmates to run the dungeon 3 times a day, with 100 mana potions, spend the remaining time soloing. The target was set, and he began devising a solo strategy. Soon, the mine tunnel fell silent, the monsters cleared. Wang Ling continued to scout while invisible. Gujun, is there anything to watch out for in the smelting hall? Shui Ruizhi asked. The teacher mentioned that in the conventional approach, be sure to interrupt the cast, Gujun replied. Are you sure? Believe it or not. Qi Xiao was also searching through his memory, a complete blank. The previous self probably only knew how to sleep in class. Soon, Wang Ling returned. There are 15 elite monsters, all with mechanical puppets. The puppets have low health, so clear them first. Smelter Nig has 2 puppets nearby, must deal with them first. Meng Yun, pull Nigra away after opening the monster, don't get close to the furnace, it will spill molten iron, the area damage is very high. If you have extra strength, pull away another puppet. Easy. Meng Yun nodded. The 3 of us will clear the puppets first. Good. Wait. Shui Ruizhi asked again, is there really nothing else? No, Nige is the easiest in the dungeon. Then I'll count down 3, 2, 1, go. Wang Ling waved, Meng Yun dashed forward, followed closely by Qi Xiao and the others. Along the long downhill spiral corridor, elite monsters and puppets were sparsely scattered. The team, led by Meng Yun, cleared the enemies quickly and soon arrived by the furnace stairs, where they saw Smelter Nige hammering weaponry in front of the anvil. Smelter Nige. HP, 2660 damage, 200 defense, 100. Skills, Molten Iron Water, Puppet Assault, Iron Meld Arrow, Throwing Iron Sand. 2 remote-controlled puppets stand beside Nige, one holding a toolbox, the other holding a leather bag. Wang Ling saw the situation was good and waved to attack. Meng Yun first used her shield to bash open the sack puppet, then immediately slashed at Nige with her sword. Wang Ling and the other 2 focused fire on the toolbox puppet. Dense damage erupted, Nige's health rapidly dropped, and the 2 puppets were quickly destroyed, while Qi Xiao hadn't even made a move yet. Just when everyone thought the battle was over, Nige suddenly grabbed a handful of iron sand and scattered it toward the 4. Wang Ling and the others were blinded, losing their combat effectiveness, forced to lower their weapons and rub their eyes. Nig took the opportunity to rush to the huge wooden box beside the anvil, shouting loudly, I want to show you what a masterpiece is. The next moment, Qi Xiao struck. 24 stacked lights of retribution thunderously fell, all smashing down on Nig's head. Nig groaned and collapsed to the ground. Nig has been killed, you have gained 3 points. As his vision cleared, Shui Ruizhi immediately started yelling, Gujun, if you cause any more trouble, I won't let you off. Gujun slapped his forehead. The teacher said that when Nig is at half health, he will scatter iron sand. If you can't avoid it, he will activate the giant combat puppet. You just remembered the first half of that sentence, didn't you? You didn't even remember the first half of the sentence. Everyone shut up, keep fighting. Wang Ling slapped each person once. Ah! Nig is dead. Meng Yun suddenly shouted. Everyone looked over and saw Nig lying next to a 3-meter-high wooden crate, with 2 pieces of equipment glowing blue quietly lying on the ground. Qi Xiao stepped forward and bent down to pick up the equipment. Blacksmith shorts. Quality, fine. Category, cloth armor pants. Defense, 4. Endurance +5. Spirit +5. Equip, requires strength 2. Luxury jewel ring. Quality, exquisite. Category, ring. Agility +2. Spirit +6. Equipment, requires 10 spirit. I'm taking these 2 pieces of equipment. Qi Xiao said gleefully. The four nodded in surrender, their dark circles heavy, looking like pandas. After putting the ring and pants into the backpack, Shishao immediately changed into them and opened the panel. Health, 170/170. Mana, 12/640. Stamina, 17. Spirit, 32. Strength, 3. Agility, 5. Magic damage, 64. Both mana and magic damage have increased. Now, Radiant Smite deals 82 points of damage, and Lesser Heal restores 114 points of health. At full power, the burst can deal 2,624 points of light damage. Change one more piece of equipment, and he can one-shot Nig. Shishao, thank you for stepping in just in time, Wanling tentatively said. My teammate, and I was lucky to land a critical hit again, Shishao laughed. Wanling picked up Niger's keys and walked to the iron gate. Once the door opens, we'll enter the battle and the opposite bank will start firing. Meng Yun, keep moving while holding off the elite monsters. Understood. Gojun, Shuiruweiji, don't let your guard down until the boss is down. Yes. Shishao, be careful to protect yourself and assist whenever you can. This is the most difficult stage of the dungeon. Okay. I'm opening the door, 3, 2. Wait. Shuiruweiji interrupted, is there anything to watch out for in the next stage? Did the teacher give any instructions? Gojun said coldly, no. It's a matter of life and death, don't be stubborn. I can't remember. You. Enough. Wang Ling interrupted, there shouldn't be anything else, pardon the abruptness. Meng Yun? Meng Yun shook her head. Shishao? Adapt to the situation. Good, 3, 2, 1. Click. The iron gate was pushed open. Bang! 4 or 5 masked elite monsters suddenly turned their heads. Intruders! Quick, assemble! The 5 looked over, their mouths twitching. At the bottom of the mine, there was another world. The stone cave actually led straight to the sea. In the center stood a massive pirate warship as tall as 4 stories, with a dozen cannons lined up across the deck, each cannon flanked by 2 elite gunners. Kill all the invaders. Brothers, charge with me. Gunners, get ready. At the first mate's command, they dashed straight toward the boarding bridge. Snap. Gojun slapped his forehead fiercely, seized the boarding bridge quickly. If the first mate takes control of the ship, we won't be able to hold off so many elite monsters, the teacher said so. Damn you. Shuiruweiji panicked. Wanling stared blankly at the elite monsters behind the first mate. Meng Yun stomped her foot, how about, we run? Shishao rolled his eyes. The previous incarnation had no memory of the classroom content, only one sentence. The sinful mine is the easiest dungeon in the celestial space. If we can't get through this, stop dazing off, grab the bridge with me. Shishao shouted fiercely, holding the magic potion as he charged ahead. Damn! Let's go, Big Daddy's here. Shuiruweiji gritted his teeth and followed. We've come this far, can't give up now. Gojun was right behind. Meng Yun, pull as many monsters as Wang Ling said, pull as many as you can, I've got your back. Shishao commanded. All right. Meng Yun raised her shield and charged out. Sidestep like snakeskin, dodge the cannonballs. Yes. Wanling, follow Shuiruweiji, focus fire on the elite monsters. Good. Wanling came to her senses and followed up with a deep look at Shishao. The 4 confronted the first elite monster, and the battle erupted. On the deck, the chief mate roared, fire! Blow them to bits. Yes. Bang bang bang. The shells whistled through the air. Keep moving. Don't stop. Meng Yun, no stopping. Shishao commanded while healing the 4 of them, keeping everyone alive was the priority. Yes. Meng Yun gritted her teeth and charged at the next elite monster, with the other 3 close behind. Boom! 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 Shells exploded where they had just been standing, the ground cracking beneath them, nearly knocking all four to the ground. Keep running. Lead the monsters under the boarding bridge. Shi Xiao urged. Bang 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 bang. For shells again, under his command, the four narrowly dodged. At this moment, Meng Yun was already holding off 7 elite monsters. If she hadn't been holding the refined iron hatch, she wouldn't have been able to withstand them. Wang Ling and the other 2 remained silent, focusing their fire on the elite monsters. Wang Ling, who didn't need orders, became even more fierce with her daggers. Shi Xiao curled his finger and looked at the artilleryman who was desperately adjusting the gun barrel. Move. Keep moving. Why have you stopped again? Ah. Got it. Meng Yun responded breathlessly. Bang. She gritted her teeth and broke through more than a dozen elite monsters, rushing straight to the boarding bridge. Although she was supported by the refined iron hatch, her health was rapidly declining. Fortunately, the golden light always fell in time. The other 3 were only occasionally injured, and Shi Xiao could easily heal them. Under his urging, Meng Yun finally rushed under the bridge. Cease fire. Charge with me, the first mate shouted angrily. The artilleryman stopped and drew his sword. Meng Yun, get on the bridge. Shi Xiao shouted. Ah. Get on the bridge. Oh. Meng Yun dragged the elite monster onto the gangway. Sure enough, as soon as she stood steady, the elite monsters trying to rush down the bridge were all blocked on it. Even the first mate was stuck in the middle, unable to move forward or backward. The distance was too close, and the deck cannons could not fire, forcing the battle into hand-to-hand combat. Kill the invaders, the first mate roared angrily, axe raised, but he couldn't move. The bridge was crowded with monsters. Awesome! Ha ha ha! Shui Ruizhi under the bridge swung his great hammer fiercely. The trapped monsters couldn't even turn around, only letting the 3 harvest them from behind. Pirate defeated, you have gained 1 point. Pirate defeated, you have gained 1 point. The elite monsters under the bridge were quickly cleared out. I can't hold on. Meng Yun raised her shield with both hands, bracing against the crowd of monsters pouring down from the bridge. Let them come down. Quickly kill them at the gate. Good. She used the momentum to leap down, charging again to block the bridge entrance. The monsters had just moved down a few steps when they were met with flashes of blades, swords, hammer winds, and daggers. As long as there is blood, the cleaver team can continuously output. Shi Xiao steadied the health line while occasionally casting light punishment to lower the monster's health and reduce pressure. Pirate defeated, you have gained 1 point. Pirate defeated, you have gained 1 point. In a short moment, the points neared 50, and the elite monsters on the bridge quickly decreased. Damn invaders! Artillerymen, assemble! The first mate shouted angrily as his men were nearly defeated. All right. If we get through this, we'll take on the leader. Shi Xiao, do we have enough mana potions? There's still more than 50 bottles left. Since he started, he has already drunk nearly 70 bottles. As long as it's enough. I'll go out later to ask Lao Ban for some more, the last 2 squads will still need it. Stop talking for now, kill the monsters. Shi Xiao, continue commanding. Wang Ling said before throwing herself into the battle. More than 20 artillerymen split into 2 teams, standing on either side of the heavy punch, ready to charge. Shui Ruizhi sneered coldly, this first mate is really stupid, sending his brothers to their deaths. As soon as he finished speaking, Heavy Fist personally led the team charging down the gangway. Good Jun glared at him, you're such a jinx. Pirate ship first mate Heavy Fist. Health, 3,320. Damage, 205. Defense, 85. Skills, Armor Break Strike, Dual Weapon Frenzy, Blast Away, Trample. Meng Yun, up top. Yes. The twin axes swung wildly, chopping down like windmills. -7560787981. Meng Yun's health dropped rapidly, but fortunately, Qi Zhao's healing kept coming through. A single critical hit restored over 200 health, steadily keeping her alive. Step back 2 paces, we can't reach them. Meng Yun stepped back, bringing the heavy punch to the edge of the bridge, and the three finally launched their attacks. Shui Ruiji exhaled in relief, just over 3,000 health, not even as stressful as Ned. Good Jun urged anxiously, don't. Bang! The heavy punch suddenly leapt up, jumped over Meng Yun, and slammed heavily onto the ground at the head of the bridge. Giant force stomping wave. The shockwave swept through, instantly blasting the four people on the platform away, scattering them into the sea. In midair, Good Jun slapped his forehead. The teacher said to kill the artilleryman first. Splash! Everyone fell into the water. Shi Xiao, standing 20 meters away, was not affected by the waves but was exposed in Zhongquan's line of sight. Zhongquan roared furiously as he charged straight at him, while more than 20 artillerymen jumped into the water, dispersing to pursue Meng Yun and the others. Shi Xiao's heart sank. This is bad, they can't hold on. Shi Xiao took a deep breath, knowing he could no longer hold back. One person dying along with 4 teammates? He would never accept that. Full firepower unleashed. The first to charge forward was Heavy Fist. Shi Xiao took out 2 bottles of basic mana potions and drank them head back. Thump thump thump. Whew, refreshing. He squinted, you are already dead. A huge golden thick stick appeared out of thin air above the Heavy Fist. Health is below 50%, at most 1,600 points. Instantly kill it, no need to go all out. Before the Heavy Fist could get close, the light punishment had already fallen. -82828164. The damage exploded like fireworks. Ugh. Heavy Punch defeated, gained 3 points. Heavy Punch fell to the ground, and 2 fine pieces of equipment popped out. Shi Xiao didn't go to pick it up, he directly bypassed the corpse and rushed toward the nearest Shuiruiji, while downing 2 bottles of mana potion. In the water, Shuiruiji was struggling desperately with a giant hammer on his back, swimming and cursing, wait until I get ashore. I'll definitely beat Good Jun. No one can stop me. But when 5 gunners chased after him, he immediately panicked and frantically swam toward the shore. Seeing Shi Xiao, he almost burst into tears. Dad! You're truly awesome. He thought he would heal. Shi Xiao, however, struck directly. 5 golden rods appeared out of thin air and crashed down thunderously. The 5 gunners were stunned, turning toward the shore, but were instantly killed by the golden rods falling again while swimming, their bodies floating on the water one by one. Damn! 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 Shuiruiji was completely stunned. 5 elites, just gone like that? He almost choked, quickly continuing to swim toward the shore. Shi Xiao had already turned to the next target, Good Jun. At this moment, Good Jun was surrounded by 5 artillerymen, chewing on a basic healing potion while retreating towards the shore. Out of the 20 basic health potions given by Yu Biao, he had already consumed 12. I need to find Shi Xiao quickly, or I'll die. Through his blurred vision, he saw Shi Xiao holding a staff. Shi Xiao, I'm so glad you're alright. He held the blood vial in his mouth, unable to speak, only able to shout in his heart. In the next moment, golden light enveloped his entire body. His health instantly restored to full. Immediately after, he felt a dazzling golden light flare up behind him. Condensed text asterisk. In less than 3 seconds, the 5 gunners in the water consecutively stopped their actions and flipped to show their white bellies. Good Jun escaped danger, and Shi Xiao continued to pour bottle after bottle of mana potions, this time looking towards Meng Yun. Meng Yun swam the slowest, but was the most resilient. The 5 gunners slashing at her were like scraping skin, the 6-sided combat struggled endlessly in the water. Seeing her condition was still okay, Shi Xiao raised his hand and cast a lesser healing spell, then turned to run towards the farthest, Wangling. Wangling's condition was the most critical. She had been knocked flying by a heavy punch onto a solitary island in the water, surrounded and attacked by 5 gunners. Healing potions were thrown bottle after bottle, fighting while running. Her life-saving skill was already activated, and the potions were running out. Just as she was about to be driven into a dead end, a golden light descended from the sky, instantly restoring her health to full. Shi Xiao, she turned back in surprise. Swim over. I'll protect you. Shi Xiao shouted, drinking a mana potion and smiling as he stood on the shore. Wang Ling jumped into the water and swam towards him with all her strength. But when she looked up, Shi Xiao had already turned and left. She turned back toward the isolated island and was stunned in an instant. 5 artillerymen, all lying on the ground. Are they all dead? Shi Xiao returned the way he came and saw Meng Yun fighting the remaining 5 pirates along with Shueruiji and Gujun. Meng Yun was down to half health, and just as he was about to heal, he saw a notification. Insufficient mana. 120 bottles of basic mana potions had been completely consumed. Having lost unlimited firepower, Shi Xiao was just an ordinary healer dad. Meng Yun, I'm out of mana potions. You all keep it up. Don't worry, we have potions. You just rest well. Shueruiji said, holding a life potion in his mouth. Footsteps sounded behind them, and the soaking wet Wang Ling arrived. Thanks for just now. She blew a kiss and then rushed back into battle. Shi Xiao sidestepped, sat down, and drank some cool spring water, frowning as he looked at the pirate ship. Things are going to get troublesome now. Without the magic potion, he could no longer fight calmly. Not long after, the last 5 gunners were killed by the 4. Continuous fighting left everyone exhausted, and they all sat down on the ground. This dungeon is just too difficult, no wonder we practice every day this semester, Gujun said, lying flat to catch his breath. Wang Ling was about to lie down but suddenly sat up. Gear. We haven't picked up the gear yet. The other 3 perked up as soon as they heard it. Yeah, how could we forget about this matter? Wang Ling had just taken a few steps when he saw the corpse of Heavy Fist, along with 2 pieces of fine equipment emitting a bright blue glow. Heavy Fist Great Hammer, fine. Two-handed hammer, a physical damage plus 83, attack speed 3.50 seconds, strength plus 11, dexterity plus 4, requires strength 12. Heavy Fist Axe, superior. One-handed axe, a physical damage plus 33, attack speed 1.70 seconds, strength plus 4, a dexterity plus 5, requires strength 9. My god, look at what this is. Shueruiji stared at the Heavy Fist hammer, immediately clicked confirm, and stored the hammer in his personal space. This time, Meng Yun did not grab it. Since having the hatch shield, she no longer looked at two-handed weapons. But the Heavy Fist axe caused a dispute. Meng Yun, the one-handed axe should take priority for me. The faster the attack speed, the better I can control elite monsters. Gujun, your main attribute is endurance, this is obviously my offhand weapon. Wang Ling, I need it too. The dagger attacks fast but deals low damage, I want it to boost the output. The 3 of them were at a standstill for a few seconds. Gujun was the first to give in. Alright, you go first, I'll wait until tomorrow. He already had a saw blade and didn't want to spoil the mood over equipment. The mine resets every day, no rush. But Wang Ling and Meng Yun still refused to give in. Shi Xiao, you're the support, who do you think it should go to? Wang Ling suddenly threw the question to Shi Xiao. Shueruiji and Gujun both looked towards Shi Xiao, who was watching the scene from afar. Shi Xiao sneered inwardly, but appeared calm on the surface. This move to shift the conflict was brilliant. After a moment, he said calmly, I hope this weapon can create the greatest value for the team. He said it, yet it was as if he hadn't. So? Wang Ling pressed. That's exactly what I mean. Shueruiji nodded, and Gujun quietly gave Shi Xiao a thumbs up. Meng Yun was silent for a few seconds. Before Wang Ling was about to give up, she gritted her teeth and was the first to concede. Forget it. It's just a little under a second. Snap. The one-handed axe flew into Wang Ling's backpack. Wang Ling looked at the axe and showed a sweet smile. Shi Xiao's expression was calm, saying, I've already drunk all 120 bottles of the basic mana potion, from now on, I'll play it safe. Wang Ling immediately had everyone search the space for potions, but they found nothing. Then we'll take it slow. She looked serious. All 4 understood that without Shi Xiao, they wouldn't have gotten this far. I'll go scout ahead, you guys rest. Wang Ling disappeared up the bridge. Gujun below the bridge was suddenly slapped. Snap. Damn! Why did you hit me? Helping you stay alert, remember the key point? No. Looks like the force wasn't strong enough. Touch me again and I'm quitting the team. Good Jun shouted angrily. Shui Ruiji awkwardly smiled and stopped. Soon, Wang Ling returned. The elite monsters are all cleared. Now only the chef on the second floor, and the bodyguard squad leader plus 3 elite monsters outside the captain's cabin remain. Defeat these bosses and we're done. The 3 of them fell silent. The chef is easy to fight, but the trouble is the captain will act together with the head of the bodyguard squad, so we have to deal with 2 bosses and 3 elite monsters at the same time. Fight the chef first. If that doesn't work, retreat. Wang Ling looked at Qi Xiao. You keep an eye on Meng Yan the whole time, the 3 of us will drink health potions and hold the line. If we're outmatched, we'll cover you while you retreat first. Qi Xiao nodded. Do you still have health potions? There's still 1 bottle. Actually, Wang Ling no longer had any. Qi Xiao initiated the trade, giving her 10 bottles of basic health potion. I haven't drunk a single one. This is life-saving. Precisely because it's life-saving, it should be given to those who need it most. Just return 12 bottles of basic mana potion to me tomorrow. I drank all 100 bottles of mana potions, and it's already good enough that I didn't ask you guys for more. I originally wanted 15 bottles, Qi Xiao said righteously. That's not what I meant. Wang Ling's expression was complicated. Get ready to fight, I still have 2 more dungeons, Qi Xiao urged. The 5 boarded the ship and, led by Wang Ling, descended into the cabin to the 2nd level. In front of the stove, Chef Cookie cooks alone. Chef Cookie. Health, 4,443. Damage, 200. Defense, 52. Skills, dessert making, smoking, gastric juice spraying. Shui Ruiji was about to remind Gujun but was shut down with a blunt get lost. Wang Ling gave a low command, Meng Yun, lure the chef out. Deal with it on the deck, don't alert the 4th floor. 3, 2, 1, go. Meng Yun rushed into the cabin, striking Chu Qi with a shield and sword before immediately retreating. Chu Qi roared in anger, raising a soup-stirring stick and a blowpipe to chase onto the deck, only to be met head-on by 4 attackers including Wang Ling. With swords and blades striking together, Chu Qi's health rapidly declined, but its strength was astonishing. Each hit could take away 10% of Meng Yan's health. Qi Xiao maintained Meng Yan's full health while waiting for the killing blow. Without any mana potions, he had to ensure a 1-hit kill. When Chu Qi's health dropped to 70%, it suddenly swallowed a dessert, instantly restoring 20% of its health. The group continued their fierce attack, finally pushing it down to 50%. Chu Qi ate another dessert, not only recovering 20% health but also growing larger in size, with a noticeable increase in attack speed. At that moment, Chu Qi activated the skill smoke screen. Black smoke spewing from the blowpipe engulfed everyone. Vision was completely obscured in the smoke, leaving only the sounds of coughing and chaotic strikes. Qi Xiao immediately ordered a retreat. Gujun was the first to charge out, his chest bearing the mark of a hammer, his health less than half and quickly healed. Then Wang Ling escaped and was also fully restored. Meng Yun was knocked away by a single hammer strike, nearly dead and releasing black smoke. Qi Xiao urgently healed her. Immediately after, the severely wounded Shui Ruiji was also knocked to the ground. Chu Qi chewed on a dessert, poking his head out above the black smoke, his body swelling so much it nearly burst the fog, roaring, "Today I'm going to chop you all up and make you into soup." Chu Qi's arms turned bronze, the fire poker and stirring stick in his hands looked like toothpicks, his legs as thick as wooden piles, each step shaking the deck. Thud. 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 It approached Meng Yun, and Shui Ruiji said in panic, What do we do? We can't kill it. Maybe we should run. Before he finished speaking, Qi Xiao shouted, Don't panic. Everyone, step back. Meng Yun, run towards me. Meng Yun's face went pale, and she nodded repeatedly, running toward Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao quickly saw the clue. Although Cookie had become stronger, it was also more bloated and moved sluggishly. Wang Ling, sneak attack, hit once and run. All right. Wang Ling stabbed and slashed at Cookie's thigh before retreating. Good Jun, go. Good Jun rushed out from the other side, swinging two swords toward Cookie's lower back. Shui Rueji. Got it. Shui Rueji swung his leg around and struck the back of the knee. With a bang, Cookie dropped to one knee. Meng Yun, go back and hit it, retreat immediately. Or run away. The four took turns harassing, becoming more coordinated, but found that Cookie was unusually tough. Attacks felt like mere scraping. Shi Xiao was in the distance trying to recover mana. Ah! Cookie flew into a rage, once again pulling out a dessert and swallowing it. I will grind you into minced meat. Before the words finished, it suddenly froze, its face flushing red, and it abruptly opened its mouth. Ugh! Sour, foul stomach acid mixed with dessert sprayed everywhere. The five people covered their noses and dodged in embarrassment. Cookie's body quickly shrank, and its face turned pale. Shi Xiao's eyes lit up, knowing the opportunity had come. At this moment, Gujun suddenly slapped his forehead. I remember now. The teacher said that after eating too many cookies, the character will enter a weakened state, taking 300% more damage. Could you have remembered that sooner? Enough talk, attack! Wang Ling shouted. The four rushed out at the same time. Hurry and strike! The weakened state only lasts for 15 seconds, after which it will recover, Gujun reminded. Shi Xiao squinted his eyes, and to prevent any accidents, a thick golden staff instantly appeared in front of Chu Chi. Boom boom combo. -328328656. Shi Xiao emptied his mana, dealing over 5,000 damage, instantly killing Cookie. Cookie nearly groaned, dropped equipment, and died on the spot. Cookie has been killed, 5 points earned. The four, who had originally prepared to fight desperately, stood frozen on the spot. Shui Rueji said in shock, another critical hit? Wang Ling shook her head, it's not a critical hit. Shi Xiao's talent must be even more terrifying. Can you tell us about it? Meng Yun quickly assured, we absolutely won't speak recklessly. Good Jun could only nod desperately. The priest instantly took down a boss with over 4,000 health. Even with a 300% weakness damage increase, it was unreasonable. Shi Xiao, seeing he couldn't hide it, sighed and said, the talent is called Calm and Collected, with instant spell casting. The whole scene fell silent. Only the sound of water crashing against the shore. Instant spell casting? Wang Ling exclaimed. Good Jun suddenly understood, no wonder you've always been able to cover the base. Splash! Shui Rueji knelt down and grabbed Shi Xiao's pant leg. Boss, do you need any charms? No, wait, we were originally on the same team. He had just stood up when he knelt down again. Foster father. Promise to take me with you after graduation. Shi Xiao's mouth twitched. Wang Ling blushed and said softly, it was my command error that caused you to waste the mana potion. I'm sorry. Shi Xiao instinctively took a step back. The life potion you gave me, I won't drink it. I will keep it well, it is our memory. Shi Xiao. Seeing this, Meng Yun grew anxious and mustered up the courage to step forward. Shi Xiao, I'm sorry for saying those harsh words earlier. That. I'm not good with words, unlike Wang Ling who can speak well. If you ever need my help in the future, just give the order, and I'll come whenever you call. Faced with the heartfelt words of the four teammates, Shi Xiao could only grit his teeth and change the subject. Can we first take a look at the equipment Cookie dropped? Okay. Wang Ling ran toward Cookie, almost slipping on stomach acid but steadied herself with a spin, quickly picking up the equipment. With tears in her eyes, she looked at Shi Xiao. I twisted my ankle, it hurts a lot. Drops are as follows. Cookie's blowtorch fine one-handed hammer, physical damage plus 49, stamina plus 5, strength plus 4, requires strength 9. Cookie's stirring rod fine wand, magic damage plus 39, casting time 1.70 seconds, stamina plus 3, spirit plus 5, requires strength 3. Shi Xiao immediately set his sights on the stirring rod, clicked the requirement directly, and the wand instantly went into his bag. Wang Ling and the other three applauded and congratulated, Congratulations, boss has become stronger again. After equipping the magic wand, Shi Xiao reminded, can you guys act a bit more normal? If this continues, I'll ask to switch teams. Don't! Shui Ruizhi immediately became serious again, and Wang Ling also instantly recovered. Meng Yun requested the blowing fire stick and said to Qi Xiao, thank you. Qi Xiao rolled her eyes. Wait, there's more. Wang Ling rummaged through the corpse again and found a box of desserts. A box of desserts restores 20% health and mana, can be consumed 6 times. Qi Xiao, you're out of mana potions, use this for now. Alright, I'll take it. Qi Xiao began to restore his mana, and the group found a place to sit. Adoptive father, sit here. Shui Ruizhi cleaned the ground. Qi Xiao sat down and thanked them. Shui Ruizhi cleverly sat at the back. During the break, the 4 of them quietly discussed. After finishing the current mission, Qi Xiao still has to mine with Shi Mingjie, Ning Ziyue, and the others. That's not acceptable, we can't hand Qi Xiao over to them. Let's go, get ahead and explain things clearly to old Jiang. Or, how about accompanying Qi Xiao for another round later? Sure. But he's really tired today, will he agree? Hee, I'm not worried. Why? Qi Xiao ran out of mana potions, hee. Oh right. Humph. Tomorrow, go to old Jiang to get supplies, and exchange all the life potions for mana potions, got it? Got it. Can I just exchange 10 bottles? I still want to keep some healing potions. He heard their murmurs clearly, but didn't pay them any mind. He opened the panel. Mana cap 720 points, spell damage 111 points. A single light punishment can deal 129 points of light damage, even without a critical hit. A full burst can deal 4,644 points. Alright, no problem taking down the minor boss instantly. Elite monsters are cleared in batches, and when mana runs out, drink cool spring water to slowly recover. Use potions for emergencies during boss fights. A bottle of minor mana potion restores 180 mana points, and it takes 4 bottles to fully replenish once. So far, 6 bosses have been defeated, conservatively estimating 5 bottles per boss. 20 bottles. As long as there is enough mana potion, the mine can be fully cleared, and the actual consumption will be even lower. Of course, it's also possible to speed clear by popping potions the entire time, but the biggest problem is just one thing, being broke. Qi Xiao is very broke right now. Let's see how strong the boss is later. If it's really not feasible, we'll leave right after finishing cookie, the points are already enough. After a moment, he finished drinking the spring water and stood up. Let's go. Alright. The 4 appeared calm on the outside, but in their hearts, they wished he would rest for another 2 minutes. There is still an hour until school ends. What if Shi Mingjie can't wait and finds another support? In their eyes, Qi Xiao is a treasure they don't want to share. Dong dong dong. 5 people went down to the upper hall of the captain's cabin. The invisible Wang Ling saw that the bodyguard captain was patrolling with 3 elite monsters, and Captain Cliff was sitting inside the captain's cabin. Bodyguard captain. Health, 3,745. Damage, 205. Defense, 52. Skills, side slash, focus fire, collision. Captain Cliff. Health, 4,138. Damage, 210. Defense, 55. Skills, pain strike, summon pirate, heart strike. After observing for a moment, she backed away to her team. The bodyguard captain and the captain are too close, they can't be separated at all. Goju nodded. The teacher said that for this stage, we need to deal with the bodyguards first, then focus fire on the bodyguard captain, and finally kill the captain. What if we kill the captain first? Qi Xiao asked. Okay, but Meng Yun might not hold up. The captain summons lower-level pirates every 5 seconds. The good thing is, once the captain dies, the bodyguard captain will lose morale, take more damage, and even give up fighting. Got it. Qi Xiao nodded. Meng Yun, you go pull the mobs, try to hold them all. Okay. Go up, strive to pass the checkpoint. Meng Yun took a deep breath and rushed into the hall, heading straight for the head of the bodyguards. Shi Xiao and the others followed closely behind. Shi Xiao saw Captain Cliff and walked straight over. Intruders? Protect the captain of the bodyguards shouted angrily, leading the team to rush toward Meng Yun. The Captain Cliff stood up and applauded. To think you could defeat my first mate. Fine, let me show you my. Before he finished speaking, Shi Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a thick, shining golden rod came crashing down on his head. Smack! -129. -129129. -129129259. Shi Xiao exhausted all his mana and triggered the radiant retribution. Ugh ah! Captain Cliff has been killed, earning 3 points. The 4 actors were stunned on the spot. The captain was killed instantly. Before finishing his sentence, the junior brother was caught off guard. A single skill took him down immediately. The moment he fell, 3 fine pieces of equipment dropped. No! Captain! The head of the bodyguards lost all fighting spirit, dropped his weapon, and collapsed clutching his head. 3 bodyguards also fled hastily toward the exit. Kill! Wang Ling shouted coldly. Ah! Shui Ruizhi, Gojun, and Meng Yun's fighting spirit erupted. With a flurry of chops and hammer strikes, none of them lost any health, easily killing the head of the bodyguards. 2 pieces of fine equipment dropped. Bodyguard captain killed, gained 3 points. It's over. Originally, with nearly 8,000 HP and continuous reinforcements, the lackeys should have been a fierce battle. But the ending was rewritten by a single strike from Shi Xiao. The 4 were completely stunned. The system notifications sounded accordingly. Congratulations to the 5 Celestials for clearing the dungeon's sinful mine. In the battle against Captain Cliff, your performance was outstanding, rating, excellent. Skyward, achieving an excellent rating for the first time, receives an additional 80 points. Due to no prior record of a good rating, an additional first-time good rating reward of plus 30 points is granted. Due to no prior record of a moderate rating, an additional first-time moderate rating reward of plus 10 points is granted. Received excellent evaluation, unlocking heroic difficulty for Sinful Mine. Dungeon resets after 15 hours 35 minutes 27 seconds, can spend 100 points to reset the challenge. System prompt ended. Shi Xiao recalled the 3 elite monsters that escaped, 9 points lost, must never let them escape again. In contrast, the 4 of Wang Ling were already completely ecstatic. Excellent review. Made a fortune. 80 plus 30 plus 10, a total of 120 points. Hero difficulty is unlocked. With a godfather around, ready to fight anytime. Seeing Shi Xiao deep in thought, the 4 immediately fell silent. Wang Ling bent down to pick up what had fallen. 5 excellent pieces of equipment appeared. Captain Cliff dropped 3 items. Captain's tunic, cloth armor chest piece defense 10, stamina plus 5, spirit plus 11, requires strength 2. Captain's cloak, cape defense 8, stamina plus 3, agility plus 6, requires strength 3. Cruel blade, one-handed sword physical damage plus 57, attack speed 2.80, strength plus 12, requires strength 10. 2 items dropped by the bodyguard captain. Sinful pirate belt, leather waistguard defense 12, strength plus 5, requires strength 2, pirate set, 0/5. Flint staff, two-handed staff physical damage plus 33, magical damage plus 71, attack speed 3.80, stamina plus 5, spirit plus 13, requires strength 3. Everyone tacitly looked at Shi Xiao. I need the staff and the cloak, you can divide the rest among yourselves. The 2 pieces of equipment turned into blue light and entered his personal storage space. Shi Xiao changed his gear on the spot, then opened his character status panel. After looking at the detailed panel, Shi Xiao stared at the points thoughtfully. Excluding the 120 points from evaluation rewards, this trip earned a total of 136 points. Including the 3 monsters that escaped, the total was 145 points. But resetting the instance costs 100 points, a price that pained him deeply. Forget it, let's change into a set of well-made equipment first. He still needs mana potions, so when he goes out to deliver supplies, he'll also pick up 20 bottles of basic mana potions for tomorrow. As for the next two teams, Shi Xiao sneered inwardly, deciding never to show his talent again. Showing off in front of others is enjoyable, but it consumes too many potions. He'll grind slowly, acting as an alarm, protecting himself first in danger, and calling Yumuching if anything happens. Looking back, the four of them, including Wang Ling, were arguing incessantly over the dropped equipment. Wang Ling, I was in charge the whole time. It was so hard, the cloak should go to me, right? Good Jun, the sword should be mine, you're already carrying the blowpipe. Meng Yun, the cloak is more important to me. Shui Ruiji, I want a belt too. Shi Xiao glanced at the time and interrupted everyone, it's not like we won't brush again later, hurry up and divide it. His influence immediately became apparent. Shi Xiao, you divide it. Shi Xiao said straightforwardly, Meng Yun takes the cloak, Wan Ling takes the belt, Good Jun takes the sword. Everyone had their reactions. Shui Ruiji was about to protest but was scared into silence by a look from Qi Xiao. Start the dungeon, it's been too long. Just as Qi Xiao was about to click, return to dungeon entrance, Wang Ling suddenly called out to him. Qi Xiao, wait a moment, there's something I want to say. Seeing the four with serious expressions, Qi Xiao already guessed the reason, is it about the talent? Yes. Wang Ling nodded, later, when you're farming evil minds with the second and third teams, make sure not to reveal your talent. Why? It's mainly Shi Mingjia, Wang Ling said seriously. He and Ning Ziyue are a couple. Ning Ziyue is fine, but Shi Mingjia has a very bad temper. His family is very wealthy, he's the son of the biggest guild leader in this city. Because his dad is a 4th level Sky Master, he acts arrogantly, loves to cause trouble, and is petty. If he knew about your talent, he would definitely flaunt it everywhere. Didn't the teacher say? Talents shouldn't be talked about casually, especially powerful ones, they might attract deadly trouble. But don't worry, we won't spread it around. We're all good students. Good Jun, Shui Ruiji, and Meng Yun nodded repeatedly. Seeing Qi Xiao's doubtful gaze, Wang Ling quickly explained, really? You were the first to be recommended by Teacher Yu to form a team. The four of us were also the first batch selected by class leader Jiang. Only the best grades and good character get priority. Sure Mingjie and Ning Ziyue weren't arranged? The school doesn't allow early relationships, but his dad is too powerful, the principal turns a blind eye, and the teachers don't dare interfere. If it weren't for you, their team wouldn't have found a support at all. Don't look at me like that, I'm telling the truth. Okay, I know what to do now, thank you for your advice. Also, we've decided to try to exchange the subsidy for mana potions tomorrow, so you'll have 60 more bottles, making it easier for us to help you with the mine. Ha? 60 bottles? Didn't we agree on? Shut up. Oh. Thank you for your kindness. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have received the excellent rating, nor would things have gone so smoothly. Is there anything else? No. You must believe us. Wang Ling spoke sincerely. We would never reveal the secret of your talent, no matter what, Meng Yun added. We can tell the difference when it comes to self-sabotage. Good Jun patted his chest, and Shui Ruiji nodded vigorously. All right, I will seriously consider it. You may leave. Good. I want to sleep too, I'm exhausted. Qi Xiao did not take their promises to heart. A secret, once known by a second person, is no longer a secret. He dared to speak out for two reasons. First, to establish his position in the team, only strength grants the right to speak, and people only admire the strong. Second, in critical moments, he could not possibly stand by without acting. Even if he could call Yumuching to revive them, if all four died, leaving only him alive, how would he explain it? Moreover, with his personality, he could not bring himself to watch others die without saving them. Since the four had already begun to harbor doubts, rather than letting them guess, it was better to lay it all out openly. Yumuching knew from the moment he filled out his personal information that the school authorities would notice him sooner or later. unless he kept hiding and endured the development in silence. But he was too poor and simply had no capital to slowly accumulate. Rather than struggling through hardship, it was better to appropriately show his strength, prove his value, and gain strong protection early on. As long as he kept running dungeons, he would become powerful eventually. Because they had to hand over supplies at the dungeon entrance, Shi Xiao and the other four did not leave the Tianqiang space according to the imprint. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They pressed, return to dungeon entrance, on the interface, transforming into 5 streaks of golden light, shooting straight toward the dungeon gate. Outside the Sinful Mind dungeon, the atmosphere was heavy. Many students were slumped on the ground, bowing their heads and crying into their hands. To the left of the main entrance of the copy, Yumuching stood with her arms crossed, her face ashen, staring at several auxiliary students who were being punished to stand. She was not in Zhang Yi's team and couldn't hear him speak. At this moment, Zhang Yi was scolding the students in his own team. Before the fight, everyone was puffing out their chests, promising they remembered everything. So what happened? Just 5 minutes into the dungeon, they ran out crying. No one cared for their teammates? Blaming not remembering the skills, forgetting the process. How do you usually get your scores? Cheating? Can't even beat such a simple boss like Lazo, and got instantly wiped out by 3 at once. Where's your brain? The first lesson I gave was on Lazo. We even reviewed it yesterday. The skill order, the call signals, I told you countless times. Were you listening? How many times have we drilled in physical training class? Back then, you were giggling and laughing, and now? Laughing? Why aren't you laughing anymore? What's the point of crying? If you want to be useless, I definitely don't want to teach useless people. Do you expect me to make a guide for the firmament and stuff it into your portable space? Even if I had one, would you read it? You come to school every day with something stuffed in your head. What's actually inside? Teacher, you spent over 3,000 points resetting the instance to save you. 100 points each time. Have you calculated that? How hard is it to farm points? How do you plan to pay me back? Do you want me to cover it all? This is still the easiest instance. If it were Nightmare Cave, Death Twilight Mountain, or Thousand Rock Ridge, you would have died inside already. All those potions and gear wasted, it would be better to sell the materials than give them to you. Scram! Those making progress, return to the classroom and copy the mining chapter 10 times. Memorize it tonight, there will be a test tomorrow. If you can't memorize it, your eligibility and subsidies for the instance are revoked. If you want to keep playing, go ahead, but don't come looking for me or teacher you when you die. Got it? I understand. Speak louder. I understand. Get lost. Zhang Yi was too lazy to look at this group of students again. Of all people, the top scorers all transferred to the production department. Sometimes hard work just can't beat fate. As the students were about to leave, 5 people emerged from the copy. Pan Fong? You're out? Yumuching saw them and breathed a sigh of relief. Pan Fong, ranked in the top 100 of the grade, former physical fitness monitor of Class 8, transferred to the necromancer class and was assigned to Class 7. He walked up to Yumuching and bowed his head, saying, "Old class teacher, sorry, we didn't clear the level." His expression was dejected, but the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Zhang Yi approached, his tone softened. Where did you get stuck? After defeating Nigger, the potion was used up. Unwilling to give up, I went to fight Heavy Punch, but was suppressed by artillery fire and had to retreat. Sorry for disappointing you, teacher. He spoke with reddened eyes, and his teammates also looked dejected. Running out of potions definitely makes it harder to fight. Heavy punches are a war of attrition, it's good enough just to come out safely. Pan Fong glanced around, seeing the classmates full of envy and admiration, making him feel even prouder. Teacher Jiang, we safely made it back thanks to Pan Fong. Condensed text asterisk. Yeah, the 3 skeleton minions he painstakingly gathered all died trying to block the elite monsters. It's okay, it's not like they can't be summoned again. Zhang Yi patted Pan Fong's shoulder to comfort him, hitting the heavy punch on your first try, and with the whole team surviving, that's already very good. Yumuching glanced at the 5 members of the team, seeing scattered blue light mixed in with the green light on their bodies, confirming that Pan Fong had indeed landed the heavy punch. Pretty lucky, these few pieces of fine equipment are all top-notch. Go back and thoroughly review the mine to aim for a smooth clearance tomorrow and get a good rating. We definitely won't let the teacher down. Assisting Shinlajia raised his hand. I've run out of mana potions. All 120 bottles are gone? Yumuching's smile instantly turned cold. I still have to play the second match later. What if I run out of potions? Yumuching looked at Jiang Yi. What else can I do? I'll give you some. After quitting the team, come to me for trades. Jiang Yi looked completely careless. Both of you, old captains, I'm going back to the classroom to review first. Pan Fong said. Okay, come to me to trade instance materials in exchange for tomorrow's subsidy. Pan Fong disbanded his squad, joined Yumuching's squad, and turned in the instance materials obtained. Actually, he was very satisfied with today's results. He had heard from his brother, who just finished the college entrance exam, that the school would arrange for newly awakened sophomore students to challenge the Well of Evil, which is one of the most difficult dungeons on the first floor of the Sky Dome instance area. The purpose was to give the freshmen a Sky Dome shock and to temper their restlessness. The overall performance of this batch of students was below the teacher's expectations, but Pan Fong became one of the few who pretended otherwise. At this moment, several girls in Class 7 were already gazing at him, infatuated. Hey! Where are Wan Ling and Meng Yun? These two were the prettiest girls in the grade. Pan Fong originally wanted to be grouped with them to boost their favorability by farming dungeons together, but Yumuching disrupted that plan, which instead benefited Qi Xiao, who had poor grades. Thinking of this, he sneered inwardly. Once the scores spread, let's see how those few will be seen by the girls. After completing the transaction, Pan Fong asked with concern. Old class leader Yu, what about Qi Xiao and their team? Have they returned to the classroom already? Hearing Pan Fong call her old class leader repeatedly, Yumuching was in a great mood. She had always liked students who were sentimental, those who called her old class leader in the morning and then switched to teacher in the afternoon. She didn't even bother rescuing them in the dungeon. As for them, they probably haven't finished fighting yet. Qi Xiao is a priest, and has only one healing skill, so it's normal for progress to be a bit slow. But they haven't contacted me yet, so that's already very good. Oh. Pan Fong feigned worry. I hope they haven't passed away. Don't worry, Wan Ling and Meng Yun are good students, and Good Jun is still the study committee member. They can make up for Qi Xiao's shortcomings. Yumuching handed over 10 bottles of mana potion. This is a reward. Pan Fong was stunned for a moment, then repeatedly thanked. Thank you, class monitor. His voice grew louder, once again attracting envious looks from classmates. Yumuching covered his mouth and chuckled softly, very satisfied with this student who remained close to him even after the class division. At this moment, 5 figures emerged from the instance, their bodies radiating a deep blue light, with a pure and dazzling aura. Meng Yun appeared first, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Jiang Yi was even left dumbfounded. Yumuching couldn't help but scrutinize the 5. Ha? You're all done? So fast? Meng Yun looked at the students outside the arena, her face full of surprise. She wore a fire-blowing rod at her waist, carried a blue light-hatch shield and a captain's cloak on her back, and the tight chainmail armor outlined her sleek figure. Wow, Meng Yun's gear. As expected of the vice squad leader. Does this mean they've cleared the level? Wang Ling then stepped out, equally shocked. No way? Are we actually the slowest group? The dagger at her waist and the short knife gleamed sharply, with the skull belt buckle especially eye-catching. Hiss, Wang Ling's gear is this extravagant too? Good Jun scratched his head, carrying the blue-glowing twin blades. Impossible, I timed the whole way through. She's at least in the top 10 of the whole school. Cut it out, you tapped your forehead so many times today, your timing's long been messed up. Get lost. Shui Ruizhi had the least equipment, but a heavy hammer the length of his waist was extremely conspicuous. Hand over the supplies quickly, I still have a second match to fight, I'm in a hurry. Finally, Qi Xiao walked out slowly, exuding a cold blue aura all over his body. What the hell? Is that Qi Xiao? Condensed text asterisk. Look at his equipment, a fine staff, cloak, and also a wand and ring. Did they really clear the game? Just one magic user, the rest all melee. How could they clear the game like that? So this is the power of the Cleaver team? Shi Xiao, surrounded by a deep blue glow, appeared before the students, the fist-sized ruby on the flint staff particularly eye-catching. He walked up to Yumuching, who was still dazed, and whispered, "Class monitor, time to hand over the supplies." Ah. Oh, okay. The trading window opened, displaying silver coins, copper coins, raw wool, linen cloth, copper ore, and rough stones one by one. Keep the silver coins and copper coins, they're useless. Shi Xiao scratched his head and still put them away. You guys really cleared it? Yeah. Wang Ling answered quickly, excellent rating. Yumuching was stunned, and Jiang Yi next to him suddenly shuddered, excellent? An extra 80 points per person, and the hero difficulty is unlocked. And with the medium and good rewards stacked, a total of 140 points. The students were completely shocked. Excellent evaluation, heroic difficulty, these few words stirred a storm in the hearts of the two teachers. 5 students, all equipped with excellent gear, cleared sinful mine in one go and even unlocked heroic difficulty? This achievement was something even they hadn't accomplished back in the day. Yumuching and Jiang Yi looked over the 5 again, their gazes simultaneously fixing on the shield behind Meng Yun. Refined iron hatch cover. They defeated Ned, who was driving the logging machine. That is a hidden level difficulty mode. You should know, 70% of students get stuck at this level, and a slight mistake allowing the miner to send a signal will cause the situation to completely collapse. And this squad cleared the level on the first day in one go. But most students seem to have forgotten this. The refined iron hatch is a magic weapon for shield battles in the early stages, only dropped by the lumberjack on hard mode. With it, the squad could advance steadily and had a real chance to clear the level, though Meng Yun had to stay highly focused the entire time, which was especially exhausting. These 5 students are incredible. Wearing a set of shabby but excellent gear, he actually defeated Ned on hard mode? After returning to school, we must check their talents, report to the principal, and focus on training. Maybe they can be admitted early to a national-level academy. The two teachers were still lost in thought when Wang Ling asked in a sweet voice. Old class monitor, what exactly is hero difficulty? Is it hard to beat? She blinked her big, sparkling eyes, touched her lips with her fingertips, looking adorable and obedient. That hero mode, you guys temporarily cough. I'll take it slow for now. Jiang Yi turned around and coughed violently. Shi Xiao saw the expressions of the two teachers, and caught the jealousy in Pan Fang's eyes, instantly understanding they must have had the best grades. But he couldn't stop the drama queen Wang Ling, so he turned to Yumuching. Class monitor, I've finished drinking 120 bottles of the basic mana potion. What should I do for the second round? Ha? You finished drinking too? I'll have Jiang Yi bring you another 100 bottles. Jiang Yi. Is 100 bottles enough? Can we get another 100 bottles? That's more than enough. Shi Xiao grinned ear to ear. 1 dungeon run and you get 100 bottles? Solo farming is guaranteed. Tonight I have to go back to the space to solo farm. No, make that 200 bottles. Jiang Yi came over, sized up his gear, and clicked his tongue. Not bad, the year-end bonus is secured this year. Still want 100 more bottles? The monsters inside are too difficult, and my mana is insufficient. I can only keep drinking potions. That's the right move, don't skimp on potions at critical moments. If you can win, it's all worth it. He handed over 100 bottles, I'll also reward you with 100 more in my own name. 200 bottles. Shi Xiao, I'll give you a personal subsidy too. Yumuching sent a trade offer, adding another 100 bottles. In the blink of an eye, 320 bottles of lesser mana potions are in hand. These aren't potions, they're ammunition. It seems that clearing the depraved mine has given the two teachers a strong boost. Condensed text asterisk. Shi Xiao, you'll take the second team to the depraved mine later. Remind them often to share their battle experiences, Yumuching instructed. As long as we cooperate well, it's fine. Shi Xiao sneered in his heart, there's no skill involved, just brute force. Zhang Yi nodded and went to call someone. Yumuching reminded Shi Xiao again, when you go down this time, don't get into conflict with Shi Mingjie, speak less, retreat after the fight, and talk if anything comes up. Got it. Shi Xiao was a bit surprised, he didn't expect that even Shi Mingjie had to avoid Yumuching. On the other side, Shi Mingjie, accompanied by Ning Ziyue, walked over to Meng Yun and Wang Ling, who were surrounded by girls. Meng Yun, your shield looks really nice, where did you get it? NID's logging machine. Meng Yun said proudly. Is it easy to use? Of course, we easily. Before she could finish, she was nudged by Wang Ling. When she saw Shi Mingjie, Meng Yun immediately put on a cold face, it was hard to fight, almost wiped out. Don't take risks in the future. It's just a broken shield. If you want, I can give you a better one, Shi Mingjie said gently. No, I like to fight on my own, Meng Yun, feeling disgusted by his unabashed gaze, pulled Wang Ling back to the real space. Ning Ziyue linked arms with Shi Mingjie, husband, teacher Jiang wants us to gather. Shi Mingjie slapped her buttocks in public and walked toward the dungeon entrance. There were few people outside the door. Shi Xiao immediately recognized the boy wearing top-notch gear and a purple epic necklace as Shi Mingjie, and the girl beside him, Ning Ziyue, was of ordinary beauty. Shi Mingjie put his hands in his pockets, sizing up Shi Xiao, and laughed, Teacher you, this support is so skinny, does she have enough healing power? How about you run a dungeon with me? If you heal me, I'll feel more at ease. As he spoke, he even made a lewd gesture. The classmates burst into laughter but fell silent under Yumuching's cold gaze. Shi Xiao glanced at Yumuching but said nothing. Shi Xiao had seen unruly students before, but this was the first time he had witnessed someone openly harassing a female teacher. This kid's family must have a lot of influence. Yumuching didn't lose her temper on the spot, Shi Xiao thought. Yumuching saw Shi Mingjie's actions clearly, and anger surged instantly. Since the first day at school, this student had constantly provoked others, behaving exactly like a spoiled playboy from an ancient drama. But thinking of his parents behind him, she loosened her tightly gripped staff. Shi Mingjie, his name is Shi Xiao, he will be your teammate in the next project, Yumuching said, holding back his anger. The homeroom teacher Zhang Yi immediately scolded, Shi Mingjie, what kind of attitude is this? Apologize immediately. Just joking, Shi Mingjie said with a perfunctory smile. Shi Xiao, right? Remember to heal well in the next project, if you mess up, I'll have to punish you for teacher you. Shut up. Yumuching interrupted coldly. Shi Mingjie nodded to appease her, but when he looked down, he shamelessly gave her a once-over, licking his lips arrogantly. Even Shi Xiao was taken aback, feeling a faint spark of anger in his heart. Team leader gives orders to Shi Xiao. Enter the dungeon and follow his command, Yumuching ordered. Why should I? Shi Mingjie sneered. Listen to a half-talented priest who just picked up a few pieces of fine gear? I'm the Blaze Ranger, the future main damage dealer, all equipped with fine gear. Saying this, he shook off Ning Ziyue's hand and deliberately swayed his body in front of Yumuching, speaking with a flippant tone, or else, you baby, why don't you come in with me and feel my power? The lewd smile and actions completely stunned Shi Xiao. This kid really dares. Shi Xiao thought to himself, yet he also found it not entirely unbelievable. He suddenly recalled a piece of news he saw before crossing over. A female teacher in a certain country was scolded by students after being humiliated, and when she reprimanded them, she was beaten by the students, with the school urging her to endure it. The students' parents came to the school, slapped the teacher in public, and said, "What's wrong with touching a few times?" Under the humiliation of the entire school's faculty and students, the female teacher ultimately chose to take her own life. Thinking of this, Shi Xiao's anger flared even higher. At that time, Shi Xiao was already furious whenever he saw such news, but he never expected it to actually happen right before his eyes. Shi Xiao. Stop fighting. Okay. Shi Xiao suppressed his anger and agreed. Teacher you, wait a moment. Zhang Yi stopped Yumuching, then turned to Shi Mingjie and said, if you don't want to fight, I'll write you an application to leave now. If you want to fight, then put away your young master attitude. This is not your home, understand? Got it, boss. Shi Mingjie laughed and saluted, then sent a team invite to Qi Xiao. After Yumuching nodded, Qi Xiao reset the mine progress. Just after joining the team, he heard Shi Mingjie's squad channel coldly threaten, "If you don't want to get beaten, give way to Yumuching. I'll give you 100 sky coins after school." Qi Xiao has left the team. "Teacher, I don't want to fight anymore." Qi Xiao immediately quit the team. "Come on, return the potion to Teacher Jiang." Yumuching saw from his mouth shape that something was wrong and made a decisive decision. Qi Xiao applied for the transaction but was stopped by Jiang Yi shaking his head. "Are you fucking looking for death?" Shi Mingjie's face was grim. Qi Xiao sneered and walked up to him. Snap! A sharp slap echoed across the square, leaving everyone stunned. "Sorry, old class leader I really couldn't hold back." Qi Xiao shrugged. "I'll kill you." Shi Mingjie roared with anger. "Come on, let's settle this here." Qi Xiao sneered and beckoned, "Let me teach you what it means to respect your teacher. Anyone who doesn't join is a grandson." Shi Mingjie left the team and immediately sent out an invitation. Invitation failed. Another celestial has already sent out an invitation in advance. "Chicken out?" Shi Mingjie taunted. Qi Xiao didn't chicken out, he was just continuously rejecting the incoming invitations. "Cloud Mist invites you to join the team." You declined Cloud Mist's invitation. "Chaotic World Mad Blade invites you to join the team." Decline. Refuse. Qi Xiao. Shi Mingjie. "Both of you, stop talking." Jiang Yi shouted angrily. "No! I have to kill him." Shi Mingjie, who had lost all face in front of everyone, completely lost control. "If you make trouble again, I will contact your dad to take you away." Yumuching stood in front of the student. Only then did Shi Mingjie shut up, but he stared fixedly at Qi Xiao, drawing his thumb across his neck. "You will die." After saying that, he pulled Ning Ziyu away. After they left, Yumuching looked at Qi Xiao, both worried and grateful. "You were too impulsive just now." "I can't stand him," Qi Xiao replied. "This is going to be trouble," Jiang Yi sighed. "At worst, we'll have a fight, no big deal." "Come stay at my place for a few days tonight," Yumuching suggested. Qi Xiao sensed something was wrong but refused. "It's not appropriate." "I'll be careful. If he dares to mess around, I'll teleport to the Sky Dome space." Avoidance is ultimately not a solution. "Then I'll stay at school for a few days and wait for him to calm down." Jiang Yi's face darkened. "Sorry to trouble you. You just need to say a little less, but I understand. Remember to control your temper." "Got it." Return to the team. The third team has finished. Qi Xiao took a deep breath, finally not having to accompany the rookie. Class 2-8. Qi Xiao stood in front of the podium, explaining battle strategies to 15 students, his gaze occasionally falling on Shan Liang. Shan Liang was the student Yumuching mentioned in the morning but did not appear during class division. At this moment, he sat with his arms crossed, attentively listening to Qi Xiao's sharing, his left wrist wrapped in conspicuous bandages. The empty seat belonged to Mia Shuebing. She has her own booster team and had already withdrawn from the summer training camp. So, the unexpected situations I encountered during the dungeon run ultimately stemmed from not having a well-prepared strategy before starting and not thinking things through thoroughly. In fact, the teacher has already covered these issues. Getting an excellent evaluation in the end also involved some luck. That's my reflection. Amid applause, Qi Xiao stepped down from the podium. Yumuching also applauded, his gaze filled with admiration. Today, everyone has fought firsthand. Regardless of the outcome, you should have seen your own shortcomings. People tend to get nervous once the battle starts, and once you lose your composure, you're driven by instinct to make rash decisions, which can have serious consequences. The fact that Qi Xiao's team managed to turn the situation around in an emergency shows strong on-the-spot adaptability. As a support, no matter how critical the situation, you must remain calm. Remember that? Remember. Teacher, how can I stay calm during battle? Fight more, fight often, treat battles like drinking water. Besides that, there's no shortcut. Any other questions? Everyone shook their heads. Then I have a question. After gathering 500 points, what should I do first? Exchange attribute points. Why? Spirit increases mana and magic damage. Having high spirit means better support. Exchange skills first. Someone objected, there are too few skills. It's best to learn resurrection so you don't always rely on the team leader to save people. Opinions are divided into two camps, attribute points or skills. Shi Xiao, what's your opinion? I choose skills. Early stage attributes can be compensated with equipment. The gear I got today in the Sin Mine has already brought my mana to 1120 points, so increasing spirit by 1 point doesn't make much difference. 1120 points? That can add up for a long time, someone exclaimed. Shi Xiao bitterly smiled in his heart, it was gone in a second. Good. You have different opinions because you are at different stages of the dungeon. After hearing Shi Xiao's analysis, does everyone understand? Understand. Then the class meeting is over. Open the detailed explanation of monsters on the first floor of the Celestial Space Dungeon and copy the monsters, boss skills, and mechanics of the Sinful Mine 10 times. What? It's already good enough that you're not being made to compensate for the damages. You must copy it, hand it in tomorrow morning. By the way, Shi Xiao, you don't need to copy this. As the students packed up their textbooks, Yumuching called Shi Xiao to a corner in the corridor and seriously handed him an alarm device. The principal gave it to you. Press it if you encounter danger. I will come as soon as possible. If you still can't stop Mingxia, then teleport to the Tianxiong space to hide. Shi Xiao twitched the corner of his mouth. Is he that arrogant? Is there still any law? Yumuching retorted, haven't you heard about him in the past 2 years? Shi Xiao shook his head. His father is the president of the city's strongest guild, Ibn Wudao. The guild has 13 third-level Sky Realm practitioners who will soon be promoted to the 4th level. President Shur and Principal Li are comrades in arms, and the guild is also one of our school's off-campus partners. Many graduates go there for internships, and Li is very good. Then his father seems like a decent person. He is decent, but probably too busy to properly discipline him. Only then did Shi Xiao realize who he had messed with and secretly regret it. If only he had held back at first, waiting until his own rank improved before settling the score. Old man, sorry for causing you trouble. It's the teacher who dragged you into this. Yumuching lowered his voice. I'll give you some extra medicine privately. Also, that slap you gave just now, Mom felt really satisfied watching it. I've wanted to hit him for a long time, but my status made it inappropriate. The teacher supports you, well done. Shi Xiao nodded, holding back his anger. Yumuching reminded again, be more careful. When he really loses it, he's capable of anything. Call me immediately if anything happens. Chairman Shur is currently leading a team attacking the Dragon Shrine, temporarily unreachable. When he returns, Principal Ji will personally explain, and maybe that will settle things. He really dares to kill me? With us here, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. But you'd better avoid him and not get hurt, so it won't affect your growth progress. Shi Xiao nodded firmly, I will get stronger as soon as possible and advance 1 level within a week. Yeah, that's more like it. Shi Xiao was very touched. Since Yumuching had spoken so frankly, it would be unreasonable for him not to understand. Moreover, Yumuching had even stayed at the school dormitory to watch over him. This mentorship had to be repaid. You have great talent and are well suited for this profession. Work hard to improve your skills and strive to get an acceptance letter from Baidu Academy in the college entrance exam. Definitely. Let's go have dinner. Rest a bit tonight, and take the opportunity to preview the Nightmare Cave dungeon. We'll discuss it tomorrow. Thanks, old man. Shi Xiao put away the alarm device, returned to the classroom, and took the complete dungeon guide, detailed analysis of level 1 dungeon monsters, and detailed map of level 1 dungeon terrain amid the admiring gazes of his classmates, then went to the cafeteria. After eating, he returned to the dormitory. In the corridor, Dan Liang, chewing on a lollipop, was leaning on the railing flipping through the complete dungeon guide. Seeing Qi Xiao, he smiled and handed him a lollipop. Here. Thank you. Qi Xiao recalled Shan Liang's background, orphaned, raised in a welfare institute, attending school with subsidies, and able to live only in the dormitory. He walked over to Shan Liang and asked, "Why did you cut your wrist?" Shan Liang was momentarily stunned, glanced at his wrist, and laughed. Who knows what was going through my head back then? Anyway, it won't happen again. Better to live stubbornly than die well. Right. The two looked at each other and smiled. Your support too? What class? Qi Xiao asked. 5 Spirit Priest. Shan Liang snorted, only 2 skills, Lightning Bolt and Minor Healing Wave, and the casting is slow. Today in the dungeon, I couldn't heal at all, got scolded badly, and had to call old you to save people. He spat, I can't let this go, I have to win it back. Qi Xiao looked at his hearty demeanor, finding it hard to associate him with suicide. So how about you? What's your profession? Priest. Awesome or not? SOSO. SOSO can still pass the level? You're being a bit Versailles about it. Versailles? Qi Xiao felt a shock in his heart and quietly changed the look in his eyes towards Dan Liang. Shan Liang realized he said the wrong thing and quickly corrected himself. Ha, it's normal that you don't understand, this is my hometown dialect, it means. Qi Xiao stepped back a step, the king covers the earth tiger. Shan Liang was stunned, biting on his lollipop, the pagoda suppresses the river monster. My admiration for you is like the endless flowing of the Yangtze River. Also like the flooding of the Yellow River, unstoppable once it begins. Singing, dancing, rap. Playing basketball. Qi Xiao and Shan Liang said in unison, GNI is so beautiful. The two immediately did the Iron Hill lean dance, then held their heads and cried bitterly, their wail shaking the sky, drawing the attention of students who had not yet left school. The sunset fell, and the insects began to chirp. The two sat cross-legged on the corridor. We've traveled through time more or less together, right? Could there be others as well? If there are, then let it be. Damn, I suddenly don't feel so lonely. I understand. I'm going back to study the dungeon, I haven't finished copying the homework that the little girl assigned 10 times yet. Good, let's do a dungeon run together when we have the chance. Dan Liang stood up, there will be more opportunities later, but I want to get familiar with the gameplay myself first, so I won't hold you back. Qi Xiao could tell he had plans and didn't ask further, everyone has their own path, maybe he even has a cheat code. Then I'll head back to my room. Hey, let's drink and have some skewers when you're free. Wait until you're an adult. All right. The two each went back to their rooms. Back at the dormitory, it was nearly 8 o'clock. The summer vacation had started, and students who lived nearby had all gone home, leaving only them staying on campus. Qi Xiao finished reading the detailed monster guide for the sinful mine and entered the celestial space again, deciding to solo the dungeon. The reason was simple, he got screwed over by Shi Mingjie today. After joining the team, Shi Mingjie spent 100 points to reset the dungeon but left the group because of some argument, wasting the points. The goal was clear, earn back at least 100 points. He opened his portable space, 30 bottles of basic healing potions, 320 bottles of basic mana potions, piles of silver and copper coins in the corner, and a few discarded excellent pieces of equipment. After running through the battle process in his mind, he stepped alone into the teleportation portal. Warning, there is currently no progress in this dungeon. Upon confirming solo entry, progress will be automatically saved. Qi Xiao confirmed. The figure vanished. When he opened his eyes again, he was already inside the dungeon. Clang clang clang, the sound of mining echoed from deep within the mine shaft. Qi Xiao couldn't help but become tense. If he died inside the dungeon, no one would come to save him. Everything can only rely on oneself. Qi Xiao took a deep breath and walked into the mine tunnel. Ah! Intruder! Die! The miner charged forward with a pickaxe raised. 502 points of health. Shi Zhao's eyes narrowed slightly. Asterisk smack. Smack. Smack, asterisk. Minus 240, minus 240, minus 240, 218 points of overkill damage. The miner groans and falls to the ground. Miner killed, gain 3 points. Pick up 5 raw wool. Pick up 7 linen cloth. Pick up 1 copper ore. Pick up 2 stones. Pick up 35 copper coins. 3 hits, 60 mana points, instant kill. 3 points for exclusive use. Awesome. Watching the miners mining ahead, Shi Zhao licked his lips. He. Little darlings, I'm here. Minus 240, minus 240, minus 240, 218 points of overkill damage. Miner defeated, gain 3 points. Minus 240, minus 486. 224 points of overkill damage. Miner killed, 3 points awarded. Minus 486. Minus 485. 469 points of overkill damage. Miner killed, 3 points awarded. In less than a minute, the first 10 miners in the first half of the first mining tunnel were cleared out. Mana, 580/1120. Feels good. Shi Zhao sat down and drank the cool spring water to restore his mana. He did not rush forward. There were 2 elite overseers patrolling together in the latter half of the mine tunnel, each with 1376 HP. Since he only had 270 HP, he had to be cautious. After fully restoring his mana, Shi Zhao confronted the 2 overseers head-on. Light punishment. Clap, clap, clap. With only 220 mana points, the 2 elites instantly fell to the ground. Supervisor killed, gained 5 points. Supervisor killed, gained 5 points. Picked up 13 pieces of linen. Picked up 9 pieces of wool. Picked up 2 silver coins and 93 copper coins. Then, he raised his hand and took care of the dozen or so miners who had come rushing over. In less than 10 minutes, the first section of the mine tunnel was completely cleared. The cost was just a sip of cool spring water, still good for 46 more drinks. Mana fully restored. Shi Zhao took out 2 bottles of mana potions. Next, the boss Lazo with 4,502 health points. And 2 sentinels with 1,200 health points each. We must finish off Lazo in one swift strike, we can't give it a chance to charge. We also have to defend against the shots from the 2 sentries. Shi Zhao looked at his remaining 270 health points, took a deep breath, and stepped out of the mining tunnel. Ahaha. Bug. You dare to come alone, ugh. As Lazo rushed up, the golden stick fell from thin air, striking his head hard. -240240485. In just 1 second, 20 shots of radiant retribution poured down, and Lazo fell to the ground immediately. Lazo has been killed, 15 points gained. Bang bang. 2 sentries fired their guns. Shi Zhao retreated while frantically healing himself, golden light flashing continuously. Plus 272, overheal. Minus 135. Plus 272, overheal. Minus 130. In his nervousness, he cast the secondary healing spell 10 times in a row. When the sentinel dropped the musket and drew his sword to charge, he only had 120 mana left. Shi Zhao cast light punishment 6 times in a row on one of them, exhausted his mana, immediately drank a mana potion, and then killed another sentinel. Sentry has been killed, 5 points awarded. Sentry has been killed, 5 points awarded. 2 sentries have fallen, the first boss fight is over. Shi Zhao slumped to the ground, gasping for breath and drinking spring water to restore his mana. The battle lasted less than 30 seconds, but felt incredibly long to him. Too nervous, wasted mana, actually didn't need to drink the potion. After recovery, he began picking up the loot. Picked up foreman's shoulder pads. Picked up linen cloth X3. Pick up raw wool 7. Pick up 5 silver 27 copper. Foreman's shoulders. Quality, superior. Defense, 15. Strength +1. Requirement, strength 8. Real trash. Qishao packed up his equipment and also searched the sentinel, finding cloth and silver coins. Holding the key in front of the iron gate, he hesitated to open it. He was hesitating whether or not to kill the miner. If he killed him, Need wouldn't be able to operate the lumber machine. If he doesn't kill, he will have to face NID, who is driving a logging machine and accompanied by 9 elite axe-throwing carpenters. According to the Monster Compendium, the elite carpenters have a health range of 1239 to 1359, requiring an average of 6 light penalties to defeat. No critical hits with full clears, need 1080 mana points. Feasible. Qishao has enough mana potions, and facing NID, who has over 6,000 health and drives a logging machine, is no problem at all. After confirming everything, he turned the key. Click, creak. As the door opened, 3 elite monsters turned their heads simultaneously. Enemy intrusion. Hurry and report to the foreman. Did you hear that? Quickly, quickly. Qishao urged instead. Screams quickly echoed through the mine tunnel as the miners digging raised their pickaxes and charged. Qishao easily dealt with the elite monsters, gradually getting used to the solo clearing rhythm, fighting while preparing to replenish mana. A flash of golden light passed, and the second section of the mine tunnel fell completely silent. After collecting the loot, Qishao arrived outside the logging area. With creaking sounds, Need had already sat inside the logging machine's cockpit, with 9 lumberjacks lined up in front of him in a row. Kill the intruders. The lumberjacks swung their axes as they charged forward, and Need also pushed the control lever to follow. Qishao peeked out, and once they were within range, immediately cast a spell. Golden light of retribution repeatedly fell, illuminating the lumber area brightly. The lumberjacks struggled to advance, one by one collapsing. 5 points earned for killing lumberjacks. When the mana was depleted, all 9 died. Awesome! Qishao drank 6 bottles of beginner mana potion in one breath, restoring his mana to full at 1080 points. He summoned a thick golden rod and aimed it at the charging NID. Snap! -240240. Although the lumberjack could reduce physical damage, it could not withstand light attacks. Its speed gradually slowed down and was eventually completely paralyzed after 17 strikes of luminous retribution. Watch me deal with you myself. Angry, Need pushed open the hatch and leapt out. The next moment, a burst of golden light exploded before his eyes. Killed Need, gained 15 points. Nidalee, with 2,240 health points, was simply not enough for Qishao now. 180 mana points and 9 blinding lights judgments, taken down directly. From poking his head out to the kill, he only drank 3 bottles of basic mana potions. Nidalee fell to the ground, and the nearby lumberjack machine also fell apart into pieces. Qishao bent down and put 3 fine pieces of armor and materials into his personal space. Not bad, dropped a usable glove. Golden spotted gloves. Quality, fine. Category, cloth gloves. Defense, 6. Stamina +4. Spirit +4. Equipment requirement, strength 2. He immediately switched it on and looked at the other 2 weapons, a buzzing blade and a 2-handed axe. Foreman battle axe. Quality, fine. Category, 2-handed axe. Physical damage, +74. Attack speed, 2.70 seconds. Strength +8. Agility +8. Equipment requirement, strength 13. I wonder how Shui Ruweiji would shout at me if he saw this. But he already had plans for the equipment, throw everything into the trade zone, to exchange for sky coins. He is short on money now, and Shimingji is still relentlessly pursuing him. Having money, yet can't afford to offend or even avoid it? Qishao drank the spring water and rested on the spot. The dungeon was more than halfway through. Next up was the Smelter Nig. After defeating Nig, he would have to face the first mate Chongchuan's cannon fire and dozens of elite monsters. Should we let Nige activate the giant puppet? Nige is on hard mode and dropped an extra piece of equipment. If Knife's puppet also counts as a special mechanism, maybe an extra drop is possible. Shi Xiao hardly hesitated. I want them all. Just as he was thinking about what way Nig should die. In the dormitory, Dan Liang was copying the textbook. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was heavy and urgent. He opened the door to see a group of delinquent students surrounding a flamboyantly dressed young boy. The boy carried a metal baseball bat on his shoulder and sized him up. Is Shi Xiao here? Shi Xiao? Shan Liang sensed that the visitor meant trouble. Yeah, a skinny idiot like a monkey. Dan Liang was thinking about how to get rid of the person when a student suddenly burst into the dormitory and looked at the two beds. Brother Jie, not in this room. Next room. All right. Knock, knock, knock. The door next door was knocked on, and Dan Liang's heart instantly rose to his throat. If these little brats dare to make a move, I'll just push this guy called Jie downstairs. Dan Liang crossed his arms and leaned against the doorframe, watching the commotion. No one is responding inside. Kick the door down. The door was kicked open with a single blow. Boss, there's no one here. Shi Xiao isn't around. The room was empty. Shi Mingjie walked to the bed with Qi Zhao's name on it, looked around, and swung the baseball bat at the table. Damn it, that brat definitely hid in the celestial dome space. Dan Liang let out a breath outside the door, so it turned out that when in danger, one could hide in the sky dome space. He thought the person was leaving, but saw Shi Mingjie sitting on the bed with a cold laugh. Alright, I'll give you a little shock. After speaking, he loosened his belt. Since you're already here, can't you cut me some slack? He urinated on Qi Zhao's bed in front of everyone. Ha ha ha. You all come too, help him replenish some water. A group of underlings stepped forward in a row. The smell of urine wafted out. Shan Liang clenched his fist, then slowly loosened it. Being so arrogant at school, he definitely had backing. He stepped back into the room and quietly closed the door. Boss, there's something here. The wardrobe was opened. Inside were Qi Zhao's school uniform and underwear. This kind of trash is thrown into the toilet as a rag. Who throws it into the cesspit? Someone whispered, Boss, isn't that too much? I'll smash your damn head. Shi Mingjie struck with a stick. Bang! That person fainted on the spot. Throw this useless guy and his clothes into the toilet together. Got it. A few people threw their clothes on the ground, stepping on them until they were dirty, then dragged them to the bedside to rub urine on them. Afterwards, they kicked their way to the bathroom, laughter echoing through the dormitory. Shi Mingjie saw the new book on the table again. Still pretending to be a good student? Come on, tear the book page by page. Good. The pages of the book were torn all over the floor. Dan Liang next door could no longer keep copying, and wanted to go to Tianxiong to report the news, but found that he was not friends with Qi Xiao, so he had to give up. The Tianxiong space is so vast, who knows where Qi Xiao is? If you really go looking for someone, not getting lost would be lucky. Qi Xiao, you better not come back at this time, Dan Liang muttered to himself. Shi Mingjie made a fuss in the dormitory for half an hour before leaving reluctantly. He glanced at the bed beside him. Xiao Bang? Ha! Whatever. Let's go. Footsteps gradually faded down the corridor. Dan Liang just breathed a sigh of relief. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sounded again. Dan Liang grabbed a pen, pushed the door open, and looked coldly at Shi Mingjie and a group of his followers outside. Shi Mingjie sized him up and down, sneering, when that idiot Qi Xiao comes back, tell him that I, Shi Mingjie, said if I want his life, I'll have it. Let him try hiding forever in the sky dome space, otherwise, I'll kill him. Oh. Dan Liang nodded. Pretty obedient, I like that. What's your name? Dan Liang. Kindness? Good name. Shi Mingjie grinned. I'm the kind of person who knows who's friend and who's foe. If you don't mess with me, I'll have your back. I like you, how about being my little brother? Just tell me when he comes back, and I'll cover your meal expenses for a semester. Dan Liang almost laughed out loud but had to keep a straight face, raising his wrist. Sorry, I have a psychological disorder. When I get nervous, I can't control my emotions and always feel like self-harming. Shi Mingjie saw the wound on his wrist and his expression changed. Damn! Are you the one who slit your wrist this morning? So unlucky. What psychological illness? I think it's madness. Let's go. Stay away from him from now on, getting blood splattered on you is disgusting. Got it. The group quickly followed and left. Hearing the footsteps fade away, Shan Liang chuckled, these little brats, really hopeless. He closed the door inside. Shi Xiao, what kind of trouble have you gotten into? The celestial dome space, the crime mine. The molten iron in the furnace churned. Shi Xiao quickly took down an elite monster in 5 or 6 hits. At this moment, except for Smelter Nige, all other elites had been cleared. He sat in the corridor to recover his mana, his eyes landing on a 3-meter-high wooden box beside him. Inside was a giant puppet. Hopefully, it drops equipment I can use. Shi Xiao stood up and walked towards Nige, casually casting 5 strikes of light punishment. Nig just raised his crossbow to aim, but was forced into the second stage, roaring with bloodshot eyes. Let me show you my masterpiece. It charged to the wooden crate and swung its hammer fiercely. Boom! The wooden planks splintered, revealing a giant golem emitting a bronzed glow. Remote control golem. Health, 5,350. Damage, 222. Defense, 70. Skills, whirlwind assault, cannon barrage, self-destruct. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Shi Xiao only made his move after Nig dove into the golem and activated the device. It was his first time fighting a golem, so unsure of its strength, he decided to go all out. The golden staff appeared, and the furnace chamber was instantly bathed in golden light. 59 beams of bright retribution converged and slammed harshly onto the golem. Crack! The golem began to crack from its head, the fissure extending straight to the control cabin. Inside the cockpit, Nige hadn't yet had time to react when the dashboard started wildly flickering, and the glass shattered accordingly. Ah! My masterpiece! Falling into madness, Nige pressed the self-destruct button, intending to perish together with Shi Xiao. However, no matter how he pressed, the golem showed no response. Shi Xiao, having drunk a bottle of basic mana potion, launched a fatal strike through the shattered glass. Nige was killed and fell to the ground from inside the cabin. Already killed Nige, gained 15 points. 2 high-quality items dropped from Nige's body, and the golem additionally dropped 1 high-quality item. Shi Xiao walked down the corridor and picked up all the loot. Luxury jewelry ring, just needed one, put it on directly. Then check the other 2 items. Phantom light bracers. Quality, fine. Defense, 3. Endurance +2, Spirit +5. Bronze regulator. Quality, fine. Note, collect all 5 parts to assemble the refined copper golem. This thing is quite interesting. Shi Xiao put on the bracers, fiddling with the refined copper regulator, then glanced again at the damaged, remote control golem, feeling a sense of anticipation. Once the dungeon is over, I'll check its value in the trading zone. If it's valuable, I'll keep it for now. After regaining his composure, he took the keys and approached the iron gate. Next was the most dangerous stretch of the path. He couldn't block the gangway alone, so he had to quickly kill the elite monsters, prioritizing the turrets. Shi Xiao drew the kill order on the iron gate, and combined with previous combat experience, quickly finalized the plan. Kill the heavy hitters first, then the artillerymen. Having fought his way through the dungeon solo, Shi Xiao has fully adapted to the solo grinding rhythm. Without heavy hitters gathering and artillery interference, he can calmly pick off elite monsters one by one. Without landing critical hits, 6 light punishments are enough to kill an elite monster, consuming 120 mana points. After equipping a ring and bracers, his mana increases to 1340 points, allowing him to kill 11 elite monsters consecutively on a full mana bar. There are 13 elite monsters along the long slope under the gangplank, and 8 bottles of basic mana potion are sufficient. After confirming the kill order in his mind, Shi Xiao turned the key, pushed open the iron door, unleashed full firepower instantly, clearing all the elite monsters outside, and then headed straight for the pirate ship. The first mate patrolling on the pirate ship had just ordered a charge with a heavy punch when a golden light enveloped the deck. He was directly blasted into the sea, splashing water several meters high. The elite monsters lost their command at first, but soon they furiously charged toward Shi Xiao. Shi Xiao chose to retreat. The next moment, 2 cannonballs exploded where he had just been standing. The 5 pursuing elite monsters were blasted away, their health instantly halved. Shi Xiao realized the cannonballs inflicted damage of over 700, a direct hit meant certain death. He kept moving and followed up with light punishment on the blasted pirates. After 3 strikes, the enemies were killed before even touching the ground. The gunners on the deck entered a frenzy, frantically loading, locking on, and firing. The roar of cannon fire shook the cave, cannonballs indiscriminately bombarding friend and foe alike. Amidst the screams, elite monsters fell in large numbers, gold light interwoven with corpses. Kill notifications flooded the screen, with 60 to 70 elite monsters being eliminated in quick succession. Shi Xiao originally prepared dozens of mana potions but only used 20 bottles. After upgrading 2 pieces of equipment, Shi Xiao's magic damage increased again, with each cast of Light's Judgment dealing 262 damage. Coupled with the assistance of the gunners, the consumption was significantly reduced. Soon, the cannons went silent. With their ammunition depleted, 20 gunners drew their swords and charged forward. Shi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly as the golden thick rod kept falling above their heads. Artillerymen killed, gained 5 points. Artillerymen killed, gained 5 points. After drinking 11 mana potions, all the artillerymen fell several meters in front of him. Shi Xiao sat down hard on the ground. Soloing is tiring, but the points are also generous. Opened the panel. Sky points, 776. First clear grants 256 points, reset costs 100 points. After finishing Heavy Punch, he earned a total of 620 points. After finishing, go to the points shop to learn new skills. He spent 2 minutes clearing the loot, gathering a large amount of raw wool, linen cloth, as well as silver and copper coins. He also took 2 pieces of equipment from Heavy Punch. Phantom Light Belt, fine. Cloth Armor Belt. Defense 4. Endurance +3. Spirit +5. Equipment required, Strength 2. And Heavy Fist Axe. Nowadays, except for his head, shoulders, and shoes, all his other equipment is excellent. After his mana was fully restored, Shi Xiao boarded the pirate ship. The deck was silent, footsteps echoing heavily. Inside the cabin, Cookie was whistling while cooking soup. Before making a move, a beam of golden light had already fallen. Cookie has been killed, gaining 15 points. Only 340 mana points were consumed. Too easy. The drop was the same as last time, and he put away his equipment. After 15 seconds, his mana was fully restored, and he headed straight to the captain's cabin. Just as he stepped into the outer room, Captain Cliff was about to applaud. A burst of golden light slammed down in his face. Really? Cliff has been killed, 15 points obtained. 16 shots of light punishment, consuming 320 mana points, the captain falls. The pressure isn't as heavy as a strong punch. No. Captain. My ugh. The bodyguard captain was killed instantly before his weapon even hit the ground. The other 3 bodyguards turned to flee. Shi Xiao gave them no chance. 5 points awarded for killing the captain's bodyguard. Captain's bodyguard defeated, 5 points gained. Captain's bodyguard defeated, 5 points gained. Defeating the captain consumed 280 mana points, while 3 elite bodyguards with 1400 health each cost 320 points. By the end of the battle, Shi Xiao's mana was surprisingly not yet depleted. Is it over already? That was way too easy. He didn't expect the final boss battle to be so easy. Messages kept popping up on the screen. Congratulations to the Skyholder for clearing the dungeon's sinful mine. In the battle against Captain Cliff, your performance was outstanding, rating, excellent. Additional 10 points awarded for not being the first time receiving an excellent rating. Hero difficulty unlocked, looking forward to your challenge. The instance will reset in 12 hours 40 minutes 19 seconds. You can reset the instance at the entrance, cost 100 points. Only rewarded 10 points. No extra reward for soloing? At this point, Sinful Mine was completed. Shishao glanced at the time and realized more than an hour had passed. Putting away the dropped equipment, he shook his head. Although both bosses had new gear, none of it suited him. Take it to the trading zone and sell it. Before leaving, his gaze fell on the entrance next to the captain's room leading to the lower deck. That's where Cliff summons the minions. Descending the wooden ladder to the cabin, the scene before him sent chills down his spine. The entire cabin floor was filled with obsidian statues, shaped exactly like the pirate elite monsters, arranged neatly and lifelike. He roughly counted and found there were 200 of them. I see. A thought occurred to him. He planned to wait until the dungeon was updated, then bring his team back to try again. After confirming there were no deeper passages, Shishao summoned the panel, transforming into golden light to leave the pirate ship and return to the dungeon entrance. The panel showed midnight, but Sky Plaza remained bustling. Since he had no teleportation rights, he could only go to the Points Mall. Items in the mall could only be purchased with points. With his current, unstaged, rating, he could only browse the Skill Mall. Skill Mall is divided into two zones. Public Skills Zone, public skills that can be learned by any profession. Professional Skills Zone, skills exclusive to the priest profession. Shishao, who has not yet advanced to a rank, can currently only view the Professional Skills Zone. The skills available for purchase include Resurrection, Recovery, Healing, Light Shield, Starfall of Light, Psychic Vision, and Heart of Light. Purchasing a skill only costs 100 points, but learning it requires skill points. Although Shishao had 846 points, it was only enough to learn one skill, so he chose Light Shield. Healing and Resurrection were not usable at his current strength, and he could make up for them later by farming dungeons. After spending 100 points to purchase the skill, the system prompted that one skill point was needed to learn it and automatically exchanged skill points by deducting 500 points. Congratulations Tianqiangs, you have successfully mastered Light Shield. Current upgrade progress, January 10th. Shishao opened the skill book and saw a new skill. Light Shield, instant cast, consumes 45 mana points, applies a light-based shield that absorbs 132 damage to an ally, lasting 60 seconds. Seeing the words instant cast, Shijiao's eyebrows slightly raised, silently admiring the powerful talent, then he raised his hand and cast it, swish. A nearly transparent golden light shield enveloped Shijiao. He opened the panel, and his HP had changed. HP, 360, plus 384/360. Shishao nodded with satisfaction, confident his choice was right, even feeling that his HP might have surpassed Mengyun's. A bold thought crossed his mind, and he tightly curled his finger. Whoosh! Mana instantly drained, 30 light shields stacked on the body simultaneously. Shishao was stunned on the spot. He seemed trapped inside a hard golden shell, barely able to see the outside world, and the health bar on the panel was even more exaggerated. Health, 360, plus/360. Shields can stack and also absorb damage. Shishao couldn't help but laugh out loud. At this moment, the other skydwellers in the Points Mall were stunned by the suddenly appearing golden sundae. Seeing that the glowing orb was still moving, everyone instinctively dodged. What skill is this? My eyes are about to be blinded. It must be a very expensive public skill. I don't have enough permissions to look up similar effects. Could it be the Judgment Hour? Impossible, that skill wouldn't last this long. Then what exactly is it? 60 seconds later, the golden light faded, and a high school student dressed in sportswear appeared before everyone. Shishao immediately understood the reason, awkwardly stuck out his tongue, and quickly ran away. A person from Longhua? Dressed like someone who hasn't entered the ranks? Nonsense. Can someone who hasn't entered the ranks use skills like this? Probably a high-level expert changing their appearance for fun. Makes sense. On the way to the trade zone, Shi Xiao shook his head in regret. Can't show off skills casually anymore, it'd be trouble if someone targets me. He decided that from now on, skill testing would only be conducted in solo dungeon runs. Upon entering the trade zone, 3 areas came into view. The orange, purchase request area, the blue, consignment area, and the green, negotiation area. The purchase request area is used to post requests and purchase prices. Skyward players willing to sell can trade directly. After the transaction is completed, Skyspace will charge the buyer a handling fee of 10 points. The consignment area is where Skyspace users sell items at their ideal prices, and those in need can purchase directly using Skyspace coins. After a successful transaction, the system deducts 10 points from the consignor. The bidding area is used when the true price of an item is unclear. The seller displays the item, the buyer offers a price, and after both parties reach a deal, the system deducts 5 points from each. All the supplies on Shishao come from the sinister mine and are estimated to be of low value. After stepping into the blue area, the interface automatically popped up. Scanning personal space. Please select the items you want to sell. Starting to match item prices. Item match successful. Beginning to generate price list. The process is efficient, no need to find an NPC to start trading. Shi Xiao is very satisfied. Price list generated, please adjust the selling prices yourself, Tianqian's. He browsed the list and whistled. Linen 50 pieces, 1 Skycoin. Woolen cloth 30 pieces, 1 Skycoin. Copper ore 10 pieces, 1 Skycoin. Complete stone blocks 50, 1 Tianxiang coin. Refined copper regulator superior 1, 2 Tianxiang coins. Basic health potion 10, 1 Tianxiang coin. Basic mana potion 10, 1 Tianxiang coin. PFT. Seeing that the bronze regulator he had painstakingly crafted only sold for 2 sky coins, he immediately lost his composure. I thought it would be expensive, didn't expect it to be this cheap. However, the potion prices made him nod in approval. Old teacher, you didn't make money off them. By the standards of the consignment zone, the linen and wool collected were even slightly at a loss, most likely prepared for the production students. Keep scrolling down. When he saw the prices of the 10 fine pieces of equipment, Shi Zhao's eyes lit up. Fine weapons generally range between 50 to 100 sky coins, and armor between 30 to 80 sky coins. This price is really great. Roughly calculating, excluding materials, he can earn 500 sky coins from this dungeon run. According to the exchange rate, $6,000? HSS, getting out of poverty in one trip. Moreover, the equipment dropped by the captain, bodyguard captain, and heavy hitter is even more expensive. Heavy fist axe, 60 sky coins. Flint staff, 75 sky coins. Cruel barbed hook, 80 sky coins. Of course, those listed are all the lowest prices, and no one has bought them yet. After reading, Shi Xiao closed the list and had a rough understanding of the value of the items and equipment in the space. Leaving the consignment area, he came to the purchase request area, and the panel scanned his backpack again, quickly providing a purchase price. Seeing the price, Shi Xiao sneered. The purchase request area was obviously much cheaper than the consignment area. For example, 100 pieces of linen cloth were only bought for 1 Tianxiang coin. Other items were also absurdly low. He continued flipping through and soon saw the purchase prices for high-quality equipment. Oh, better than expected. Most were about 15 sky coins cheaper than the consignment area, with the highest being the cruel barbed hook at 75 sky coins. $900 a piece? So many rich people? On second thought, many people around the world awaken every year, and some are willing to equip themselves first to increase their chances of survival. The well-equipped gear seen on Mingxie before was just like that. This price should be the supply and demand price after the market stabilizes. Shi Xiao directly clicked on sell. Order transaction successful. 75 Tianxiang coins have been deposited into your Tianxiang account. 10 points deducted. He didn't even frown, just 2 elite monsters. Just as he was about to continue selling, a prompt popped up on the interface. To avoid being unable to redeem cash, it is recommended to link a personal bank account. Bind or not. There were only a few bucks left in Qi Zhao's account, so naturally he wasn't worried about it being stolen and went ahead to bind it. He then continued browsing purchase orders, but the only satisfying one was the recently sold cruel barbed hook. Let's not rush to sell it first, try listing it in the consignment area. 75 sky coins are enough for now. He returned to the consignment area and listed the remaining fine equipment at a price 5 sky coins lower than the current lowest. It was already 1 in the morning when he finished. Go back and rest. We still have class tomorrow morning. He touched the fingerprint and returned to the present world. In the pitch-dark dormitory, Qi Zhao appeared out of nowhere. A pungent smell of urine hit him in the face. What's going on? Did Xiao Bang wet the bed? He fumbled in the dark to turn on the light. The next second, he was completely stunned. The room was in complete disarray. The textbooks were torn to pieces, soaked in urine, turning into pulp. The bed slats were smashed, and the pillow and quilt were soaked and yellowed. The floor was a mess, like a swamp. The cabinet doors were wide open, and inside was empty, all the clothes were gone. Although Chopin's bedside cabinet was far away, it was affected as well. Urine was flowing across the floor, spreading to the foot of the bed, soaking his slippers and sneakers. He, ha ha ha. Qi Zhao laughed bitterly, gritting his teeth and shaking his head. Shimingxia, you really know how to court death. He walked outside the door and took a deep breath. No rush, a small matter. There will be another chance to finish him off later. After calming himself, he headed toward the restroom at the end of the hallway. The hygiene had to be cleaned, otherwise, the one who would suffer bad luck was Xiao Bang. He didn't plan to tell Yumuching about this. It was already a favor that she was willing to protect him, he couldn't cause any more trouble. He would settle this account himself. Turning on the bathroom light, Qi Zhao burst out laughing bitterly again. His school uniform, casual clothes, and underwear were all soaked in a pool of excrement and urine. So it was thrown here after all. Well done, nicely done. He used iron tongs to pick out the clothes, threw them into the trash can, flushed away the filth, then carried a bucket and mop back to the dormitory. Swish! Swish! The sound of mopping was especially clear in the night. Soon, the light next door turned on. Dan Liang came over in slippers, looking at Qi Zhao. You've gotten yourself into a mess. I know who it is. He still wants to take me as his underling and have me report to him. You should agree and be the insider. No interest. Qi Zhao turned around. He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? No. Shan Liang showed his wrist wrapped in bandages. I said I have a mental illness, and whenever I get nervous, I cut my veins. Excellent, Qi Zhao smiled. Sorry for causing you trouble. Shan Liang said coldly, people like that need to be dealt with. How dare they bully us time travelers? It's an offense against the heavenly laws. Wait for the right moment. Got a plan? No. Hold on first, develop first. My body is weak, they outnumber us, can't fight head on. If you need help, just say so, we'll send him a one-way ticket to reincarnation. Must. After cleaning, come sleep at my place. No, I'm going to the celestial space. Speak less during the day from now on, so he won't take it out on you. Okay, let's finish this dirty job first, then we'll go to the space and add each other as friends. Shan Liang picked up the broom, ready to help. Don't, you go back inside first, it's dirty here, don't infect the wound. Qi Zhao stopped Shan Liang. Seeing that he was really using force, Shan Liang put down the broom, then I'll go back inside and wait for you to call. Good. After Shan Liang went inside, Qi Zhao repeatedly mopped the floor clean, then took the bedding apart and moved it downstairs to the garbage pile in 3 or 4 trips. During this, Shan Liang still helped him move twice. 3 a.m. Qi Zhao mopped 7 or 8 more times, then bent down to smell it. There was still the odor of urine. Smell it and see if there's any. Dan Liang entered the room and sniffed, frowning, yes. These people's urine really stinks. Forget it, it can't be cleaned completely, just keep it ventilated. After speaking, he took the mop and bucket to the bathroom. Shi Xiao stood with her hands on her hips, frowning tightly. Sigh, how am I supposed to explain this to Xiao Bang? It's almost 3:30, let's take a break. Let's go. Whoosh. The two disappeared on the spot, entering the celestial space. After adding each other as friends, Dan Liang asked, "Where are you going to rest?" "Sleeping in the dungeon." "Good idea, I'm heading back first." Dan Liang yawned. "Thank you." Shi Zhao's face was full of apology. "Don't say things like that in the future. By the way, be careful when having breakfast. They said they'll block you in the cafeteria in the morning." After Shan Liang disappeared, Shi Zhao's expression completely turned cold. 03:45:44. There were still 4 hours before class. He headed straight to the trade zone, took down the consigned high-quality equipment, and sold everything in the purchase area. The Sky Coin rose to 532. Starting today, I'll mess with the prices. Looking at the remaining 146 points, Shi Xiao came to the entrance of the Sin Mine. He originally wanted to grind other dungeons, and with his current strength, he could solo the first floor of any dungeon. But since the textbook was torn by Shi Mingjie and he couldn't prepare, he had to choose the most familiar Sin Mine. Spend 100 points to reset progress, and he entered the mine again. That night, the elite monsters experienced what true evil really means. 05:35. Shi Zhao's eyes were bloodshot as he walked into the school cafeteria. The third-year students had left school, but the first and second-year intensive summer training students still had normal classes, and the cafeteria opened at 5 o'clock. Several students who were out for a morning run were eating and looked somewhat surprised to see Qi Xiao wearing the grade 11 school uniform. Grade 11 students who have switched majors normally do not need to get up early. But Qi Xiao really appeared in the ordering area. "Master, 2 chicken legs, 3 youtiao, a bowl of millet porridge, and some pickled vegetables." "Yo, Xiao Qi, payday?" "Hee, I'm going to grow taller." He took his tray and sat down, eating quickly. In less than 10 minutes, he finished and left, walking swiftly out of the cafeteria amid the shocked stares of the first-year students. Back at the classroom door, Qi Xiao pressed his fingerprint, returning to the Tianqiang space. After spending 100 points to reset, he entered the sinful mine again. Inside the dungeon, he headed straight for the iron gate guarded by Lazo. When the miners and elite monsters spotted him, they swarmed after him, but Qi Xiao ignored them. At the moment he was caught, he cast a 30-layer light shield, transforming into a golden blazing sun, and charged in front of Lazo. "Ha ha! Intruder!" Before he could finish speaking, Lazo was instantly killed. Qi Xiao stood still, allowing the monsters to surround the shield. When they were all gathered, he instantly unleashed the skill Falling Star of Light. A golden star body appeared floating above the mine shaft, fragments fell like a torrential rain, and dense damage numbers overlapped and popped out. For seconds later, all the besieging monsters fell to the ground, their bodies facing the blazing sun as if praying. The shield dissipated, Qi Xiao appeared, drank 5 bottles of basic mana potion consecutively, restoring his mana to 60%, quickly picked up the loot, and used the key to unlock. Amid the elite monster's screams, he transformed into the blazing sun again and followed the scout miner into Need's logging room. The golden star body reappeared, fragments poured down, and after 20 seconds all the monsters were wiped out. Need died inside the cockpit, dying with eyes wide open. After multiple battles, Qi Xiao figured out a new strategy: enter the logging room with the miner, kill the miner in front of Need, provoke his anger to activate the logging machine, then kill him before he enters the cockpit and closes the door. This way, the starting logging machine would allow his starfall to continuously bombard it. Condensed text asterisk. After 20 seconds, the logging area fell silent again. Qi Xiao drank a mana potion while picking up the drops, then transformed into the blazing sun, dragging the mine tunnel monsters charging into the smelting room. Golem parts weren't valuable, so he didn't linger, quickly killing Niger as star fragments rained down. 7 minutes 55 seconds, very good. After clearing the smelting room and restoring his mana, he opened the cave door. Under the shield's protection, he killed Heavy Fist instantly and headed straight for the boarding bridge. The blazing sun wrapped in nebulae sped ahead. Monsters approaching were shredded by fragments before they could get close, but he didn't stop moving. Inside the cabin, Xuqi looked back. Ah! Ugh! Shi Xiao quickly picked up what had fallen, then went downstairs straight into the captain's room. Ha! Ugh! No! Ugh! 9 minutes 32 seconds. Perfect. Congratulations to Skyward One for clearing the dungeon Sin Mine. Rating, excellent. Bonus reward points, 10. Hero difficulty activated. Dungeon resets in 4 hours 31 minutes 7 seconds. Shi Xiao gasped for breath, returned to the deck after picking up the equipment, then jumped back into the sea to collect the heavy punches and the drops from the pirates along the way. He had considered pulling elite pirates and gunners into the cabin together to kill them, but their shields broke too fast, piercing through in 4 or 5 seconds. Facing dozens of elite monsters, he could only give up the idea of a train attack and choose the safest method: kill the captain first and then run around to collect the loot. Even though just picking up the leader would save time, he ended up collecting everything. Still not out of poverty, he couldn't afford to waste a single sky coin. After picking up the last elite monster, a completely exhausted Shi Xiao collapsed on the deck and fell into a deep sleep. 7 hours 55 minutes and 26 seconds in the morning. Yumuching in front of the podium was somewhat restless. 2 seats in the classroom were empty, those of Qi Xiao and Miao Shuebing. Miao Shuebing had taken leave, but Qi Xiao was still not here, causing her to worry. Shan Liang followed her gaze and looked at Qi Xiao's seat. Just as Shan Liang was thinking about how to help Qi Xiao ask for leave, Qi Xiao rushed into the classroom just on time. He almost overslept. His eyes were bloodshot, but Yumuching rarely blamed him and only said, "Sit properly, class is starting." "Stand up." "Hello, teacher." "Have a seat." Yumuching got straight to the point. "You are combat support classes and cannot go home during the summer vacation. Starting today, focus entirely on farming dungeons in the celestial space, level up to tier 3 as soon as possible, only then will you have a chance to enter a top-tier academy. By then, you can sleep in as late as you want." There was a soft laugh in the classroom. "Take out the dungeon compendium and the detailed map of the first floor, and I'll explain the nightmare cave. Having gone through the Sin Mine, you should know how dangerous celestial space is." "Shi Xiao, where's your book?" "I forgot the dormitory." "Then you watch it with me," Shan Liang said, holding up his bandaged hand. "Okay, let's put the tables together." When the class bell rang, Qi Xiao stubbornly stayed awake. Dan Liang, however, quickly remembered and copied down all the main points of Nightmare Cave. "I haven't paid this much attention in class for a long time," he said, stretching lazily. At that moment, 5 students from another class quietly appeared around the corner in the hallway. "Should I go relieve myself?" Dan Liang whispered. Qi Xiao groggily got up. "I'm going too, I'll wash my face." "You got an excellent yesterday, otherwise my wife would have put a tightening spell on you today." "Are you interested in the old class monitor?" "Of course, back then I would definitely win her over," Shan Liang said proudly. The two went into the restroom. The 5 other class students also followed in with their hands in their pockets. Shan Liang was flushing water inside, while Qi Xiao splashed cold water on his face at the sink outside to refresh himself. Suddenly, the light dimmed, and he turned around alertly. Several unfamiliar students from other classes surrounded him. "Are you sure Mingjia's men?" "Smart. Come with us for a chat with the brothers." The middle-parted guy was about to grab his shoulder from the front, but Qi Xiao pulled away quickly. "If you want to use the bathroom, go in yourself. Don't get my school uniform dirty, this is the only clean set left." Thinking about what happened last night, he was still fuming. "Oh, you've got some nerve," the middle-parted guy grabbed his collar. At that moment, a forceful cough came from the entrance of the men's restroom. Ahem ahem. A few people looked over and saw Dan Liang grinning foolishly. "What the hell are you coughing for?" "My mom?" She's been gone for a long time. Idiot, go away. Where does all this nonsense come from? Dan Liang shook his head. Here's a piece of advice for you guys: if you want to hit someone, don't dawdle. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly swung out the mop handle hidden behind him. With a muffled thud, the mop handle struck the nearest student from the other class on the head. Ah! The other party was stunned on the spot. Taking advantage of the parted hair's momentary daze, Chi Xiao suddenly raised his knee. Oh! A blow that hit right at the vital point, resulting in a complete loss. Here, take this, finish them off. Chi Xiao grabbed the mop handle and swung it at the face of the man with a center-parted hairstyle. Snap! The man immediately passed out on the spot. Moans of pain kept coming from the men's restroom. Soon, Yumuching heard the report and ran trembling to the door, only to be stunned by the scene before him. Chi Xiao held a mop handle, forcing two people into a corner and pounding hard. Anyone who moved got hit 3 times in a row. Dan Liang swung a water bucket, chasing and smashing at the other two. The bucket was cracked. There was still one lying on the ground, motionless. The 4 outsiders had already been stunned, who starts off by pulling weapons and going for a kill. Chi Xiao. Shan Liang. Stop. Yumuching shouted sharply. Damn, the head teacher is here. Stop now. Shan Liang threw the bucket and went to pull them apart. Chi Xiao also dropped the mop handle and said aggrievedly, Old man, they started it first. Seeing the 4 people bruised and battered in the corner and one unconscious on the floor, Yumuching twitched the corner of his mouth. 5 against 2, beaten up like this? All of you come with me to the office. Which class are you from? You two, come here first and go to the infirmary. Second period, Class 8 self-study. Whispers in the classroom. Chi Xiao is ruthless, really willing to go all out. So skinny, yet so strong. His eyes were bloodshot just now, it was terrifying. Dan Liang used to be timid and quiet, I didn't expect him to be so fierce. Is he the one who slit his wrist after awakening yesterday? Yes. Be ruthless to yourself, and even more ruthless to others. How does cutting your wrist change a person? I don't know, but what I just saw was pretty intense. You went to the men's restroom to watch a fight? In the medical room, the boy with the middle parted hair burst into tears after being revived by the school doctor Hui Yusher. He was beaten by Chi Xiao until his head was covered in bumps, and his brother felt the burning pain intensely. The other 4 students were also injured but had basically recovered after treatment. Chi Xiao and Shan Liang stood aside, staring at the ceiling. The ones who were supposed to stand there and get scolded were the 5 students from other classes. Why did you fight? The homeroom teacher Yumuching sat on the desk, her expression serious. Ask them, they grabbed my collar the moment they came up, Chi Xiao said calmly. Yumuching looked at the 5 people. Which class are you from? I've never seen you before. We are. Teacher you, they are my middle school classmates, here to visit me during the summer vacation. Sure, Mingjia interrupted. Which school? Why are you wearing our school uniforms? I bought it for them. Sure, Mingjia, do you really think you can act lawlessly? Aren't I here to admit my mistake? Yumuching was about to get angry, but was stopped by the school doctor Hui. Let them leave quickly, the principal will be back soon. Thank you, Teacher Hua. Let's go. Sure, Mingjia called to the group. Wait a minute. Yumuching said coldly, take off your school uniforms before you leave. The 5 people took off their school uniforms with their heads hung low and faces covered in dirt. Before leaving, Sure Mingjie glared fiercely at Chi Xiao and Shan Liang, barely able to contain his anger. After walking out the door, he cursed, good for nothings. Don't hang around with me anymore. After they left, Yumuching rubbed his forehead. Can't the principal just expel him? Hui Yusher sighed, so what if he gets expelled? His dad will at most beat him up, and a few days later he'll come back to cause trouble again. She turned to Chi Xiao and Shan Liang, didn't I tell you to hit the alarm whenever something happens? Shan Liang, I didn't expect you to be pretty good at fighting. Learned it from watching TV. Shan Liang scratched his head. Hui Yu sure laughed. Did you slit your wrist and accidentally open your brains? Teacher, don't say that, it's actually quite possible. Don't joke around, I really don't want to see you in the infirmary again tomorrow. Oh, then, class monitor, Shi Xiao and I are going back to study. What did you just say? Yumuching's face darkened. Lao Ban. When I get nervous, I slur my words, and I even self-harm. Shan Liang pulled Shi Xiao and started walking. Hurry up and leave, your wound has already healed. Nope, this is a symbol of love. Get lost. All right. After Qi Xiao and Shan Liang left, Yumuching couldn't help but wonder, are they really like this? Shan Liang is unclear, but Qi Xiao has always been honest, with poor grades and weak health, only knowing how to work part-time. How did he seem like a completely different person after changing professions? Adolescence, and now becoming a combat type, a bit cocky. You don't know, Shan Liang's first words upon waking up yesterday were to ask if this was a theme hotel. Ah. Really, the way he looked at me was like a wolf. Disgusting. The two female teachers shuddered involuntarily at the thought of the two's transformation. In the corridor, Qi Xiao shook his head and said, "You're in trouble now. From now on, he'll even come after you. Why worry? At worst, you can sleep on the floor of the Sky Dome. How did you sleep last night?" Not bad, no monsters in the dungeon, just the floor is a bit cold. As long as I can sleep, I'll go back to the classroom. Let me tell you, if I had studied like this before, getting into Tsinghua or Peking University would have been easy. Let me see your notes later, I'll practice there too. I'll definitely practice this afternoon, I won't quit halfway today. Do you want to equip gear and potions? No, I want to make it to the top step by step on my own. Alright, that's got spirit. The two said as they entered the classroom. The once noisy classroom instantly fell silent, and everyone curiously looked them over. The two lowered their heads and sat back down, and Yumuching also came in. There are 10 minutes left in this class, no new content today, just a review. How many attack skills does Priest Andra have? Noon was approaching quickly. The junior Mingjie, who had promised to catch up with Qi Xiao in the cafeteria, hadn't shown up, so he finally ate his meal in peace. After the meal, the two returned to the dormitory. Qi Xiao sniffed the air, the stench was still there, and he scratched his head. Dan Liang, however, had already packed up the bed and clothes. What are you doing? I don't want my clothes to get messed up with shit, so send me to my wife first. Your wife? Teacher Hua. Can't I just indulge a little? That pair of peaches of hers, forget it, I'm leaving first. Don't bother cleaning the dorm either, leave it for the next batch of juniors. Shan Liang dragged his luggage downstairs humming a tune. Qi Xiao shook his head with a smile, went to the bathroom to get a mop and bucket, and cleaned up once more. It was already 12:30 by the time he finished tidying up. Qi Xiao arrived outside the classroom, pressed the fingerprint on the back of his hand, and returned to the Tianxiong space. There was still more than an hour before the 2 o'clock assembly, so he did not waste time and went straight into the Sin mine. Because the instance resets every day at noon, Qi Xiao didn't spend any points this time. 10 minutes later, he appeared outside the instance, spent 100 points to reset it, and entered again. 12 minutes, 13 minutes, 10 minutes, in and out repeatedly. By 1:35 p.m., he had already run through it 6 times in a row. Including the single runs in the mine after cleaning the dormitory early in the morning, he had run through it a total of 11 times. Just as he was preparing for the 7th time, a classmate's voice came from behind. Qi Xiao? You're here so early? Ah, hello. The other person is from a different class, Qi Xiao doesn't know them, but Qi Xiao's name has already spread throughout the class. You're really impressive to get an excellent evaluation. I want to try as well. For defense roles, you need to protect the bodyguard captain and 3 elite monsters, while everyone else focuses on firing at the captain. The healing pressure is intense. Any other tips? Don't use too many potions early on, save them for the final boss battle. The opponent took notes seriously, even more focused than during a lecture. Shi Xiao found a casual excuse to leave. After deducting the purchase of Starlight Meteor and skill points, plus the cost of resetting the mine, excluding the noon reset, he now had 6,136 points left. He could advance a rank at any time, but he planned to wait until after soloing tonight to do so. Advancing during the day would be too conspicuous. A student who has not yet entered the ranks advancing to the first rank within a day, once the news spreads, the school would inevitably be shaken, and even attract attention from higher-ups. Living conditions and current troubles would all be resolved, and someone like Mingxia would be forced to tuck his tail and hide. If you want a better life, you have to prove your worth. Lay low and quietly develop? Shi Xiao had no interest in that. Originally, he planned to solo finish Sin Mine and then reveal everything. After all, playing house with Wang Ling and the others was a huge waste of time. But Mingxia was just too rebellious, already crossing his bottom line. If I don't personally send him off to reincarnation, I can't reconcile the thought. Shi Xiao walked toward the trade zone, coldly thinking to himself. From dawn until now, after running dozens of dungeon instances, his portable space was already filled to the brim with equipment and supplies. Shi Xiao went to the purchase zone and sold all the more than 100 fine quality items in his backpack, not asking for prices, just selling as long as someone bought them. 112 pieces of equipment sold, credited with 4,192 sky coins. Seeing the 4724 sky coins in his account, he was shocked. Is this just over 50,000 yuan? But he was very clear-headed. The urgent priority was to replenish the mana potions. No longer serving as the support for the second and third teams, Zhang Yi could no longer take the 100 bottles of basic mana potions. The previously used 320 bottles for solo grinding had long been depleted. Arriving at the consignment area, the system listed a potion inventory based on his request. Basic mana potion restores 180 points, 10 bottles for 1 Tianxiang coin. Lesser mana potion restores 360 points, 10 bottles for 2 sky coins. Mana potion restores 720 points, 10 bottles for 4 sky coins. Greater mana potion restores 1440 points, 10 bottles for 8 sky coins. He currently has 1420 mana points, so he doesn't need higher tier potions. Therefore, he spent 140 sky coins to buy 100 bottles of greater mana potion and 300 bottles of lesser mana potion. With the subsidy from Yumuching, it should be enough to last a while. You have a message from a friend. Shi Xiao opened the contacts and found a voice message from Yumuching. Yunwu, stop playing, hurry to assemble at the dungeon. Only then did he realize he had been in the trade zone for 20 minutes and immediately started running back. Outside the dungeon, Wang Ling and the other 3 had been waiting for a long time. Also, Mingxia and his group of 4. Behind Mingxia stood a blonde woman dressed in a pink princess gown, holding a heart-shaped wand, about the same age as Yumuching. Seeing Shi Xiao, the killing intent in Mingxia's eyes intensified. The score for his younger brother being beaten was clearly not yet settled. Shi Xiao sneered lightly and walked straight towards Wang Ling's squad. As he passed by, he saw Shan Liang crouching on the ground, listening to the captain explain the dungeon, and did not disturb him. Shi Xiao, open trade. Good. The trading interface opened, with 100 bottles of mana potions displayed on it. So many? You guys didn't pass? The reward the boss privately gave us, starting today our quota increases to 30 bottles. Shi Xiao nodded and accepted. I've noted this favor. I'll give you all a surprise today. What kind of surprise? Meng Yun immediately leaned in. Shi Xiao smiled mysteriously. You'll know after I'm done with you. TCH Wang Ling curled her lips. Condensed text asterisk. If you don't want it, then forget it. No. We want it, we want it. The 2 women said in unison. In the distance, Mingxia watched Wang Ling and Meng Yun chatting and laughing with Shi Xiao, his jealousy growing stronger. The squad's voice chat was isolated from the outside world, so he could only see the scenes. Humph, it's just an excellent evaluation. Who do you think you are? He squeezed Ning Ziyue hard. Ning Ziyue was angry but dared not speak, her eyes full of resentment as she looked at Shi Xiao. Yumuching announced the task: complete Sin Mine before 5 o'clock, and receive a reward of 20 potions for early completion. Before 4 o'clock, an additional 20 potions. The students cheered. She continued, teams that complete both Sinful Mine and Nightmare Cave before 6 o'clock will each be awarded a fine medal. She raised the medal, accessory, plus 100 HP, plus 120 mana, limited quantity, first come, first served. The whole venue erupted. Even Chi Xiao was tempted. He had run the dungeon many times but had never seen an accessory. Remember, safety first, don't rush just for the reward, Yumuching reminded. The students laughed in response. Sure, Mingjie whispered, Sister Wan, can we get first place? Easy. Half an hour in the mine, about the same for the Nightmare Cave. Good, if we get first, I'll give you a big red envelope. Thanks to you first, sister. Ning Ziyue beside her secretly pursed her lips. Yumuching was about to have everyone enter the dungeon when suddenly applause broke out. A woman in a white shirt, pencil skirt, and black stockings walked over with a group of students. Only one medal for clearing 2 dungeons, and it's limited? Is this the strength of Hanchi No. 1 high school? Teacher Zhongman? Yumuching responded coldly, the place you came to doesn't seem to be Sinful Mine, does it? Simplified version asterisk. Of course not. I'm here this time to have a friendly match with Teacher Yu. Hearing the words friendly match, Yumuching's expression immediately turned ugly, clearly recalling unpleasant memories. Shi Zhao's gaze shifted away from Zhongman and landed on the students behind her. The weapons and armor looked strikingly familiar. It seemed they were the equipment he had sold. He privately guessed that these students might also frequently farm in Sinful Mine. Shi Xiao. Wang Ling quietly tugged at his sleeve, let's hurry into the dungeon. I think we can get a medal. Shi Xiao glanced at his anxious teammate and nodded, let's go. Just as Qi Zhao's team entered the dungeon, Zhongman spoke up, wanna have a little competition? Not interested, maybe another day. Is it lack of interest, or lack of confidence? I won't treat students as chess pieces for amusement. I'm here to inspire fighting spirit and cultivate a sense of competition. If you really want to organize a friendly match, go talk to the principal. Zhongman snorted coldly and turned around with the students to leave. At this moment, Shi Mingjie stopped her, Teacher, I want to sign up. What's the prize? His gaze blatantly swept over Zhongman. Zhongman glanced at him coldly and sneered, second-generation heirs relying on their family elders are unworthy of participating. Shi Mingjie's face darkened. Seeing her leave, he cursed loudly, a slut flaunting herself like that, dressed like a prostitute. Zhongman stopped in her tracks, casting a sideways cold laugh, and said to Muqing, Teacher Yu, your student is really something. Looks like you've been caring for him quite a lot. Yumuching's face turned ashen from humiliation, but he gritted his teeth and held himself back. A woman who can't handle the game. Shi Mingjie spat, leading the team towards the dungeon. Teacher Yu, have the medals ready for me. I'm going to claim it. After speaking, he lecherously glanced at Yumuching's thigh. Shi Mingjie. Yumuching snapped coldly. Condensed text asterisk. Baby, what's wrong? It's nothing, you go ahead. She chose to endure. Okay, baby. At the end of the team, Sister Wan covered her mouth and chuckled lightly, her gaze toward Yumuching full of disdain. In the dungeon, Shi Xiao followed behind, occasionally healing Meng Yun. One reason was to hide his new skills, and the other was to avoid the four from becoming overly reliant. He had already planned to find an opportunity to leave the team and solo run, believing that this well-coordinated team could smoothly clear the dungeon even with a different support. Lazo was easily killed. With Qi Zhao's consent, Wang Ling and the other 3 once again defeated Nightmare in hard mode. Meng Yun obtained the excellent plate armor, Lumberjack Shell. Although her strength was temporarily insufficient, she could make up the difference with points after finishing the mine. Since the parts of the Nig Golem were worthless, Shi Xiao did not let Wang Ling operate the mech. The 4 avoided the iron sand ahead of time and quickly killed Nig. A ring dropped, which Qi Xiao gave up, and Wang Ling obtained it. Gu Jun deeply regretted giving up early. Facing heavy punch for the second time, the 4 were clearly more composed. Meng Yun pulled the monsters, while Wang Ling and the other 2 cleared the elites first. After the artillerymen were cleared, Shi Xiao, to save time, instantly killed Heavy Punch after everyone was knocked back. Heavy Punch dropped excellent chainmail gloves. After equipping them, Meng Yun met the strength requirement and successfully wore the plate chest armor. Afterward, Cookie was easily killed, and the five arrived outside the captain's cabin. Shi Xiao, what surprise are you talking about? The dungeon is almost over, Wang Ling asked expectantly. The surprise is the captain. The captain? Everyone was puzzled. It's just a guess, not yet confirmed. Shi Xiao began assigning tasks. Meng Yun, you hold the captain, and slowly attack. Good. Shui Ruiji, you're in charge of holding the head of the bodyguards and the 3 elites, okay? Me holding the monsters? That's a bit stressful, my equipment isn't very good. Shi Xiao was speechless. Then Meng Yun, can you hold both the captain and the head of the bodyguards at the same time? Condensed text asterisk. That should be fine. She wore chainmail gloves and confidently tapped her breastplate. Shui Ruiji, 3 elite bodyguards, no problem, right? All follow the foster father's orders. Shui Ruiji grinned. Good. You hold the captain and the bodyguard leader, we'll kill the 3 small bodyguards first, be quick. I'll try not to intervene and see how efficient you are. 3, 2, 1, go. Whoosh. Meng Yun charged out first, a shield strike aimed at the bodyguard leader, then dashed at the captain, easily restraining the 2 heads. The bodyguard captain swung the harpoon sweeping strike. Duong. -35. Meng Yun barely lost any blood. Seeing this, Shi Xiao looked towards Shui Ruiji. He swung the heavy hammer, spinning on the spot, dealing a heavy blow to 3 elite bodyguards, forcing them to fight him to the death. The captain is under attack. Come to support. The bodyguard captain shouted. 3 elite bodyguards tried to break away to provide support, but were killed on the way by Wang Ling and Gu Jun. Captain. I'm here to protect you. The head of the security team held a harpoon, moving swiftly inside the cabin, bouncing back and forth like a white ball. Bang! The captain forced Meng Yun back with a punch, angrily pointing at Shi Xiao. You have provoked me. Come out, my warriors. Knock, knock, knock. Footsteps sounded in the corridor. Meng Yun, hold the captain of the bodyguards, kill him first. All right. Under Qi Zhao's treatment, Meng Yun recovered fully and counterattacked, successfully restraining the fast-moving captain of the bodyguards. At the same time, 2 elite pirates, emanating black aura all over their bodies, emerged from the corridor. Shui Ruiji, hold those 2. Ah. Got it. He swung his hammer and charged up. What the heck is this? In less than 30 seconds, the bodyguard captain was killed by the combined efforts of Wang Ling, Meng Yun, and Gu Jun. Meng Yun, Gu Jun, go help Shui Ruiji. Okay. 3 joined the battle, yet had not killed a single black spirit pirate. The captain roared again. Come out. My warriors. Thump thump thump. The sound of footsteps drew closer once more. Hurry up. All right. The 3 of them quickened their attack, fully unleashing the sustained combat capability of the Cleaver team. Meng Yun, stop attacking for now, go help them. Meng Yun dodged the captain's attack, turned around, and went to support the Black Gas Pirates' battlefield. Quickly, a black-spirited pirate was killed. Dark Pirate defeated, gained 2 points. Wow. 2 points. The 4 immediately noticed the panel prompt. Don't celebrate too soon, new pirates are coming. Quick. Good. Only then did they understand the surprise Qi Xiao had mentioned, instantly boosting their morale as they prepared to fight with all their strength. Before the new pirates could charge in, the pirates inside the cabin had already fallen one after another. Enraged pirate defeated, gained 2 points. Enraged pirate defeated, gained 2 points. Fatigue was completely overshadowed by excitement. Qi Xiao only needed to occasionally cast minor healing on Meng Yun, spending the rest of the time focused on watching the field. Damn! The pirates are here again. Under Captain Cliff's continuous summons, all the demonic pirates in the lower decks were awakened and were all killed by the four. Finally, Cliff stopped summoning. Wang Ling, go check the passage and see if there are any pirates left. If not, kill the captain. All right. A quick response came, no more pirates. Good, deal with it. Cliff, having lost his subordinates, was powerless and was killed in less than a minute. Congratulations to the 5 celestial ones for clearing the dungeon's sinful mine. Evaluation, excellent. Additional bonus points, 10. Only 10 points? Humph. Everyone collapsed to the ground. How about this surprise? Awesome. Shui Ruizhi gasped for breath. Meng Yun struggled to open the panel, and the next second, a scream echoed through the cave. What's your name? 546 points. Points. 546 points. Shui Ruizhi immediately checked the panel and also shouted excitedly, my foster father. You are so smart. Wang Ling and Gu Jun were equally thrilled. Shi Xiao smiled as he looked at everyone. Normally, clearing sinful mine and receiving an excellent rating should earn each person 146 points, but thanks to Qi Xiao's discovery, they got an extra 400 points. Counting the 256 points from yesterday, I already have 802 points. Oh my god. So many points. Qi Xiao, you're way too clever. You make us look so stupid. Stupid is stupid, following the adoptive father around, what brain do you need? I'm going to learn Whirlwind Slash. Tomorrow I'll go all out on Lazo. Everyone was excited. Qi Xiao laughed and interrupted, alright, let's move to the new chapter, don't waste time, aim to get the medal. Yes. The medal. Should we run the mine again? All night. Don't mess around, let's go. With Qi Xiao here, we can definitely get it. I'll go ahead first. Qi Xiao turned into a golden light and flew towards the dungeon entrance. As the 5 of them arrived, they heard Zhang Yi's loud voice, second day and you still can't get through? How can you be this stupid? Wang Ling and a few others exchanged smiles, the gap had already widened. At this moment, Yumuching walked over, oh? You're done? So fast? Yes, teacher Yu, excellent rating. Wang Ling said sweetly, and seeing a group of dusty and tired-looking students behind her, she spoke even louder, and we. Ahem ahem. Qi Xiao cleared his throat lightly. And what else? Yumuching pressed. And teacher Yu's skin is really good. Wang Ling quickly changed the subject. Meng Yun nodded vigorously. Yumuching chuckled, alright, I believe you. Exchange materials for potions, give 10 extra bottles as a bonus, and since you use them quickly, add 40 more bottles per person. Yay! The nightmare cave still needed to be cleared, and all the supplies were handed over to Yumuching for management. At this moment, in the eyes of both of them, she looked perfect. If she hadn't arranged things back then, they wouldn't have teamed up with Qi Xiao. Not bad, just from looking at the equipment and supplies, I can tell you didn't lie, Yumuching nodded approvingly. We are an A-grade team. Wang Ling said, hands on her hips. After 2 dungeon runs, the 5 people's gear had clearly improved. That's right. Qi Xiao is really impressive. Wang Ling did not hide it at all. Yumuching looked meaningfully at Qi Xiao, in what way is he impressive? The revised copy is as follows. A male student sitting on the ground sneered, making Wang Ling speechless on the spot, her face turning bright red. Shut up. How dare you ask? Zhang Yi tapped the student's forehead, tell me, in what way are you impressive? And not impressive at all, the male student shrank back and stayed silent. Qi Xiao, lead the team well and strive to reach the first rank as soon as possible. After the team reaches the first rank, the school will award scholarships. Scholarships? The 5 immediately perked up. If you can reach the 3rd rank by the first semester of senior year, you might even be recommended to Baidu Academy. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you. We will work hard. Foster father. I'm counting on you. Shui Ruizhi knelt down in public and hugged Qi Xiao's thigh. The heavy atmosphere instantly collapsed. Shi Xiao! Jiang Yi shouted. Ha? What's wrong? Shi Xiao asked while kicking someone. Take your adopted son away. The students couldn't help but laugh out loud, then quickly lowered their heads. Shui Ruiji, if you cause trouble again, I'll request to switch teams. Under the watchful eyes of Wang Ling and the others, Shui Ruiji quickly admitted defeat. I was just joking, I'll go change the supplies. Shi Xiao said to the three of them, don't give me any more magic power potions in the future, I didn't use a single bottle today. That won't do. Wait until I'm done before giving me more. You fought very well today, I'm quite reassured. Only then did Wang Ling and the others nod, it's a deal. Shi Xiao, shall we go? I haven't changed my supplies yet. Just as Qi Xiao walked up to Yumuching, 5 figures appeared from the dungeon. Seeing who they were, his good mood instantly vanished. We should be the first, right? Shi Mingjie stretched lazily. Wan Jie's proud expression vanished, replaced only by disgust. Ning Ziyue and her close friend lowered their heads in silence. His little brother grinned foolishly, wearing the same style of mail plate armor as Mang Yun, with a cruel barbed hook hanging at his waist. Obviously, he had also entered the mine. But when Mingjie saw Qi Xiao at that moment, his smile immediately froze. Old man, these are my supplies. Take the potion and don't hesitate to drink it. I've sent you the coordinates for the Nightmare Cave. Okay, let's go. Qi Xiao, stop! Shi Mingjie shouted. Qi Xiao seemed not to hear, checking the coordinates while walking out of the crowd. Wang Ling and Gujun followed, Mang Yun and Shui Ruiji came next. 5 people walked side by side, heading toward the Nightmare Cave. Damn! I'll kill that bastard sooner or later. Sister Wan glanced secretly at Shimingji, then looked meaningfully at Qi Xiao's back. Let's go, we're also going to the Nightmare Cave. Boss, wait a moment, said the younger brother. Let it out quickly. I'm going to find Teacher Yu to exchange supplies. I'll give you 10 seconds. The little brother had just reached Yumuching's side, but Yumuching said coldly, I'm going into the dungeon, you all wait here. Saying this, she went straight into the dungeon. Damn, this bitch. Sister Wan whispered, she's your teacher, keep your voice down. Shi Mingjie showed no restraint and shouted loudly on the public channel, she's a bitch, and so are you. A tier 3 support who runs slower than someone not even entered the tier. I'm decked out in top tier gear and almost died in the dungeon. If you're not useless, then what are you? Did you only become team leader by brown-nosing my dad? The surrounding students heard everything clearly. Sister Wan turned pale, took a deep breath, and said, Xiaojia, I have something to attend to, I'll leave first. She then left the team, dissolving into light as she departed. Do you dare to leave? Shi Mingjie immediately sent a message. You better come back, or I'll have my dad kick you out of the guild. Warning, you are no longer on the recipient's friend list, message failed to send. Bitch, he shouted angrily. What am I supposed to do without the potion? The younger brother panicked. Then go die. Before the words were out, Jiang Yi stepped in front of him. Snap. A sharp slap. Shi Mingjie, starting today, you are suspended from school. You don't need to come anymore. What? You fat pig, how dare you hit me? Snap. Another slap. These 2 slaps are from your dad. Just for insulting the teacher, I can expel you. Get out. Shi Mingjie gritted his teeth, who do you think you are? My dad, a berserker rejected by the 3rd guild, deserves to be a teacher? Believe it or not, I'll make sure you can't even be a teacher. The square is a protected area, where attacks cause no harm. These 2 slaps felt more like humiliation. Jiang Yi ignored him and looked at the 3 behind him. Ning Ziyue, Shen Yanran, Xu Zhao, are they dropping out together with him, or staying to be reassigned? The words were obviously meant for Shi Mingjie. Condensed text asterisk. You 3 either come with me, or don't even think about joining my dad's guild in the future. Shi Mingjie threatened coldly. Xu Zhao looked at Jiang Yi, then at Shi Mingjie, hesitating. Ning Ziyue wanted to give up but kept her head down, afraid to speak. She was afraid of Jiang Yi and even more afraid of Shi Mingjie. Shan Yanran lightly tugged at Ning Ziyue's sleeve and whispered, "Xiao Ning, come with me to teacher Jiang." Ning Ziyue hesitated and did not reply. "Alright, can't make a decision, huh?" Shi Mingjie sneered, "Then we'll both take a leave of absence. Let's go back to the office now to handle the paperwork." "Teacher Jiang, I'm quitting the team." Shan Yanran looked at Ning Ziyue with disappointment and stepped back to stand behind Jiang Yi. In the sinful mind, she had long seen through Shi Mingjie's character, grabbing equipment, spouting insults, disorganized commands, and causing teammates to die multiple times. If it weren't for the Tier 3 support, they would have been abandoned long ago. Now was the best time to leave. Shang Yanran kept exchanging glances, but Ning Ziyue kept her head down. She stepped forward to pull someone, but her hand was slapped away with a snap. Shang Yanran smiled bitterly and stepped back behind Jiang Yi. "Ha ha ha. This is my wife." Shi Mingjie laughed loudly and hugged Ning Ziyue. "I'll give you a good reward when we get back." Ning Ziyue remained silent. "Shu Chao, what about you?" I'll go with the boss." Shi Mingjie was in a great mood. "Not bad. Then the three of you come back to the office with me. Shang Yanran, I'll assign you to a team again." After the three disappeared, Jiang Yi also left the celestial dome. Shang Yanran muttered softly, "So cheap." At the same time, Shi Xiao and the other four did not head to the Nightmare Cave but went to the Points Mall to learn skills first. "Ha ha. Got the whirlwind slash." Shui Ruizhi spun around in place waving his twin hammers. "I learned disappear, and I can blind too." Wang Ling threw out a flashbang, instantly disappearing and reappearing behind Shi Xiao. "My skill is shield wall, so I won't fear the demonized pirates anymore." "Then leave the damage output to me, slash everywhere." Condensed text asterisk. Gu Jun swung the double blades in his hands so fast that after images almost appeared. "Shi Xiao? What skill did you learn?" "Me?" Shi Xiao smiled, lightly curled his finger, and a golden halo merged into Meng Yun's body. "What is this?" "The Heart of Light can resist one negative status." The reason Shi Xiao chose this skill was because in the morning class, Yumuching emphasized the key point by banging on the blackboard. The difficulty of the Nightmare Cave dungeon is not high, but all bosses will cast sleep-type control skills. Once they start chanting, you must immediately interrupt, escape, or even self-harm. Especially if the support is put to sleep, it could very likely cause the team to wipe. Wang Ling immediately realized the skill's value. This is the priest's signature skill. It can resist fear, sleep, confusion, frenzy, charm, and other effects. After strengthening, it has hidden effects as well. Hidden effects? Shi Xiao didn't think much about it, he just wanted the dungeon to be more stable. Besides Heart of Light, he also bought Mind Vision. As for healing, restoration, and resurrection skills, they either consumed too much or were temporarily useless. "Let's go, let's try to finish Nightmare Cave before school ends." At this moment, Shi Zhao's upgrade progress had reached April 10th. The five quickly arrived at the dungeon entrance. In front of the azure vortex, Shi Xiao stepped in first. The sound of dripping water echoed inside the cave, and a quest prompt popped up on the interface. Quest objective: eliminate the corrupted nightmare. The damp and humid cave seemed bottomless. "I have claustrophobia," Shui Ruizhi's voice trembled. "Cut it out, you're just cowardly." Gu Jun shot him a glare. "I'll explain the dungeon strategy." Class monitor Wang Ling said crisply, "You can't kill the nightmare directly, it roams inside the cave. To make it appear, you have to break the magic arrays guarded by the four bosses. One in the west, one in the center, and two in the east." She squatted down and drew a diagram on the ground with a stone. Shi Xiao compared it to the data in his memory and barely understood. "I suggest drilling from west to east to improve efficiency." Any objections? Everyone was silent. Gu Jun, any precautions? "It seems like not, right? The teacher said to go from east to west, we can't kill Ryan in the west first." Meng Ling reminded. "What are you afraid of?" Going from the west is on the way, going to the east requires a detour. Wang Ling decided, then we'll start from the west. Meng Yun, pull the monsters. Mm. Meng Yun walked at the front, leading the team deeper into the cave. The ground was slippery, and the moisture grew thicker. After passing through the dimness, the view suddenly opened up a huge underground maze. Faint light filtered through cracks in the cave ceiling, but it was far from enough to illuminate the space. Qi Xiao raised the firestone staff. The ruby at the tip glowed brighter, and a soft light spread in the darkness, as if dispelling the shadows around. With every step the five took forward, the darkness receded a bit. So the staff can light the way, someone exclaimed in amazement. Qi Xiao felt a stir in his heart, no wonder its purchase price was not low. Tomorrow, when grinding sinful mine, can each person have their own weapon? Good. The light from the staff attracted several glowing green slime monsters. Slime monster. Health, 1273. Damage, 180. Defense, 22. Retreat. It's poisonous. Gu Jun warned. My stats are so weak, watch me take it on solo. Shui Ruweiji scoffed and charged forward with his hammer. The whirlwind thundered down. Minus 277. Minus 400. Minus 386. Minus 372. 172 points of overkill damage. Used a skill followed by normal attacks, killing the soft slime monster in a few hits. As expected, that was easy. Before the words had fallen, the soft pulp monster exploded with a bang. The splattered mucus covered Shui Ruweiji all over. Ah! It's poisonous! Poisonous! The rotting flesh caused intense pain, his screams echoed through the cave, quickly attracting the nearby wandering elite bipedal raptors. Idiot, don't shout! Shoo! It's not that Shui Ruweiji is cowardly, but the poison of the slime monster is too strong. Just a splash on the body causes life points to drop rapidly. 626262. Qi Xiao immediately applied a stimulant healing spell, but found that the bleeding continued. Seeing the new skin rot again, he noticed the prompt message. Rotten poison, reduces health by 15% per second, lasting 20 seconds. This poison is brutal, I have to keep healing. Qi Xiao could only keep casting spells and realized the necessity of the recovery skill. Damn, another slime monster is coming. During a brief pause, 7 or 8 slime monsters slowly approached. Fall back to the passage. But we're all melee fighters, and slime monsters counter us perfectly. The team's configuration flaw became apparent, the slime monsters self-destruct upon death, precisely affecting melee fighters. I'll go. Qi Xiao stood in front of the 4 and continuously cast light punishment. 270270. It took a full 5 shots to kill one. Bang! The slime monster self-destructed 5 meters away, without affecting Qi Xiao. At this moment, he noticed the staff's glow dimming due to mana consumption and immediately reminded, Wang Ling, you guys retreat once the slime monster is nearly dead, I'll finish it off. The Firestone staff requires mana to maintain its glow, I can't keep attacking continuously. Understood. The 4 immediately sprang into action. Half-health Shui Ruweiji put away his contempt. In their view, Nightmare Cave was harder than Sinful Mine in certain aspects. The previous ease was only because they had changed equipment and learned new skills. Facing elite monsters with traits, they still couldn't be careless, there was no easy dungeon in the celestial space. After a brief period of coordination, the 5 were able to efficiently handle the slime monsters. 4 of them split into 2 groups to attack simultaneously, retreating after wearing the monsters down, while Qi Xiao dealt the finishing blow to avoid self-explosion damage. After clearing the slime monsters, Meng Yun led the team along the small stream deep inside the western cave following the planned route. Most of the wild cave monsters encountered on the way were killed by Wang Ling before they could even launch an attack. The elite monsters were either wandering or dazed, making the overall difficulty quite low. Upon seeing the 5-person team, the monsters showed no fighting spirit, instead, it felt like the team was the one looking for trouble. Fortunately, Wang Ling and Mang Yun had carefully listened to their teacher's instructions on the route, and they soon found the leader guarding the seal. Lord of the Viper Lane. Health, 3270. Damage, 212. Defense, 35. Skills: Snake Swarm Entanglement, Snake Transformation, Venom Spray, Sleep, Soul Symbiosis. It will transform into a snake and spit poison during battle. When chanting, it makes a two-tone sound, meaning it's about to cast sleep. Damage taken while asleep increases by 100%. However, with Qi Zhao's Heart of Light, we can't be careless. Let's go, swift and decisive. I'll step in at a critical moment. Qi Zhao's words reassured everyone, and they immediately engaged in battle. Whirlwind Slash. Wild Dance. Be careful, it's about to chant. Lian began chanting the sleep spell, and 5 halos instantly enveloped everyone. When the chant ended, golden light flashed on Gujun's and Mang Yun's chests. The Heart of Light has dispelled the sleep effect. The Heart of Light has dissolved the sleep effect. It really can resist sleep. With Qixio here, let's go. A new round of attacks began, and Ryan's health rapidly dropped. When it reached 50%, it unleashed a shockwave, knocking the 4 people back, then its bones cracked as it exhaled green mist, transforming into a fully emerald green cobra. Hiss! It lunged at Meng Yun. No, there's poison all around, pull her out. I'm already pulling, cough. Meng Yun inhaled the poisonous mist, and her health instantly dropped by 40%. Qi Xiao raised his hand twice, restoring her health to full. After thanking him, she rejoined the battle. Ryan's health dropped to 30%, his body covered in wounds, bearing his fangs. Puff, puff, puff. Venom sprayed, and all 4 people's health dropped simultaneously. It hurts so much. Don't stop, finish it now. Golden light fell, and the health rapidly recovered. 20%. 10%. 5%. 0%. Ryan, who had over 3,000 health points, was killed by the combined attack. I will not die like this. Master. A white soul emerged from its mouth, eventually merging into the indispersible darkness. Qi Xiao looked up at the dissipating soul form, deep in thought. Plop, 2 pieces of equipment fell from Ryan's body. Ryan defeated, gained 3 points. Wang Ling bent down to pick up the equipment. Quick, see if Qi Xiao can use them. What dropped were the poison fawn leggings and Ryan's belt, both with great attributes, especially the belt, which has extremely high armor. This belt is amazing. Shui Ruizhi exclaimed involuntarily. Shui Ruizhi and Meng Yun spoke at the same time. I want it. Let go. I go first. The two argued without end, while complaining that Nightmare Cave was confusing and dark, and that it was easier to grind Evil Mine. I am your shield, so I definitely go first. But it doesn't add endurance. But the armor is high. Gujun timidly interjected, actually, I can use it too. You dare, they said in unison. Gujun immediately backed down and withdrew. Finally decided to go all in. Shui Ruizhi, 83 points. Meng Yun, 9 points. The belt transformed into blue light and belonged to Shui Ruizhi. Ah, it is destiny. Damn it. Then they divided the greaves. Meng Yun quickly said, I'll take the one that adds endurance first. Wang Ling and Gujun protested simultaneously. Battle for points again. Wang Ling, 45 points. Meng Yun, 8 points. Gujun, 55 points. Leg guards go to Gujun. Ha, nothing can be done. Meng Yun, empty-handed, said angrily, come back tomorrow. After destroying the magic formation, Qi Xiao looked at the others fussing around in silence. When they finished, he raised his staff and led the team to jump down from the stone platform, returning along the way. During the battle with Ryan just now, Qi Xiao did not strike to kill, only healing from the rear. Wang Ling and the other 3 had no complaints at all. They were very clear about Qi Xiao's strength. If he had acted, with his equipment and the calm and collected talent, Ryan would have easily been killed instantly, at most just having his mana completely drained. But he didn't do that. He was giving them a chance. What they lack most right now is not points, but practical combat experience. Only in real battles can they improve their reaction and adaptability. After graduating from the third year of high school, the team will eventually disband and each member will go to their respective schools. They can't be teammates with Qi Xiao forever. Qi Xiao's talent has already shown, his future is limitless, and he might even be specially recruited by a prestigious university. If they rely on him for everything now, when facing greater challenges in the future, they will only be eliminated from the team due to lack of experience. So in every battle, they give it their all. There are only 3 magical arrays left. Hurry! The cave was dim, with scattered elite monsters wandering around, and a few of them were starting to feel sleepy. Shui Ruiji complained, "This cave is too winding, I don't want to grind anymore." Gu Jun agreed, "How about switching to pirates tomorrow?" "No way." Meng Yun decisively refused, "I want pants and a belt." "Then we could switch to another dungeon, it doesn't have to be here." "Qi Xiao, what do you think?" "Today's goal is to get the medal." Qi Xiao walked at the front holding his staff, his tone calm. Actually, he didn't want to fight either, his arm holding the staff was already sore. Soon, they arrived in front of the second boss. "You have disturbed the master's dream." Priest Andra's voice was crisp with a deep hoarseness, like a duet. Snap! Gu Jun slammed his forehead hard, "Damn! I shouldn't have hit lane first. I forgot again. I'll take the hit first." You explained slowly. Before the words had fallen, Meng Yun had already raised her shield and charged forward. She had long formed the habit, when she heard the enemy speak, she would immediately rush to the front. By the time Andra conjured lightning with both hands, she was already closing in. "Forget talking, fight while you speak. Go support Meng Yun quickly." Qi Xiao urged. "Yes." In just a few seconds, Andra threw out a ball of lightning from each hand. "What?" "2 spheres. The lightning arrow actually tracks." Meng Yun could only grit her teeth and take the hit, she absolutely could not let them strike Qi Xiao or Wang Ling of Shuebo. Bang! -291. Ah! That hurts. Her arm went numb, completely losing sensation. For the first time, Meng Yun felt a near-death premonition. A single lightning arrow took away so much of her health. Andra is just a minor boss, how could she be so strong? The second lethal lightning arrow was about to strike, and Qi Xiao's secondary healing spell timely enveloped her. Plus 302, 11 points of overhealing. -292. Plus 302, overdose treatment at 10 points. Ha, that was close. 2 lightning bolts fell, and Meng Yun was unharmed. She was about to charge again when she saw Andra gather 2 balls of lightning with both hands once more. Remembering the helpless numbness she just experienced, her legs went weak. "Don't be dazed, Meng Yun." Qi Xiao shouted, and she gritted her teeth to charge forward. A soldier must not be timid. Trust your teammates. At this moment, the other 3 also rushed to Andila's side, giving their all in attack. But after a few strikes, Meng Yun, Wang Ling, and Shuiruiji all sensed something was wrong. Andra is too tough. The skill damage is noticeably lower than when fighting Ryan, and the health bar decreases very slowly. Gu Jun said in a deep voice, "The only thing to watch out for in the Nightmare Cave is that you cannot kill the Viper Lord Ryan first. He has a skill called Soul Symbiosis. If you kill him first, he will symbiotically transfer his abilities and skills to the other 3 bosses." The 3 spoke in unison, "Why didn't you say it earlier?" "You didn't ask either. This morning Boss Wang even drew 3 circles on the blackboard." Caught off guard, they then said, "Then why are you only saying it now?" Gu Jun snorted coldly and bowed his head to continue working. Priest Andra. Health points, 2774 plus 1090. Damage, 220 plus 71. Defense, 21 plus 11. Skills, Rejuvenation, Lightning Arrow, Thorn Technique, Hypnosis, Snake Swarm Entanglement, Snake Transformation, Venom Spray, Slumber, Soul Symbiosis. Andra had already foreseen the arrival of Qixiao's team during prayer, so she took the initiative to strike as soon as Qixiao appeared. Bang bang bang! Swish swish swish! With Qixiao's healing as backup, the four launched an all-out assault. But Andra withstood the damage and even cast rejuvenation right on the spot. The health barely dropped below 75%, but was stabilized by healing and stopped declining. Pressure surged, and the four frantically used their skills. Fortunately, they were the Cleaver team, with no mana restrictions, allowing continuous high-frequency output. At this moment, Andras cast Ryan's skill, Sleep. 1 second later, golden light flashed on Shuairuiji and Gujun's chests. Sleep was resisted by Heart of Light. That was close. Andra did not stop and cast Hypnosis. Again, this time, Shuairuiji and Wang Ling were hit. Fortunately, Qi Zhao's Heart of Light was instantly activated, timely adding a shield that blocked the control. After dodging Hypnosis twice in a row, Shuairuiji's expression grew serious. Whirlwind Slash. Chaotic Dance. After a fierce round of attacks, Andra's health dropped to 45%. Good. Let's finish it off with another round. Before the words were out, Andra's bones cracked loudly, a shockwave erupted, and it transformed into a venomous snake. Damn! The four were not blown away, but all fell backward. Both feet had long been entangled by spiky thorns. Thorn technique? When was it cast? The more they struggled, the tighter the binding became. Andra in snake form hissed, and a response came from the darkness. Not good, it's a swarm of snakes. Quickly chop the thorns. Wang Ling shouted while chopping. Shuairuiji also panicked, almost chopped myself. If only I had fire abilities. Just as the four broke free from the thorns and prepared to fight again, a flash of golden light suddenly appeared and disappeared. Looking up, Andra was already dead. Qixiao finally made a move. The swarm of snakes that had emerged from the darkness dissolved into black smoke. Qixiao looked at the dissipating soul-white mist, frowned, and said, "Take the medals and don't come back. This time is enough for me to farm the mine 5 times. All right, everyone responded in unison. Meng Yun ran to pick up the dropped items. Poison Fang Belt, Superior, Defense 9, Stamina plus 5, Agility plus 2, part of the Poison Fang set. Glowing Cloak, Superior, Defense 14, Spirit plus 3, Agility plus 6. The Poison Fang Belt is a must. The cloak has Spirit, it's definitely suitable for E. Qixiao. Agility also fits. Everyone understood that the cloak was suitable for close combat. I'll take the cloak. Qixiao nodded. All right, we'll wait for the captain. Wang Ling agreed readily. Qixiao made a decisive decision. Swish. The cloak transformed into blue light and flew into the personal space. He currently had only 3 strength points, still 1 point short for wearing it. But thinking that better weapons in the future would require more strength, he no longer hesitated. High-quality equipment could easily be sold for 1100 points, and these 500 points were just the cost of 1 round in the mine. Points can be farmed, strength will increase sooner or later, so it's not a waste. He used 500 points to exchange for 1 attribute point, adding it to strength. Current advancement progress, May 10th. After strength increased to 4 points, Qixiao immediately put on his cloak. A dazzling white incandescent light burst from his back, dispelling the darkness within 10 meters. The place where the team of 5 stood instantly became as bright as daylight. Wow! What is this light? Qi Zhao's cloak. It can even be used as a light bulb? I can't look directly. Foster father is so bright. Shuairuiji started again. When the book was released, the classmates immediately knew that Qixiao had taken the cloaks of the 4 melee fighters. On the other side, the 4 teammates were no longer polite. Ong Ling, you already have a belt, why are you still fighting for this? Shuairuiji joked. Ah. Right, then I give up. Ong Ling immediately backed off. Shuairuiji, you have a belt too. Gu Jun reminded. Then I'll give up too, I was just joining in for fun anyway. Shuairuiji scratched his head and agreed to give up. Meng Yun, I have pants, just enough to make a two-piece set. No way. I lost to you last time, this time I want to win. Bring it on. Meng Yun rolled 12 points, 1 to 100, dot. Good Jun rolled 22 points, 1 to 100, dot. Why? Meng Yun broke down. Heaven has eyes. Good Jun calmly accepted. My belt and pants. There are others too, don't fuss over it. Young lady, with this amount of time, you could have cleared the mine several times, don't be too attached to early stage gear. Humph. After clearing the remaining branches and wiping away the magic array, the group followed Qishao toward the east side of the cave. With the cloak on, Qishao no longer needed to raise his staff, looking like a walking light bulb. If there were 5 cloaks, it wouldn't be impossible to fight here. But you can only do it once a day, the points are too few, haven't even reached 50 points yet. No small monsters, easy to get lost, difficult path, wastes too much time. Did you notice? If you don't fight lion first, these bosses are actually very weak. That's because we've gotten stronger. Lightning arrows hit me for nearly 300. That much? We need to increase resistance. Can't be careless. This dungeon is way too unfriendly to melee. Yeah, now even the mine looks appealing to me. You're just looking kindly at the corrupted pirates. Hee hee. The 4 of them simultaneously looked toward Qishao, who was walking at the front. If he hadn't acted just now, they probably would have had to struggle with Andra for a long time. A good talent is truly an endless help, the 4 silently sighed. After clearing several elite monsters along the way, a magic array consisting of 5 giant stones appeared at the corner ahead. In the center of the array, a boss was kneeling and praying. It had sensed the 5 of them, stopped its action, and drew 2 snake-headed hammers from its waist. Priest pisseth. HP, 2409 plus 1635 plus 1387. Damage, 224 plus 106 plus 110. Defense, 12 plus 18 plus 11. Skills, Healing Wave, Lightning Bolt, Thunderstomp, Hypnosis, Snake Swarm Entanglement, Transformation into Snake, Venom Spray, Sleep, Soul Symbiosis, Thorn Magic, Rejuvenation. Attack! Meng Yun charged out first, wanting to strike before Pieces could make a move. She didn't want to be hit by that tingling lightning bolt again. Keep up! Wang Ling, Go Jun, and Shui Ruweiji quickly scattered, preparing to encircle. However, before approaching, Pieces had already launched 3 lightning arrows simultaneously, aimed respectively at Meng Yun, Wang Ling, and Shui Ruweiji. Not good. 3 lightning arrows. It has become stronger. Meng Yun's face changed drastically. It has inherited the abilities of 2 bosses. Bang! Minus 445. Ah! Meng Yun twitched all over, her health instantly dropping below 20%. The other 3 abruptly slammed on their brakes and turned to flee. Even Meng Yun was crippled with 1 hit. If they took a hit, there was only one outcome. Death. The shadow of death instantly engulfed them. All cooperation, all tactics, vanished in the face of instinct. Pieces in the formation did not stop and fired 3 more lightning arrows. Buzz buzz buzz. The lightning with tracking effect chased after the 4. The nearest, Meng Yun, had already collapsed on the ground. Qishao at the rear had a darkened expression. If he didn't act now, the group would be wiped out. He moved his index finger. Secondary treatment technique. Shield of light. Shield of light. Shield of light. Meng Yun stared at the approaching lightning arrow, feeling as if time had slowed, her heartbeat pounding like a drum. I have never even had a passionate love affair. How can I die here? At this moment, there was only one name left in her heart. Qishao. The next moment, a warmth enveloped her cold body, golden light blazing hot. I'm not dead? However, the second lightning arrow was already right before her eyes. Meng Yun broke down and shouted, "No! Stop!" She instinctively raised her hand to shield herself and tightly closed her eyes. 1 second later, a smack sound came from in front of her face, accompanied by a sizzling noise like a hot iron being quenched. She opened her eyes and saw the lightning arrow blocked by a transparent film shimmering with a golden light, constantly being consumed and getting smaller and smaller. Only when it was the size of a quail egg did it pierce the film and land on the tip of her nose. It didn't hurt, just a slight numbness and itchiness. 57. What is this? A shout from behind came from Qi Xiao, Meng Yun. Come back quickly. She turned around and saw Pisith again gathering blue lightning in his hands. She immediately grabbed her shield and sword and turned to flee. Only then did she realize that everyone was surrounded by faint golden bubbles outside their bodies, and the chasing lightning balls were continuously shrinking. Incandescent light suddenly appeared in front of her, shielding her behind it. The golden and white light intertwined, instantly dispersing the darkness surrounding Pisith. Pisith, with full health, only saw a burst of golden light like the sun. 2762765605559. 20 light penances fell one after another. Ugh! The lightning arrow in its hand dissipated, and 5,431 health points instantly dropped to zero. Pisas fell to his knees, his soul like white mist flying out and merging into the darkness. Pisas has been killed, 3 points gained. The battle is over. Qi Xiao looked at the 4 people still shaken, and shook his head with a bitter smile. It can't be that they've triggered hard mode again. At the current difficulty of Nightmare Cave, his teammates were no longer able to continue fighting. Meng Yun, blushing, walked up beside him. Qi Xiao, thank you. She tucked her hair behind her ear, feeling a bit shy. It's okay, I was careless just now too, and almost didn't save you. Qi Xiao recalled dozing off during the morning class and not remembering the key points Yumuching had explained, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to fight Ryan first. Meng Yun clumsily shook her head vigorously, without saying anything further. And Wang Ling was still trembling slightly, clearly not yet recovered from the earlier shock. After escaping death, Gujun said guiltily, this time it's my fault. I didn't remember what the teacher had taught, always only thinking of it afterward. This bad habit needs to be fixed. Ah, if you say so, then how am I any different from a loser? I also listened to the class, Shui Ruizhi quickly comforted him. So you really are a loser? Gujun glared at him. Aya? Serves you right. Counting on you was like being blind. One more word, and I'll kill you when I quit the team. Come. Let me show you my big iron hammer. All right. Qi Xiao interrupted, everyone is at fault this time, don't let it happen again. Yes. The 4 said in unison. Who went to see what pieces dropped? I. Shui Ruizhi ran over. Venom Fong breastplate, fine leather armor. Defense 29, stamina +7, strength +3, agility +9. Required agility 8. Venom Fong set, 0/5. Viper's Sting, superior dagger. Damage +57, attack speed 1.60 seconds. Special effect, chance to poison on hit, dealing 20 damage every 3 seconds for 15 seconds. Required strength 10. Breastplate. I already have 2 sets, could you show some mercy this time? Gujun pleaded eagerly. No, this time I want to compete too. Shui Ruizhi smirked mischievously. I don't want the breastplate, I'll take the dagger. Wang Ling stared at the dagger. I'll join in too, to prove my luck. Meng Yun's eyes were red from losing. Alright, let's do this. Gujun said calmly. Sure enough, what could dispel fear was either points or equipment. The 4 instantly revived with full health. I'll go first and decide the outcome in one move. Shui Ruizhi said as he rolled the dice. Shui Ruizhi rolled 83 points, 1 to 100. Ha ha. The breastplate is mine. Meng Yun gritted her teeth, you go first. No, I like the final kill. Humph. I go first. Smack. Rolled a 6, 1 to 100. Why? Everyone burst into laughter, even Qi Xiao couldn't help it. Gujun, let's see how you turn this around. Shui Ruizhi crossed his arms. I will definitely kill you. You can't possibly win. Meng Yun said, her voice choked with tears. Gujun sneered coldly and pressed the demand. Snap. Gujun rolled 93 points, 1 to 100. The three of them were stunned in an instant. Shi Xiao stood to the side, looking thoughtful. Thank you, thank you. Gujun laughed heartily, cupping his hands. His chest armor turned into blue light and was stored away, and he even changed it publicly to show off. Meng Yun was going crazy. Why? How can he win 3 times in a row? Don't envy him, he's just overdrawing his good luck, warned Wang Ling. Gujun paid no attention to the others' complaints. Shi Xiao flipped through the records and suddenly spoke up. Gujun, is your talent related to comparing numbers? Everyone was stunned and looked at Gujun at the same time. Gujun stammered, unable to speak. Yeah, you never mentioned your talent, and you're not noticeable in battle either. Gujun just scratched his head and chuckled foolishly. Wang Ling pressed on, how did you figure that out? Shi Xiao explained, the scores he won with 3 times were all 10 points higher than the second place. When he had no need, he gave up directly, unlike others who just threw casually. Since the equipment can be traded, winning doesn't really matter, but he deliberately didn't throw. I see. So meticulous. Meng Yun's eyes lit up. Gujun remained silent. Speak. Is it true or not? Wang Ling punched forward. Gujun sighed and laughed, you saw through me. I only made a move after losing 3 sets in a row. You're so mean. Meng Yun angrily hit him. I can't help it either, I can't control my talent. Under the pressing questions of everyone, Gujun revealed the truth. His talent is Lucky Star. Lucky Star, always 10 points higher than the current highest score in the team, up to a maximum of 100. This is just too unfair. A gambler's divine skill. Invincible when grabbing loot from now on. Stealthy enough, no one even noticed. Damn it, my talent is the worst, only a 10% boost to spirit. Useful later on. I'm a physics major, do you expect me to stand in the back and throw magic wands? Not impossible either. The 3 teammates all showed expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment. Shi Xiao also glanced at Gujun several more times. The types of talents were surprisingly diverse. He had originally thought they were merely auxiliary means to enhance combat power, but he hadn't expected them to cover nearly everything. Alright, keep moving. Be more careful when snatching equipment next time. Next time, tie Gujun up before playing. Shui Ruizhi said viciously. Wait, are we still going to fight? I don't think we can win. Meng Yun was a bit worried. There were at least 3 more bosses ahead, and their strength would only be greater. What's there to fear? With my adoptive father here, a little nightmare cave is nothing. To others, it might sound like bragging, but to Meng Yun, Gujun, and Wang Ling, it was a reassurance. As long as Shi Xiao acted, they could win. Shi Xiao, sorry for causing you trouble, Wang Ling said softly. I'm just too clumsy, couldn't even withstand the monster, Meng Yun quickly added. I'm always troubling you. Wang Ling said again. Shui Ruizhi and Gujun exchanged a glance and silently stepped back. Alright, stop talking. I'll take over for the second half. Shi Xiao had already decided to act personally. Letting them go on would be a death sentence. After getting out, learn a resurrection spell. The 5 continued forward, arriving at the last magic formation. The one defending the formation is Lord Findus, standing in the center of the wide rocky platform. The entire platform is shrouded in darkness, with a magic array inscribed in the center. Lord Findus. Health, 2970 plus 3270 plus 2774 plus 2409. Damage, 224 plus 244 plus 220 plus 212. Defense, 40 plus 12 plus 35 plus 35. Skills, Healing Wave, Lightning Bolt, Thorns, Hypnosis, Snake Swarm Entangle, Snake Transformation, Venom Spray, Sleep, Soul Symbiosis, Rejuvenation, Thunder Strike. You stand here, don't advance. Good. The 4 retreated 5 meters behind Shi Xiao. Shi Xiao stepped onto the stone steps alone. Fendis gathered lightning in both hands, and 4 lightning arrows suddenly shot out. Puff 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 puff. You will pay the price for blasphemy. Facing the incoming lightning, Qi Xiao raised his hand and layered 10 stacks of light shield on himself. Beyond the incandescent glow, a golden protective shell suddenly took shape. At the foot of the stairs, 4 people looked up at him, dumbfounded, as if seeing a god. Condensed text asterisk. Qi Xiao has skills too? He just used a shield that can negate damage. He's this strong on the second day, when did he learn that? Shui Ruiji, why are you kneeling? Kneeling to watch feels better for the conscience. Damn. Watching Qi Xiao ascend the steps while bearing Fendi's lightning arrow, Wan Ling whispered, he must have soloed the sinful mine last night. Alone? That's actually possible, Gu Ju nodded. While everyone envied him, they also quietly felt lucky to be Qi Xiao's teammates. It was precisely because of him that they could stay far ahead. If it had been someone else, they wouldn't have even gotten into the dungeon yesterday. Such an opportunity had to be seized to grow stronger quickly. Suddenly, the stone platform flashed with golden light, and Fendi's let out a scream. Everyone come up. Fendis has been killed, gaining 3 points. Hurry, don't delay Qi Xiao. The 4 climbed onto the platform and saw the white mist soul drifting out from the corpse. Where is the magic array? Over there. Qi Xiao pointed towards the darkness deep within the platform. A sharp grinding sound came from the darkness. Qi Xiao advanced holding the staff, and the 4 people at the edge of the platform saw a pair of blood-red eyes open, causing them to involuntarily exclaim in surprise. Gu Jun was about to warn them but swallowed the words back, the ones who should be careful were actually them. Heavy footsteps shook the platform. Don't even think about waking Lord Nightmare. I'll crush you into fertilizer. The roar made everyone lose their balance, forcing them to support each other. This is called very easy? The order was wrong. This must be hard mode. Qi Xiao did not look back. The light from the cloak could not illuminate the path ahead, the darkness seemed to have solidified into a wall. Whoosh! A muffled wind howled, and a massive tree trunk suddenly smashed toward Qi Xiao. He had nowhere to avoid it and instantly activated the shield of light. Swish! Golden light bursts forth, and the 32 layers of shielding stack outside the body to form a hard shell. Bang! A 3-meter diameter tree trunk slammed down heavily, sending a gust of air that raised a cloud of dust. The heavy strike Wolin launched at you has been negated by the shield of light. Tips flooded the screen wildly. The golden shield dimmed rapidly upon impact, leaving only a thin layer or 2 of film. Qi Xiao stared fixedly at the slowly retracting tree trunk, his heart tightening. With just 1 strike, 30 layers of the 32-layer shield were broken. The dungeon boss could actually deal over 10,000 damage? Quick, fall back to the steps, it's very strong. While shouting, he took out 8 bottles of basic mana potions and drank them all at once, instantly refilling his mana. Retreat, retreat, retreat. The 4 supported each other as they withdrew. They clearly saw how Qi Xiao's shield was collapsing, and staying behind would only cause trouble. Meng Yun's voice trembled, should we call the teacher? Wait for Qi Xiao's orders. Okay. On the rocky platform, only Qi Xiao remained, directly facing the giant treant looming over him, Immortal Woe. Immortal Woe. Health points, 4167 plus 2970 plus 3270 plus 2774 plus 2409. Skills, Heavy Strike, Healing Wave, Lightning Arrow, Thorn Technique, Hypnosis, Snake Swarm Entangle, Transform into Snake, Venom Spray, Sleep, Soul Symbiosis, Rejuvenation, Thunder Strike. Wool is rooted in the center of the platform, its roots penetrating deep into the rock, and beneath the tree roots, a massive magic array is flashing with a blood-red glow. Kill you. You deserve to die. The master will be angry. On the branches hung heads like ripened fruits, the 4 leaders slain by Qi Xiao's squad. Their eyes turned white, constantly cursing. Suddenly, drowsiness overwhelmed him. The passive of Heart of Light was triggered. Qi Xiao immediately cast Heart of Light repeatedly, his body covered in golden light, forcibly dispelling the effects. It turned out that these leaders had mixed hypnosis spells into their curses. Unfortunately, their spell casting had already ended. Shi Zhao's golden lacquer remained completely undamaged. Thump, thump, thump. He drank 8 bottles of primary mana potion in one go. Why haven't you made a move yet? If you delay any longer, I'll take action myself. Seeing Wire still retracting his tree trunk arm, Shi Zhao seized the opportunity and narrowed his eyes. A golden heavy strike, gathering 74 beams of radiant judgment, carrying at least 20,000 damage, slammed hard onto Wire's main trunk. With a thunderous roar, Wire howled in pain. The tree trunk cracked, the bark tore open, and 3 pieces of equipment fell from the branches, one of which glowed with a purple light. Wall has been killed, 3 points gained. The blood-colored tree sap gushed out like a spring, quickly flooding the rocky platform and spilling over the edge, forming a blood waterfall. The 4 people under the stone platform were about to come up, but were forced to cling to the wall to avoid the blood. Just this? Shi Zhao sneered, stepping on the blood-colored tree sap and approaching the tree trunk. Just as he was about to pick up the equipment, large fruit fell one after another like the head of a leader, splattering bloodstains on his robe. A cold wind blew out from the tree roots. Shi Zhao picked up the equipment while looking at the roots soaked in tree sap. The magic array was quickly dissipating. Who disturbed the dream? A low, deep voice came from deep within the cave, still some distance away. Shi Zhao paid no attention, as equipment information appeared one after another. Immortal fruit, epic accessory. Revives upon death at the same location, matures once every 24 hours. Root of life for spirits form, fine dual staff. Physical damage plus 73, magic damage plus 288, attack speed 2.90 seconds, stamina plus 20, spirit plus 48, resistance plus 15. Requirements: strength 8, spirit 20. Wool's little sapling, fine. Usage: summon a little wall. Afterwards, teammates one after another gave up their requests. Swish swish swish. The information about giving up equipment requests flooded the screen instantly. Seeing that all 4 were so sensible, Shi Zhao smiled with relief. Drip, drip. The blood-colored sap flowed dry, and the cave was filled with a sweet fruity aroma, reminding him of pomegranate seeds. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps came from behind. Shi Zhao's 4 leg hairs arrived. Wow! Such a huge boss. Only 3 points? I feel like 30 points wouldn't be too much. Getting 3 points for free and you still think it's too little? Do I care about the 3 points? I feel sorry for my foster father. He worked so hard and only got 3 points. I wish I could give all my points to him. Ugh, disgusting. Wang Ling stuck out her tongue in disgust. Who knows if you've already praised your husband 700 or 800 times in your heart? What did you say? Meng Yun's eyebrows shot up. What? Don't want to offer yourself? If your adoptive father is willing to accept, I'll instantly call you your adoptive mother. I'll beat you to death. The second daughter chased after Shuairuweiji with a weapon raised. He laughed heartily and dodged behind Gujun, and the few of them ended up in a scuffle. Shi Zhao then looked at the 3 pieces of equipment in the backpack. What he was truly interested in was the root of life for spirits form. As for the fruit of immortality, it was clearly a good item but not as surprising. This staff's attributes are off the charts. Gujun stared at the panel in amazement. Isn't it just excellent quality? Shuairuweiji asked. Excellent is the grade, but it has a title, for spirit form. The textbook says where only drops, root of life, but it doesn't mention for spirit form. Oh, got it, that's awesome. What a bummer. Gujun lost interest in showing off. Shi Zhao understood the for spirits form, like Meng Yun's shield, only appears in hard mode, and is very likely the final form. The teacher said that his team back then only ever achieved the 1 spirit form. Oh. So by killing Ryan first, we triggered the hardest mode's wall, meaning the final form is in the Godfather's hands? Shuairuweiji applauded. Right. No wonder they're so strong, these bosses are beyond what we imagined. This is why old Zhang repeatedly emphasizes attacking in order, otherwise, you'll have to quit halfway through. From now on, I'll definitely pay attention in class. Today I almost died in this simple dungeon. Yeah, this dungeon is much harder than the sinful mine. All I can say is, our teammate Qishao is really strong. Qishao waved his hand. Alright, stop praising me, let's go check Fendi's equipment. Only then did everyone remember Fendi's, but they couldn't find the body on the platform. Bad news, he must have been washed off by the tree sap. Then let's go down and take a look at the final boss. Qishao turned and descended the stairs. Gujun said, jump straight down, there's a pool below, already filled with tree sap. Saying this, he pinched his nose and jumped down. Splash! Mengyun frowned, I'd better walk down. Shui Ruizhi was cheering himself on when suddenly Wang Ling kicked him off. I-oh! Splash! Water splashed onto the platform. Soon, Shui Ruizhi's curse came from below. Wang Ling, I hope your future husband's ding-ding is thinner than a nail. Unless he's my sworn father, then this doesn't count. Just got a sworn son for free, happy now? You're asking for death. Wang Ling, ashamed and angry, also jumped down. Qishao looked at Mengyun, jump. Good. The two jumped into the water one after another. The five swam out from the blood-colored sap pool, their bodies stained red, yet they were full of vigor. This effect is incredibly strong. Wang Ling looked at the panel. Immortality blessing, HP plus 300%, MP plus 300%, physical and magical damage plus 300%, healing potion effect plus 500%. Disappears upon leaving the nightmare cave. It seems the final boss is very powerful. Murder mystery? Don't be careless, Qishao fought Wu in all four spirit forms, the final boss will only be stronger. With the foster father here, it shouldn't be a big problem. Let's go, we'll talk after the fight. Everyone moved forward, wading through the blood-colored tree sap. Just after leaving the eternal life pool, they saw the drifting corpse of Findis and two pieces of equipment. Viper. Quality, fine. Category, bow. Physical damage, plus 50. Shooting speed, 2.40 seconds. Special effect, chance to poison on hit, dealing 45 poison damage. Requirements, strength 8, agility 8. Venom Fong pads. Quality, fine. Category, leather armor shoes. Defense, 16. Stamina plus 6, strength plus 3, agility plus 6. Requirements, strength 6, agility 6. Poison Fong set, 0/5. WTF. Gujun licked his lips, bring it on if you want it. Let's settle who's better and who lives or dies. I'm claiming the shoes. Shui Ruizhi, Wang Ling, Mengyun. You said you want the shoes, we want the bow. Did I say I don't want the bow anymore? You rascal. Seeing the three getting anxious, Gujun chuckled, just kidding. The bow doesn't add attributes, it only adds 50 damage, what's there to argue about? After saying that, he gave up on the Viper, and directly clicked on the shoes to place a bid. Gujun rolled 55 points, 1 to 100. Well played, No blue light appeared, and the shoes were still on the ground. Gujun was stunned for a moment, then looked at the mischievous faces of Shui Ruizhi and the other two, his expression instantly changing. Come on, let's settle who is superior and decide life or death. Shui Ruizhi said with a smile, nodding. Shui Ruizhi rolled 66 points, 1 to 100. No. Gujun knelt on the ground and wailed. My turn. Wang Ling rubbed her hands. Wang Ling rolled 24 points, 1 to 100. Ah, such bad luck. Shui Ruizhi, this isn't over between us. It's not like you're only competing with me, Mengyun, go. This time, I will definitely win. Mengyun said confidently. Mengyun rolled a 1 to 100. The shoes turned into blue light and flew into Shui Ruizhi's space. No. Mengyun also knelt down and wept bitterly. Why did this happen? Wang Ling stifled a laugh. It's okay, after extreme adversity comes great fortune, next time it definitely won't be one. What if it's still one? Then the time after next. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, Gojun was clinging to Shuairuiji's thigh, begging, "Bro, please let me have the shoes. These shoes somehow feel like they fit perfectly?" Big brother, calm down. Didn't you just say that it's not only about ranking but also about life and death? Shi Xiao smiled silently on the side. Unexpectedly, they found a way to counter Gojun's talent so quickly. It seems this talent isn't all that impressive after all. Shuairuiji laughed heartily, hands on hips. "Kid, dare to play tricks again in the future?" "I don't dare. Really don't dare." After some noise and commotion, Gojun swore an oath and finally retrieved the shoes. The five continued on their way. Darkness pressed down once again like a fog, even the incandescent light from Qi Zhao's cloak was fading. "This is bad, I'm starting to panic." "Me too. Foster father, don't hold back later, just kill it outright." Shuairuiji tentatively reached his hand into the darkness, his chest tightening. Qi Xiao responded calmly, instantly putting the four at ease. Suddenly, he stopped. "It's coming." Scrape, scrape, scrape. The four of them simultaneously drew their weapons. Meng Yun pressed close behind Qi Xiao, so nervous as if she were protecting him. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps grew faster and faster. "They're coming." Swish, swish, swish. 5 golden shields instantly unfolded. Swish. A massive figure swept overhead, a flash of bloodlight, sharp and piercing like glass being scratched. In the next moment, all the shields shattered. The 5 people's health suddenly dropped by 75%. Hiss, so strong. What should we do? The teacher never mentioned this kind of situation. Hard mode is really different. Don't be afraid. Your godfather is here. Qi Xiao raised his hand, restoring everyone's health to full and adding 24 layers of shields to each, instantly depleting his mana. 5 golden blazing suns shone brightly in the darkness. "Go, it's moving away." Everyone followed closely. Underfoot, the ground had somehow changed from wet mud to rough rocks. The shield was about to dissipate, and Qi Xiao quickly restored 24 layers. Just after finishing, he whispered, "Here they come." The sound of footsteps arose again, and a massive figure appeared. Fire randomly all around. Qi Xiao drank the mana potion, mana fully restored. Good. Whoosh. The monsters swooped past again. Shuairuiji, Meng Yun, Gojun, and Wang Ling attacked simultaneously. Crack. A strange noise suddenly arose. Everyone looked over and saw that Shuairuiji's heavy hammer seemed to be stuck on something, and he was desperately pulling it back. The next moment, he screamed as he was dragged into the darkness. "Ah, foster father. Found it." Qi Xiao stared at the little sun moving in the darkness, the shield light of Shuairuiji, casting a pale figure. He squinted and suddenly struck. A dazzling golden giant rod appeared out of nowhere, illuminating the darkness and instantly locking onto the newly revealed body. The giant rod, as thick as the golden cudgel, was actually the same size as that white giant snake. Qi Zhao's mana increased by 300%, but light punishment still only consumed 20 points. With 5920 mana, he instantly stacked 296 light punishments. A massive white giant snake appeared, and the 2 women covered their mouths in shock. Shuairuiji held a giant hammer, hanging on the edge of the snake's mouth like willow catkins in the wind, about to fall. "Help! Save me!" His cries were intermittent. The golden rod slammed down with a crash. Smack! Golden light exploded, 296 radiance punishments instantly dealt nearly 330,000 damage. Hiss, ha! The giant snake roared in pain and anger, rolling and twisting, its scales flaring out like blades slashing toward the 4 of them. "Heh, interesting, still not dead after all this." Qi Xiao pulled out a powerful mana potion and drank it in one gulp. There was no time for the small potion bottle. Mana fully restored, he immediately cast Shield of Light to quickly deplete his mana, then drank the potion again, cast the shield again, and depleted the mana once more. Rumble. The giant snake raised its body covered with sharp scales, repeatedly crushing above the heads of the 4 people. Four small golden suns flickered on and off alternately. In the distance, Shuiruweiji hanging from the snake's mouth spun dizzyingly, like tape stuck to a fan, feeling so dizzy he was about to vomit. Ugh, bleg bleg bleg. Using a potent mana potion, Gu Jun received the protection of the Shield of Light. Wang Ling received the protection of the Shield of Light. Meng Yun received the protection of the Shield of Light. You have received the protection of the Shield of Light. You do not have enough mana. Rumble. Shi Xiao, who had just emptied his mana, was crushed again. Tun tun tun. Your mana is insufficient. Shi Xiao looked at the remaining 89 bottles of strong mana potion in his backpack, frowning deeply. This won't do, dragging it out will still end in death. I have to find a breakthrough. He gazed into the depths of darkness, at the back and forth swaying golden specks as small as grains of rice. Foster father, save me, ah. Shuiruweiji's voice came faintly. Although he was uninjured, the Shield of Light had less than 30 seconds left. Shi Xiao continuously replenished the light shield for everyone while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Almost every 3 seconds, the 4-member squad was crushed once by the giant serpent. Condensed text asterisk. To counterattack, they had to find a way out within those 3 seconds. After the giant serpent applied the light shield to everyone again, Shi Xiao, with full mana, unleashed 296 overlapping blinding punishments at the crushing serpent body once more. Oral slap. The glaring golden light illuminated the surroundings, and the terrifying damage caused the giant snake to instantly stiffen its body. Hiss, ha! The giant snake slammed its head against the rock wall in pain. Rumble. The violent tremor almost made the 4 people lose their footing. Shi Xiao noticed that Shuiruweiji, who was hanging from the corner of the giant snake's mouth, was thrown off by the impact, turning into a streak of light falling straight to the ground, accompanied by a drawn-out scream from afar. Ah! The snake's body stopped crushing. Shi Xiao immediately shouted, quick! While it's dazed, go find Shuiruweiji. He was the first to rush toward the spot where the light had fallen. Only then did Gu Jun and the other 3 come to their senses and hurriedly followed. While running, Shi Xiao glanced at the floating interface, his heart sinking. There was no kill notification. So he really isn't dead. At this moment, Gu Jun shouted with a sobbing voice, why hasn't the storyline triggered yet? The original story wasn't like this. Shi Xiao turned back frowning, what storyline? Gu Jun asked anxiously, the book says that after defeating Wool, we will receive a blessing, and when we encounter the nightmare, Wool will appear to trigger the major battle plot. But it's been so long now, why hasn't it come yet? Shi Xiao suddenly stopped. Gu Jun and the 2 girls behind him collided one after another. Wang Ling looked around in terror, what's wrong? Shi Xiao stared at Gu Jun, just now, didn't I already kill War? Gu Jun was stunned, blinked, recalled for a moment, then suddenly laughed awkwardly, yes, you just defeated Wire with 1 move and even took down 3 items, His words abruptly stopped. Gu Jun froze in place as if petrified. Wang Ling pushed him, hey, Gu Jun? Meng Yun also said nervously, just say whatever comes to your mind. Bang! Meng Yun punched him in the back, and only then did Gu Jun come to his senses, his face full of terror, his teeth chattering. Great God, Shi Xiao, you just instantly killed the Vor that was supposed to advance the plot. He swallowed. So, we're stuck in the plot. Shi Xiao took a sharp breath. This time, Wang Ling and Meng Yun were completely stunned. Condensed text asterisk. Then, what do we do? Are we stuck here and can't get out? Meng Yun asked anxiously. Gu Jun opened the interface to check, and indeed, there was no option for return to dungeon entrance. He tried to teleport again, but there was no response. No, we're still in combat status, we can't teleport. Wang Ling said, her face pale. Are we going to die here? Meng Yun screamed in despair. It's all my fault. Gu Jun grabbed his hair and cried loudly. Shi Xiao frowned as he looked at the 3 of them, but he felt increasingly that something was wrong. He closed his eyes and recalled every scene after entering the instance. Wang Ling was the first to calm down. She walked up to Qi Xiao and stared at him intently. Have you thought of a way? You can get us out, right? Qi Xiao opened his eyes and smiled. I have a guess, it might not be right, but we can give it a try. Wang Ling immediately turned around and shook Gujun and Meng Yun awake. Stop crying, Qi Xiao has a plan. What plan? The two looked at Qi Xiao simultaneously. First, find Shuairuweiji while the giant snake is still recovering. Qi Xiao put multiple layers of light shields on everyone and took the lead. The four dashed through the dark mud under the golden shields, and finally returned to the blood pool, where they saw the floating Shuairuweiji. This is the place. Qi Xiao nodded. Behind them came the hissing sound of a giant snake flicking its tongue. Shuairuweiji, wake up! Gujun dragged him ashore and punched him in the stomach. Shuairuweiji spat out blood, coughed as he got up, and burst into tears upon seeing everyone. Don't cry, get ready to fight, Qi Xiao said. Okay. Shuairuweiji wiped away his tears and stood properly. Wang Ling asked nervously, Qi Xiao, what plan have you come up with? Qi Xiao opened his portable space and took out the Val's little sapling. This is? Gujun looked at the piece of branch, stunned. Simplified version asterisk. Little wool. Qi Xiao silently recited in his heart, use. Attention! After using wool's little sapling, it will be bound and cannot be traded. Please confirm. Confirm. Binding successful. Qi Xiao threw the branch into the blood pool. A flash of red light, the branch sank to the bottom, bubbles churned, and after a few seconds, a red glowing bud broke through the water. The water level of the blood pool rapidly dropped, and a red leaf tree grew quickly. Suddenly, the sound of a giant snake rubbing against the ground came from behind, moving faster and faster. Not good. The giant snake has awakened. Then knock it out again. Qi Xiao placed a 52-layer light shield on Shuairuweiji, the golden light illuminating the surroundings. Shuairuweiji. Attack. Why is it me again? I'm injured. Stop talking nonsense. Gujun urged. Shuairuweiji cursed and rushed out, running straight into the huge snake head of Tuxinzi. Foster father. Smack. The golden rod fell from the sky, the giant snake howled in pain, and slithered back into the darkness. That was close, I almost just. Before he could finish speaking, Shuairuweiji fainted immediately. Shuairuweiji, what's wrong with you? Gujun, who rushed over, also fell to the ground immediately. What are they doing? Meng Yun was stunned. They've been hit by sleep magic. Qi Xiao immediately cast Heart of Light. Layers of light shields wrapped around the five, turning into golden bodies. The sleep effect kept triggering repeatedly, and Qi Xiao continuously refreshed Heart of Light. The effect of the Heart of Light dissolving the sleep has ended. Ong Ling, retreat from the team, wake them up. Alright. After Ong Ling each stabbed once, he returned to the team. Gujun and Shuairuweiji cried out in pain as they woke up. Everyone, come here. When the two of them ran back, Qi Xiao looked at the red maple tree. Ha! Why isn't it growing anymore? He looked down at the tree roots and immediately understood. There's no more nutrients. Ah! What should we do then? It's all your fault for drinking so much just now. Hurry and throw it up. Gujun punched Shuairuweiji. How can I throw up? It's already been digested. Qi Xiao noticed the golden light on the five people dimming, released Heart of Light again, while scrutinizing where and tilting his head back to gulp down the mana potion. Suddenly, he saw a green health bar hanging at the treetop. Only friendly units would show it. At this moment, Wolf's health bar was 2/3 empty. Could it be that? Qi Xiao beckoned to Wolf with a finger. Swish! Golden light enveloped the sapling, and the health bar noticeably increased. So that's how it is. He quickly drank the mana potion and began healing the sapling. Your lesser healing wave healed Wolf for 1232 health points, 0 overhealing. 197 secondary treatments, instantly pouring 250,000 health points into Val's body. The tree trunk suddenly swelled, emitting cracking sounds. Shi Xiao looked up, the health bar had already recovered to 2/3. At this moment, sensing something amiss, the giant snake stopped exhaling the sleep-inducing breath, flicking its tongue as it charged. Foster father. It's coming again. Got it. Shi Xiao cast Shield of Light on all members with his just recovered mana, 5 rounds of Golden Sun Rising. But the giant serpent completely ignored them and directly lunged at Wei. How dare you? Wool is a key character in the plot. Shi Xiao drank the potion and continuously struck the giant snake with 296 light punishments. Snap! The giant snake was blasted away, then twisted in midair and lunged back. Snap! Another hit, right on the forehead. The giant snake screamed painfully but mustered its last bit of strength, biting down on the tree trunk. Swish! Wool's health bar instantly dropped by 10%. No! Meng Yun and Wang Ling exclaimed. Shi Xiao, however, smiled. He found the giant snake biting the tree trunk tightly, its body coiled firmly. Crunch crunch, the bark was squeezed and curled, and Wei kept losing blood. Is that all? Shi Xiao raised the mana potion. Ton ton ton. Golden light fell. Minor healing, times 197. Plus 47%. Ton ton ton. Secondary healing, times 197. Plus 75%. Ton ton ton. Plus. Over-treatment. 100%. Wool rapidly expanded in the golden light, completely ignoring the massive serpent wrapped around him. Finally, at the moment his health fully recovered, a pair of eyes suddenly opened in the center of the tree trunk. However, this time, the light flickering in Wool's eyes was not red, but golden. The blood-colored leaves rustled, their edges gilded with a layer of gold. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Countless sturdy branches transformed into spears, all stabbing at the giant snake coiled around the tree trunk. Wool is so strong. Gujun watched, his mouth dry and parched. Vulcan, restored to his strongest state, stood towering and radiant. The giant serpent had long since lost its breath, impaled from head to tail by branches, looking from a distance like a white scarf hanging on the trunk. Oomph, one move to kill, really strong, pft. Without my godfather, it's just a little sapling. Shui Ruizhi immediately forced a smile and looked at Shi Xiao. Being able to witness this scene is all thanks to my godfather's great power. Shi Xiao, however, still held the staff, maintaining vigilance. Don't celebrate too soon, it's not over yet. I didn't receive any prompts either. Wang Ling's expression was serious. As soon as the words fell. Bang! The giant snake suddenly exploded, and countless small white snakes poured out from the snakeskin, sliding down between the branches like white mud. The 5 hurriedly stepped back. The small white snakes that landed ignored them and crawled back toward the tree trunk again. Wool once again shot out branch spears, but was greatly outnumbered. The leaves turned into flying darts pouring down, still unable to stop the snake swarm. Soon, the tree trunk was covered by white snakes, as if draped in a layer of writhing fur. Wang Ling and Mang Yin screamed repeatedly, their whole bodies tingling. Damn! This is possible too? So shameless. Shui Ruizhi cursed. Don't forget, it's a nightmare. Shi Xiao said softly, raising his staff and walking toward volume. The 4 immediately showed hope. Golden star points appeared above Qi Zhao's head, gathering more and more, becoming brighter and denser. The next moment, a golden star disk with a diameter of about 30 meters slowly rotated above him, like the Milky Way. What kind of skill is this again, and why did I say again? Shui Ruizhi's lips trembled. Feels like it's about to end. Gujun murmured. Before he finished speaking, the star chart suddenly rose above the volume. Golden starlight poured down from the chart like fireworks and flowing flowers, instantly enveloping the entire giant tree. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The little white snakes on the tree trunk were struck by the star rain and fell one after another. Wow! So beautiful. Wang Ling and Meng Yin clasped their hands together, gazing at the sky full of golden sparks as if they were in the middle of a grand fireworks display. This was also their first time seeing such a scene. Gujun and Shui Ruizhi were equally stunned, instinctively wanting to take out their phones to record it. Under the tree, Chi Xiao drank another bottle of mana potion. Thud thud thud. The nebula surged to the treetop again, the little white snake quickly disappeared, and the wool tree returned to its original appearance. Then, the darkness from the cave converged toward the wool, absorbed entirely by the leaves. After a few seconds, the darkness dissipated, a ray of light shone through, revealing a valley lush with greenery. So this is a valley. Meng Yun took a deep breath and said blissfully, "The air is so fresh and sweet." Plop, plop. Two pieces of equipment emitting a bright blue light fell from the tree. Then, the wool tree transformed into purple light and, amid the astonished gazes of the four, flew into Chi Xiao's portable space. Snake Eater defeated, gained 3 points. So it's called Snake Eater. Chi Xiao checked the space and saw a small seedling rooted in the corner, growing 2 small leaves with golden edges. Wool's little seedling. Quality, epic. Growing. Shuiruiji was the first to come to his senses and rushed toward the open space. It's the gear. I'm going to grab it. The other 3 all let out a long breath, their tense hearts finally relaxing. It's over. Bang! 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 The interfaces of the 5 appeared simultaneously. Congratulations to the 5 Skymasters for clearing the dungeon Nightmare Cave. Rating, excellent. Reward points, 80. First time good rating bonus, 30 points. First time receiving a medium evaluation reward, 10 points. Unlocked Nightmare Cave Hero difficulty. The dungeon will reset in 18 hours and 35 minutes. Chi Xiao exhaled lightly. Finally finished. It's over. Ha ha ha. Phew, so tired, much harder than the mine. Yeah, you kept shouting and crying, it was really exhausting. Yo, sounds like you didn't cry at all, the strongest shield in the team hiding behind Chi Xiao, sniffling, doesn't that embarrass you? Ew, sounds like you haven't been sniffling yourself. During the chat, Shuiruiji waved to Chi Xiao, "Foster Dad, I found the gear. Take a look and see if you like it." Gujun, Wang Ling, and Meng Yun looked at the screen, their expressions instantly becoming subtle. Nightmare Devourer Snake Scale Chest Guard, Nightmare Devourer Snake Scale Shoulder Guards. High quality, Nightmare set pieces, attributes focused on spirit and agility, powerful set effects. These 2 pieces of equipment are great. Chi Xiao immediately marked them as desired. After storing the equipment, he checked them right away. Wang Ling approached and reminded, "This set is more suitable for magic swordsmen and musketeers, you need to invest quite a few power points to wear it." Yeah, it's not difficult. Wang Ling hesitated and then asked, "Chi Xiao, can you already solo dungeons? Like the Sinful Mine?" Chi Xiao closed the interface and calmly admitted, "Yes, I can solo." As expected, the 4 spoke in unison. "No wonder you have so many skills," Gujun said with a bitter smile. Wang Ling interrupted him, "It's because we're too weak and always cause you trouble." The group laughed, but it was all very forced. "Just lucky," Chi Xiao said. "Luck is also a form of strength," Gujun said seriously. "You should go ask the homeroom teacher to apply for solo missions." "Yeah, the 4 of us are indeed holding you back." "That's right, your solo runs are more efficient, and your points increase faster. If you focus fully on solo runs, you might quickly reach Tier 1, or even Tier 2. Getting early admission to Baidu Academy before the semester starts wouldn't be a problem." Meng Yan's eyes reddened, "I really envy you, but I'm so sad. Foster father, I do want to cling to you, but I can't hold you back." "I'll apply to the teacher when I get back, we understand." Wang Ling, Gujun, and Meng Yan all nodded in agreement. Gujun sighed, "To be honest, I'm reluctant to let you go. Following you is easy and earns points, but if it goes on like this, we'd feel embarrassed, like we're useless. Although Shuiruiji really is useless." "Ha! You damn." Chi Xiao looked at the determined expressions of the 4, smiling, "Thank you." Just as he finished speaking, his pant leg tightened. Shuiruiji knelt down with a thud, hugging him. "No, foster father. I was just joking earlier. How could I live without you? Everyone burst into laughter, the valley filled with a joyful atmosphere. After calming down, Xiao said, "I've had a great time playing dungeons with everyone these past 2 days. If you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out to me." They feel shy to say it, so I'll speak up. Shui Ruiji pounded his chest. Good Jun scratched his head. "Once I figure out a challenging strategy, I'll ask you to help. That is, if you have the time." "Alright, it's a deal." The atmosphere eased again. Xiao asked again, "If I leave, you'll be short one support player, is that okay?" "The teacher will figure something out. Even if not, the four of us can take our time fighting, just drink a few more health potions. I have a shield and plate armor, as long as it's not on hard difficulty, it's fine." "Then shall we try it tomorrow?" "Trying means death." "Who's afraid of whom?" Meng Yun put her hands on her hips. Shui Ruiji glared. "Meng Yun is growing like this. The child won't go hungry." Good Jun said seriously. Both of you." The group erupted into a commotion again. "Alright, it's 6 o'clock, hurry back." Wang Ling urged. "Go. School's out, go home." 5 beams of light flew out of the dungeon. Outside the nightmare cavern, Zhang Yi waited anxiously. At 6:15, the other students had long since returned to the classroom. Why haven't they come out yet? Did something happen? Condensed text asterisk. Could it be that they activated the hard mode and are too reluctant to give up, stubbornly fighting to the end inside? Students with good grades tend to get stuck on things, being both stubborn and relentless, never giving up until they succeed. Zhang Yi secretly regretted allowing them to attempt the new dungeon so early. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, Xiao and the other 4 gradually came out from the dungeon entrance, looking relaxed. Only then did Zhang Yi breathe a sigh of relief. "Old man! What are you doing here?" Wang Ling ran over. "Just worried about you all, since it's so late." "Worth it, watched a battle between Wall and Nightmare, thrilling." "Did you clear it? How was the review?" Zhang Yi looked full of expectation. "Of course. With Xiao here, we definitely." Wang Ling suddenly lowered her head and fell silent midway. After a brief farewell, Xiao stepped back from the team and disappeared on the spot. Immediately after, the smiles on Good Jun, Meng Yun, and Shui Ruiji's faces vanished as well, their moods sinking. "What's wrong? Did you have a disagreement?" Zhang Yi was taken aback. "No," Wang Ling wiped her tears, "it's us holding Xiao back." Good Jun wiped his tears with a bitter smile, Meng Yun cried along, and even the usually optimistic Shui Ruiji bowed his head. People came and went in the dungeon area, while a bulky man in armor was flustered as he comforted 4 poorly equipped students. The classroom of Class 8, Grade 2 was deathly silent. 14 students from the auxiliary department were buried in copying the book, not daring to make a sound. Yumuching sat behind the podium, her expression gloomy. Yesterday, because of the sinful mind, only Xiao's team passed the exam, with a pass rate of 4.76%, setting a new historical low. Students with good grades had been transferred to the production department, which made her even more upset. Today is another day of Nightmare Cave. Xiao's team has been inside for a long time and still hasn't come out. Pan Feng's team was fast in mining but chose to quit halfway through a double battle in the cave. The reason was so ridiculous that Yumuching almost laughed. First, the support Puyan Ling is afraid of the dark and kept crying after entering the dungeon, forgetting even to heal. Second, the other 4 all got lost. That's right, including Pan Feng, none of the 4 knew the way, not even the leader could be found. According to the teaching plan before the summer vacation, at least half of the teams were supposed to clear the Nightmare Cave today, and introduce the new dungeon tomorrow. The result: complete annihilation. You really are the worst class I've ever taught, or none. After shouting this, Yumuching sat back at the podium with a flushed face, looking down and tapping on her phone. She crossed her legs, playing the silent version of Meow a Meow. Footsteps approached in the corridor, and she quickly locked her screen, sitting up straight. You have to think even when copying. Forgetting is just a waste of paper and pen. The students buried their heads in silence. Report. Shi Xiao peeked in at the door. Yumuching's eyes lit up. Finished playing Nightmare Cave? Yes, it went quite smoothly. What's the review? Excellent. Not bad. She finally smiled. The classroom was filled with sounds of envy, and Dan Liang gave Qi Xiao 2 thumbs up. Why so slow? Lost your way? No. Qi Xiao rolled his eyes. Too few monsters, low points. We searched back and forth 7 or 8 times to make sure no monsters were missed before coming out. Snap. Yumuching slammed the table heavily. Listen. What kind of attitude is this? Pu Yueling. With Pan Fong leading your team, you're still afraid of the dark, can't even heal properly. Look at Qi Xiao, not missing a single monster even in simple dungeons, no wonder he's excellent. Simple? Qi Xiao twitched at the corner of his mouth. If it weren't for the Defying Heavens talent supporting me, I'd probably be broken inside today. Qi Xiao, you've gone through the mine twice and the cave once, share your insights with everyone. Oh. Qi Xiao scratched his nose and walked to the podium. He originally wanted to apply to act alone. It was clear that Yumuching was still angry, so Qi Xiao decided to talk after school. Just as the QA session began, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Jiang Yi, looking tense, stood at the doorway. Teacher Yu, I have something important to discuss privately. Qi Xiao is here too. You've done well today, stay in the classroom for now. Qi Xiao understood in his heart that Wang Ling and the others had already told everything. Yumuching, puzzled, stepped out of the classroom and was pulled aside by Jiang Yi. In the classroom, Pu Yueling propped her chin on her hand and asked, Qi Xiao, how are you so awesome? Aren't you afraid of the dark? Thankfully, the deeper we go, the darker it gets. After finishing at Fendis, it was pitch black. Ah! Stop it! Pu Yueling covered her ears as the class burst into laughter. In less than 5 minutes, Yumuching hurried back. It's getting late, let's call it a day. Seeing the students relax, she added coldly, your grades are too poor, the Blood Palace trip is postponed. No classes tomorrow morning, but... Oh! Shut up! Yumuching shouted, gather in the Sky Dome at 2 p.m. tomorrow. No allowances for being late, and if you don't come, don't bother coming at all. Got it? Got it. Class dismissed. Those who haven't finished copying the material must take it home and finish copying. The classroom was filled with the sound of desks and chairs. Qi Xiao, stay behind. Dan Liang nodded in acknowledgement and left. Gather at the mine entrance. After Yumuching said this, he disappeared, and Qi Xiao immediately followed. Outside the sinful mine, Jiang Yi and Yumuching were already waiting. Cloud Mist, Yumuching, invites you to join the team. After joining the team, Yumuching said, I heard about the situation from Teacher Jiang. I didn't expect to be the last to know. I originally planned to tell you after school. Forget it. You reset the dungeon and demonstrate on-site how to solo the mine. Qi Xiao reset the dungeon and entered first. Jiang Yi and Yumuching had just arrived at the entrance when he activated the Shield of Light, transforming into a golden light rushing deep into the mine tunnel. The sudden strong light made the 2 teachers stop in their tracks. Too dazzling. This is the Shield of Light? Is it really this bright? Before the words were finished, the interfaces of the 2 were flooded with messages. Mining worker killed, gains 0 points. Mining worker killed, gains 0 points. Miner killed, gains 0 points. Overseer killed, gains 0 points. Lazo killed, gains 0 points. Ah? Lazo is dead? Yumuching was stunned. Only 27 seconds have passed since entering the dungeon, how did he do it? The key is that even I can't do it. Jiang Yi was shocked. I should be able to. Yumuching said softly. She was a 3rd-tier Sky Dominator, possessing the AoE skill, Soothing Rain and Wind, which can heal allies while continuously damaging enemies. When farming the mines, she relied on this skill to clear quickly, with a speed comparable to Qi Xiao. But Qi Xiao was only unranked. A good talent, can the gap really be this big? Yumuching sighed. I now understand why Wang Ling and the others were crying, Zhang Yi said with a bitter smile. The two walked over to Qi Zhao's side. Qi Xiao, take it slower in the next round. It's over before we even arrive, Yumuching said. Okay. Next, I'll lure the monsters from the mine tunnel to the lumber yard and kill them together. Don't follow too closely, keep a 10-meter distance. There are 9 elite monsters in the lumber yard. Have you always farmed like this? Yumuching asked tentatively. More efficient. Don't get too close, don't interfere with my farming, Qi Xiao half-joked. We third-tier celestials, can affect you? Yumuching laughed. The iron gate opened, and the golden blazing sun burst out again. Enemy invasion. Quickly report to Foreman Need. Qi Xiao was faster than the miners, leading a group of elite monsters disappearing around the corner. The two followed closely behind. 5 seconds later, amidst the sounds of battle cries, Qi Xiao's voice came. Old man, Teacher Jiang, have you arrived? Yes, we're here. Let's begin. Okay. A layer of disc-shaped nebula appeared above the golden blazing sun. In the next moment, fragments of stars fell like a waterfall, with radiant light flowing. Whoa! The monster was annihilated in an instant. Only the lumberjack in need, who died in the cabin, remained on the field. The golden light dispersed, and the fully energized Qi Xiao stood before the two. Yumuching covered his mouth in shock. Is this the shield of light and the falling star of light? I think it looks like a nuclear explosion. Qi Xiao didn't pick up any equipment and continued explaining, Boss Lao, Teacher Jiang, next I'll pull the monsters from the next section of the mine tunnel to Nigo for a unified kill. The journey is a bit long, so... Alright, Qi Xiao. Zhang Yi interrupted him, I get it. At your pace, you can clear the whole level in 10 minutes, right? Now it takes 15 minutes. That long? Yumuching was taken aback. You still have to kill the demonized pirates? The two exchanged a glance, both shocked. The sinful mine is a required dungeon, and they were well aware of the significance of the demonized pirates. Zhang Yi said, Qi Xiao, teacher you, and I have already released our additions. We're only here to distribute your points, we can't be of any help. Oh. After you finish resetting and continue brushing, at most half an hour later, teacher you will contact you. Okay. The two were about to leave when Yumuching reminded, your brushing method is too risky. You're the only one in the instance, if anything happens, no one can save you. Remember to be steady. Old man, don't worry. Keep it up. The two teachers disappeared on the spot and returned to the ground. Only then did Qi Xiao bend down to pick up the fallen object. In the school office, Yumuching and Zhang Yi looked excited. Qi Xiao has unlimited potential, both brave and resourceful. How did he discover the trick of farming the demonized pirates? Zhang Yi sighed. The reason why Sinful Mine was included in the school textbook was precisely because of the demonized pirates. It was originally prepared for senior year first semester students who were about to advance to the first level, aiming to reach the second level within a month to face the University Unified Entrance exam in November. I'm worried he's growing too fast and might become arrogant. Zhang Yi frowned. He's more mature than his peers, that won't happen. Mature? Would a mature person argue with Shi Mingzhe? Yes. Yumuching said firmly, I want to beat that scoundrel to death. Zhang Yi sighed helplessly, I'll go back to the class to comfort Qi Zhao's team, then go find the principal. I'm here with Qi Zhao's side, you go. The two parted ways. Yumuching returned to the celestial space. Zhang Yi returned to the class, Wang Ling and the others were still waiting. Didn't wait anxiously, did you? No. I personally watched Qi Xiao speedrun. Wang Ling's eyes lit up, was he very handsome? Extremely handsome. Let me ask you something, have you told anyone about Qi Zhao's talent? Parents, friends, classmates? No. You can't casually talk about talent, it's a rule. Good June immediately said. Qishao didn't say it at first either, I was the one who asked. Wang Ling explained. I didn't tell anyone, I swear to Tian. Shui Ruizhi raised his hand. Meng Yun nodded vigorously. Very good, just as I expected from my most promising student. Jiang Yi took out 4 copies of the confidentiality agreement. Sign this. After you sign, I'll tell you about the special allowances you'll be getting. Special allowances? The 4 people's eyes lit up, they grabbed the agreements and immediately signed and stamped their fingerprints. Shui Ruizhi asked anxiously, Old Ban, what is the allowance? Jiang Yi sealed the document bag and lowered his voice. Let me emphasize again, once you sign the agreement, you must never mention Qixiao's talent to anyone, understand? Don't worry. The secret is locked deep in my heart. Shui Ruizhi patted his chest. After confirming no one was outside, Jiang Yi said, within 3 days, the school will provide each of you with a high-quality professional set, including weapons and accessories, matching the accessories you just received. The 4 almost cheered. Don't rush, this is just the beginning. What else? Kai Yi grinned from ear to ear. For the sake of Qixiao's safety, you will no longer be assigned new support players in the future. Good Jun showed a smile he had expected long ago. Starting tomorrow, your squad's health potions used in dungeons will be fully reimbursed by the school. You can drink as much as you want. Drink as much as we want? Don't waste them. Besides potions, I will also distribute buff elixirs to enhance combat power and survivability. Is there more? Of course. Jiang Yi nodded with arms crossed. For new dungeons in the future, either I or teacher you will guide the team, guaranteeing at least a good rating for you. Every Saturday night, you can also voluntarily join the teachers group to farm points in the dungeon area's 3rd level, Wind and Thunder Sect Ruins, led personally by the principal. Going. Definitely going. Wang Ling nodded repeatedly. Jiang Yi smiled mysteriously, that's not all. If you raise your sovereign rank to level 3 before graduating from senior year, and want to return to teach after university, the school will give you priority in hiring. How do you feel about the special allowance? It's great. Meng Yun's eyes shone brightly, and Guju nodded repeatedly. This meant that the future of all 4 of them was now secured. Foster father. I thank you and your ancestors for 8 generations. Shui Ruizhi was deeply moved. Jiang Yi suppressed his smile. Tomorrow at noon, in front of our classmates, continue to act like you're in the same team as Qixiao, understood? Understood, the 4 responded in unison. After school, go straight home. Don't be late tomorrow afternoon. Goodbye, homeroom teacher. Remember, once you leave this room, you are not allowed to discuss any related content, or else. Allowance cancelled. Understood. Shui Ruizhi saluted and rushed out of the classroom with his backpack. Watching them leave, Jiang Yi carried the file folder to the principal's office. Come in. Ji Feichen was calculating the expenses when he saw him and snorted coldly, who else do you want to suspend? Jiang Yi handed over the confidentiality agreement, sign it first, then I'll talk. Better not be nonsense. Ji Feichen signed his name, speak. A top-tier talent student has awakened in Yumuching's class. This is the registration form. Support department? Ji Feichen frowned. Where is the top tier? Skills instantly triggered, no cooldown, can be infinitely stacked. Without advancement, already able to solo Sinful Mine, the entire run lasting 15 minutes, including 200 demonized pirates summoned by Captain Cliff. Ji Feichen was silent for a full 15 seconds. Are you sure? Seen with my own eyes, not an exaggeration. Ji Feichen took a sharp breath and took a blood pressure pill. Where is Qixiao? In the celestial space playing Sinful Mine, supervised by Teacher Yu. Take me there. The 2 disappeared instantly. Sky Dome space, outside the Sinful Mine instance. Yumuching was sitting in waiting. Ji Feichen and Jiang Yi appeared. Is Qixiao inside? Contact him, tell him to pause for a moment. Good. Yumuching dialed, but no one answered, so he respectfully replied. Principal, he hasn't responded yet, he should be almost done, let's wait a moment. Before the words finished, Chi Xiao had already appeared at the entrance of the instance. Teacher Yu, did you call me? Ji Feichen turned around, his gaze burning as he looked at him. Chi Xiao, this is Principal Ji. Yumuching introduced. Hello, Principal. Ji Feichen smiled kindly. Chi Xiao, how about you give me a tour? Sure. I'll reset it right now. Lone Fishing the Moon on the River, Tier 4, has accepted your team invitation. Tier 4. Chi Xiao was startled in his heart. Let's enter the dungeon. After entering, Ji Feichen transformed into a palm-sized blue transparent butterfly. You swipe at your own pace, I'll follow you. Good. Chi Xiao transformed into a golden blazing sun, rushing straight into the depths of the mine tunnel. Ah! My eyes. 13 minutes later, the two exited the dungeon. Chi Xiao's expression was as usual, but Ji Feichen looked grave. Aren't you tired? Do you want to go eat? Ji Feichen asked with concern. I'm not hungry, I want to run a few more rounds. Alright, be careful, your way of running is really scary. Thank you, Principal. After Chi Xiao re-entered the main group, Ji Feichen pulled Yumuching and Jiangyi into the squad. Principal? Can Chi Xiao get a recommendation to Baidu Academy? Ji Feichen took a deep breath, his voice trembling slightly. Baidu Academy is nothing. The two were stunned. I won't be surnamed Ji if I don't get him recommended straight into the 1st Defense Regiment of Longhua. Outside the instance. After hearing the two reports about Chi Xiao, Ji Feichen said, I will look into his family situation. The matter with Shi Mingjie was handled well, sending that little bastard home was the right call. I will personally contact his father, you don't need to worry about it. Yes. The top priority now is to devise a promotion plan for Chi Xiao and hand it to me by tomorrow morning. Yes. Teacher Yu, from today on you will team up with him throughout, to prevent unexpected incidents in the dungeon. The extra effort fee will be added to your allowance. Yes. Alright, don't get too excited. Let him eat and rest early, take it step by step. Yes, Principal. Watching Ji Feichen leave, Yumuching jumped up excitedly. It's so rare to come across such an outstanding student, and I can't show off about it everywhere, it's too frustrating. Longwei National Defense Group, that's the nation's top combat force. Yeah. Once Chi Xiao grows up, let's see how Kaichi Kingdom can still be arrogant. Do you think the principal will just expel Shi Mingjie? If that really happens, I would thank heaven and earth. That little devil, I don't want to see him even for a moment. His dad's education failed miserably. Chi Xiao finished the dungeon run once again and came out from the door. Chi Xiao, stop playing for now. What do you want to eat? The teacher is treating you. Free meals taste the best. After dinner, Chi Xiao and Yumuching took Jiangyi's car back to campus. Outside the campus, the two didn't mention anything about the talent. Go back to the dorm and rest well. Contact me if anything comes up. You don't have a phone yet, so I'll give you an old one in a bit. The school will issue a new one in a few days. No need, teacher. Just contact me through Tianxiang Space. Don't casually go to Tianxiang Space. From now on, I must be in the team for dungeon runs, and only during class time. You are very important to the country right now, nothing must happen to you. Chi Xiao looked very unwilling. Yumuching sighed, I can't stop you, but remember, don't team up with strangers, don't go to dungeons we haven't discussed. Only run Sinful Mine and Nightmare Cave. Also, you are not allowed to tell anyone about your talents, including relatives. Chi Xiao repeatedly promised. After Yumuching left, a cold laugh rose in his heart. Relatives? His past memories about relatives were scant, he only knew that the house left by his parents was occupied by his second uncle. As night deepened, Chi Xiao was about to enter the Tianxiang Space when a whistle sounded from behind him. Brother, how dare you act tough to me? Dan Liang walked over holding a textbook. Isn't your wife Nurse Hua? They're all my wives. All right. The two found an open space to sit down. How's the mining going? Shi Xiao asked. Not great. Just finished mining the Nige with great difficulty, and then it got smashed to pieces by a heavy blow. In the end, I cried asking my wife to come revive me. It's too hard. I really can't figure out how you managed to get through it. My teammates are awesome. Give me 3 more days, and I will definitely take off. Shan Liang patted the complete dungeon guide. My profession has potential. Shi Xiao said, Need help? I have some equipment and potions. No need. What's the point of running dungeons with pre-made stuff? I am a lone wolf. I like figuring things out on my own. The process is what's enjoyable. Achieving results by myself gives me a sense of accomplishment. If you help me breeze through, where's the fun in that? Shi Xiao nodded. Got it. You're a masochist, you like being abused. TCH, you'll understand after playing enough AAA games, but having just one celestial space in this world is enough. Alright, I'm heading back to the dorm. You should rest early too. In a couple of days, I'll bring you some big news. What? Got Nurse Hua pregnant? TSK. What filthy thoughts. After bidding farewell to Dan Liang, Shi Xiao came outside the classroom, pressed his fingerprint, and entered the celestial space. Standing in the plaza, he opened his portable space. The matters delayed by Yumuching, Jiang Yi, and Ji Feichen had to be done quickly. First, change equipment. The 3 pieces of equipment obtained from the Nightmare Cave have strength requirements. Nightmare's Devouring Serpent Scale Breastplate, 11 strength. Nightmare's Devouring Serpent Scale Shoulders, 10. Root of Life 4 Spirits Form, 6. He currently has only 4 strength, 7 points short. Chi Xiao Flower 3500 points exchanged for 7 attribute points, all added to strength. Current advancement progress, June 10th. Current advancement progress, October 10th. A sudden golden light shone brightly. Congratulations to the Heavens One for successfully advancing to Tier 1. The Heavens One space teleportation function has been activated. Meditate on the area name to teleport. You can also use area name plus coordinates for fixed point teleportation. Heavens One avatar has been activated. You can customize the avatar and exclusive name. Resetting requires 5,000 points. The image can be turned on or off at any time, with a 5-minute cooldown. Affected by talents, switching has no cooldown. First tier buff effect. After returning to the present world, gain a 100% personal boost to all 4 attributes. 100% boost to all 4 attributes? Shi Xiao also added the last 2 attribute points to strength and immediately transmitted back to the classroom. Outside the door of Class 8, Grade 2 on the 3rd floor, a flash of golden light appeared. Back in reality, he clearly felt the connection to the celestial space. As a priest majoring in spirit, combined with equipment bonuses, his spirit had reached 74. The most intuitive change was that the drowsiness caused by staying up late had completely disappeared. Moreover, Yumuching once said that the mind could also enhance memory. He walked into the classroom and turned on the light, wanting to verify this point. The book detailed explanation of first-level dungeon monsters had been torn by Shi Mingjie, so he had to find the textbook left by a classmate. After scanning more than a dozen seats, he finally found the book on the desk near the door. Crash. After a few seconds, he closed the book and closed his eyes to recall the content. The blood-colored dungeon has a total of 10 bosses, among which the blood mage Sanos is proficient in shadow and fire magic. His signature skill, Flaming Spikes, deals 270 points of fire damage to the celestial and continues to burn for 9 seconds. Shi Xiao turned the page again. Clear, accurate, without a single mistake. Photographic memory. Is this the effect of mental enhancement? No wonder, teacher, you can remember the names of all the students in 8 classes. He quickly flipped through the detailed map of first-level dungeon terrain and the Encyclopedia of Dungeons. 2 minutes later, the contents of the 2 books were fully absorbed into his mind. Awesome! By now, he was completely familiar with the 980 copies on the first layer. He could farm whichever one he wanted. Turn off the lights and leave the classroom. In the corridor, Qi Xiao felt the boost brought by the celestial space. With the equipment enhancement, his endurance was 24 points, agility 11 points, and strength also increased to 11 points. Crackling sounds. His joints emitted crisp cracks. The effect is too obvious. Unaware in the celestial space, but upon returning to reality, he felt his body light as if a heavy burden had been lifted. With a tiptoe, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. It was as if he had inexhaustible power within him, and he headed straight to the physical training ground. At 8 p.m. during summer vacation, the venue was still brightly lit. Dozens of first-year high school students were sweating through training, hoping to gain higher initial attributes when changing professions. The banner on the wall is eye-catching. 363 days left until the job transfer. The sweat shed today determines tomorrow's starting point. 198199200. Amazing! 200 fingertip push-ups in one go. How many points of strength will you have after changing jobs? 10 points is enough. Senior Dreamyun said that with an initial strength of 10 points, you can wear most of the equipment in the first-level dungeon. What if you change jobs to a planter? Planters also need strength. Only in high-level dungeons can you gather rare herbs. Professor Long from the National Agricultural Institute is a 5th-level planter, isn't he? The increase in grain production in Long Country is thanks to his research insights from high-level dungeons. But there is only one Professor Long in the whole country. The probability is too low. Someone has to do it. True. Take a 1-minute break, then start the next round. Really working hard, I have to try my best too. Just as everyone was about to continue training, Qi Xiao, who was out of breath, ran into the training ground. He walked towards the weightlifting station under dozens of gazes. Senior from the 2nd year of high school? What are you doing here so late? After changing jobs, doesn't he stop training? Damn! A 60-kilogram tire, and he just hoisted it onto his shoulder? He's so skinny. He's going to run laps carrying that. 1 lap. 2 laps. 3 laps. The stamina is just too outrageous. Is this the strength of a 2nd-year high school student? Qi Xiao carried the tire and ran 3 laps. He was only slightly out of breath and surprisingly did not sweat. He put the tire back in place and thought to himself. This is only first rank, and the equipment is still the most basic elite gear. When my rank advances, how strong will I become? No, I must hurry back to Tianxiong to ascend to 2nd rank. Before leaving, several first-year students called out to him. Senior, can I ask your strength level? 11 points. What's your class? Support. Isn't support supposed to heal? Supports also need to gear up. Alright, I'm off now, good luck guys. After Qi Xiao left, several first-year students looked at each other in silence. Is the support role this competitive too? He ran 3 laps without getting out of breath, and it's only 11 o'clock? I need to change the training plan. The main exercise will be carrying tires while running laps. Back in the Celestial Dome, Qi Xiao changed into 3 pieces of gear and began designing his appearance. The interface generated various looks based on his thoughts, even showing his pre-transmigration appearance, though the details were already blurred. Forget it, make it more handsome. After screening and modification, he selected a plain and unremarkable cultivator image. Image confirmed, please enter the exclusive space name. Li Fei Yu. Checking for duplicate names. This name is not used by any Sky Sovereign. Confirm? Such a good name and used? Confirm. Name has been successfully registered. Switch to Sky Sovereign appearance. Switch. Swish. Switching instantly without wind, Qi Xiao found himself transformed into a cultivator in the style of a Xianxia novel, with an ordinary appearance, yet immediately attracting the attention of many Celestial Realm members. Except for the staff on his back, all other equipment was hidden. This is the effect of the outfit? Shi Xiao was very satisfied, then said, teleport to trade consignment area. With a flash of light, he appeared in the consignment area. Scanning portable space. Generating price list. Shi Xiao found that no one was selling the eternal fruit or the root of life for spirits form. It was understandable that no one was selling epic accessories, but there were also no for spirits form staffs, which surprised him quite a bit. This kind of item must be in high demand. I might as well farm a few more to sell and earn some living expenses. There are only a few people on hard mode anyway. He thought of Dan Liang and decided to give him an eternal fruit. As a gift, it's rare to meet an old friend in a strange land. After dealing with the cursed mine equipment in the purchase area, Shi Xiao teleported to the Nightmare Cave. The teleportation function is really convenient. After spending 100 points to reset the dungeon, he began soloing. Relying on his memorization of the textbook content, he could accurately determine the route even in the pitch-dark cave, moving swiftly like the wind. Inside the cave, the golden light of the light punishment continuously flashed. With every flicker, a monster falls. Points +5. Points +5. Soon, he encountered the first boss. Viper Lord Ryan, you are, points +15. Then. Andra, die, points +15. Pissass, points +15. Findus, points +15. After killing Findus, the sound of trees twisting came from deep within the platform. In the darkness, a pair of blood-red eyes opened. Shi Xiao looked excitedly at the sky globe coin about to be within reach and licked his lips, just about to finish off where. A sudden burst of golden-green light intertwined shot out from his body, piercing into the darkness. The writhing sound abruptly ceased, and the blood-red eyes turned into a clear green. Crash! The leaves moved without wind, blossoming with golden light that dispelled the darkness. The spacious platform bathed in golden sunlight, and the withered face on the tree trunk revealed a kind smile. Thank you, hero. It is you who saved me from the nightmare. This is my token of gratitude. Now, let us go defeat the nightmare together. As Vor finished speaking, a treasure chest woven from vines appeared before him. Ha! Not fighting anymore? Not even giving points? Shi Xiao looked at the smiling wall and couldn't help but curse, damn. He opened the treasure chest, 2 fine pieces of equipment lying quietly inside. One was the staff root of life for spirits form. The other item is a shield. Eternal tree bark for spirits form. Quality, exquisite. Category, one-handed shield. Physical defense, plus 122. Magic damage reduction, plus 122. Stamina plus 15. Spirit plus 24. Resistance plus 10. Equipment requirements, Strength 8, Spirit 8. The attributes are okay, but Uncle is very disappointed. Shi Xiao put away his equipment, turned around, and ran to the edge of the platform preparing to jump down, but suddenly stopped. Wool wasn't dead, and there was no pool of water below at all. Jumping down would mean falling to his death. Moreover, Wool, where is my eternal blessing? Do you want me to smash the nightmare with my head? Wool's smile grew even wider. What a passionate hero. With you here, the nightmare will surely be defeated. Thick branches grew from its head, stretching down to Qi Zhao's feet, lifting him up. The roots broke through the rocks, carrying them toward the plot point, as the sound of turning soil echoed inside the cave. Ahead, the serpent devourer rushed over at the sound. Serpent devourer, don't even think about polluting the land of eternal life. Wool lifted Qi Xiao above his head. Vitality surged into his body, eternal blessing took effect, and his mana instantly soared from 3840. Lush branches transformed into 2 sturdy arms. Hiss, ha! The venomous snake lunged like an arrow, but was met head-on by Qi Zhao's 768 shots of radiant retribution. A giant golden staff came smashing down. Snap! The snake's health instantly dropped to 0. The golden light hadn't dispersed when 2 branch-like arms shot out, binding it tightly like a twisted rope and violently slamming it against the rock wall. Bang! Bang! The venomous snake spat blood and screamed in agony, transforming into two pieces of exquisite equipment. Points plus 15. Thank you, hero. As the snake devourer died, Wool disappeared with it. The darkness receded, and the valley came back to life. A prompt appeared on the interface. Congratulations to Skyward for clearing the dungeon Nightmare Cave. In the battle against Nightmare Serpent Devourer, your performance was outstanding, receiving the rating, Excellent. Since this is not your first time receiving an excellent rating, you have been awarded an additional 10 points. Hero mode has been unlocked, looking forward to your challenge. Looking at the 250 points credited, Chi Xiao looked full of disdain. Since he couldn't farm the Yi fruit of immortality, staying here was just a waste of time. I'd better stick to mining from now on. Picking up two pieces of equipment, he left the dungeon and teleported outside the mine. Put on the helmet, only the shoes are left. No rush, at worst I can run the cave once a day and eventually gather everything. Before entering the dungeon, he put on the Nightmare Serpent Scale helmet. Nightmare Serpent Scale helmet. Quality, fine. Category, chainmail helmet. Defense, 80. Stamina plus 15. Mentality plus 20. Agility plus 10. Equipment requirements, Strength 10, Spirit 8. Nightmare set, 0/5. This is one of the two pieces of equipment dropped by Devouring Serpent. After wearing it, his health is 880, mana is 4220, and magic damage is 749. One Radiant Judgment can deal 767 points of holy damage. Another one is the French-style dagger Fang of the Serpent. Fang of the Serpent. Quality, fine. Category, dagger. Physical damage, plus 57. Magic damage, plus 248. Attack speed, 1.60 seconds. Special effect, has a chance to apply Dream Poison on hit, reducing the target's attack speed and movement speed by 5% each for 15 seconds, stacking up to 5 layers. Equipment requirement, Strength 10. The dagger does not add attributes, but its magic damage and special effects are excellent. It is perfect for use with a shield. He decided to keep it as a backup for the staff in special situations. After tidying up, Chi Xiao plunged headfirst into the Sin mine. He's going to clear the mine. With the 250 points just now, his advancement progress is 12 out of 100. Only 88 attribute points short of advancing to the second tier. At the rate of exchanging 500 points for one attribute, he just needs to grind one more round of points, which for him is just over 3 hours. Before 1 a.m., I want to reach level 2. At the same time, in the quiet campus, Yumuching, holding an outdated old phone, hummed a little tune as he came to the boys' dormitory, intending to give it to Chi Xiao. His family was poor, and he had never had a phone, relying completely on shouting to communicate. Only one dorm room light was on the second floor. Sigh, he must have gone to grind in the evil mine again. The summer vacation had arrived, and most students had gone home. As the homeroom teacher, she didn't need to check dorms anymore. She walked up to the second floor and looked through the window at the only dorm room with the light on. Dan Liang was sitting at the desk with his back to the door, diligently copying the textbook. Seeing the students working so hard, Yumuching smiled with relief. Regardless of the grades, their attitude was worthy of praise. She didn't disturb them and turned to go to Chi Xiao's dorm next door. The door was open, and a faint smell of urine filled the room. This Chi Xiao is really careless about hygiene. Snap! As soon as the light turned on, she was stunned. Where was the bed? What about the clothes in the wardrobe? There were barely any second-year students living in the dormitory to begin with, so she couldn't have misremembered the room number. But in front of her, it was completely empty. With confusion, she returned to Danlian's dormitory door and gently knocked. Knock, knock, knock. Danliang hurriedly opened the door. Old man? Does Chi Xiao live next door? Yes. Where is he living now? Why is the bed missing? That's school property, damage must be compensated for. Dan Liang immediately showed a wronged expression. Class monitor, Xi Xiao has a hard life. What's going on? Explain clearly. You come in, I'll explain slowly. No time, cut to the chase. Oh. Last night was dark and windy. Cut to the chase. As Yumuching listened to him embellish the story of last night, Ji Feichen had already teleported to the Sky Dome. He stood outside the third floor of the dungeon area, the Dragon God Hall, and sent a voice message to Shi Guahao. Guahao, this is old Ji. I have something to discuss in person. I'm outside the dungeon, I'll leave right after speaking. No reply came from the other side, so he continued to browse the contacts. Seeing Qi Zhao's name, he was momentarily stunned. Li Feiyu first stage, sinful mind, note, Qi Xiao. Indeed, first stage, just as diligent as I was back then. He was just feeling pleased when his expression suddenly changed. Oh no! He immediately sent a voice message. Qi Xiao, you can run the dungeon, but don't advance to the second tier, or there will be a super tier penalty. After more than 10 seconds, a reply came back. Understood, Principal, I will keep the advancement progress at 99. Ji Feichen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It would have been troublesome if he had advanced to the second level. He waited for another 10 or so minutes. A middle-aged man wearing armor appeared outside the Dragon God Hall. He walked up to Ji Feichen and said, Old Ji, finding me so late, what's the matter? Ji Feichen looked towards the dungeon entrance. Why hasn't the Dragon God Temple been cleared yet? Sigh. Condensed text asterisk. In the afternoon, the support class leader suddenly left the guild, forcing the attack progress to be delayed. Can't you heal? Help me first? Spare me, I'm a shapeshifter. Even if I copy a support, it only lasts 30 seconds. Then please ask Yumuching to come help? I'll provide a subsidy. She can't get away right now. What do you want to talk to me about? It's about your son, Shi Minga. I've already arranged a leave of absence for him. Leave of absence? What trouble has he caused this time? If it were just an early romance, I could tolerate it, but he has gone too far these past 2 days. Ji Feichen detailed the incidents of Shi Minga humiliating Zhongman, flirting with Yumuching, insulting Jiang Yi, bullying Qi Xiao, and even threatening Qi Zhao's life one by one. Shi Guahao listened with a grim expression and shouted angrily, he's gone rogue. You didn't conceal anything, right? No. The child must be strictly disciplined, or he will suffer big losses sooner or later. I understand, thank you. After saying goodbye, Ji Feichen returned to the office. The water hadn't boiled yet when Yumuching knocked and barged in. Principal, I have to tell you something. Shi Minga went on a night raid to Qi Xiao's dormitory again last night. She exaggerated the story into a version 3.0, furious. That kid is asking for trouble. Just expel him immediately. I will consider it. You can't indulge him just because it takes a long time. I will talk to his dad. You go back first. After Yumuching left, Ji Feichen had a terrible headache, letting the tea boil unattended. At 11:30 p.m., Shi Guahao disbanded the team and went home. He learned from the vice-captain that Lai Jingwan left the guild after accompanying Shi Minga to finish the dungeon. He called Lai Jingwan's phone but found that he had been blocked. What exactly did this kid do? At this moment, his wife Fang Yisin came out of the bathroom wearing a bathrobe. Simplified version asterisk. Why are you back so late? Have you eaten? There are still hot dishes in the kitchen. She finished speaking and returned to the bedroom. Shi Guahao put down the phone, looked toward Shi Minga's room, recalled Ji Feichen's words, his anger surging, and lifted his foot to kick hard. Bang! The door shattered, and Shi Minga, who was playing on his phone in bed, sat up in shock. Fang Yisin, wearing a face mask, ran out and shook her head angrily at the broken door. Shi Minga lowered his head, afraid to speak. I heard from Principal Ji that you were suspended from school? I don't want to compete with the school team, it's meaningless. So you persuaded a classmate to drop out, cursed the head teacher, harassed Yumuching, insulted a female teacher from another city, and nearly caused a classmate to die? He was the one who insulted me first. Shut up. What's going on with Lai Gingwan? Who told you to find her? Do you know how important she is to the guild? I just asked her to help with the possessed mine, and she left first. Alright. You're trying to drive me crazy. Shi Guahao flew into a rage and struck out, his bloodied claw grabbing Shi Mingjia's neck, pulling him close, before slapping him hard. Smack! The head flew off, smashing against the wall and bursting, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Fanisin was stunned for a few seconds, then screamed and rushed in. You're crazy. He's your son. He's going to die sooner or later anyway. Shi Guahao dropped the body and turned back to the bedroom. Fanisin knelt by the bed, holding the still warm hand, trembling as she prayed, "Heavenly gods above, please bring my child back to life." Buzz. A green divine light descended, shattered skull, flesh, and spine rolling back and reassembling in the air, quickly returning to their place. 10 seconds later, Shi Mingjie opened his eyes in the green light and cried out loudly. Mom! Was I beaten to death by Dad? Don't be afraid, son, Mom is here, you won't die. After comforting Shi Mingjie, Fanisin stormed out of the bedroom and just happened to see Shi Guahao, who had changed into new clothes, walking to the door. Where are you going so late? Going to find Lai Jingwan, asking her to come back to the guild. The guild can't be without her. Alright. She's that Lai Jingwan, right? You even dare to harm your own son for her. Shi Guahao, this family is over. Over or not, I don't have this useless son. And you were distracted several times in the guild today, almost causing the deaths of 3 members of the 4th team. If you can't handle it, then don't participate in team operations anymore. Stay home and discipline your son properly. I'm leaving. After speaking, he slammed the door and left. Shi Guahao. If you have the guts, never come back. Fangyisun cursed angrily. At this moment, Shi Mingjie, pale-faced, walked out of the room. He had just revived, his body weak, and the healing spell was unlikely to restore him quickly. Mom, why has Dad become like this? He's not worthy of being your dad. Be good, go back and rest, you'll be fine by tomorrow morning. Back in bed, Shi Mingjie was trembling all over. Thinking of his father's words, his face twisted in rage. Shi Xiao. It all started because of you. You must die. After Fangyisun returned to her room, he picked up his phone and called Xu Zhao. Hey, Xu Zhao, go to Rupaji Street and find some reliable second-tier hitters. Big brother, that place is really chaotic, I don't dare to go. Idiot. What are you afraid of when I ask you to do something? They charge a lot. Money is not the issue, get the job done. Ask the unranked skybound, how much is their life worth? Hanging up the phone, Xu Zhao glanced at the time, 12:15 a.m. Sleep was completely gone. Various rumors about Rupu Street surfaced in his mind. At 1:12 a.m., he mustered up the courage, hung his shoes around his neck, climbed out the window, and rode his bike to Rupu Street. Rupu Street was bustling under the night sky, with young men and women embracing and laughing. In a pavilion, a woman in a short skirt was passionately kissing a blonde muscular man, while a bald man carried her legs on his shoulders. Xu Chao watched, blushing fiercely, and quickly lowered his head to walk faster. Sensual scenes continued one after another on both sides of the street, making his heart race like a drum. All those rumors were true. He clenched his fists and quickened his pace. Hey! You little brat! What are you doing here? Get lost! 2 fierce men with cigarettes blocked the way. Xu Zhao mustered up courage and said, I want to see your boss. The cigarette guy kicked his bicycle away and shouted at him, Get lost, do you hear me? Seeing that the other party was about to make a move, Xu Zhao hurriedly shouted, I want to ask your boss to kill someone. We'll pay. The noisy Rupu Street instantly fell silent, then burst into laughter a few seconds later. Kill someone? Pay money? Is this little brat crazy? Maybe we should add a gatekeeper next time, any rat can sneak in. The man with the cigarette grabbed Xu Zhao's hair and dragged him outside. I'm telling the truth. My big brother paid for my life. The other party is not yet at the stage ah. It hurts, let go. The man with the cigarette finally stopped, and the laughter around gradually quieted down. You're really telling the truth? Really? If I'm lying, may I die by headbutting? My big brother is rich. The cigarette-smoking man glanced around and shouted, "What are you all looking at?" Then he dragged him into a house at the end of the street. Who is your big brother? Whose life do you want? My eldest brother is called Shi Mingjie, and he wants to kill Qi Shao. Shi Mingjie? The man with a cigarette's expression shifted slightly. What is his relationship with Shi Guahao? He's his son. The man with a cigarette calmly pinned Xu Zhao to the chair, then turned and went upstairs. Soon, he came down and said, "Kid, come up with me." In the private room on the second floor, two glamorous women were fixing their clothes. Liang Shou, sitting in the boss chair, turned around. What's the name of the person to be killed? Qi Shao. What identity? Classmate in the same grade. Just students fooling around, let alone killing. He caused my older brother to be suspended from school and even insulted him publicly. So I have to die? Liang Shou smiled, interesting. Baby, pour a glass of water for our little guest. The heavily made-up woman said coquettishly, Brother, there's no water in the room. How about he drinks from me? Seeing Liang Shou's expression darken, she quickly said, I'll go buy some. With that, she left with others. All right, classmate, let's talk. 8:15 a.m. Shi Mingjie's phone vibrated. Hello? Brother. The price has been asked. How much? 50,000 Skydome coins. How much? Condensed text asterisk. Shi Mingjie suddenly sat up sharply, angrily saying, a useless person who hasn't even entered the ranks, worth 50,000 sky coins? A hoarse voice came from the other end of the phone, Young Master Shi, covering up the corpse and destroying all traces isn't expensive. I can't afford it, forget it. Don't rush, you don't want President Shi to find out about this either, right? Shi Mingjie's heart jolted, are you threatening me? Just a reminder of the stakes. Want to talk? Too expensive. If it can solve the problem once and for all, want to talk? When? Now. Pu Street. After hanging up the phone, Shi Mingjie saw the breakfast on the table and his mother's note, tossed them aside casually, and went out. Half an hour later, he brought Ning Ziyue to Pu Street. She was trembling, frightened by the strange people around. Shut up. The two entered the building at the end of the street. Under the guidance of the cigarette-holding man, they went into a private room on the second floor. Shi Mingjie saw Xu Zhao sitting hunched between two ragged women, her eyes darkened. Good for nothing. After he sat down, Liang Shou laughed and said, 50,000, Xi Shao disappears within 2 days. I have no money. But your enemy is also a celestial. At his speed, he can rise a level in a month, and by then, the price will be much higher than this. Shi Mingjie frowned, then, installments? There's no precedent for that. Liang Shou's gaze landed on Ning Ziyue, meaningfully, can feelings be paid in installments? Shi Mingjie sensed something unusual and suddenly grabbed Ning Ziyue's hand, pressing it onto the table. Count her in. Ning Ziyue cried out, and Xu Chao was stunned. Liang Shou's eyes lit up, Young Master Shi, are you willing to part with her? Just a toy. Good. Then let me inspect the goods first. Liang Shou grabbed Ning Ziyue's hand. Husband, you. Ning Ziyue, I promise to help you rise to the 3rd rank, and I will definitely deliver. Treat this big brother well, it won't harm you. After speaking, he turned and left the private room. The door was open, and his shrill laughter echoed out. Xu Zhao stood behind Shi Mingjie, clenching his fists tightly. Shi Mingjie felt regret deep in his heart but knew he had no way out. The faint sound of a woman crying came from inside the private room. 5 minutes later, Liang Shouchan laughed. Young Master Shi, come in and discuss the details. Shi Mingjie walked in and saw Ning Ziyue neatly dressed but with disheveled hair. He looked away in disgust. Deposit of 25,000, balance paid in installments. Can't give a discount? She's already been with you. If I wanted to find someone, there are 10 better than her. Doing this is just about making a connection with young Master Shi. From now on, we're in the same line of work. Shi Mingjie said in a deep voice, deposit 20,000, balance 11,000, paid in 3 installments, to be cleared within 6 months. Liang Shou smiled, good. Tomorrow night, Shi Zhao's head will be placed on the table. Please, young Master Shi, watch it disappear with your own eyes. He raised his hand, and in the void appeared 2 transparent red giant snakes. As they flicked their tongues, a bloody scent filled the air. Transaction location? Tenxiong Space, Trade Zone 337, 5944. After speaking, the 2 disappeared one after another. 10 minutes later, they returned simultaneously. Transaction successful. Young master, please go back and wait for news. Shi Mingjie left with a cold face. Ning Ziyue finished packing and was about to leave. Liang Shou called from behind, baby, come find me tonight. Her shoulder trembled, and she quickly fled. Outside Rupo Street. Xu Chao stepped forward, boss, I get lost. Shi Mingjie looked at Ning Ziyue, go back and take a shower, you're smelling of smoke and blood. He took out 2 bills and handed them to Xu Chao, see her home. After saying that, he hailed a taxi and left. Ning Ziyue, I'm giving this to you. No need. Seeing you like this breaks my heart. Get lost. She glared angrily and limped away alone. Xu Chao spat, ungrateful. Hanzi No. 1 High School, Principal's Office. Shi Xiao took a sip of the tea brewed by Jifeichen. Yumuching and Jiang Yi watched nervously as Jifeichen flipped through the advancement plan. After a moment, he nodded. Very good. Let's follow Teacher Yu's plan. Yumuching breathed a sigh of relief. Shi Xiao, let me tell you the next action plan. Shi Xiao took the advancement plan. Accumulate 7.5 million points within the 2-month summer vacation. 7.5 million? Shi Xiao was stunned, that number was too exaggerated. If you run through the Sin Mine once, counting as 200 corrupted pirates, after deducting the reset cost, you can earn 2,580 points. Running it up to 3,000 times is enough. At your speed, you can definitely reach it within 2 months. Shi Xiao clicked his tongue, This is also why I didn't let you rank up yesterday. Once you reach the 2nd rank and keep grinding, it will trigger an overrank penalty, reducing points by 90%, and the 3rd rank yields 0 benefits. Understand? Understood. So the ranking progress can only go up to 99 out of 100 at most, absolutely cannot exceed that. Got it. Shi Xiao secretly felt relieved, he almost rushed to the 2nd rank last night. Seize this opportunity, get into the best shape before the National Defense 1st Regiment visits. Shi Xiao clenched his fists. 2 months? He could finish it in 1.5 months, or even less. With better equipment, the dungeon clearing time could be further reduced. Next is career planning. We have 3 options for you: extreme damage build, team buff build, both primarily focus on spirit. The 3rd is a jack of all trades build, balanced across all 4 attributes, requiring a large amount of points to buy common skills, and the biggest investment. I choose plan 3, water bucket flow. Oh? Are you sure? Jifeichen's eyes showed a hint of admiration. Sure. Shi Xiao recalled the first time he cleared the nightmare dungeon, stunned by a punch from Wool in his 4 spirits form. Without a shield, he would have been dead long ago. If you don't have enough points, just farm more. Farm 10,000 times, 100,000 times, even 1,000,000 times if needed. Shi Zhao's eyes were resolute. Ha ha ha. Good. 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 Condensed text asterisk. Ji Feichen glanced proudly at Yumuching and Jiang Yi, then patted Qi Xiao on the shoulder. You don't need to grind 100,000 or 1,000,000 times. By the time you reach the 4th tier, there will be plenty of points dungeons. The real difficulty lies in the 2nd and 3rd tiers. Look at them, none of them have reached the 4th tier yet. Qi Xiao nodded. Since you chose Plan 3, you must memorize these 3 books. You are already a 1st tier skyward, so I'll give you 10 minutes. On the table lay 3 books, 1 Strategies for Defensive Professions to Face Hostile Battles /I, 1 Analysis of Combat Priority for Comprehensive Professions /I, and I Advantages and Disadvantages of Public Skills in the Points Shop, by Ji Feichen /I. Qi Xiao immediately realized that these were all prepared to compensate for his shortcomings in close combat. According to the Dungeon Compendium, the future bosses are exceptionally strong, and he must be stronger than the bosses. Ji Feichen reminded, I wrote the book on public skills, but my understanding may not be comprehensive, you need to judge it based on your own situation. The principal's understanding makes the students admire him. Insincere words, but I love to hear them. Ji Feichen laughed loudly, hands on his hips. Qi Xiao closed the book, and Ji Feichen immediately took out 3 scrolls, 5 minutes, full marks to pass. Qi Xiao glanced over them, secretly amused. 2 of them were entirely about public skills. When the time was up, he easily scored full marks. Ji Feichen nodded with satisfaction and said to Jiang Yi, take Qi Xiao to the rooftop to reinforce practical combat with the 10 duel strategies. On the rooftop, the teacher and student faced off. The 2-rank difference made Jiang Yi hold back, and under theoretical guidance, Qi Xiao quickly adapted to the pace. Half an hour later, Jiang Yi finally stopped. Not bad, the improvement after the 1st rank is obvious, and the equipment bonuses are not low. Qi Xiao, come with me to the Sky Dome space, I'll give you a new set of equipment. Ji Feichen said and disappeared on the spot. Jiang Yi said enviously, so lucky. The principal is afraid something will happen to him. Before being summoned by the group, there must be no accidents. Inside the celestial space, Ji Feichen scrutinized Qi Xiao's celestial form. Change back to your original appearance after class in the afternoon, don't attract attention. Now, accept the deal. Concise version copy asterisk. The transaction began as Ji Feichen took out 8 pieces of gear and a staff, all prepared in advance, from his portable space and laid them out. Qi Xiao looked and felt a surge of joy and epic set. The principal was indeed generous. But the weapon made him frown. Principal, I won't be using the staff. Oh? What will you use? Root of life. Dropped from a nightmare? None is better than mine, Ji Feichen scoffed. What I have is the form of the 4 symbols. What? Let me see. Ji Feichen checked Qi Xiao's equipment information and was stunned instantly. It is indeed the root of life, but the attributes are ridiculously exaggerated, plus 288 spell damage, and it comes with 48 spirit points, with an overall effect comparable to a low-tier epic staff. His heart jolted, and distant memories surfaced. You fought the Nightmare Cave yesterday, was the first one you killed Ryan? Hiss. Wouldn't that be a hard mode? Ji Feichen, who back then was one of the 5 first-rank members with a 99% completion rate, was instantly killed by a single punch from the 4 spirits form of war while trying to contend with the restrained position, and had to revive and flee. Since then, he never entered the Nightmare Cave again. And Qi Xiao actually cleared it with 4 teammates who hadn't even ranked up? Just as he was shocked, an epic accessory, the Fruit of Immortality, caught his eye. The effect of reviving on the spot after death made his scalp tingle. Nightmare Cave, 1st level dungeon, how could such an overpowered accessory drop here? Qi Xiao, did the Fruit of Immortality also drop from the wool vine box? That one, dropped after I killed it. Qi Xiao scratched his head and smiled. But the wool in its 4 spirits form is way too strong. After killing it, we almost got stuck in the storyline. Qi Xiao still felt a lingering fear, but Ji Feichen was as if struck by lightning. What? Wool was beaten to death? Isn't Wool supposed to regain consciousness and enter the storyline when his health drops to 20%? Qi Xiao's words left Ji Feichen momentarily confused but deeply shocked. Shi Zhao's talent is full force strike. Could it be that he directly killed Wool in his berserk state? Shi Xiao, tell me again how you defeated Wool. After listening, Ji Feichen asked a few more questions, then nodded in approval. Very good, this discovery is valuable. Use your own weapon, and this staff is yours as well. The transaction was completed, and Ji Feichen sighed. This set of equipment was originally meant for my granddaughter, but unfortunately, she changed her profession to production. Make good use of it and don't waste its value. I understand, thank you, Principal. Don't show off in front of the students this afternoon, put it on only when entering the dungeon. I hope you can save up 7.5 million soon. I will change the appearance and equipment back to their original state before noon. After Ji Feichen gave a few reminders, he hurriedly left the celestial space. After the principal left, Shi Xiao immediately checked the Furious Thunder 8-piece set. Damn, this is too powerful. The Furious Thunder 8-piece plate armor is an epic set balanced between physical and magical abilities. Each piece significantly boosts attributes, but the requirements to wear it are very high: strength 45, agility 40, spirit 40. Set effects are as follows. 2 pieces, plus 20 magic resistance. 4 pieces, after a skill hits, magic damage is increased by up to 195 points, lasting 10 seconds. 6 pieces, after a skill hits, there is a chance to trigger an electrification effect on the target, stunning for 5 seconds. 8 pieces, in battle, there is a chance to transform into a Furious Thunder Walker, movement speed plus 55%, evasion plus 15%, attack speed and casting speed plus 15%, lasting 5 seconds. Shi Xiao immediately redeemed attribute points. Current base attributes are Stamina 32, Spirit 75, Strength 11, Agility 13. With bonuses from the staff, cloak, ring, and already redeemed attributes, only 61 more points need to be redeemed to meet the requirement. 61 attribute points redeemed, sky score deducted. Upgrade progress, 13/173/100. Attribute allocation complete, strength plus 36, agility plus 27, then directly changed equipment. In an instant, Shi Xiao clearly felt a sudden surge in attributes. Health 4670, mana greatly increased, spell damage 1435, movement speed increased to 22%. Although in the celestial space and unable to feel any physical changes, Shi Xiao's movement speed has undergone a qualitative change. Each step carries the sound of wind. This is the balanced enhancement? I really made the right choice. With his current strength, farming the sinful mine is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Elite monsters are killed instantly, and even bosses fall in just 3 or 4 hits. Unable to suppress the desire to grind monsters, Shi Xiao directly teleported outside the sinful mine and charged in after resetting. 10 minutes later, he stood at the dungeon entrance again. Sinful mine, all cleared. It only took 10 minutes. His eyes were shocked, with a smile at the corner of his mouth. The speed was ridiculously fast. In the dungeon, he charged at Lazo with the light shield, instantly killing him, picked up the key, opened the iron door under the siege of sentinels and miners, and killed NID before the miners could report. Then he sped forward, clearing all the monsters. When the second iron door opened, Heavy Fist had not yet ordered the cannon to fire, but he had already rushed up the gangway. The golden blazing sun flashed rapidly, instantly killing Heavy Fist and Cookie before rushing straight into the captain's cabin. He didn't release Light Starfall, just waited for the captain to summon the corrupted pirates. Since it takes 5 minutes anyway, he might as well let the monsters chasing him keep him entertained. After putting on the thunderstorm set, he successfully compressed the mining time to under 10 minutes. If I run the dungeon at moderate intensity for 12 hours a day, in 40 days, I can accumulate 7.5 million points. Reaching the 4th tier in 40 days is exactly the incredible power of Calm and Collected. He teleported to the points store and first learned Resurrection and Recovery. After experiencing the Nightmare Cave, he realized these skills couldn't be skimped on. In future high-level team dungeons, not having Resurrection would only make you a joke, and Recovery can also improve the team's error tolerance. After advancing to the 1st tier, some public skills were unlocked. Although the book said 1st tier public skills were not worth learning, Shi Xiao was interested in a mana regeneration skill. Divine Refinement, Level 1, Passive, restores 1% mana per second. Public skills can be upgraded using points and do not count towards advancement progress, but purchasing it requires 50,000 points, and upgrading to level 2 costs 100,000 points. The cost will only increase thereafter. For him now, this skill was somewhat extravagant, and points had to be prioritized for second-tier public skills. Then, he opened the professional skills section of the points shop and saw 3 newly unlocked priest skills. Mana Burn, 3-second cast, consumes 95 mana, burns 204 mana from the target, and deals 0.5 times that amount in health damage, scaling with spell damage. Magic Dispel, instant cast, consumes 5% mana, removes 1 negative spell from an ally or 1 positive spell from an enemy. Levitation, instant cast, consumes 100 mana, allows the caster to float above the ground and walk on water, interrupted upon being hit, lasts 2 minutes. Only 3 new skills? Shi Xiao finished reading the introduction and bought them immediately. Adding to the previous skills, Resurrection and Recovery, he learned 5 skills at once, then bought more skill points to master them all. Just as he was about to continue mining, he received a message from Yumuching. The canteen is serving food, come down to eat. Shi Xiao gave a wry smile. According to Ji Feichen's arrangement, Yumuching had become his guardian at school, watching over his eating and drinking. Let's go eat first. He took off the Quanglei suit, switched to his student appearance, and left the Tianxiong space. Returning to the rooftop, the power surge brought by the 61 attribute points made his heart skip a beat. At the same time, inside a private room on Ru Pu Street, Shu Chao was explaining the situation to Liang Shou's underling. This kid lives on campus but hides in the sky space every day, making it hard to get to him. He has a habit of going back to the classroom after eating. He must be sent on his way tonight. Shu Zhao nodded. Seeing that Shi Xiao wanted to go to the hero instance, Yumuching reminded. It doesn't necessarily have to be second tier, leveling up to 80 or 90 is fine. But elite monsters are 10 times tougher than normal dungeon ones, so don't go alone. 10 times? Then Captain Cliff only has a little over 40,000 HP? Over 2,000 attack, 1/ kills you instantly, blood splattered everywhere. Shi Xiao twitched the corner of his mouth. Who are you trying to scare? Attack is only 2,100, I don't lose any HP from your hits, right? He recalled the experience of mining in the morning, the shield didn't break at all, he even headbutted the iron door. Only after checking the records did he realize that the monsters inside, including Lazo, dealt 0 damage to the shield and couldn't break the defense at all. Yumuching was stunned. What's your defense? 2296, Shi Xiao smiled proudly. Ahem. Condensed text asterisk. Yumuching wiped the egg drop soup from the corner of his mouth and, after confirming that only the chef was in the cafeteria, whispered, What's the name of the equipment the principal gave you? The Wild Thunder set. Yumuching coughed violently a few times. You should thank Principal G. He spent a whole year gathering materials for this Wild Thunder 8-piece set, and even had the head of teaching personally craft it. I know. Yumuching calculated while eating. To wear the Wild Thunder set, your upgrade progress needs to be at least level 180. The attribute bonuses are roughly 140 strength, 180 agility, 435 stamina, and 479 spirit, right? Shi Xiao nodded. Converted, your overall strength is close to tier 3. Wearing the Wild Thunder set, you can go head-to-head with Teacher Jiang in a water release state, and soloing the hero mine won't be a problem. Do I really have tier 3 strength? Shi Xiao was surprised. That's right, but you can't use skills temporarily, Yumuching continued. Going from tier 2 to tier 3 requires 1,000 progress points, and from tier 3 to tier 4 requires 10,000. That's why the principal had you grind 7.5 million points. Wearing the Wild Thunder set and running through the hero instance once a day is not bad, the points are double the usual. But after school, you can't solo, you have to wait for me to team up. Understood. At this moment, Yumuching received a text message, stood up and said, I'm going to a meeting. Another meeting? It's all because of you. After finishing his meal, Shi Xiao returned to the teaching building, thinking about running the hero dungeon after school, full of anticipation. Passing by class 7, he noticed a classmate peeking at the door. Upon seeing him, the classmate immediately hid inside the classroom. "Isn't it break time? Why are you here?" Shi Xiao asked. "I didn't do the homework, just came to get the textbook." The classmate smiled sheepishly. Shi Xiao didn't think much, entered class 8, and left through fingerprint transmission. After confirming that Shi Xiao had left, the student ran outside class 8's door and immediately dialed a number. He was sent away from class 8. After hanging up, he put his hands together and whispered, "Shi Xiao, don't blame me, I can't afford to offend him." At 2 p.m., Shi Xiao followed the Wang Ling squad to line up for roll call as usual. After the roll call ended, Jifeichen suddenly appeared in front of the student formation. The school received a notice from the Education Bureau that this summer's special training is cancelled. You don't need to come to school every day anymore. Once each squad is assembled, just find a teacher outside the instance to sign in and collect your subsidy. Yeah. The students cheered, but were silenced by the two homeroom teachers. Shi Xiao understood in his heart that this was Jifeichen looking out for him. Except for Saturday and Sunday, you have to practice writing every other day. This is for your own good. Anyone who doesn't come, I'll go on a home visit with the homeroom teachers. Got it? Listen carefully. After Jifeichen left, the students gradually entered the sinful mine. Shi Xiao entered the cave alone, changed into the frenzied thunder outfit, and continued solo grinding with the celestial form. 4 p.m., corner of the wall at Hanshi No. 1 Middle School. Lu Chen activated, stealth fail, taking Cui Yan, Zhang Go, and 5 second-level brothers to climb over the wall into the school. Stealth fail, enveloped squad members within a 30-meter radius in shadows, rendering them invisible. Following the map drawn by Xu Zhao, they silently entered the classroom of Senior 2, Class 8. LV Chen gathered the 7 people together. After Qi Xiao appears, I will activate the hidden kill formation to block sound and breath. I won't be able to take action. You all give it your all and kill him. The 7 nodded and then dispersed. 5 o'clock. Yumuching watched the students return to reality and sent a message to Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao, take a break and come to the cafeteria to eat. After thinking for a moment, he added one more sentence. This meal is on you. In the instance, Qi Xiao was being besieged by Captain Cliff, Bodyguard Captain, First Mate Heavy Punch, Chef Cookie, and a large number of monsters. He replied, "Okay, teacher, 8 minutes left to finish the spawn." He stepped into the cabin and, after confirming the captain had awakened all the corrupted pirates, he gave a light wave of his hand. Starfall fragments fell densely. Screams of agony filled the sky. 5 seconds later, the ground was covered with bodies. Picking up gear like this is really exhausting. After gathering the loot, he intended to switch back to reality, but shook his head as he looked at the pile of equipment in his portable space. The school is empty, why change clothes? Perfect time to try out third stage. He pressed the mark on the back of his hand. Return. Swish. The figure disappeared. Classroom of Grade 11, Class 8, Hanshi No. 1 High School. Night fell, the air cold and somber. 8 people hid in the shadows, their hearts beating faster. Suddenly, a golden light flashed in the classroom. It's here. Everyone looked towards Lu Chen in unison. The moment Qi Xiao appeared, Lu Chen immediately dispelled the stealth veil, clapped his hands on the ground, and activated the hidden assassination formation, a 20-meter shadow maze that concealed killing fluctuations and blocked teleportation. Attack! 7 people simultaneously drew their daggers and lunged at Qi Xiao. Cui Yan led the charge, stabbing straight at the back of his head, but in an instant, Qi Xiao crouched and swept him aside. Bang bang bang! All 7 were tripped, rolled back, and retreated cautiously, filled with doubt. This was definitely not an unranked cultivator. LV Chen's eyelids twitched, 20 seconds left, kill. The 7 charged again. Qi Xiao sensed something was wrong, pressed the palm pattern imprint, but there was no response. Cannot teleport. Zhang Go charged first. Qi Xiao took the initiative to counterattack, while simultaneously pressing the alarm inside his pocket. Beep. Although the signal was blocked by the formation, both Yumuching and Jifeichen's phones rang simultaneously. Is the location Class 8? The two were startled. With 220 agility points, Shishao instantly closed in on Zhang Go, grabbed his right arm, and landed 3 consecutive punches. Bang bang bang! Zhang Go's ribs were completely shattered, a bone splinter piercing his heart. Shishao took advantage of the momentum to switch places with him, stabbing 6 daggers simultaneously into Zhang Go's back. Bang! Shishao kicked Zhang Go flying, knocking down 2 second-level fighters behind him, creating a gap in the encirclement. Shishao immediately dashed out, with only one goal: to escape through the window. Damn! Seeing this, Lu Chen interrupted the stealth kill formation, drew his dagger, and gave chase. The moment the formation disappeared, a terrifying murderous intent swept over him. Facing a true third-rank opponent, Shishao stood no chance and could only rush toward the window with all his might. Just before he jumped. Crack! The glass shattered with a crash, and a giant white-feathered eagle broke through the window, its massive body smashing straight through the wall. Shattered bricks flew like cannonballs, smashing towards the 6th stage cultivators in the classroom. Bang bang bang! The 6th stage cultivators blocked the flying debris and looked towards the giant eagle gradually returning to human form. Lu Chen immediately recognized Jifeichen and instantly understood the mission had failed. Retreat! Teleport to the celestial vault space. Before his words fell, he threw out a flashbang. Trying to run? Jifeichen shielded Shishao in front of him, stepped down with his right foot, and a dark green magic array instantly spread out, enveloping the entire floor. Phantom images of birds and beasts, green-skinned orcs, and demonic fire giant stone monsters surged out from the formation, attacking Lu Chen and the other 6. Yumuching formation opens a 100-meter galloping arena, summons past phantom creatures, attacks all hostile targets. The 7 who could not teleport, except for Lu Chen, were quickly trampled into a bloody pulp, and Zhang Go was utterly reduced to bones. Third-tier Lu Chen used his speed to shake off the pursuers. At the stairwell entrance, Yumuching, gasping for breath, shot out a dark green leaf arrow. LV Chen transformed into a shadow, ignoring the attack, and slashed at her neck with a dagger. Green mist sprayed from the wound, and Yumuching immediately transformed into a green leaf and dissipated. Third level 10,000 plant healer? This delay allowed the pursuers to catch up again. LV Chen smashed the glass and jumped down, casting grappling hook in the air to latch onto the school wall. The next moment, Jifeichen, transformed into a white giant eagle, slammed into him and sent him flying. Damn! LV Chen flipped up and sprinted out of the campus, pressing the mark on the back of his hand several times, but there was no response. He didn't notice the leaf emitting a flickering green light sticking to his back. Outside the campus, police sirens blared as more than a dozen third-tier officers surrounded them. 15 seconds later, Lu Chen was arrested. 2 police cars arrived, taking away the resurrected Zhang Go, Shui Yan, and 5 others. Shishao, you go eat first, then return to the Tianxiang space. I'll have teacher Yu send you some clothes. Okay. Shishao took off his tattered, blood-stained school uniform and handed it to the principal, then parted ways with Jifeichen and Yumuching, entering the cafeteria wearing a t-shirt. Awesome. This is the 3rd tier. He savored the brief 20-second battle just now, like a sci-fi blockbuster. Being able to avoid the ambush was entirely thanks to his high mental acuity. Since ascending to the 1st tier, his hearing had become exceptionally sharp. Just now, when returning to the classroom, he noticed a momentary deafness in his ear and immediately became alert. Simplified version asterisk. That's when he became alert. Shishao? Were you in the teaching building just now? There was a terrorist attack there? Shan Liang approached carrying a tray of food. Nothing much, just ran into a few assassins. Assassins? Shan Liang's eyes darkened. It can't be that idiot's doing, right? Possible. Damn, is he really daring? Yeah, you should be careful too. I'm sleeping in the celestial dome space tonight. Ha, there should be no problem tonight. On the other side, Rupu Street. The phone rang in the private room. Liang Shou answered the call. A few seconds later, his expression changed drastically. What? Director Zhai, you misunderstood. I was reprimanding a subordinate. Now. Okay, I'm coming right away. He hung up and hurriedly pulled up his pants. Ning Ziyue dressed silently. Smack. Liang Shou slapped her. Call your husband here, wait for me. Inside the police chief's office, Director Zhai, Jifeichen, and Yumuching were all present. Do you know why we called you? No, I know. Who told you to do this? Not going to talk? Director Zhai sneered, a flame flickering in the palm of his hand. Your Rupu Street is nothing but a junkyard. If the trash doesn't spill over, I don't bother, but once it stinks, I set it all on fire. The flames died out. Understand? Understand. Liang Shou's voice trembled. Speak. Shi Guahao's son, Shi Mingjie. Get lost. What about those brothers of mine? Was I not clear enough? Liang Shou turned to leave, but was stopped by Jifeichen. If you dare touch any more students from first middle school, I'll personally come to Rupiji and thrash you. Yes. He panicked, struck the door, and left. After he left, Director Zhai immediately stood up and bowed to Jifeichen. Old man, I'm sorry, I didn't expect them to be so bold. Why are places like Rupu Street still allowed to exist? Jifeichen said coldly. Breeding ground for filth and dirt, this kind of trash should be cleaned up immediately. Simplified version asterisk. Understood, old boss, your reprimand is justified. I will make sure to clean it up before the end of the year. End of the year? You're still going to let these people live until the end of the year? Jifeichen's expression darkened. Old boss, please calm down. I also need results and have to consider the students. If we act now, with hundreds of people running around on Rupu Street, it will be even harder to deal with. First stabilize them, by the end of the year, I promise to sweep them all up and erase Rupu Street from Hanshi. Humph, useless. Jifeichen snorted coldly and left with Yumuching. 9 p.m., in a private room. Shi Mingjie and Xu Chao had just entered when they saw Ning Ziyue standing beside Liang Shou with swollen, reddened cheeks. What are you doing here? I asked her to come. Liang Shou put out his cigarette. Where's the head? You're not being honest. Qi Xiao has the principal personally protecting her. Why didn't you mention that? Personal protection? The principal? Shi Mingjie felt a tightness in his chest. The assassination failed? Failed? I almost got killed because of you. That's the end of it, don't come back again. Just let it go like that? What about my Tianqiong coins? And her. Liang Shoumeng slammed the table, and the red snake shot out from the void, tightly entangling Shi Mingjie. I broke 8 people for your business. If it weren't for your dad, I would have cut you long ago. Get lost within 5 seconds. Shi Mingjie swallowed hard. All right, I'm leaving. Get lost. I'm leaving. The red snake dissipated, and he was about to leave. Wait. Ning Ziyue called out to him, if you don't take me with you, I'll tell your dad everything you did to me. Liang Shou laughed heartily, bold. Little sister, stay with me, I promise I won't hit you again. He reached out to grab her, but Ning Ziyue dodged away. Will you agree or not? If you don't agree, I'll die right here. I've already kept a diary, if I don't go back, your secret will be exposed sooner or later. Shi Mingjie gritted his teeth and looked at Liang Shou. I'll take her away, you name your price. 100,000. No. Then that's out of the question. Then I can only turn to my dad, Shi Mingjie said calmly. Anyway, self-destruction. My dad has only one son. If I die, my mom can still bring me back. How about you? If you die, is there anyone to save you? Liang Shuyi was stunned, his eyelids twitching wildly. He originally thought Shi Mingjie was afraid of Shi Guahao, but he didn't expect that this kid would turn his weakness into leverage. He. Good, good. Today I, Liang Shou, admit defeat. Little sister, you may go. If he treats you badly in the future, come to me, you'll still be considered my woman. Liang Shou waved his hand and let her pass. Ning Ziyue released her clenched hands and rushed out of the private room. Shi Mingjie and Xu Zhao immediately left. On Ru Pu Street, Shi Mingjie looked desolate. He couldn't understand why a Qishao who hadn't even reached the stage was so difficult to kill. This was the first time he encountered something he couldn't solve. After leaving the street corner, he stopped in his tracks. I understand now, some things can only be done by yourself, leaving them to others will always cause problems. The two remained silent. Shi Mingjie walked up to Ning Ziyue. Since I recognize you as a friend, I will keep my word and definitely help you rise to the third level. This time, you have been wronged. Ning Ziyue sneered. Shi Mingjie didn't get angry. Instead, he waved to Xu Zhao, saying, You've worked hard these past 2 days. I acknowledge this, brother. Boss, Xu Zhao's eyes welled up. Go back and take a shower. Meet at the Sky Sphere space at 10 p.m. I'll find 2 level 3 enforcers to grind points and clear the entire first level dungeon. Got it. Xu Zhao responded excitedly. Ning Ziyue remained silent. Shi Mingjie gave the two some money and took a taxi home. Back home, Fang Yixin was sulking. Mom, I'm back. Where did you go again? Meeting a friend to run a dungeon. Do you want Mom to help? No need. He quickly declined, afraid of being found out. Do we have enough potions and food? Yes, we have plenty of sky coins. Then go quickly. Alright, I'll take a shower. He walked into the bathroom. Fang Yixin looked at him, her eyes red, her son had become sensible. 9 p.m., Sky Dome space. Ning Ziyue and Xu Zhao were already waiting outside the sinful mine. Seeing Shi Mingjie, the disappointment on their faces faded. This is Qiu 1, a third-level ice mage from my dad's guild, Brother Qiu. Hello, Brother Qiu. Xu Zhao hurriedly greeted. No need to be polite, sooner or later we'll be in the same guild, better to get to know each other in advance. Ziyue. Shi Mingjie reminded. Brother Qiu. Hello. After Qiu Wen responded, he said to Shi Mingjie, Sorry, Xiao Jie, my support friend can't make it tonight. How about we clear 1 level in normal mode first, and then play heroes tomorrow morning? Okay, I'll listen to Brother Qiu. Hee, good. Later, just follow and pick up items. As soon as the words fell, a dome dweller who looked like a cultivator appeared at the dungeon entrance, flipping through the portable space. Qiu 1, with third-tier strength, immediately saw through the other party's information at a glance. Sky Dome name, Li Feiyu. Profession, priest. Rank, first rank. First rank priest? Hey, young master, you're lucky, they just happen to be short of people. Li Feiyu. The name sounds like it was given by someone from Longhua. The appearance is quite handsome, but the exquisite staff on his back reveals his strength. He probably isn't very strong. If he can be brought into the young master's future team, it would be a great achievement. Qiu Wen looked up and down at Qi Xiao, secretly calculating. Seeing him about to enter, he hurriedly called out, Li Feiyu. Please wait. Li Feiyu? Oh, it's me. Qi Xiao was still a bit unaccustomed to this name, stopped in his tracks, and looked toward Qiu Wen who was approaching. Are you calling me? At this moment, Shi Mingjie behind Qiu Wen suddenly came into view. Shi Mingjie. Qi Xiao's eyes narrowed slightly, a flash of killing intent passing through, his heartbeat suddenly quickening. Unexpectedly, after counting the thousands of silver and copper coins in the backpack, I actually encountered this kind of good fortune. He quickly suppressed his emotions and looked at Qiu Wen. Of course, haha. May I ask if you are alone? Yes, the team just disbanded, and we're getting ready to go back and rest. Is there something you need? Qiu Wenxin was delighted. What a coincidence. We're short of a support for the heroic difficulty of the dead mines. Have you made any progress? Heroic difficulty? I'm only level 1, where would any progress come from? Shi Xiao replied with a smile, though his heart was beating faster and faster. An opportunity. A chance for revenge. Even first level can fight, Xiaowen said. I'm a third level, ice mage, pretty good among my level, so hero level mines won't be a big problem. It's just that there are 3 teammates not yet leveled up, so we need a support to handle emergencies. You just need to heal me at critical moments. But I've never fought at hero difficulty before. I heard the bosses are 10 times stronger. No problem, just watch me perform. So, what do you say, want to join? Shi Xiao pretended to hesitate. Xiaowen continued to entice. Hero dungeon points are twice the normal amount, 272 points per round, high rewards, plus equipment enhancements. The mine resets tomorrow at noon. Condensed text asterisk. If you don't grind it, wouldn't that be a wasted opportunity to improve your strength? If you're willing to fight, I can give you a surprise. Shi Xiao laughed and said, a surprise? Your words are really persuasive, senior. You've convinced me. Haha, I'm telling the truth. Xiao Wenxin secretly complained in her heart, if it weren't for my friend being busy, I wouldn't bother persuading a first-level junior priest. Can you wait for me a moment? I'll go sell some equipment in the trade area. Sell equipment? Sell it to me, how much? At this moment, Shi Mingjie walked over. Shi Xiao was stunned when he saw him. To Xiaowen, it looked like he was taken aback by the equipment. Xiaowen immediately introduced, this is our guild's junior vice president. Nice equipment, right? If you become friends with the junior vice president, you can run any dungeon you want in the future. I have 3 pieces, do you want all of them? Yes. 100 Tianxiang coins each, just right to give to a friend. Shi Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then said, I'll go retrieve the consigned equipment. After saying that, he immediately teleported away. Xiaowen laughed and said, the inexperienced little priest got scared by the young master. Shi Mingjie asked, will he come back? He definitely will. Xiaowen lowered his voice, while he's not here, I have an idea. Our guild's assistant captain Lai Gingwan has quit, and the team is short on support. This priest is low rank, but at least he's a support. If the young master gets along with him, he can be brought into the guild and used for your own team. And support players usually have fixed teams, with not much difference in rank. They get absorbed together, just right to serve as reserve members. If they perform well, they get promoted, if not, they get eliminated. No matter how you calculate it, it's worth it. Shi Mingjie nodded, not a bad idea, is he reliable? Xiaowen smiled, what reliable person is there? His panic just now clearly showed he thought he had an opportunity. Pretending to hesitate was just to raise the price, deep down, he was already anxious. This kind of petty support player obviously hasn't seen much of the world. Support is naturally scarce, and every guild first tempts people with empty promises. Many promising supports get hoodwinked into weak guilds like this, which delays their advancement and eventually causes them to fade into obscurity. The streamlined copy is as follows. An assistant still running dungeons so late must be motivated. When he joins the team, you take charge of winning him over and showcasing your strength. I'll support from the side, and if we give him some prospects, he'll surely be wholeheartedly loyal to the young master. Xiaowen smiled confidently and said, by then, he will be the direct support of the young master's future personal group. Good. I'll follow Brother Chio's lead on everything. Shi Mingjie grew more and more excited as he listened. If he could have his own team, he would surely be able to strike wherever he aimed, just like his father, Shi Guohao. Becoming stronger starts tonight. By then, he will personally lead his men to level Rupu Street. Soon, Shi Xiao finished exchanging equipment in the trade zone and flew back outside the mine. He walked up to Shi Mingjie and directly took out 9 pieces of mining equipment from his personal space to initiate a trade. 9 pieces of equipment, just selected, should be suitable for both of you. All right. Consider it a friendship gesture, I'll take all 1,000 sky coins. You still have progress in the regular mine, right? I'll give you another 1,000, thanks for accompanying us on this trip. The young guild leader is really generous. Shi Xiao happily completed the transaction and accepted Xiao Wen's team invitation. As soon as he joined the team, Xiao Wen checked his equipment. Excellent gear dropped from the mine and nightmare cave, but no necklace or accessories. This staff is not bad. Given by a friend. Not weak in strength, right? Do you have a guild? We, a few real buddies, formed this ourselves. Have you heard of a book of martial arts? No. Xiao Wenxin was clear about the situation, and Mingjie from the court gave a glance. Shi Xiao was also secretly observing the two. Xiao Wenxin had 6,350 health points, ample mana, wore piece-together epic scattered gear, with high spirit and moderate endurance, equipped with 2 burst-type accessories. Shi Xiao estimated that his magic damage was at least 3 to 4,000. An ice mage, his burst was slightly weaker than that of a firecaster, but his self-defense was very strong. Mingjie was dressed in fine gear, with only 1,300 health points, but his necklace was particularly eye-catching. Holy Shield Necklace. Epic quality, grants immunity to all attacks for 10 seconds when suffering fatal damage, cooldown 60 minutes. Noticing Shi Xiao's gaze, Mingjie became even more smug. Brotherly Feiyu, has the instance been reset? Let's get started. After entering the sinful mine, Shi Xiao stood at the back of the team. It's too close to the entrance here, it's not suitable to take action. Xiao Wen's strength has not yet been fully assessed and still needs to be observed. If something goes wrong and Xiao Wen manages to escape, there will be few opportunities in the future, and it might even bring trouble. A suitable place to take action must be found. Xiao Wen walked to the front of the team and activated Ice Shield. Ice Shield adds an ice shield to the caster, absorbing 1438 points of damage, lasting 60 seconds. While the shield is active, casting will not be interrupted. He said to the 4 of them, "The normal dungeon can't hurt me. You all stand back and don't attract monsters." Bang! Shi Xiao immediately added a light shield to him. Xiao Wen looked at Mingjie, and Mingjie nodded in response. Shi Xiao smiled and asked, "Big brother Han Bing, how much damage can your shield absorb?" Xiao Wen said proudly, including magical damage buffs, over 5,000. 5,000? I only have 800. Xiao Wen laughed heartily. Join the young president's team, and you'll get priority for equipment. You'll definitely be stronger than me then. Small talk over, Xiao Wen was the first to rush out, leading the miners inside the mine shaft to run all over the place. Shi Xiao had a smile on his face, but his gaze was icy cold. In other words, his health points are only a little over 10,000? A kill in one hit. Soon, the panel displayed, Lazo died, instantly killed by Xiao Wen with one move. The group entered the hall. Xiao Wen asked, "How is it?" Shi Xiao said excitedly, "Fast. Awesome. This speed even earns points while clearing regular mines. This is why the mine is so popular." Xiao Wen laughed heartily. Mingjie also raised his head. Xiao Wen pulled the key from Lazo and then activated the ice shield. You all retreat back to the mine shaft and wait until the panel indicates that NID is dead before coming back. After speaking, he pushed open the iron gate and rushed into the mine amidst the roars of elite monsters. He ignored the attacks and headed straight to the lumber room with the messenger miner, raising his hand to summon a blizzard. In an instant, Ned and 9 lumberjacks were frozen into ice sculptures. Their health dropped to 0, the ice sculptures shattered one after another, and the lumber machine was paralyzed. Xiao Wen turned around, freezing the elite monsters rushing over, then unleashed a blast of icy gale. Aga! Except for Need, who had just crawled out of the logging machine, all the other monsters were instantly killed. Need, who appeared just as the difficulty mode began, was immediately headshot by an ice arrow. The 4 of them walked into the lumber room. Mingjie whispered, "How is it?" Clap, clap, clap. Shi Xiao clapped vigorously, exaggerating, "Awesome. You can fight like this too?" Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the logging area. Only Ning Ziyue kept a cold expression throughout. Xiao Wen sat down to rest, proudly saying, "Later when we go to the hero dungeon, I'll show you what it means to solo a hero NID with no injuries." After speaking, he stood up and walked into the mine tunnel, shield raised. Condensed text asterisk. Soon, Shi Zhao's panel received a notification that Niger had died in battle. He walked at the back of the team into the smelting room and saw Wen take out a key and quietly open his portable space to change equipment. Li Feiyu, do you want to join our Iban martial arts? Wen asked. Am I qualified? Wen smiled and explained that the young president would form a core team. If Qi Xiao joined, he could become a core support member, with a monthly subsidy of 5,000 sky coins. 5,000? Mingji added, for professional captains, it's 10,000. Qi Xiao quietly changed his equipment, put on the Eternal Fruit and the Life Metal, switched to the Thunder Fury set, and nodded in agreement to add friends. No one noticed his drastically increased health points. Wen inserted the key, the iron door opened, and the cave monsters were instantly alarmed. Intruders! Chongquan led the team charging forward. Wen laughed and said, Li Feiyu, watch closely, this move of mine. Li Feiyu has left the team. Wen and the others were stunned. Before they could finish speaking, Qi Xiao had already continuously unleashed Mana Burn on him. Blue flame burst, Wen's mana instantly depleted, shield and health completely destroyed. Ah! The Ice Evil Lord has been defeated. Qi Xiao immediately cast Falling Star of Light, the nebula covering the rushing monsters and also enveloping the stunned Mingji and the other two. Why are you doing this? You know Mingji shouted angrily. But when he clearly saw Qi Xiao's true recovered appearance, he was completely stunned. At the same time, shouts of surprise from Xu Zhao and Ning Ziyue came to his ears. Shattered yet dazzling fragments of stars fell above the three heads. Xu Zhao has been killed. Ning Ziyue has been killed. A golden transparent shield spread from the necklace on Mingji, enveloping him. Mingji is immune to the damage caused by the falling star meteor. Mingji was immune to the damage caused by the falling star meteor. Qi Xiao? Mingji came to his senses and frantically pressed the fingerprint on the back of his hand. You are in combat and cannot use teleportation. Teleportation failed, he turned around and ran. Qi Xiao, with 220 points of agility, caught up in a few steps and struck repeatedly with bright punishment, just to prevent him from escaping the battle. I didn't expect that we would meet so soon. No. Why? Mingji stared at the fading shield, screaming in despair. The moment the shield shattered, a golden light instantly killed him. With heavy blows, the pirates and gunners charged into the smelting room, heading straight for Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao, however, kept staring at Mingji's corpse, raising his hand to summon a dense nebula. Countless fragments of stars fell from the nebula. After more than 10 seconds, the nebula dispersed. The smelting room was filled with corpses, and Wen was buried among them. Who? Qi Xiao let out a long breath, grabbed Mingji's hair, and dragged him to the platform anvil. Panel pop-up prompt. You are not in the opponent's squad. Do you want to seize the supplies in their personal space? Can it be like this too? He decisively chose to confirm. Purple, blue, green, and white rays of light flew out from Mingji, all absorbed into Qi Xiao's portable space. He didn't look closely but instead spread Mingji's hands and tied them to the anvil. Then begin picking up one by one. When touching Wen's body. You are not in the opponent's squad. Do you want to seize the supplies in their personal space? Qi Xiao confirmed, took away the supplies, and also took several pieces of equipment from Xu Zhao. When he reached Ning Ziyue, he stopped walking. She died with her eyes wide open, restless in death. There were only 1 or 2 pieces of fine equipment left in her portable space since she agreed to take a break from school. Zhang Yi had withdrawn the subsidies. Qi Xiao closed her eyes for her and said softly, forget it, keep the equipment. Sorry, I can't let you go. This is your choice. He pressed his hands together, chanted Om Mani Padme Hum, and turned to stand before Mingji. A beam of golden light descended. Ah! Mingji suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking around in panic, and finally fixed his gaze on Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao covered his eyes, laughing, I didn't expect the resurrection skill to be used here for the first time. Shi Xiao, Shi Mingjie gritted his teeth. He struggled to get up, but found his hands tightly bound, unable to escape. Looking down, he was completely stripped of his gear, left only in casual home clothes. It was obvious that all of Shi Mingjie's equipment had been taken by Shi Xiao. At this moment, Shi Xiao was only wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt, having stored the thunderstorm set, accessories, rings, staff, and wand into his portable space. Besides having very high strength and agility, his other attributes were even inferior to Shi Mingjie's. Shi Xiao, what do you want to do? Forcing me to apologize and beg for mercy? Am I that vulgar? I was afraid of killing you instantly, so I specially took off the equipment. You fucking dare. Smack. -90. With one slap, Shi Mingjie was immediately left with barely any health. Even Shi Xiao was stunned for a moment. Forgot that my strength is enhanced by 42 points. Shi Mingjie gasped for breath, and his peripheral vision caught the three corpses behind Shi Xiao, fully waking him up. Shi Xiao crouched down and extended his pinky finger. This was originally just a minor conflict between students, but you had to turn it into a matter of life or death. Smashing the bed, urinating, stuffing clothes, hiring people to beat me, hiring hitmen to kill me, you're quite something. Since you want to kill me, I'll play along to the end. Too bad, the way of heaven cycles well, this game ended a bit too soon. You motherfucker, you ambushed me. You can actually say something like that? Smack. -90, exceeded by 50. Shi Mingjie died. Resurrected. Golden light fell. I was a bit heavy-handed just now, but it's okay, I can still resurrect you and continue our conversation. Shi Mingjie cursed loudly. Shi Xiao rubbed his ear. You hired someone to kill me, and you still accuse me of a sneak attack? You're really good at double standards. Smack. -90. Tell me, what's the name of the person who tried to kill me? Hee, why should I tell you? Alright, I like your attitude. The long night begins. -90, overdose. Death. Revival. -90. -90, overdose. Revive. -181, critical hit. Revive. Sorry, the critical hit just now doesn't count. Shi Xiao drank the magic power potion and was slapped again. Death. Resurrection. Death. Resurrection. After dozens of repetitions, Shi Mingjie finally broke down and shouted. I say. I say. Shi Xiao stopped and raised an eyebrow. Confessed so quickly? It's only been half an hour. I'm looking for someone from Rupu Street, the boss is called Liang Shou. Have they asked for money yet? They want to buy your life, 50,000 sky coins. What? Only 50,000? My life is worth just 50,000? Is that their low offer, or are you haggling? Slap. Revive. Smack. Revive. Slap. Resurrection. Stop. Stop, Shi Mingjie was panting heavily. I was wrong. Can I ask you for one thing? Ask me? The vice president of the Martial Arts Association asking me? Speak. Bring Ning Ziyue back to life, she is innocent. Shi Xiao pointed at Xiu Wan, this mage is not innocent? He poses a threat, so you won't resurrect him. But Ning Ziyue doesn't. Do you take me for a fool? She hates me, I hurt her deeply, I have wronged her. Oh. Thank you. Thanks for what? I never agreed. You. Since she chose to be with you, then be prepared to go down with her. I'll grant her that. You two are true love. Shi Xiao paused, I won't get involved in your matters. Go to the underworld and apologize properly. But I just held a ritual for her, so you might not be able to reach her. Shi Xiao stood up and stretched. Shi Xiao. She is innocent. If you kill me, don't involve her. I beg you. Brother! Grandpa! It was my blind mistake that angered you. Shi Mingjie struggled desperately. If you put it that way, I might sound like the villain. Shi Zhao's face turned cold. Forget it, I'm tired of fighting. I'll send you on your way. One last sentence, anything to say? No resurrection this time. Silence for a moment. Shi Mingjie burst into tears. I have wronged my mom. What will happen to her if I die? I have wronged my dad. I have wronged Ning Ziyue, she really cared about me. Why do I only realize it now? Shi Xiao sighed, put on his equipment, and switched back to his sky image. When he cried himself exhausted, he threw a punch. Teleporting out of the instance, Shi Xiao wiped his bloodless fist, calmed his emotions, and clicked reset. Warning, the corpse of the celestial frost evil lord is still in the instance, please revive it as soon as possible. If you forcibly reset, the celestial space will erase it. Confirm? Confirm. Warning, the corpse of the celestial Shu Chao is still in the instance, please revive it as soon as possible. If you forcibly reset, the celestial space will erase it. Confirm? Confirmation. Warning, the corpse of Tianxiang player Shi Mingjie is still in the dungeon, please revive as soon as possible. If you forcibly reset the dungeon progress, the Tianxiang space will erase him. Please confirm whether to reset? Confirm. Warning, the corpse of Tianxiang player Ning Ziyue is still in the dungeon, please revive as soon as possible. If you forcibly reset the dungeon progress, the Tianxiang space will erase her. Please confirm whether to reset? Shi Xiao stared at Ning Ziyue's name, his fingertip hovering over confirm for a few seconds. Confirm. The instance has been successfully reset, 100 points have been deducted. 8:35 a.m. Fang Yixin prepared breakfast and knocked on Shi Mingjie's door. Son, get up, breakfast is ready. She already knew about the leave of absence. The only value of that school was its celestial teleportation array. If it weren't for national requirements, she wouldn't want her son mingling with ordinary people at all. Receiving no response for a long time, she frowned. How late did you play last night? She had a nightmare last night, dreaming that her son was crying and calling for her. When she woke up, it was already dawn. Thinking of this, she knocked on the door hard again. Son. Still no response. She pushed the door open, the room was as tidy as before. Still in the celestial space? Fang Yixin pressed the seal, teleporting to Celestial Square, then opened the contacts list. Unread messages filled the screen. She complained about the outdated interface while searching for Shi Mingjie's name. Not on the first page. Not even on the last page. She flipped through from the beginning again. The second time. The third time. Her expression changed from confusion to terror, and finally to nothing but twisted fear. The name Shi Mingjie disappeared. Impossible. I must have seen it wrong. She flipped through the pages one by one, her fingers trembling. Xiaojie, son, where are you? Don't scare mom, teleport to the points mall. She exchanged all her points for a space broadcast note. Autumn mood, Shi Mingjie. Son. Come home for dinner. Buzz. Fang Yixin's anxious call echoed throughout the entire Tianxiang space. The repeated cries echoed over and over in the sky space. The sky dwellers could not bear the disturbance and either left or dived into instances. Always shouting nonsense, boring, annoying, aren't you? Your son is obviously dead, don't you have a clue? Are you looking for trouble? Why curse my son? Are these things rare? It's useless to look for someone, you know that yourself. Autumn's intensity, you deserve a terrible death. The world's lone venom, shrew. The exchange of insults exploded instantly, and the number of people in the Tianxiang space sharply decreased once again. Those who knew Fang Yixin privately reached out with concern but never received a response. Shi Xiao, coming out of the dungeon, heard the argument and frowned, saying, "These people are really boring." After resetting the dungeon, he went back in again. Exhausted from the argument, Fang Yixin finally remembered Shi Guahao and sent him a message. Guahao, our son is in trouble. Seeing no reply, she immediately left the space. Back home, Guahao was sitting in the dining room eating breakfast. How dare you eat the breakfast I prepared for Xiao Jie? You beast! What madness are you up to so early in the morning? Your son is in trouble. What? He caused trouble again? The time reached 11 in the morning. Xia finished clearing the mine, sat on the ground covering his mouth. 7.5 million points is too hard to grind, I overestimated myself. Just thinking about Lazo's face made him feel nauseous. His portable space was filled with materials produced from the mine, and silver and copper coins had piled up into 2 small mountains. Ji Feichen's plan, approaching 3,000 rounds in the mine, is truly inhumane. Let's switch to a different dungeon. He sent a message to Yumuching. Old leader, come play Heroes Dungeon with me? It's about to reset. As soon as the message was sent, Yumuching appeared outside the dungeon. Qi Xiao. Old Ban? Here to farm the hero instance? Later. Principal Ji is looking for you. Go to the principal's office immediately. As the words fell, Yumuching disappeared. Qi Xiao immediately teleported away. In less than a minute, he rushed to the principal's office door. Principal, I am Qi Xiao. Come in. He pushed the door open and saw Director Zhai in a police uniform sitting on the sofa, scrutinizing him, while Yumuching and Jiangyi stood on either side of Ji Feichen. Qi Xiao already had some guesses but remained calm as he asked, Principal, did you want to see me? Condensed text asterisk. Ji Feichen nodded with a cold expression. I have something to tell you. What is it? Shi Mingjie is dead. After a brief silence, Qi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes wide and burst into uncontrollable laughter. What the fuck? He's dead? Ha ha ha. Noticing the serious expressions of the principal, teachers, and police, he immediately suppressed his laughter and forced a serious tone. Express my condolences. You won't have to worry about him sending people to beat you up anymore, and you won't have to hide in the celestial dome space to sleep at night. Sleep in your roommate's bed in the dorm first. Okay. Qi Xiao nodded repeatedly. This matter must not be told to other classmates. Don't worry, I can keep a secret. Be serious. No matter what, he's still your classmate. Yumuching had no choice but to take Qi Xiao out. After Qi Xiao left, Ji Feichen looked at Director Zhai. Do you think he is a suspect? Director Zhai shook his head. It's hard to say. If he knew, his acting would be too good. I think he was unaware. Ji Feichen nodded helplessly. Someone raised a question. He is just a student who hasn't entered the ranks yet. How could he kill someone right under the eyes of a third-rank Sky Sovereign? The bigger suspect should be Qiu Wan. But he has always been bullied by Shi Mingjie, and yesterday's case was also related to him. Student conflicts are very common, and there are quite a few cases like this in the celestial space. Outside the cafeteria, Yumuching reminded Qi Xiao, I need to deal with Shi Mingjie's matters these 2 days. You run through the hero dungeon yourself, be careful. Alright, I'll finish a run before the reset at 12 o'clock. Qi Xiao didn't eat, he went straight back to the celestial dome space and let out a breath. Ji Feichen did suspect him after all. After dealing with Shi Mingjie last night, he had anticipated this scene and prepared in advance, first repeatedly telling himself I didn't kill anyone, then simulating his reaction when questioned, and finally deciding to hide it with ecstasy. If that still doesn't work, then just play dumb. Qi Xiao sneered coldly in his heart, already prepared for the worst. Condensed text asterisk. During this time, I'll grind my points up to 500,000, advance to the 3rd tier, and then I can use skills in the current world to have the ability to protect myself. As for Ji Feichen's 7.5 million points, Qi Xiao decided to slowly grind them according to plan, as long as he wasn't discovered. After clearing his thoughts, he teleported to the sinful mine and chose hero mode. Upon entering the mine, the atmosphere was noticeably oppressive, and the miners were physically stronger. He used radiant judgment on 2 miners, taking 6 strikes to kill them. The difficulty is a bit higher, but it's not a big problem. Now his light punishment damage is 1453, critical hit 3228, and mana regeneration 55 points per second. Enhanced monsters still pose no threat. He clears the mine passage all the way, noticing that in hero mode the monster assets are multiplied tenfold, but the points only double. After entering the hall, Lazo sees Qishao immediately charge, but he is instantly killed by 20 light punishments, his face stopping right at Lazo's feet. Qishao kills the sentinels, loots the spoils, and unexpectedly obtains gold coins and a fine two-handed hammer, Lazo's Fury Warhammer, with attributes far superior to normal mode, but hero mode equipment is non-tradable and binds on pickup. After opening the iron door, Qishao charges into Need's lumber room with the miners and elite monsters, but an accident occurs. The flying axes thrown by the lumberjacks have a trip effect. After being knocked down, he is successively controlled by the foreman and miners. Hero mode elite monsters have control skills, and he is stunned under continuous control for half a minute. Fortunately, 2,296 points of armor allow him to withstand the damage. At the critical moment, Nid, with a new skill added in hero mode, through an iron chain, forcibly dragging Qishao out from the crowd of monsters. Qishao, being rescued, was deeply moved and released a dense nebula in thanks. Countless star fragments rained down on the elite monsters in the logging area, and a few seconds later, everything around was completely silent. Hero mode really has something special. He looked at Ned at his feet, shivered, finished scavenging the equipment and supplies, and cautiously entered the next section of the mine tunnel. There were no more surprises in the subsequent battles. He adopted the same approach as his first solo run in the mine, instantly killing the elite monsters within his sight one by one. 5 minutes later, Cliff's roar echoed in the captain's cabin. "Bug! You have successfully angered me. Come out. My warriors!" 4 demonized pirates covered in black energy rushed into the cabin. Qishao, protected by a shield of light, ignored the attacks from Captain Cliff and focused on quickly killing the demonized pirates. When the last one fell, a dazzling golden giant staff appeared above Cliff's head. Smack! Cliff, with barely any health left, was instantly killed with one strike. This time, exactly 5,360 points. Interface prompts keep popping up. Congratulations to the Celestial for clearing the heroic difficulty Sinful Mine. Achievement unlocked, Invincible, no damage kills on Razo, Nig, Need, Heavy Punch, Cookie, Bodyguard Captain, Captain Cliff. Achievement unlocked, Swift as Thunder, dungeon completed in under 30 minutes. Rating below 3 stars, and achieving the above accomplishments, evaluation, perfect. First perfect evaluation, an additional 1,000 points awarded. Unlocked Sinful Mine Genesis difficulty. Damn. There's a new difficulty? When will it ever end? As soon as the words fell, a wormhole opened on Cliff's body. Genesis difficulty has been activated, hero difficulty progress permanently locked, cannot be reset. Teleportation about to start. Hey! I haven't picked up my stuff yet. Don't. He hurriedly bent down to pick up the fallen items, only managing to take Cliff's and the bodyguard captain's belongings before turning into a light orb and being sucked into the wormhole. On the boundless sea, Qishao appeared out of nowhere and fell freely. Just as he was about to fall into the sea, he cast levitation, his body suddenly slowing down, light as a feather, and stopped steadily 1 meter above the sea surface. Man's continent common language loading. Loading successful. You can now communicate normally with the residents of this world. Qishao rose and fell with the surface of the sea, looking toward the distant continent. Man's continent? He looked up, there was no celestial dome in the sky. Pressing the back of his hand to the imprint, silently chanting the teleportation spell, no effect. After some verification, he concluded, besides being unable to teleport, other functions were normal, his appearance was still the sky sphere image, and skills could be used. He could summon the panel and open the portable space. Strange, why are there no quests? Qishao pondered for a moment and suddenly had a guess. Could it be that the replicas of the celestial space are actually a series of real worlds? Only by achieving accomplishments and meeting the conditions will the missions be triggered? Since the passage was through the mine, it was normal that there were no missions. And the key to leaving here was most likely related to Captain Cliff. After clearing his thoughts, Shi Xiao stepped onto the water's surface and, with the aid of 220 points of agility, sprinted swiftly, soon reaching the mainland. Before him lay a desolate and ruined land, collapsed houses, barren fields, and under the broken walls sat a group of ragged, emaciated refugees. Upon seeing Shi Xiao, they panicked and scattered. Shi Xiao approached a fainted blonde woman. In her arms was a 2 or 3-year-old child. Both mother and child were so thin that only skin remained, their breaths barely hanging on. Even losing consciousness, the woman still held tightly onto the child. He raised his hand and cast 2 lesser healing spells. After a moment, the woman opened her eyes, and the child also woke up. "Mom!" The woman looked up, saw Qi Zhao's figure clearly, was stunned for a moment, and then knelt to the ground. "Oh my God, the divine envoy has arrived. Are you here to save us?" Her voice alerted the refugees in the distance. "It's the divine envoy," a man shouted excitedly. "He just revived Mara and her child." The refugees hurriedly approached and knelt 3 meters away from Qi Xiao. "Lord Divine Envoy, please save us." Qi Xiao frowned, silently organizing the information. Mara mustered her courage, crawling on her knees to his feet while holding her child, choking on her words. "Divine Messenger, could you please grant me a piece of coarse bread? My child is starving." Qi Xiao sighed and took out a box of cookies from the space. "Here, take it. Just eat 1 piece, don't eat too much." "Oh." The scene of materializing items out of thin air caused the refugees to exclaim in amazement. Mara smelled the fragrance but quickly shook her head. "Lord Divine Envoy, such exquisite food, I dare not eat it. A piece of bread is enough for me." Seeing that Mara was reluctant to accept, but the child in her arms was staring eagerly, Qi Xiao took the initiative to take out a piece of pastry and bring it to the child's mouth. "Ah woo." The starving child took a bite, the sweetness melting on his tongue, his whole body trembling. Instinctively, he grabbed the snack and offered it to his mother's lips. "Eat, it was given to you by the divine envoy. Remember the divine envoy's kindness." But Mara couldn't bear to eat it and let the child finish it all. Qi Xiao sighed and stuffed the entire box of snacks into her arms. "Eat, I have plenty. But remember, no more than 2 pieces per meal, don't overeat. Desserts have side effects, eating too much will cause vomiting." Mara nodded repeatedly, "Yes. Mara will remember the teachings of the divine messenger." The surrounding refugees stared longingly at the pastries. Qi Xiao worried they would grab them after he left, so he took out another box from the space. "Come. 1 piece per person, no taking extra. Anyone who dares to take more will face divine punishment." A clever refugee raised both hands and shouted, "Thank you, Lord Messenger of the Gods." Everyone followed suit. Qi Xiao walked into the crowd to distribute snacks. After handing out 1 box, he magically produced another. To the refugees, it seemed as if he had an endless supply of food. "Thank you, Lord God Envoy. Praise be to Lord God Envoy." After everyone had received theirs, Qi Xiao called over the clever man. "What is your name?" "Colin, Lord Divine Envoy. I have a matter to entrust to you." Colin is willing to offer his life for Lord Divine Envoy. "It's not that serious." Qi Xiao waved his hand, and dozens of boxes of snacks appeared at his feet. "These are for you to keep, no more than 2 per person per meal. If anyone dares to steal them, I will punish you with divine power." After saying this, he felt somewhat ashamed himself. Colin wouldn't dare. "We will definitely complete the mission." Qi Xiao nodded and was about to leave, but was surrounded by refugees. "Divine Envoy, please take us with you. Please guide us to a way to survive." "A way to survive?" Qi Xiao pointed to the wasteland. "Is it impossible to grow crops on this land? If you lack seeds, I can help you." He thought for a moment, then took out a few copper coins from the space, daring not to take too many. Even snacks could drive them crazy, let alone money. "How many copper coins do you need to buy seeds and bread?" Just as he finished speaking, the sound of urgent hoofbeats suddenly came from ahead. A guard clad in chainmail rode up on horseback, carrying a sack of potatoes on the horse's back. Seeing the refugees kneeling on the ground and Shishao surrounded in the middle, he immediately became alert. What are you doing? And who are you? This is Lord Divine Envoy. Colin stepped forward. Lord Divine Envoy? The guard jumped off his horse, scrutinizing everyone, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. That's right. This is the food bestowed by Lord Divine Envoy, and he is the one who saved Mara. Colin held up the snack. The guard looked at the pastries, then at Mara holding the child. Seeing that the mother and child's condition had indeed improved, his suspicion slightly lessened. From a distance, he saluted, "Honored Divine Envoy, may I ask where you come from? A country you have never heard of. Overseas? Not bad." Shi Zhao's expression was calm, and the refugees treated him with great respect. The guard finally lowered his guard and saluted solemnly, "Welcome, honored Divine Envoy from overseas. Thank you for taking care of these refugees. My earlier rudeness is regretted." Shi Zhao nodded and pointed to the bag of potatoes. "Are you here to provide relief for them?" The guard shook his head. "I'm here to recruit soldiers." Them? Shi Zhao looked at the emaciated refugees. The People's Army urgently needs recruits and can't afford to be picky. Those willing to come with me will receive 5 potatoes. Anyone interested? A refugee raised his hand. "Are we going to fight the pirates?" "That's right." "Damn it. The pirates destroyed my house and farmland, I want to fight them to the death." He carefully put away the dessert gifted by Shi Zhao, saluted Shi Zhao, and then walked over to the guards. The guard sized him up, nodded, "All right, take 5 potatoes." The refugee picked out 5 large ones and held them close, gnawing on them while standing behind the guard. "Anyone else?" No one responded. The guard looked at Colin. "You're well built, come with me, I'll give you 10 potatoes. No. Colin shook his head. "The Divine Envoy has given me a new mission. I won't leave until it's completed." The guard glanced at the box beside him and the snacks in the refugee's hand, then nodded, "All right. After you finish distributing the food, head south along the road, and find me when you see the watchtower." Is there anyone else?" The guard looked around silently, waiting patiently. Seeing that no one came forward, he sealed a bag of potatoes and put it back on the horse. The guard was about to leave when Shi Zhao suddenly spoke up, "Wait. The pirate leader your people's army is going after, is his name Cliff?" At these words, the refugees all changed color at once. The guard gripped the sword hilt tightly and said coldly, "Yes, does Lord Divine Envoy know him?" "I've heard of him." Shi Zhao pointed at the wasteland, the broken houses, and the refugees. Their plight was all caused by Cliff? Exactly, the guard gritted his teeth and said, "He leads bandits and robbers to plunder everywhere, burning, killing, and looting, causing the farmers to become refugees. Our people's army vows to destroy him and defend our homeland. I am willing to help you destroy him." The guard was stunned for a moment, then excitedly confirmed, "You are willing to help us?" "Yes." "Tell me where he is." "Please come with me, I will lead the way for you." The guard took down the potato and gestured for Shi Zhao to mount the horse. "No need, let's go together." Just as Shi Zhao was about to leave, the refugees blocked his way one after another. "Divine Envoy, please take us with you. Please let us follow you." Colin also begged, "Even if we share the food, we will still starve or be killed by pirates. Please take us with you." Shi Zhao looked at the refugees, then at Mara holding her child, and sighed, "Can we let them come along?" The guard hesitated, "We can, but we don't have enough food." I am responsible for their food." The refugees immediately burst into tears, repeatedly thanking him. The guard was silent for a moment, then said, "The camp can provide lodging." "Colin, take the snacks." "Yes, Your Excellency." Unknowingly, Colin had come to obey Shi Zhao's every word. So, Shi Zhao led the refugees and headed south with the guards. Along the way, he learned that the guard's name was Haroon, a squad leader in the People's Army recruit unit. Previously, they had learned the location of Cliff's stronghold through an inside source and had requested reinforcements from the king. Commander Stoneman gathered the troops, preparing to launch a full assault once the reinforcements arrived. However, Cliff somehow learned the news in advance from an unknown source and took the initiative to attack. This chapter is not finished yet. Please click the next page to continue reading the exciting content. The pirate forces were powerful, and the people's army was retreating step by step. However, the reinforcements promised by the king had not arrived. Seeing Cliff about to launch a major counterattack, the heavily battered commander ordered the recruitment of refugees everywhere, preparing for a desperate fight. With the great divine envoy joining us, we will definitely be able to hold off Cliff, Halen said happily. Qi Xiao and his group traveled half a day with the refugees and arrived at the camp Sentinel Ridge. Halen said, "Please wait for a moment, divine envoy. I will report to Commander Stoneman." Soon, a middle-aged soldier around 50 years old arrived with Halen. "Halen, go settle the refugees." "Yes." The middle-aged man saluted, "Welcome, divine envoy. My name is Denuvan. Thank you for your help. I believe that with your blessing, our people's army can surely repel Cliff. You have traveled a long way, rest for the night first, and we will discuss the battle plan tomorrow. How does that sound?" Qi Xiao could hear the probing within. An unknown divine envoy naturally arouses suspicion. But he didn't mind, smiling, "No need for trouble. Tell me where Cliff's stronghold is, and leave the rest to me." As a seasoned player, he had only one rule: tell me where to kill. Danyuan was taken aback. "It's already late, it might not be convenient to act now, let's talk about it tomorrow. My mind is made up. If we don't eliminate Cliff as soon as possible and give the refugees a home, I won't be able to sleep. Tell me his lair." Qi Xiao's insistence on attacking made Danyuan hesitate instead. They had previously suffered from intelligence leaks and couldn't help but suspect that Qi Xiao was a mole. But this calmness before him made him waver. Could it be that this divine emissary was truly a godsend? Leaving Lord Divine Emissary to face Cliff alone, wouldn't that make the people's army appear short-sighted and unable to distinguish friend from foe? Just then, the sound of clashing swords came from the camp near the watchtower. The battle ended quickly, and the enemy was repelled. Qi Xiao and the others thought it was just a small-scale harassment and paid it no mind. Soon, a soldier rushed over in a panic and reported, "Captain Danyuan, bad news. Pirates have raided the infirmary, all the brothers are dead." "Damn Cliff." Danyuan was furious. Just as he was about to leave, he thought of Qi Xiao and hesitated, saying, "Please, divine messenger, rest first at the watchtower. I'll go handle this. Take me to the infirmary. Now, immediately." Danyuan did not dare to neglect and immediately took Qi Xiao along. Inside the field hospital, Stoneman looked grimly at the corpses scattered on the ground. He had rushed over as soon as he heard the noise but was still a step too late. The bandits killed the wounded soldiers and medics and quickly withdrew, clearly knowing the camp situation inside out. There must be a traitor within the people's army. Arrest all the soldiers who were on duty tonight and interrogate them one by one, Stoneman ordered. Just as the guards were about to move, Qi Xiao raised his hand to stop them. "Wait." Stoneman was taken aback, then saluted, "Your Excellency, sorry for the disrespect." Qi Xiao said, "Catching the sentry now might play right into Cliff's hands. Let me rescue the person first." After speaking, he entered the camp. Seeing 30 to 40 corpses, his heart grew heavy. Resurrection consumes enormous energy, requiring half the mana per person, and mana potions offer limited recovery. Such loss is not cost-effective. But the situation left no room for hesitation. Using the guise of the celestial dome, under the wary eyes of Stoneman and Danyuan, Qi Xiao quietly began to act. After his mana recovered to the base value of 160 points, he immediately beckoned to the deceased medic and a recently fallen soldier with his finger. In the night sky, 2 golden beams descended upon the wounded camp, enveloping the two. The wounds on the medic's body rapidly healed, and under the astonished gazes of Stoneman, Denuvan, and many soldiers, the two slowly opened their eyes. An external divine envoy would even expend mana to resurrect them. Praise the holy light. Lord Divine Envoy, you actually know resurrection magic. Are you skilled in the way of healing? Denuvan helped the two up, asking excitedly. Shi Xiao took out a bottle of mana potion and drank it, then nodded. The revived medic and soldiers quickly saluted and expressed their thanks. You also know resurrection, right? Shi Xiao asked. I only know first aid and healing magic. Resurrection can only be learned by high-level priests or paladins, the medic replied. Shi Xiao suddenly realized this regional army, which couldn't even wait for reinforcements, naturally wouldn't be equipped with an army chaplain. The king was clearly uninterested in getting involved. Go rest, leave this to me. Golden light continuously descended on the wounded camp, the fallen soldiers were revived one after another, all fully restored. As the news spread, soldiers from Sentry Ridge rushed over, looking at their comrades walking out, filled with admiration for Shi Xiao. Only after the last soldier was revived did Shi Xiao let out a long breath. At his feet, a dozen empty bottles of basic mana potion lay scattered on the ground. Stoneman was so moved that he was speechless. These soldiers were not only fighting strength but also the hope of countless families. The soldiers who had returned from the dead understood for whom they lived, and all knelt down in gratitude. Thank you, Lord God Messenger. Stop thanking me, you're still very weak. Hurry and rest. Who knows when the pirates will come again? Shi Xiao looked at Stoneman and Danyuan, changing his equipment while saying, I don't have many mana potions left. If we're ambushed again, I might not be able to save anyone. Now, tell me where Cliff is. Okay. Please follow me. The two no longer doubted him and directly took him to the command room. Stoneman spread out a map and pointed to an area circled in red ink in the lower right corner. Intelligence shows that Cliff's lair is in Moon Creek Town. But we were ambushed right after assembling our troops, so we can't be entirely sure yet. Condensed text asterisk. Is there anywhere nearby where people can hide? Like mines, caves, that kind of place? Shi Xiao asked. There is. At the southwest corner of Yueshi Town, there is an abandoned mine, Danyuan replied, then paused. Lord Divine Envoy, do you think Cliff is hiding there? Shi Xiao glanced at the map and pointed southwest. Is it here? After receiving confirmation, he turned and left. Please wait. Why are you so certain? Shi Xiao stopped in his tracks, no reason. By tomorrow morning at the latest, I will place his head on your desk. With that, he vanished into the night. Stoneman looked into the darkness and said quietly, Does Lord Divine Envoy intend to go alone? Rally the troops, he immediately ordered. We cannot let Lord Divine Envoy fight alone, this is our war. Danyuan quickly gathered the soldiers. As the news spread, the soldiers revived by Shi Xiao all volunteered to fight. Life was given by Lord Divine Envoy, we must repay it. We cannot let him fight alone. Danyuan approved the request. This battle has only one goal, to find his divine messenger, share his burden, and absolutely prevent him from getting hurt. Oh! The soldiers raised their weapons high, morale soaring, and set off overnight with Danyuan toward Yueshi Town. Tactics no longer mattered, all they knew was to fight for the divine messenger. 100 meters outside Yueshi Town, a bandit camp. Shi Xiao hurried here and saw the bandits laughing around the campfire, clearly convinced that the People's Army would not dare to launch a night raid. The glowing cloak shone with a dazzling white light in the night. It was only when Shi Xiao entered the camp that the bandits suddenly realized. Enemy attack. Condensed text asterisk. Ah! These People's Army soldiers are really annoying. Just as the bandits picked up their weapons, streaks of golden light appeared hanging above their heads in the incandescent glow. With a snap, the golden light vanished, and all the bandits silently fell to the ground, leaving only the campfire crackling. So weak, not even as tough as the elite monsters on hero difficulty. Shi Xiao searched the corpse and only found 2 copper coins. He shook his head in disgust and then ran toward the brightly lit Yueshi Town. Soon, screams echoed throughout the town. The night-guarding bandits hadn't even reacted before Shi Xiao killed them all, and many others died in their sleep. In 2 large granaries, he found a large number of female refugees held captive, scantily clad and screaming in fear. Shi Xiao did not release them but decided to leave them for the People's Army to handle the next day. By the pool, he saved a male refugee who had not yet been executed. Are you here to save us, Lord Angel? Chi Xiao cast heal and asked, "Do you know where Cliff and his pirates are?" "Yes. They're in the house connected to the mountain. There's a mine underground. I'll take you there." On the way, the refugee explained that they were captured to mine and were imprisoned after failing to escape. Soon, hurried footsteps echoed within the mine. "Hurry! The People's Army has already entered Yueshi town, we must take it back." "Perfect, saves us the trouble of going to look for them." Chi Xiao immediately recognized the voice, sneered, shielded the refugees behind him, and stepped forward deliberately. Lazo and NID led dozens of musketeers, along with hundreds of bandits, charging head-on. "Lazo, NID, we meet again. Fire! Kill him!" Condensed text asterisk. Seeing that there was only Chi Xiao alone, Lazo immediately ordered to open fire. More than 10 sentinels simultaneously pulled the triggers, and the sound of gunfire erupted. Chi Xiao calmly deployed the shield of light, and the golden glow instantly illuminated the mine. The bullets disappeared upon touching the light shield, only rippling across its surface. He nodded and smiled, saying, "That's more like it. Damn it, the People's Army has actually summoned a divine envoy. Everyone, attack and kill him. NID, go send the message." As NID turned to run, he was immediately struck down on the spot by 2 consecutive punishments from Chi Xiao. "So weak, not even as good as hero difficulty," Chi Xiao said indifferently. Razzo roared and swung his hammer to charge, but before it could land, Chi Xiao had already backed off several meters in an instant, a flash of golden light passing by. Razzo let out a muffled groan and collapsed dead. "The boss is dead, run!" The sentries and bandits scattered in panic, abandoning their weapons and fleeing deeper into the mine. Chi Xiao picked up Lazo's giant hammer, found it was just an ordinary iron tool, and casually threw it away. He said to the accompanying refugees, once outside, "Go find the People's Army at Sentry Ridge and have them come to rescue the people." "At your command. May the divine envoy take care." Chi Xiao quickly caught up with the fleeing sentry, casting light punishment along the way, killing them all, then continued deeper into the mine. The familiar mine tunnel appeared before him, and he chuckled softly, "So this is where the story begins." Inside the mine tunnel, the refugees shackled at the feet dug with numb expressions, showing no reaction to Chi Xiao's appearance. The patrolling overseer hurriedly shook the bell to alert others but was immediately struck down by 2 blasts of punishment. Chi Xiao took the keys from the overseer's waist and threw them to the nearest refugee. "Unlock the shackles and escape." The refugee who picked up the keys immediately reacted, crouching down to unlock them, while Chi Xiao continued forward. Entering the hall that should have been guarded by Lazo, hurried footsteps came from ahead. Dozens of pirates and overseers wielding machetes and muskets rushed out, but before they could raise their guns, Chi Xiao struck them all down with the light's retribution. Golden light descended, and screams echoed through the mine tunnel. Chi Xiao walked into the logging area and found that Ned's logging machine was not yet assembled. The original loggers had become shackled refugees, and when they saw Chi Xiao, they all dropped their sharp axes and surrendered. "Stay here and don't wander around. The People's Army will come to rescue you," Chi Xiao said before leaving. Soon, a refugee raised his axe and struck the shackled chains on his feet. The rusty lock snapped with a sound. "Someone has come to save us. Avenge our fallen brothers. We can't let the heroes who saved us fight alone," he shouted. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" More refugees broke their chains, raised their axes, and gathered. Even those who originally wanted to flee joined the ranks. Chi Xiao was unaware of the changes in the lumber area. He charged into the smelting room and met fierce resistance from Niger. Nige was well prepared, piloting the automaton and leading dozens of craftsmen in a tight formation. Chi Xiao appeared. One arm of the automaton sprayed molten iron, covering the ramp, while the other arm shot out flaming oil, instantly blocking the road with flames and thick smoke. However, Chi Xiao did not step into the sea of fire. Instead, he activated his shield of light, leapt down from the platform, and cast float, directly approaching the automaton. Nige hurried to adjust the mechanical arm but reacted too slowly and was shattered by Chi Xiao's radiant punishment. After landing, the craftsmen controlled their puppets to surround and attack. He raised his hand, summoning dense nebulae to envelop the smelting room. Star fragments rained down, causing continuous screams. At that moment, the iron door of the smelting room was pushed open. Rolling black clouds and heavy fists led hundreds of pirates, also shrouded in black mist, rushing in. Attack! The demonized pirate's eyes surged with bloody light, disregarding the star fragments, swinging his blade at Qi Shao. The blade shattered the shield of light, and just as it was about to hit, his shield reactivated, deflecting the blade. At the same time, beams of bright punishment fell, a golden light erupted above the demonized pirate's head, illuminating the smelting room. A golden rod then came crashing down, and black energy wildly spurted out from their bodies. The black smoke merged with the smoke on the ramp, drifting through the mine tunnel. Pirates who lost their black energy fell dead one after another. Ahem ahem. The refugees who rushed to help were coughing uncontrollably from the smoke. Qi Shao looked up and shouted, "Who told you to come? Get out! It's dangerous here." Seeing him safe and sound, with all the pirates killed, the refugees finally retreated. The Iron Fist was enveloped in dark energy, taking advantage of the chaos to rescue Nige. Qi Shao laughed instead of getting angry, all demonized? Ha, this is finally getting interesting. Since stepping into Yueshi town, this so-called creation level difficulty seemed too weak in his eyes. Whether it was bandits and tyrants, or Lazo and Nide, none were as tough as the normal difficulty of Sin Mine. Just as he was about to give chase, the blueprints on the smelting room table caught his attention. They were schematic diagrams of a golem, with a purple sphere drawn at the heart position. The annotation read, "Brass regulator?" It was exactly that useless item in his personal space. Could there be an epic item inside the golem's heart? Qi Shao climbed into the cockpit, dismantled the dashboard according to the diagram, and indeed retrieved a rotating purple sphere. The panel gave no prompt. "I don't care, just take it first." The blueprint and the purple orb were stored in the space. He tried again to take the golem. Insufficient permissions, unable to carry this item. Insufficient permissions? Qi Zhao's eyes brightened. Since it said insufficient permissions, that meant it wasn't impossible to take it. Wait until Cliff is dealt with before further research. He rushed out through the iron gate. On the deck, the heavy fist who rescued Nige saw him appear and immediately ordered the gunners to open fire. But before the first shell could land, Qi Shao had already stepped onto the gangway and leapt onto the deck. Hundreds of beams of righteous light crashed down with a roar, black smoke billowing, but they were all absorbed by the heavy fist behind. "Intruder, die!" The heavy fist roared as it surged forward. Qi Shao was about to fight back when his footing suddenly wavered. The oars on both sides of the warship began to move. Laughter came from the cabin. "Very good. Today, we will use your blood to consecrate the flag for the ship launching ceremony." Hundreds of demonized pirates poured out of the cabin, following the heavy fist as they rushed at Qi Shao. The warship slowly set sail. The captain orders, "Use the blood sacrifice flag of this divine envoy. Brothers, chop him into mince with me." He raised his double-handed axe high and charged first. With the black energy enhancing him, his speed was extremely fast. Behind him, the bodyguard captain wielding a harpoon, also demonized, mingled with the pirates, waiting for the chance to ambush Nig. Qi Shao drank the potent mana potion to restore his mana while watching the demonic pirates surge forward like a tide, sneering in his heart, "Who says villains only send minions to die?" Cliff definitely didn't underestimate them. With his mana fully restored, he discarded the potion, quickly retreated, and summoned 27 nebula fragments. A group attack skill, Radiant Starfall. The star fragments fell like rain, crashing onto the demonic pirates on the deck. However, their health was extremely high, and even the mana-consuming starfall couldn't kill them instantly. Heavy Fist, Nige, and the bodyguard captain could absorb the dark energy to continuously recover. Qi Shao ran while replenishing his mana. Suddenly, the bodyguard captain caught a flaw and threw a harpoon. Qi Shao failed to dodge and was pinned to the ground. As the enemies rushed in, he instantly released a 240-layer light shield, transforming into a golden blazing sun, illuminating the entire cave. 200 pirates rushing into the meteor impact area triggered the furious thunder set effect. Blue electric arcs danced around Shishao. Set of 6 mad thunder. After skill hits, there is a chance to stun the target with electric shock for 5 seconds. Arcs of electricity intertwined with fragments of stars flashed explosively, causing nearly 100 pirates to faint on the spot. Even Nige and the bodyguard captain froze in place. The remaining pirates and heavy punches surrounded Shishao, attacking frantically, but they could not break through the 240-layer light shield. Shishao hid inside the shield, desperately drinking potions. The nebula dispersed and then reassembled. Soon, half of the pirates died from the falling stars. But the black mist released from their deaths was absorbed by their near-death comrades, and those originally weak pirates rose again, continuing to besiege the Golden Sun. At the moment the shield dissipated, Shi Zhao's figure appeared. Nagin, the captain of the bodyguards, exclaimed simultaneously. Sizzle! Shi Zhao transformed into a bolt of lightning, breaking through the densely packed demonic pirates and landing on the other end of the deck. 8-piece set effect of the Wild Thunder set. In battle, there is a chance to transform into a Wild Thunder Walker, increasing movement speed by 55%, evasion by 15%, attack speed and casting speed by 15%, lasting 5 seconds. At this moment, he no longer looked like a cultivator but an elemental formed by electric arcs, his incandescent eyes and wide mouth spewing arcs of electricity, laughing fiercely in the thunderlight. Ha ha! The Wild Thunder Walker is really useful. 5 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Shi Zhao returned to his original form, equipping the dagger Venomfang and the shield Eternal Bark for Spirit's form. Nebula reappeared above the deck, with star fragments wrapped in arcs of electricity crashing down fiercely. 100 white snake illusions shot out from the dagger, lunging at 3 lieutenants and hundreds of demonized pirates. Venomfang special effect: hits have a chance to apply Dream Poison, reducing attack speed by 5% and movement speed by 5% for 15 seconds, stacking up to 5 times. The white snakes surged like a tide, layering over each other, instantly eroding the speed advantage of the demonized army. A large number of pirates fell unconscious. Shi Zhao took the opportunity to unleash dozens of light punishments on Chongquan, Nige, and the bodyguard captain. Clap, clap, clap. The 3 minor leaders, already low on health and slow in movement, were instantly slain on the spot. Sizzle! The arc burst out again, and he transformed once more into the Mad Thunder Walker, retreating rapidly while picking off the demonized pirates who had stopped to absorb the black energy. In less than a minute, the deck was cleared. The black energy gathered into a mass and drifted toward the cabin. Shi Zhao looked toward the cabin door. Cliff, aren't you coming out? Then I'll go in and find you. After a few seconds, applause came from inside the cabin. Cliff, shrouded in black mist, stepped onto the deck, followed by the demonized Cookie. I didn't expect the People's Army to even summon a divine envoy, but it's just a dying struggle. Now, I will personally send you. Before he finished speaking, a beam of light punishment wider than the deck smashed down on him. Shi Zhao had no martial ethics, clearing all mana, intending to kill with one strike. Ah! Black energy surged out, Cliff dissipating on the spot like a burst balloon. No! My captain! Cookie screamed in agony. Terrible acting. The interface showed no kill notification. Shi Zhao knew the opponent was not dead. He took out the snacks that Cookie had made by hand and ate 5 pieces in one breath. His mana was fully restored, and he immediately activated the 220-layer light shield. How do you have the snacks I prepared for the captain? Before Cookie could finish speaking, a cloud of black smoke reformed behind Shi Zhao. Cliff, wielding dual daggers, stabbed fiercely at the golden sun, and the golden light of the sun instantly dimmed. I knew you would sneak up from behind. Shi Zhao turned around and cleared his mana. Smack! 506 beams of light punishment descended, Cliff screamed miserably, and dissipated into black smoke. At this moment, Cookie charged over waving a fire poker. Rude human, answer my question. You are from Noisy. Shi Zhao discarded the mana potion and raised his hand to clear his mana. Smack! Cookie was instantly killed on the spot, a wisp of black gas drifting out of his body, hovering over the deck. You shouldn't have killed him, the black gas whispered, drifting 10 meters away. A few seconds later, Cliff condensed again. No time for nonsense, just die quickly. Shi Xiao threw away the empty bottle and raised his hand to unleash the light punishment. The moment the golden light erupted, Cliff dissolved into black smoke. But this time, Shi Xiao only cast a single punishment. Ah! Despicable divine envoy! I'm going to kill you! Amid the roar, Cliff reached out from the mast, stabbing toward Shi Xiao's back. Shi Xiao was already prepared, instantly stacking 10 layers of light shield and counterattacking at the same time. The black mist was scattered but did not completely dissipate. In the next moment, another cliff formed behind Shi Xiao, dagger striking fiercely. Puff! The 10-layer shield along with 2,296 points of armor was broken, and blood splattered. Damn! Shi Xiao quickly cast 4 lesser healing spells in succession, then turned around to drain the remaining scant mana. Smack! Cliff once again transformed into black mist. Just as Shi Xiao took out a mana potion, a chill suddenly rose from behind. Puff! Blood spurted out again. He suddenly turned around and saw another person appear behind him. At the same time, another chill pressed against his back. He. Forcing me to use my ultimate move deadly combo, you have every reason to be proud. Die, God, At the moment the dagger pierced in, the surprise on Shi Xiao's face turned into amusement. A layer of transparent golden shield wrapped around him. He calmly drank the mana potion, then raised his hand to cast Light's Judgment simultaneously at the 3 cliffs that appeared. Clap, clap, clap. Ah! The 3 figures screamed in unison, then dissipated again. Holy shield! How do you know holy shield? Because he was afraid of dying. The one who saved Shi Xiao was precisely the necklace he had snatched from Shi Mingjia. Holy Shield Amulet, when receiving fatal damage, triggers the power of the Holy Shield, granting immunity to all physical and magical damage for 10 seconds. Although 10 seconds is short, it was enough for Shi Xiao to fully recover his mana and fight Cliff for 2 more rounds. Cliff in creation mode was unexpectedly powerful. This time, Cliff no longer condensed into a solid form but turned into wisps of black smoke escaping into the cabin, obviously greatly exhausted by his previous ultimate move. Shi Xiao pursued downwards, continuously casting radiant judgments at the black smoke. Cliff's screams echoed in the void as the black smoke was scattered along the way. Following the remaining black smoke, he went deep to the bottom layer of the ship and saw 40 demonic sailors stop rowing, letting the black smoke be absorbed by Cliff's main body at the very end of the ship's stern. The moment Cliff opened his eyes, Shi Xiao snorted coldly, instantly killing the sailor while drinking a mana potion and charging forward. The 2 sides clashed once again in a collision of light and darkness. Shi Xiao activated the 224-layer light shield, the golden light illuminating the cabin. He drank a powerful mana potion to fully restore his mana and deployed a 25-layer nebula, shrouding the entire area. However, the cabin fell into complete silence. Cliff did not show up. Shi Xiao immediately understood Cliff was waiting for the moment the light shield disappeared, as the black energy state exactly evades the star fragments. 5 seconds before the nebula dispersed, Shi Xiao activated a 10-layer shield in advance. Sure enough, the moment the light shield vanished, Cliff launched a surprise attack. The radiant judgment thundered through the cabin, but Cliff ignored the attack. After being scattered, he transformed into a residual shadow, with a black energy long blade slashing straight at Shi Xiao's neck. Bang! The residual shadow passed through the body, and the 10-layer light shield shattered simultaneously. Shi Xiao's head was severed, blood splattering onto the cabin ceiling, and the headless corpse crashed to the ground. Ha ha ha! Using the remaining black energy, the nearly transparent Cliff barely reassembled his form and laughed loudly. I didn't expect that a mere little divine envoy could push me to this extent. Fine. Good. You fools of Valen City, I'll bury you under rubble and avenge my brothers. He steadied himself, turned to pick up Shi Xiao's head, only to witness a desperate scene. Shi Xiao was calmly standing there, touching the disappearing cut on his neck, completely unharmed. I have to say, you are strong. It's the first time I've tasted the flavor of death, Shi Xiao said with a faint smile. Why are you still alive? I summoned more. Do you have any left? If not, I'll make my move. Shi Shao narrowed his eyes slightly and unleashed 506 strikes of radiant retribution on the nearly translucent cliff. Smack! No! I can't die here. Amidst the dazzling golden light, the black mist completely dissipated. The interface popped up. Congratulations to the Skyward for successfully killing the Captain Cliff of the Genesis mode Sin Mine, earning points. Obtained the title Creator of Man's Continent, becoming the Creator of Man's Continent. Became first rank Creator. Rank up progress, 1/2. You can choose to show or hide the title in the character panel. Can be teleported to any location in the celestial space or man's continent through fingerprint transmission. Creator of the man's continent, can hear the calls of devout followers and provide assistance, automatically earns points every 24 hours based on followers' favorability. Friendly, green, 1 point, respectful, pink, 2 points, reverent, red, 3 points, worship, gold, 5 points. Unlimited number of followers. Acquired exclusive passive skill Dark Rise. Dark Rise, level 1 after skill hits, gain negative energy veil for 5 seconds. Every second deals damage equal to 1% of max mana to non-friendly units within a 3-meter radius, and increases movement speed by 1%, hitting refreshes duration. Upgrade requires skill points and does not consume advancement progress. The Sinful Mine dungeon is sealed. Condition 4, the creator is erased by the celestial space. Beginning synchronization of time flow between the two realms. Creator? People? Passive skill? Seal? What exactly have I done? Shi Shao found it difficult to process at the moment. He didn't know that at this moment, the sky holders in the sky space were all dumbfounded as well. Dear readers, hello, thank you for following the story up to this point. Kneeling in gratitude for all the gifts, I didn't expect a book rated 5.6 to receive so much support. I am a clumsy online fiction writer who usually enjoys reading web novels and playing games. My writing skills are limited, my stories have many flaws, and I often get criticized, but I really appreciate you sticking with me until now. So, when I see gifts like bubble milk tea, update reminders, likes, love letters, and flowers in the rewards, I feel both anxious and pressured. This worthless author writes just for fun. If someone reads it and leaves comments, especially encouragement and positive feedback, I am very happy. If you think it's okay, a free recharge, support, is enough. If there are plot holes or dumb moments, feel free to point them out. I'll fix them if I can, if not, I'll just let it be. If you don't like it, just don't criticize, block me and delete the book. No more padding the word count. Good night, everyone, and stay warm as it gets cooler. At the very moment Shi Shao killed Cliff, 2 celestials who were arguing in the celestial space were interrupted by the sudden announcement. Layer 1 of the dungeon area Sinful Mine has been successfully sealed. Celestials, please proceed to other dungeons for challenges. Condition to unseal Sinful Mine, the creator must be erased. In just 2 short sentences, the entire celestial dome space fell into dead silence. Teleport to the instance zone Sinful Mine. Said a celestial dome member. Sinful Mine not found, please confirm the teleport location. What? Teleportation doesn't work either? Then teleport to Dark Abyss Corridor. Swish. He disappeared on the spot. The Dark Abyss Corridor is a level 1 dungeon closest to the Sin Mines. But when he appeared, he was teleported to the entrance of the level 1 dungeon area, still 700 or 800 meters away from his destination. The entire first level was already packed with celestials who had rushed over to investigate the situation, including many high-level beings. Everyone struggled to move toward the Sin Mine. Outside the mine, hundreds of low-level celestials who had been spat out gathered together. Is it an upgrade maintenance? We got kicked out halfway through the fight. We just killed Cliff, we haven't picked up the gear yet. I hired as second-tier GG, and the money has been paid. Fuck. What the hell is going on with this mine? An irritable first-tier skybreaker rushed toward the teleport vortex but was knocked back by an invisible barrier. Immediately, a beam of golden light descended from the dome, completely enveloping the sinful mine. Like an exhibit sealed under a glass case, it could only be seen, not touched. Soon, 5 high-ranking celestials pushed to the front. One of them, a blond white man in a suit, saw the change clearly and immediately teleported away. Then, his voice echoed through the dome space. "I am John Wick from the United States, sincerely inviting the creator for a meeting at Trade Zone 655, 3728. Interesting, could it be that this mysterious creator is not from your United States? Of course, I hope the creator is from our country, so they can enjoy the world's top-notch treatment. The top-notch treatment? Are you talking about the suicide method of being shot 8 times in the back? Hashan, the Petroleum United Emirate, sincerely invites the creator for a discussion. No matter how lively the celestial space was, Qi Xiao, as the creator, knew nothing about it. At this moment, he was studying the changes in the interface. The most noticeable change on the main interface was the time display changing from 1 line to 2 lines. The first line shows the current time of the celestial space, and the second line shows the current time of the man's continent. Originally, it was midnight on the man's continent, but after synchronizing with the celestial space, it became 12:37 p.m., matching the celestial space exactly. Qi Xiao was momentarily stunned, then immediately understood. No wonder you didn't call me for dinner. It turns out that in the celestial space, I've only been here for an hour. The flow of time is really strange. What attracted him more than time was the new creator module that appeared in his personal information. He first hid the title and looked at the rank. Rank 1 creator, 1/2. To rank up, do I still have to clear another dungeon? Unable to come up with any ideas for the moment, he turned to check the detailed description of the passive skill, Black Wind Rising. Why does it feel different from how Cliff demonstrated it? He clicked on the upgrade button. It actually takes 5 skill points to reach level 2. So expensive? It's another bottomless pit for points. He immediately closed the interface. Although he had just received 50,000 points, they were intended for purchasing the public skill, Divine Refining. After the battle with Cliff, he fully realized the severity of the lack of mana. He hadn't bought it before because, first, it was useless for the dungeons he was farming, and second, after his spirit improved, he could regenerate 55 mana per second, which was enough for the time being. But now it's different. After becoming a creator, he was already considering challenging the next creator difficulty dungeon. The mine has been sealed, it's impossible to easily farm points now. Therefore, points must be prioritized to upgrade Divine Refining. Determined, he opened the Citizen tab. There are currently more than 40 people, Cullen, Mara, Halen, Stoneman, Danuvan, and over 30 unfamiliar names. Cullen and Mara glowed with golden light. Harlan, Stoneman, and Danwan emitted a green light. Among the more than 30 others, nearly 20 had red light, and about 10 had pink light. Although Qi Xiao did not know them, he could judge by the colors. Those with red light must be soldiers he had resurrected. They are likely refugees, judging by their pale complexions. I didn't expect that just from our first encounter, Colin and Mara would admire me so much. Ha, I really am charming, Qi Xiao said proudly. But after looking at the interface information, he grew puzzled. How can the commander-in-chief of the People's Army also be considered a subject? Isn't he supposed to be loyal to the king? Unable to figure it out, Qi Xiao simply closed the interface. His immediate priority was to find the treasure. He crouched down and searched Cliff's body, stripping off his gear piece by piece, but only found a letter, nothing valuable. Despite this, he threw the clothes and the letter into his personal space, thinking that perhaps his attributes would only show after leaving here. Then, he took out the blade of cruelty and chopped off Cliff's head. With a thud, the bottom of the ship rattled. Qi Xiao suddenly remembered that the warship was still drifting inside the cave. He hurriedly took the head back to the deck. Seeing the ship about to exit the cave, he immediately dropped the anchor. The sound of splashing echoed through the cave, and soon footsteps were heard on the shore. Lord Envoy. The Lord Envoy is on the ship. Colin shouted excitedly. Captain Danuan immediately ordered, board the ship, pull it back. After the warship docked, Shi Xiao carried Cliff's head and walked down the gangway. Danyuan placed his hand on his chest and saluted, emotionally saying, "Lord Divine Envoy, on behalf of the People's Army and the refugees, I thank you. It is you who have brought peace to the Westerwald." "No need for formalities, take the head," Shi Xiao said as he handed over the head and then turned to rush into the smelting room. He reached out to touch the golem. Whoosh! The war golem turned into purple light and flew into his pocket dimension amid the soldiers' shocked gazes. Damn, an epic item. Shi Xiao immediately checked its attributes. War golem. Quality, epic. Type, elemental puppet. Physical damage, 1800. Physical defense, 2000. Magic defense, magic immunity. Usage requirement, creator. Note, damaged state, requires puppeteer to repair, can be upgraded through blueprints. Good stuff. Shi Xiao felt greatly reassured. What he needed most was a reliable frontline tank. With the war golem standing up front, he could focus on casting spells without having to risk himself in close combat anymore. Moreover, the war golem can be modified and upgraded through blueprints. But where can one find a mechanical puppeteer? Shi Xiao guessed that the puppeteer might have changed professions to become a producer type skyward. But if they seek them to repair the puppet, wouldn't that expose their identity? He had only traveled for a few days and had never heard the term creator. What a hassle! Suddenly, he realized his line of thinking might be wrong. The war automaton was obtained on the man's continent, so the puppeteer should also be on the man's continent. The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Since the title can be hidden, the celestial space wouldn't force him to find a celestial to repair it. Besides, in the complete professions, it seems there isn't a puppeteer production profession either. At this moment, the contact list was flashing wildly. Shi Xiao, where are you? Come to the principal's office immediately. Why can't I invite you to join the team? You wouldn't be teaming up with strangers, would you? Log out immediately. Don't team up with strangers. Send coordinates, I'll come find you. Shi Xiao's hair stood on end. Oh no, I've stayed on man's continent for too long. I must leave immediately. But it is also inappropriate to disappear in front of the People's Army and the soldiers. He walked to the deck, where Danyuan was directing the soldiers to carry the pirate corpses. Lord Divine Messenger, what are your orders? Danyuan saluted respectfully. Cliff's head had already been wrapped up. I fought all night and want to rest in the captain's cabin. I'll send someone to clean up right away. No need, just have everyone keep the noise down. Yes. Colin immediately stepped forward. Please allow me to guard you, I won't let anyone disturb you. Good. Shi Xiao handed him a box of cookies. I might sleep for a long time, eat if you get hungry. Thank you, sir, I have potatoes. After finishing the explanation, Shi Xiao walked into the cabin. In just a short moment, Yumuching sent over a dozen more messages. After closing the captain's room door, he put the necklace into his personal space, touched the seal, and returned to the heavenly dome space. When his vision cleared, he was stunned. The first-level plaza of the instance was packed with heavenly dome dwellers. The next moment, Yumuching's team invitation flooded the screen. Shi Xiao immediately agreed. Swish! Yumuching appeared in front of him in an instant. Where have you been? Not replying to messages, nor joining the team? Shi Xiao paused, just wandering around. There were a lot of people, so I joined the commotion. Joined the commotion? Condensed text asterisk. Yumuching glanced at the surrounding skymancers and scolded, then why can't I invite you to team up? Were you teaming up with someone else just now? Remember, even if we're not doing a dungeon run, you can't team up with unfamiliar skymancers. Shi Xiao agreed repeatedly, secretly relieved, while at the same time catching two pieces of information. 1. When he was on the man's continent, Yumuching was unable to send a team invitation. 2. She could not see his real location through the contacts. The contacts list displays in the format celestial name, note, plus rank plus current location. Yumuching did not mention the mine, indicating that the location she saw was still in the celestial space. Hurry back to the principal's office with me, the principal has been waiting for you for a long time. Okay. The two disappeared from the celestial space. After returning to reality, Qi Xiao went to Ji Feichen's office, where only Ji Feichen and Yumuching were present. Qi Xiao, were you mining this morning? Yes, after finishing the hero difficulty, I went to the trade area to sell equipment, but hero equipment can't be sold. Hero difficulty equipment is soulbound and can be dismantled by the production department. We'll talk about it after the semester starts. Understood. You know about the mine being sealed, right? Qi Xiao nodded. Ji Feichen rubbed his forehead inside. Of all times, something had to happen now. That's why I called you here, to adjust your advancement plan. How many points do you have now? More than 140,000. Ji Feichen sighed again and said in a deep voice, exchange your attribute points first and ascend to the second tier. Tonight, I will personally take you to get familiar with the second level of the dungeon area. This decision surprised even Yumuching. Qi Xiao also felt it was a bit rushed, but he understood that this was the most helpless choice after the mine was sealed. Suppressing the level to grind points no longer works, Ji Feichen explained, it's better to level up to the second tier according to the normal process and start farming the second level dungeon. With your strength, you have a chance to solo the low difficulty dungeon. Seeing Qi Xiao remain silent, Ji Feichen asked, what concerns do you have? I want to first understand the situation of the second level dungeons that can be soloed, and approximately how many points they can yield. Condensed text asterisk. Based on experience, there are 5 dungeons suitable for you: Hessa Sea Region, Mycairn Palace, Laro Pagoda, Qinglei Academy, and Qingyang Temple. They are all 10-person small raids, reset weekly on a fixed schedule, and cannot be refreshed with points. The average points per person is about 7,000. If you solo, one dungeon yields about 70,000 points, at least 350,000 points weekly, not including the first clear rewards. But these dungeons take at least a day to complete, and inefficient teams might take 2 days. If you solo, it may be even slower at the beginning. After listening to Ji Feichen's explanation, Qi Xiao fell into deep thought. 350,000 points per week, which is really not much. Previously, solo farming in the Sin mine could accumulate enough points in 2 days, but the mine has now been sealed. Principal, when does the second floor team dungeon reset? Every Tuesday at noon. It was just reset yesterday, and there are 6 days left. Is there a hero difficulty on the second floor? No, it only appears on the third floor. Oh. A thought that Qi Xiao had long contemplated surfaced in his mind. Principal, can I finish all the normal dungeons on the first floor of the dungeon area before advancing to the second stage? As soon as the words came out, Ji Feichen and Yumuching were stunned. Do you know how many dungeons there are on the first floor? 978. That's right. Even if it takes an average of 8 minutes each, without eating or drinking, it would take 130 hours to clear them all, an entire 5 days. And the points are very low, clearing most of the dungeons barely earns 60 points, and soloing gets you at most 300 points. Calculated that way, it's still less than 300,000 points. While speaking, Ji Feichen was drawing circles on the notebook. He had calculated these long ago before deciding to let Qi Xiao advance to the second rank. There's also the dungeon evaluation reward. The first time you get an excellent evaluation, you can earn an extra 120 points, Qi Xiao added. The pen in Ji Feichen's hand stopped mid-air. Yeah, how did I forget the evaluation points? He lowered his head, resting his chin on his hand as he calculated. Including this nearly 120,000 points, it's really worth farming. Even if I personally guide you through the familiarization of the second floor raid, I still wouldn't get 350,000 points in a week. Instead of that, it's better to clear all of the first floor first. After finishing farming. After clearing everything, I'll upgrade to the second tier, farming only heroic mode daily, and spending the rest of the time getting familiar with the small-scale raids on the second floor. Qi Xiao interrupted, speaking seriously. Ji Feichen stared at the notebook, pondering for a moment, then showed an approving expression. You've thought this through very thoroughly. thanks to the principal's guidance. Ha, you kid. Ji Feichin nodded, then I'll give you 2 weeks to clear 1 floor of the dungeon. 1 week. What? Ji Feichin and Yumuching were both stunned at the same time. I will clear 978 dungeons within 1 week and finish before the celestial space resets next Tuesday. Yumuching couldn't help but advise, finish it all in 1 week? Aren't you going to sleep? You'll exhaust yourself. I can manage. Playing dungeons for 16 hours a day is enough. Besides, I have the Furious Thunder set you gave me, and after transforming into the Furious Thunder Walker, my speed is faster, so I can keep dungeon times under 8 minutes. But the Furious Thunder Walker has a very low trigger chance. No problem, my talent lets the skill activate instantly, so it can improve the chance somewhat. Seeing his determined attitude, Ji Feichin knew he couldn't persuade him, so he could only sigh deeply. Having ambition is a good thing, but remember, your life is your own. You are very important to Longhua. I understand. Shi Zhao's hard work was not just for the points. What he truly valued was the world behind those 980 creation difficulties and the unique skills of each world. His ambition was simple, he wanted it all. As for whether the other sky dwellers had resources to exploit, that wasn't something he considered. If Dan Liang didn't do well, he would just look after him a bit in the future. The sky realm was too dangerous. Rather than have others risk their lives, he would bear it all alone. Thinking of this, Qi Xiao even felt his image had grown a few degrees taller. Seeing that he was determined, Ji Feichin no longer insisted. All right. Just run the dungeons at your own pace, I have quite a few things to do this week as well. Just thinking about Shi Mingjie gave Ji Feichin a headache. It's this late already, teacher you and Qi Xiao go ahead and have dinner first. By the way, this afternoon you and Jiang Yi notify the students to come to school tomorrow. There is also a teachers' meeting for grade 11 at 3:30. Don't forget. Don't worry, principal. After the two left, Ji Feichin slumped in his chair and muttered, why do everything have to happen all at once? After leaving the principal's office, Yumuching asked Qi Xiao to first go to the communication room to pick up the delivered Longwei phone. When Qi Xiao arrived at the cafeteria with her phone, she saw Yumuching stuffing rice into her mouth, completely disregarding her image. Sit down, eat quickly, cough cough. She finished eating in a few bites, then drank the soup, rubbing her stomach and saying, you take your time eating, I still have things to do. Oh. Remember, never team up with strangers. Next time I contact you, you must reply immediately. Don't worry, old man. Give me your phone, I'll save the number. Qi Xiao handed over the phone. Yumuching stroked it appreciatively, the new model is really nice. If old man likes it, just take it. I'll buy another. TCH. She smiled as she saved the contact information, then reminded, take a rest after eating before entering the Sky Dome space. All right. After watching her leave, Qi Xiao opened his contacts and saw the note, the most beautiful teacher you of Hunsi No. 1 Middle School. Good grief. He then downloaded the Dragon Nation Sky Sovereign Information Data Center, preparing to register. The system required the Sky Sovereign to be reported before logging in, so he filled out and submitted the information according to his ID card. No personal information found, unable to register. After several failed attempts, Qi Xiao had to give up, guessing that the information had not yet been entered. He then downloaded the domestic version of the grassroots platform Dragon Kingdom Skyholder Club, only intending to look up some dungeon information of the Skyspace to pass the time. The Dragon Kingdom Skyholder Elite Community claims to be an elite community, but the registration is extremely simple. You can enter by casually creating an account and password, without even needing a phone number, which leads to an overflow of false information. Skyholders must rely on their own experience to discern it. After registering, Qi Xiao originally wanted to enter the Dungeon Zone column, but was attracted by the current hot topics. The homepage is almost flooded with the creator. What is a creator? How did they appear? What is the true nationality of the creator? Hopefully, they are from Dragon Country. Why did the creator only appear after many years? Why was the sinful mine sealed first? Are there even higher difficulties? Pessimistic speculation. How long will it take to shut down the remaining 979 copies? Dark web bounty for the creator's clues, with screenshots. The creator appears, who is the first to panic? The method to unlock the creator mode should be made public, benefiting all Skyborn. She shall flip through more than 10 pages, and all the hot words were creators. The impact is so great, it absolutely can't be exposed. Want me to share it? Dream on. He exited the hot topics and clicked into the copy area column to look for quick farming strategies. His goal was simple: to quickly take down the remaining 980 creator worlds on the first floor. Once the population passed 1 million, he could relax and earn points effortlessly. At that moment, a student came over carrying a tray. Shi Xiao looked up, eating so late? The newcomer was Shan Liang, who sat down opposite him, grinding. The mine has been sealed off, have you heard? Heard about it, can't rely on the mine to grind points anymore. Ah, good that we can't. I even want to thank that big shot. Thank him? Others are too busy hating him. Dan Liang laughed and said, "It's the 4th day, and our squad still hasn't cleared the mine." Surprised? Indeed. So being banned is actually a good thing for me. He put down his chopsticks and picked up an old copy of the Complete Guide to Instances. I've long stopped wanting to do the mine, but my teammates are afraid of being criticized by Yumuching and won't change the instance. It's so frustrating. Look at these 3 instances I chose, are they difficult? Shi Xiao took a look. Xianyan Ridge, Panlong Path, Belian Hall. Condensed text asterisk. Dan Liang ate while pointing at Panlong Path and said, "I've studied it for 2 days and found that the difficulty of these 3 instances is actually lower than that of the sinful mine. The teachers did this on purpose." What do you mean? The copies in the Sky Vault really can kill people. If you let the little brats run the easy dungeons from the start, they'll get overconfident and eventually mess up. It's better to have them face the harsh reality first, then loosen the reins once they get serious. That's the safer approach. Makes sense. Shi Xiao handed the book back. So, the mine being sealed off is actually a good thing for me. This afternoon, our team will tackle these 3 dungeons. After finishing all 3, we'll have just enough 500 points to learn a skill. Changing Fate starts today. What skill? This is exactly what Shan Liang was talking about, proudly saying, the 5 spirits priests are underestimated. Their core is priest, meaning summoning, especially necromancy. The skill I value is called Wolf Soul Rush. Divine skill? Absolutely divine skill. Shan Liang said excitedly, once learned, I can transform into a ghost wolf, moving through terrain unhindered, and at the moment of transformation, 2 small ghost wolves will split off to attack the enemy. Shi Xiao immediately caught on, Panlong Path? That's right. Dan Liang gave a thumbs up. Panlong Path is a mountain road, all close combat. I have Wolf Spirit Raid, which ignores terrain completely and can crush those monkeys. You want to solo? Of course. Being cautious isn't my style. Since I've crossed over, I'm going all out. But soloing is too risky. Don't worry, if something goes wrong, I'll slip out of the dungeon like a wolf and start over. Skills have cooldown times, right? Dan Liang was momentarily stunned. Condensed text asterisk. There is a cooldown, but only a few seconds. Keep your distance, I can wear them down. Do you have enough mana potions? I have some here. Enough, I've saved over 50 bottles. If I run out, I'll find you. Being a priest isn't easy, so keep some for emergencies. When I take off, I'll take you to clear Panlong Path, even 10,000 years wouldn't be too much. Not even Buddha could handle it. Dan Liang finally found a way, and Shi Xiao was happy for him. In his heart, he decided to postpone the creation difficulty of Panlong Path until Dan Liang reached the 2nd tier. There are 980 dungeons on the 1st level, and even if you clear one a day, it will take a long time. I told you before, I like the process from 0 to 1, it gives a great sense of accomplishment. Shi Xiao frowned without speaking. Shan Liang hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think, I just like to challenge myself." Shi Zhao's mouth twitched. "Alright, I get it. If you explain any more, it'll lose its meaning." "Damn, you really took it the wrong way. Let's change the subject, I still want to eat properly." After a moment of silence, Dan Liang lowered his voice. "It seems like Shi Mingjie is dead." "Where did you hear that?" "This morning his mother caused a scene at the school, the police came, and she grabbed the principal shouting, 'Give me back my son's life.' His father beat her unconscious before she calmed down. I also saw more than one set of parents, probably more than one person died." After saying that, he added, "Don't sleep in the Tianqiang space tonight. I still prefer that place, no mosquitoes, no cockroaches." "Damn, awesome." After finishing his meal, Qi Xiao returned to Tianqiang space, ready to clear the remaining 978 copies on one floor. Remembering Dan Liang's words, he secretly felt lucky that he had handled it thoroughly back then, otherwise, the person suffering from the headache now would be more than just Jifeichen. Teleport to the copy zone flowing forest. Confirming target, beginning transmission. 3:20 p.m., conference room of Hengxi No. 1 Middle School. Teachers from 3 grades were all present, with the sole focus of discussion, the creator. Principal Jifeichen sat at the head of the table, wearing glasses, organizing the memorandum. Director of Teaching Wang Taiyuan glanced at the time and whispered, "Principal, all the teachers are here, the meeting can begin." Let's start." Wang Taiyuan turned on the microphone, and the sound of static came through. "The reason we assembled everyone today is because a serious incident has occurred in the celestial space, which has already affected the teaching at No. 1 Middle School. I believe everyone has heard about it. Now, please welcome Principal Ji to speak." The microphone was handed to Jifeichen. "The situation is urgent, I'll be direct. The closure of a sinister mine has directly affected the teaching materials. Teacher Mo Chunlan, how much longer can the reserve supplies for the 11th grade production department last?" Mo Chunlan is the head of the 11th grade production department team, responsible for all related materials. Including what we reclaimed yesterday from teachers Yumuching and Jiang Yi, divided equally among the students, it's only enough for them to advance to the first level. Only to the first level? Jifeichen pondered before looking at the Senior 3 production department leader, Teacher Tang Qi. "Do you still have any materials suitable for grade 2? There aren't many students in the Senior 3 production department anyway. Everything has already been handed over to Teacher Mo before graduation. The worst-case scenario has occurred. Teacher Mo, immediately go to the Sky Dome Space Trade Zone and purchase consigned materials at any cost. I will have Director Wang give you Sky Dome coins." "Yes." Mo Chunlan immediately teleported away. "Old Wang, do you have enough Sky coins over there?" "Should be enough. If not, I'll top it up." "Good." Wang Taiyuan also left immediately. "Next, let's discuss the future teaching tasks." Discussions quickly unfolded in the meeting room. It is recommended to refer to the quality education model of the United States, starting with low-difficulty modules, allowing students to build confidence first, with teachers responsible for support and answering questions. I support that low-difficulty instances can also reduce the teaching pressure. Instead of consuming a large number of points, it's better to let the students grow steadily. Agreed. I agree as well. Soon, more than a dozen teachers reached a consensus and reported the plan to Jifeichen. "Principal, we suggest selecting 10 simple instances, allowing students to focus on accumulating points, which will both build confidence and help them quickly adapt to the celestial space. Although the drops are few, the number of attempts can make up for it." Jifeichen listened quietly and took notes on the key points, then asked, "Since you mentioned the United States, do you know which dungeon is the most grinded in their private universities?" Everyone shook their heads. "It's also the sinful mine." The conference room immediately erupted in noise. "You haven't seen it because of the time difference. Their teachers lead the teams in dungeons and are even stricter with students. Student squads don't get newbie bonuses." "No bonuses? Isn't that a death sentence?" A teacher pushed up his glasses. "The principal is telling the truth. My relative's child is in the United States. They practice elite education. Private universities are filled with top talented students. Public schools are basically left to their own devices, and after changing professions, nobody cares whether they go to the sky space or not. Only the outstanding prospects from public schools are intensively trained by dedicated teachers. How is that different from raising pets? Indeed. As the discussions gradually quieted, Ji-Fei-chan added, they have to enter the second level of the dungeon for actual combat every week, not as spectators, but as participants. One day they might die 20 or so times. It is precisely because of this that their national team was the first to achieve the first kill on the 4th level, with 5 teams making it to the 5th level. Those kids have strong willpower and fierce combat abilities. Don't be fooled by propaganda. The conference room fell silent. Ji-Fei-chan concluded, we don't need a finalized plan today. I have 3 points. First, intensity must be maintained. Second, combat mechanics need to be rich. Third, be ready at all times for the dungeon to be sealed off and have multiple backup plans. The celestial dome space will only become more brutal, with even an entire level of dungeons being completely sealed. Completely sealed? That's too exaggerated, isn't it? Someone questioned. Not exaggerated. According to United Nations statistics, the global population has exceeded 8 billion. Condensed text asterisk. About 18% of the population is under 25 years old, approximately 1.4 billion people. Counting 800 million who have completed job transitions, of which combat-related professions account for 35%, about 300 million people. There are only 980 instances on the first floor of the dungeon area. Facing 300 million people, is that really enough? The questioning teacher fell silent. Since the emergence of the creators, the celestial dome space has entered a new era, and we are all witnesses. A new turning point has arrived. I hope everyone adjusts their mindset to face the upcoming difficulties and challenges. Tomorrow, the first and second year high school students will return to school. You must truthfully report the situation. Whether the first year transfer ceremony will be held early depends on the notification from the Tianqiong headquarters. Currently, we need to quickly finalize the new instance. Classes 7 and 8 of the second year will serve as a pilot and start entering the new instance from tomorrow. Yes. Yumuching and Jiangyi responded. At this moment, Mo Chunlan and Wang Taiyuan, who had just returned from the Tianqiong space, looked serious. Principal, we acted too late. The consignment area's instance supplies have been cleared out, prices in the purchasing area have multiplied several times, and in the negotiating area, someone is buying around the clock. Outside the instance zone, there are also Tianqiong individuals buying up supplies. What? Everyone was shocked. As expected. Ji-Fei-chan sighed. Even high-quality equipment is being snapped up like crazy, prices have tripled or quadrupled, and many general-purpose items are out of stock. Take the heavy fist axe from the mine, for example. There were originally over 20,000, now less than 100. Consumables are also rising in price, and teams are taking shifts gathering in the dungeons that produce spirit plants. Ji-Fei-chan interrupted the report, no need to say more about these situations. Spreading anxiety is meaningless. The meeting is over. The most important thing right now is to stabilize the students' emotions and quickly formulate a plan for advancing to the second level. Yes. The teachers left with heavy hearts. A series of major announcements completely ruined their original summer plans. No one expected that when Shi Xiao merely flapped his wings lightly, it would stir up a tsunami-like panic in the celestial space. 7:15 p.m. Shi Xiao received a message from Yumuching, returned to reality from the celestial space, and went to the cafeteria. In the afternoon, he unlocked 67 hero-level dungeons, and with the evaluation rewards, gained a large amount of points. After eating, I'll go to Man's continent to gather more citizens, then grind dungeons for 3 more hours. Shi Xiao planned this in his mind. Shi Xiao came to the cafeteria and saw Yumuching discussing teaching arrangements with Jiang Yi. He quietly sat down to eat, his mind replaying the afternoon's experience in the Tianqiong space. Since receiving the identity of creator at noon, the atmosphere in the space had noticeably tightened. The number of Tianqiang members in the first-level dungeon suddenly increased, and many high-level individuals carried elaborate weapons, clearly searching for clues about the creator. Meanwhile, the excellent equipment in the consignment area, which had originally attracted no interest, was completely sold out in the afternoon. Shi Zhao's prices were not low, yet he still sold everything, showing how greatly the ceiling of the mine impacted the Tianqiang space. Teacher Jiang, I remember the dungeon you chose. It has many monsters, but the drops are too scattered, and it still can't cover the students' consumption. This cohort's resources have always been tight. Even if the mines weren't sealed, it still couldn't support 6 classes. These 2 dungeons are already the most suitable. Then let the production students also do dungeons? Sure, they should be able to handle simple dungeons. Sigh. Shi Xiao glanced at the complete dungeon list and recognized that Jiang Yi had chosen the Jiangxi Forest and the Wuda Cave, which were the dungeons he had run through that afternoon. Many monsters, simple bosses, rich loot. The drawbacks were numerous traps and winding paths. Despite a 22% movement speed boost, it still took him 8 minutes. Then let's start with these 2 dungeons and see how the students perform tomorrow. Yumuching closed the book and asked, Shi Xiao, how many dungeons did you run this afternoon? 67. Very fast. Brush 40 more at night. No, rest early, don't be late tomorrow. Don't worry, I won't. Shi Xiao put down his chopsticks. Boss, you don't need to buy me meals anymore, I have money now. Then you have to promise to eat on time. Okay. He said as he handed over 50 Tianqiang coins. Before Yumuching could refuse, the money had already been received. Her eyes lit up. Right, how could I forget this matter? Shi Xiao, how many mining supplies do you have on hand? Jiang Yi also cast a curious glance. Shi Xiao thought for a moment. So far, the mine has been refreshed less than 90 times. Wool, linen, copper or 3457, tin or 2209. Good, very good. Jiang Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. Such efficiency, 1 person equivalent to 2 shifts in a week. Yumuching immediately asked, Shi Xiao, are you willing to sell these materials to the school? At market price. The school wants these mine materials? Well, classes 1 to 6 use it to enhance their skills, and the Heavenly Dome space is already sold out. Then just take it, I'll clear out my portable space. That won't do, you earned it through your own efforts, the school can't give it away for free, Yumuching insisted. Besides, we're not the ones paying for it. Shi Xiao finally nodded. It turned out that picking up supplies back then was not in vain. Jiang Yi asked again, you also have quite a bit of equipment from the mine, right? Yes, does the school want some? No need now, the prices are high. Take this opportunity to sell them all, they will drop in a few days. Got it, thank you, teacher. The supplies brought by Shi Xiao lightened the originally dull atmosphere at dinner considerably. After the meal, Yumuching and he entered the Tianqiang space and took away all the materials produced from 67 instances. I've noted everything down. I'll transfer the payment to you as soon as it's approved. Thank you for your hard work, old man. This is the praise you deserve, but... No need, this is what I should do, Shi Xiao said solemnly. Yumuching felt moved in her heart. There aren't many students who are so consistent. Before leaving, she reminded, don't stay up too late tonight. Tomorrow there's a class meeting, don't let your classmates find out about your Sky Dome image and equipment. Her gaze fell on the everlasting fruit. Alright, class monitor, I'm going to run the dungeon now. After sending off Yumuching, Shi Xiao immediately teleported to the trading district. All around were skywarders buying low-grade equipment. Buying high-quality low-grade equipment, priority given to mine equipment, plenty of skyward coins, no bargaining. Condensed text asterisk. Buying weapons from the first floor of the dungeon, prices will make you tempted, mine equipment prices are calculated separately. Shi Xiao didn't rush to make a move. Instead, he first checked the prices in the buying area, then asked several skywarders who were purchasing equipment about the situation. He quickly formed a judgment in his mind. Half a day passed, and the prices basically stabilized. The increase in ordinary dungeon equipment was not significant, but the limited edition equipment from the mine soared to 200 skyward coins, with weapons even reaching 300. He had more than 1,700 pieces of fine equipment on him, of which 1,200 came from the mine. Selling them all at once would definitely attract attention, and listing them in the consignment area would deduct points, so it wasn't worth it. In the end, he spent an hour quietly clearing out his inventory by selling in batches between the instance zone and the trade zone. Looking at nearly 400,000 sky coins in his backpack, Shishao felt great. After calming down, he whispered, "Teleport to man's continent." Teleportation commenced. He appeared in the captain's cabin. The door made a soft sound as it opened, and Colin rubbed his eyes and stood up. "Lord Envoy, you're awake? Thank you for standing guard for so long." "No trouble at all, it is an honor to serve the Divine Envoy." The two walked onto the deck, and Colin reported, "Captain Stoneman has already settled everyone in Moon Creek Town." "Very well." Exiting the mine tunnel, the Moon Creek Town square was still busy, yet it felt heavy. Refugees were tidying up houses, and soldiers were pushing carts filled with pirate corpses toward the wilderness. As soon as Shishao appeared, cheers immediately erupted throughout the town. "Divine Envoy." A skinny female refugee clasped her hands together and pleaded, "Can you stay?" "What is your name?" "Renee, Divine Envoy." Shishao opened the panel and found that the number of followers had increased from 39 to 97, among whom 22 had reached the level of reverence, and 15 had advanced further to worship. Renee's name was glowing with golden light. Looking at her devout gaze, Shishao smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't leave." Is that really true?" Renee asked with eyes full of joy. "Really? Everyone. The Divine Envoy said he will not leave us." She ran through the town, shouting while holding up her tattered skirt. With her announcement, the names of 5 more refugees turned golden. Colin quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and Shishao looked at the changing panel, feeling pleased. This was exactly the result he wanted. At that moment, Stoneman arrived with several captains to pay their respects. "Honorable Divine Envoy, have you rested well? I have prepared a house for you." "Thank you." After the greetings, Shishao noticed Stoneman's serious expression and asked, "You seem to have something on your mind?" Stoneman nodded and invited him inside for a detailed discussion. Inside the dilapidated wooden house, Stoneman spoke in a low voice, "We are discussing the issue of refugee resettlement. The military supplies are insufficient, and the surrounding bandit threats have not been eliminated. We are unable to protect them at the same time. So, we plan to have the refugees temporarily leave Yumuching town and return once the bandit threat is cleared." He spoke with difficulty and did not dare to look directly at Shishao. "Do they know?" "I didn't say it explicitly, but they should be able to guess. I'm worried they might misunderstand that the People's Army is abandoning them, so I want to ask Lord Divine Messenger to help reassure them." "Can't the king allocate provisions?" "I've already sent someone to deliver Cliff's Head to Valence City in exchange for grain, but I can't guarantee success. Reinforcements haven't arrived yet, let alone the military provisions." "What are you all eating yourselves?" "It's all gathered, brought from home, or dug up in the wild." Sturman gritted his teeth and said, "If we take in more refugees, we'll have to sell the artillery and surplus weapons to get grain." "We can't sell the weapons." "I know, but I really can't do anything." Shishao was silent for a moment, then sighed, "I'll handle these problems." "Really?" Stoolman was shocked. "Really? Go gather everyone at the square." "Yes." In less than half an hour, the People's Army and all the refugees gathered in the square of Yumuching town, everyone's eyes burning with intensity as they looked at Shishao. Shishao climbed onto the temporarily built platform and swept his gaze over the soldiers and refugees below. "I know what everyone is worried about," he began, "which is why I called you here late at night. I will stand with you, and the People's Army will fight for you." As soon as his words fell, the square erupted instantly. "We are willing to follow Lord Shun." Shishao motioned for silence and continued, "But right now, what everyone cares about most is filling their stomachs. Tonight, let everyone eat their fill first. Starting tomorrow, we will build Yumuching town, reclaim the wasteland, and turn this place into a home. A refugee hesitated and asked, but Captain Stoneman said we have no seeds left and no money to buy any. Shishao nodded. He suggested selling weapons to exchange for grain, but I rejected that. I have the money to buy food and seeds. Everyone was stunned. Shishao stretched out his hand, and silver and copper coins poured down like a stream, quickly piling up half a meter high at his feet. The square erupted in exclamations. Shishao glanced at the floating panel, the number of citizens jumping from 97 to 219, then asked, Stoneman, is this enough? Enough, absolutely enough. Stoneman swallowed hard. These are what I have accumulated over many years of completing commissions, Shishao said in a deep voice. They must not be wasted, let alone embezzled. I swear on my soul, not a single copper coin will be wasted. Stoneman immediately vowed. Thank you, Lord Divine Messenger. Thank you, Lord Divine Messenger. Many people were moved to tears. I will fight for Yueshi town until death. Lord Divine Messenger will not let us die in vain, he can resurrect us, a soldier shouted. Oh! Cheers exploded in the night, echoing through the Moon Creek town square, piercing the darkness, spreading across the entire West Two Wilds. Even if this act might attract nearby prowling bandits, nothing could stop them because Chi Shao had given them a home. Chi Shao smiled as he stood on the podium, watching the numbers flicker on the panel. After tonight's speech, the favorability among the 219 citizens present had clearly increased, 69 respected, 113 revered, and 37 adored. After midnight, he would gain 662 points. Chi Shao was very satisfied with this result. With varied personalities, some slow to warm up, being able to raise overall favorability with a single speech was already a good start. He believed that, over time, everyone would come to adore him. Stoneman. I'm here, Lord God. After gaining wealth, Stoneman brushed away past negativity and was vigorous and spirited. Tomorrow we'll go shopping, buy more meat to nourish everyone. Without eating enough, how can we have the strength to clear the wilderness? Don't worry, Lord. I will send a team to hunt beasts and also buy some ham from the neighboring town. Good, remember to bring back the wandering refugees during the hunt. Yes. Stoneman immediately gathered the captains to arrange the tasks. Watching the people dancing around the bonfire, Chi Shao suddenly asked, Stoneman, do you know the puppeteer? I don't know the puppeteer. Are you looking to buy a puppet, sir? No, it's to repair one. Stoneman thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. I know a craftsman who was said to have repaired puppets. He lives in Valence City, his name is Fire Axel, a renowned master craftsman. Chi Shao wrote down the name, thank you. Stoneman asked if he needed to rest, but Chi Shao said, no need, I'll go see Fire Axel right now. Everyone was stunned, it was already late at night. No need to prepare horses. Chi Shao pressed the seal pattern and whispered, teleport to Huozhou's residence. Location found, beginning teleportation. With a flash of light, Chi Shao disappeared on the spot, leaving the stunned crowd behind. Just by saying the location, you can teleport? This is divine power. Lord Divine Messenger really is a god. In the craftsman district of Valence City, inside a house filled with the smell of rusted metal. Huozhou, who was bent over studying parts, didn't notice that there was an extra person in the room. Knock, knock, knock. He got up impatiently and opened the door. Hello, are you Master Huozhou? Sorry to bother you so late. Huozhou sized up Chi Shao, who was dressed in unusual clothes, and said coolly, it's not business hours now, come back tomorrow if you have something. Seeing him about to close the door, Chi Shao hurriedly said, I have a golem that I want to ask you to repair. Golem? Huozhou reopened the door, where is it? In my portable space. Portable space? Are you a magician? Sort of. The golem is too big to take out directly. Huozhou, seeing he didn't look like a bad person, stepped aside to let him pass. Come in, the backyard is spacious. The two walked through a room filled with parts and arrived at a well-equipped workshop in the backyard. In the corner of the wall, there were also 3 unfinished puppets. Just so you know, coming this late means extra pay, Huozhou said. No problem, as long as it's repaired. Shi Xiao walked to the open space and raised his hand to open the portable space. His arm seemed to sink into the void, and in the next moment, a tall magical construct appeared out of thin air with a burst of white light. Huozhou looked up, dumbfounded. A war golem? You call this a puppet? It seems you can fix it. To be honest, the damage is severe, and it can't start. That's why I came to ask for help late at night. Huozhou no longer listened, paced around the war golem a few times, then climbed up the ladder into the cockpit to check the instruments and internal structure. After jumping down, he looked excited. I've never seen a war golem preserved so well. But without blueprints, repairs will take quite some time. I need to design the missing parts first, then repeatedly debug. I have the blueprints. Shi Xiao flipped his hand, and a blueprint appeared in the palm. Huozhou took it and unfolded it. A few seconds later, his pupils suddenly contracted. What an ingenious design! With this, a lot of time can be saved. After examining the design while walking around the golem, Huozhou said, it can be repaired. All damaged parts have diagrams and specifications, but it will take at least 15 days. This long? Shi Xiao frowned. The materials are too rare, like the refined copper regulator, which requires refined copper. Refined copper has to be smelted from bronze ingots and refined iron ore. Refined iron ore is very difficult to find, so we can only look for substitutes. Shi Xiao had a thought and took out the refined copper regulator from his personal space. Is it this one? Huozhou was shocked after taking it. Exactly. The quality is still this high. Do you have any other parts? It's best to prepare more of everything on the blueprint. I'm still not sure about the exact extent of the damage. Shi Xiao wrote down the names of the parts and nodded, saying, good. Just as Fireaxis was about to mention the difficulty of finding the materials, Shi Xiao said, I'll be back within 10 minutes. Before the words had finished, he had already disappeared, leaving Fireaxis dumbfounded. Teleportation? You're so powerful, so why do you even need the golem? In the mine smelting room, Shi Xiao appeared and inspected the supplies but found nothing. Then he teleported back to the celestial space. He went to the consignment area, searched for the parts on the blueprint, and found that the prices hadn't increased. So he bought up all the parts at once. Before leaving, he remembered the currency consignment, searched for gold, silver, and copper, and sure enough, saw a large number of ridiculously priced listings in the trash category. Shi Xiao selected all the reasonably priced ones and bought them all. Looking at the piles of gold and silver stacking up in his personal space, he chuckled and said, these gold coins might just crash the prices on the man's continent. He then teleported away again. Valen City, Huozhou Backyard Workshop. Shi Xiao reappeared. Huozhou widened his eyes. You actually came back within 10 minutes. Condensed text asterisk. Huozhou took off his glasses and jumped down from the automaton. Shi Xiao opened the portable space and poured out all the purchased parts, instantly piling them up on the ground. Are these enough? Yes. More than enough. Huozhou looked at the top quality parts in shock, unable to help but scrutinize Shi Xiao. Honorable Master, where do you come from? Just an ordinary outsider. He, alright, I believe you. He quickly sorted the parts and said, with the blueprints here, the golem can be repaired by tomorrow. Very good. Shi Xiao was very satisfied. After the battle with Cliff, he understood the difficulty of the Genesis copy and would not rashly challenge it before the cooldown ended. How much is the payment? No need for money. The Fireaxis looked at the golem sincerely. Being able to repair it is an honor in itself. Shi Xiao nodded in thanks and turned to leave. Please wait. Huozhou mustered his courage. May I add some of my own modification ideas during the repairs? Shi Xiao looked at his sincere gaze and readily agreed. Since it's entrusted to you, it's naturally up to you. Thank you. I will definitely do my best. The interface popped up, and the name Lilium Fireaxle appeared under the Subjects section. Shi Xiao took his leave. Fireaxle unfolded the blueprints, and worked through the night on repairs. The sound of metal being hammered echoed in the night. By the time he returned to Moon Creek Town, the bonfire had burned out, the crowd had dispersed, and guards were standing watch in the outpost holding torches. Beneath the makeshift podium, a frail figure was curled up. "Renee? Why are you sleeping here?" Renee woke up startled and stood up, but due to numbness in her legs, she sat back down on the ground, the noise attracting the patrolling guards. Seeing Qi Xiao, everyone immediately saluted. Qi Xiao gestured for everyone to patrol quietly. "Didn't Stoneman arrange a place for you to stay?" "The captain said you would be back at any time, so I am waiting for you here," Renee answered softly. "Is there something wrong?" "Sister Mara has already prepared your room at the church, please follow me." Qi Xiao followed Renee to the church. On the wooden beds along both sides of the hall lay the women rescued from the barn. He quietly passed through and entered the room at the back. The single wooden bed was covered with brand new beige fabric, with thick dry grass underneath. Clearly a lot of thought had gone into it. "Lord Divine Envoy, are you satisfied?" "Satisfied." "Then please rest early, I won't let anyone disturb you." Renee left. Qi Xiao sat on the bed, smiling. After finishing the dungeons, I'll just sleep here for the night. Then he pressed the seal and transmitted back to the celestial space. Although it was past midnight, he still completed the 40 dungeons he had planned. At 6:50 in the morning, Qi Xiao woke up, feeling full of energy despite having slept just over 3 hours. From the front hall next door came the soft sounds of women tidying up, with Renee and Mara continuously signaling everyone to keep quiet. The door opened, and everyone immediately stopped. "Your Excellency, please forgive us." "Not disturbed, I slept very well." Qi Xiao looked at Mara. "The bed is very comfortable, thank you." "It is an honor to serve you. Do you want to have breakfast?" "I have something to attend to and need to leave." "You go ahead and eat." As the words fell, Qi Xiao disappeared in front of everyone. A woman sighed. "The divine envoy must be in a hurry, he must be going to complete a commission. Yesterday he even used the money he earned to help us." "Do not be disrespectful," Renee scolded. Everyone hurriedly prayed and repented. Qi Xiao returned from the celestial dome space to the cafeteria, where students were bustling about. He ordered a hearty breakfast, took a photo to send to Yumuching, and listened to the conversations as he ate. "You say, why are we so unlucky? Just after changing jobs, we ran into a creator. The news has been all about him lately. My parents keep urging me to advance in the celestial dome space every day. We're fine, but the most anxious are the first-year students. I heard they might have to change jobs early." "Huh? Aren't the initial attributes really low?" "No choice, if we don't act early, even the first-level dungeons will be sealed off by the creator." "Who exactly is this creator?" "After so many years in the celestial space, this is the first time something like this has happened. Because of him, my entire summer vacation is ruined. The United States keeps broadcasting every day that they want to meet him, and their demands are quite high. Would the creator care about that kind of treatment? He can have whatever he wants." Qi Xiao lowered his head, munching on the steamed bun, quietly listening. At this moment, Xiaobang casually sat down opposite him, glanced at his breakfast, and casually took a piece of fried crispy meat. "Is breakfast this hearty? You didn't eat?" "I woke up late." Just as Qi Xiao was about to get up, Xiaobang stopped him. "No, I've already eaten, I just crave what you're having." Qi Xiao pushed the tray towards the middle. "The creator is really amazing. My parents talk about him every day. Looks like everyone has quite a bit of resentment. They hate the fact that they're not Skywalkers." Saying this, Xiaobang suddenly grinned mischievously. "This morning when I went to the dorm, your bed was gone, and there was a strong smell of urine." "Did you wet the bed?" "Sure, Mingjie did it." Qi Xiao recounted the whole incident. "Wow, you even dared to mess with him. Why didn't you come to me?" "Oh right, you don't have a phone. Looking for you useful? Want him to beat you again?" "He dares. My dad and his dad are close friends, he wouldn't dare touch me." "So you're also a wealthy young master." Qi Xiao changed the subject. "What about your girlfriend Bingbing?" "Broken up. I heard I switched careers to being a chef, and we broke up that same night." She said she's going to join the national defense team as support and won't date a chef. Assistant? Nia Shuebing? Yes, from your class. Impressive. Xiaobang snorted coldly. She dares to look down on me? Just wait. Even if I'm just a chef, I will become the strongest chef in the country and make her regret it. The revised copy is as follows. Shi Xiao looked at Xiaobang's expression and inexplicably felt a sense of don't underestimate a young man's poverty. You two aren't setting some kind of 3-year agreement, are you? What the heck? Nothing, just ignore me. Shi Xiao laughed. Wait a bit longer, I'll get you more cooking ingredients. Good brother. But don't worry, my Xiao family still has some influence in Han City. Becoming a high-level chef is not difficult. My dad is very pleased that I switched careers to be a chef. Guess why? Why? Xiaobang lowered his voice. The guy who provoked you is dead. He gestured at his neck. You knew that too? Not just knowing. My dad said Shi Mingjia's dad has already suspended guild activities and is looking everywhere for the culprit. His mom bites people like a mad dog every day. If this continues, the Eben Martial Arts Guild will be disbanded sooner or later. So I switched to the production department, focusing on safety, and my dad is very happy. Shi Xiao sneered coldly in his heart, looking for clues? In your dreams. Is your dad really appropriate to be so happy? Just a partner. Once the Eben Martial Arts Guild breaks up, more people will join my dad. Losing a competitor is double the joy. Damn, you hit it pretty well. Of course, I have to interact with you as an ordinary person. Chopin smiled. Wait 2 more days, and I'll let you see what it's like to rush to second tier in one day. Young Master Xiao is so terrifying. You're my brother. After graduation, if you want to develop your career back in Han City, come find me, and you can directly join the first division of my family guild. Good big pot eats crispy meat. Good eye. The two laughed and parted ways. After returning to the class, Yumuching began explaining the key points of the 2 new dungeons. At 9 in the morning, Shi Xiao cooperated with Wang Ling's team to pretend to enter the dungeon, then continued to solo farm the dungeon. By 8 in the evening, the total score had increased again. After dinner, he teleported to Huozhou's backyard workshop. Huozhou was focused on polishing parts, and Shi Xiao suddenly appeared, almost causing him to lose control. Master Fire Shaft, is the golem repaired? Of course. Perfect. Fire Shaft proudly displayed the results. The golem's arms were fully restored. The damage wasn't severe, I only replaced a few parts. I also modified the connection structure, so it will operate more flexibly. Looking at Huozhou's heavy dark circles, Shi Xiao knew he had barely slept the entire night. But there's another issue that requires your consent first. Huozhou suddenly became serious. You go ahead. Simplified version asterisk. The war golem can't be activated because the control panel lacks a suitable power source. The energy slot is too small, so the golden energy core doesn't fit. Either you have a suitable power source, or I have to modify the energy slot, Huozhou explained. Shi Xiao looked at the control panel and immediately remembered the purple sphere he had received. He took it out from the space and handed it to Huozhou. No need for modification, I have the Krypton energy core. What? Krypton energy core? Huozhou exclaimed in surprise, taking the core and examining it carefully. Such a sophisticated energy source? What kind of mineral is this? Shi Xiao was also unaware of its origin, but judging by Huozhou's reaction, he knew this item was extremely precious. Huozhou sighed, such immense energy, I've never seen anything like it in my life. Shi Xiao entered the cockpit and installed the core. The war automaton activated instantly. He jumped down excitedly and said, Mecha really is a man's romantic dream, and so is an automaton. He touched the magic golem, a flash of purple light appeared, and the golem transformed into a beam of light that flew into the personal space. Huozhou was stunned on the spot. Shi Xiao checked the information. War Golem Level 1. Quality, Epic. Type, Elemental Puppet. Physical damage, 3600. Physical defense, 4000. Magic defense, magic immunity. Usage requirement, creator. Note, can be upgraded through blueprint modification. Attributes doubled, strength has far surpassed the 4th tier, Shi Xiao was overjoyed. Thank you, Master Fireshaft, I am very satisfied with this upgrade. I will definitely come again. You're always welcome. I've already organized the unused parts. Fireshaft pointed to several boxes of parts. Shi Xiao thought for a moment, I'll let you off this time. Of course I don't mind. Huozhou was overjoyed. When Shi Xiao took his leave, he reminded him, next time, you can't refuse to charge the fee. Alright, please wait. Huozhou called after him and hesitated before asking, aren't you worried that I'll copy the automaton and privately replicate it? Shi Xiao simply shook his head, no. Why? Because the look in your eyes when you look at the golem is joy, not greed, Shi Xiao replied. Huozhou was stunned. Shi Xiao caught sight of the name on the panel turning pink, then teleported away. Moon Creek town was bustling under the sunset. Shi Xiao appeared in the square, causing an outcry. After waving to the crowd, he headed straight for the command center. Stoneman stood up and saluted, Divine Envoy, welcome back. Has the procurement team set off? They went to the neighboring town this morning and will return the day after tomorrow. Danyuan hasn't come back yet? No, it might have been delayed due to the need for provisions. Is Valenwood far? If you can teleport, it's naturally not far. Riding there and back takes 2 days. Alright, I need to be gone for a day. Stoneman hadn't finished speaking when Shi Xiao had already left. Returning to the celestial space, he headed straight to the Points Mall, spending 50,000 points to buy the public skill, Divine Refinement, then used 100,000 points to upgrade it to level 2, increasing mana regeneration from 1% per second to 5%. The battle with Cliff made him realize the importance of regeneration. Now, with a base regeneration of 55 points, he could recover 609 mana per second, equivalent to 3 bottles of basic mana potion, 30 shots of radiant judgment, 20 shots of lesser healing, or 13 radiant shields, a significant boost. Level 3 upgrade costs 200,000 points, that's really expensive. He still hoped for stronger effects and spent 6,000 sky coins to purchase 100 super mana potions, 200 exceptional mana potions, and 200 strong mana potions, then teleported outside the Dream Nightmare Cave. Tonight, he was going to challenge the Genesis difficulty. The dungeon area was still bustling late at night, with skywarders coming and going endlessly. Someone shouted to buy supplies, and the bargaining voices rose and fell. Shi Xiao set the Dream Nightmare Cave to heroic difficulty and stepped into the vortex. Unknown to him, his movements had already been recorded. A skyward who was collecting supplies waved to the blonde man in the distance. The man came over. First-tier skyward, Li Feiyu, professional priest. Condensed text asterisk. He was the 9,546th skyward to enter the Nightmare Cave today. No teammates were seen accompanying him. After recording the time, he was allowed to proceed. 2 minutes later, the blonde skyward returned to the skyward space. Already registered. Go rest. In hero difficulty Nightmare Cave. Shi Xiao's cloak shone with white light, illuminating the path ahead. He successively killed Lord of the Serpents Ryan and Priest Andra, their souls sinking into darkness. He picked up a necklace from Andra's corpse. Andra's tear. Quality, fine. Stamina plus 10. Spirit plus 18. Strength -5. Sai, not a cloak. Shi Xiao put the necklace into his personal space and continued to kill the priest pieces guarding the teleportation array. Although the enemy's attributes were doubled, they were still no match for him. In less than 10 minutes, he arrived below the rocky platform but stopped to check the Val's little sapling in his personal space. The sapling had long since taken root and could neither be removed nor destroyed. Could it trigger another event? Thinking of the last experience, he felt a bit worried but soon relaxed. Whatever, once the dungeon seal is successful, this accessory will be discontinued anyway. Shi Xiao ascended the platform and killed Lord Fendi's. The immortal wool then awakened, and 2 purple items dropped from the vine treasure chest. The 4 spirits form staff and shield. Root of life, 4 spirits form bound. Quality, epic. Category, two-handed staff. Physical damage plus 573. Magic damage plus 1088. Stamina plus 40. Spirit plus 100. Resistance plus 30. Shi Xiao finished reading the attributes, whistled, and immediately equipped it. So good. He stored the shield in his personal space and defeated the nightmare-devouring snake according to the storyline. The interface prompt pops up accordingly. Congratulations to Tianqiangs for clearing the heroic difficulty of Nightmare Cavern. Congratulations to Tianqiangs for achieving the achievement Unstoppable, killing Lion, Andra, Pisces, and Findis in symbiosis state without taking damage. Congratulations to Tianqiangs for unlocking the hidden achievement Twin Trees, defeating the nightmare together with Wool in optimal condition. Congratulations to Skyward for achieving the feat Lightning Speed, completing the dungeon in under 20 minutes. Since Skyward's rating is below Tier 3 and has obtained Unstoppable, Intertwined Wood, and Lightning Speed, the evaluation is perfect. First perfect evaluation, an additional 1000 points awarded. Unlocked Nightmare Cave Genesis difficulty. Creation difficulty enabled, hero mode progress permanently locked, cannot be reset. Teleportation about to begin. Shi Xiao picked up the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by the devouring snake in advance, stood with hands behind his back, and watched the devouring snake turn into a wormhole. The wormhole reflected the lush rainforest, and he transformed into a light orb and flew into it. Shi Xiao opened his eyes and found himself standing on the forest floor, sunlight filtering through the leaves. He had not fallen but was standing firmly on the ground. The air was fresh, surrounded by towering ancient trees, and a dirt path wound into the distance, leaving him momentarily unsure of which way to choose. Cam Continent Common Language loading. Loading successful, you can now communicate normally with the inhabitants of this world. Shi Xiao strapped on his staff, climbed to the top of the ancient tree, looked around, and noticed a patch of withered, scorched forest in the distance, the terrain raised and starkly out of place among the surrounding greenery. That's the place. He leapt out and cast levitation, drifting toward the scorched woodland. As he approached, voices of argument came from within the forest. Andra, calm down, the priest must not act impulsively. A change in the Garden of Eternal Life, aren't you worried about Tree God Wool? I'm worried, but I must protect the children. You should stay. No, I can't fail in my duty. Lord Fendi's, quickly persuade her. As Fendi's just began to speak, he was interrupted. Shut up. Oh. The branches rustled suddenly. Who's there? Andrea asked alertly. 3 priests raised their weapons at the same time. Shi Xiao appeared, speaking calmly, no need to be nervous, I am an outsider here to resolve the crisis. Shi Xiao stepped out of the woods and smiled at the 4 people who looked alert. Resolve the crisis? That's right. How do you know there is a crisis here? Precisely because I don't know the reason, I came to investigate. He stopped 5 steps ahead of the 4 people, his gaze sweeping over the 4 priests and the pitch-black cave behind them. He instantly understood they were investigating the withering trees when they were controlled by the devouring snake, doomed to be trapped here forever. A few more traces of sympathy appeared in Shi Xiao's eyes. You're a priest too? More precisely, a pastor. From which tribe? The Skydome tribe. Never heard of it. That's why I said I'm an outsider. Andra suddenly smelled a fresh fragrance in the air and took a few deep sniffs. The aura of the tree god? That's right. Pisces also noticed it. Shi Xiao immediately realized it was the sapling inside the portable space. Andra mustered courage to approach, sniffed, then retreated cautiously, raising his staff and pointing it at Shi Xiao. Why do you carry the aura of the tree god? The tree god no longer responds to us, is it because of you? Pisces drew his twin blades. First, tie him up and take him back for interrogation. Ryan produced 2 blue snakes from his sleeve. Wait. Fendi's raised his hand to stop them, staring at the Kong Chi Xiao. Stranger, give us a reasonable explanation. What if I said it was war who summoned me here, would you believe it? Did the tree god send you? Ryan said coldly, evidence. Shi Xiao took out the ornament, eternal fruit. Eternal fruit. Sathas was shocked. This is the eternal fruit? Andra exclaimed. How is this possible? The tree god actually handed it over to an outsider? Ryan put away the green serpent and leaned in to take a closer look. Fendi's confirmed that the fruit was crystal clear, plump, and full of vitality. His expression suddenly changed, and he knelt down on one knee. Fendi's, greetings to the high priest. He's the high priest? Pisa's was stunned. Impossible. Andra still wanted to argue. Fendis rarely shouted sharply, no rudeness, kneel down immediately. With a thud, Pisas knelt down promptly. Condensed text asterisk. Though unwilling, Ryan and Andra still knelt on one knee under Fendis's gesture. Shi Xiao glanced at the eternal fruit in his hand and said calmly, Get up, I don't like this kind of ceremony. Yes. Thank you, High Priest, for your forgiveness. Fendi's helped the three of them to their feet. Andra couldn't help but ask, Are you really the High Priest? Shi Xiao smiled and said, Fendis, you explain. Fendis said solemnly, The eternal fruit can only be obtained by souls recognized by the tree god. If stolen, the fruit will immediately rot and cannot have such luster. I have seen this with my own eyes once. Andra and the others finally relaxed and apologized one after another. Shi Xiao walked to the front of the cave, his expression serious. Fortunately, I arrived in time, otherwise you would have died inside. The four were shocked. What's wrong with the tree god? Attacked by monsters. Evil spirits? Impossible, there was no sign whatsoever. Shi Xiao pointed at the withered tree and retorted, Isn't this a sign? Fendi's was speechless. Return to the territory immediately. Leave this matter to me. Fendi's was about to comply when Ryan knelt on one knee, his tone resolute, No. As the guardian priest, I cannot let the high priest face this alone. Ryan swears to follow to the death. Shi Xiao was about to refuse, but someone nearby echoed, Yes. Failing to protect the tree god was my negligence. Andra vows to follow the high priest to the death. She finished speaking and knelt down on one knee. Quickly get up, you all need to hear. Pisa's vows to follow the high priest. Please take me with you. Pisa's also knelt down. Shi Xiao signaled Fendis to intervene. Fendis had just started to speak, Andra, Pisa's, Lane, we should. Kneel. Andra shouted angrily. Oh. With a thud, Fendi's also knelt down properly. Andra said in a deep voice, Lord Priest, within the Garden of Eternal Life, there is the awakening tree god formation we drew. You alone cannot break the seal, please allow us to fight alongside you. The four were resolute in their stance. Shi Xiaoming understood that refusal was useless even if they were not brought along, they would secretly follow. All right, let's go together. But once inside, everything is under my command. Yes. The four immediately inspected the supplies. Previously, they hesitated, worried that this journey might be fraught with danger, and wanted to leave someone behind to watch over the clan. Now that Shi Xiao, the high priest possessing the immortal fruit, had appeared, it gave them confidence. Shi Xiao looked toward the pitch-black cave, knowing a fierce battle was imminent, and then changed into two pieces of epic equipment from his portable space. Eye of the Serpent Devourer, Epic Ring. Stamina plus 15, Spirit plus 25. Special effect, restores 5 mana per second, requires 15 Spirit. Nightmare Devourer Scale Skin, Epic Cloak. Defense 60, Stamina plus 45, Spirit plus 60, Agility plus 5. Special effect, movement speed plus 10% in darkness, evasion plus 2%, requires 20 Spirit. He changed it immediately. Although the original glowing cloak could provide illumination, it was nowhere near the epic quality. Moreover, applying 10 layers of light shields could provide ample light as well. With the passive skill divine refining, his mana regeneration was enough to maintain the shield permanently. Once prepared, the five entered the cave. As soon as they stepped in, Andra chanted a spell, and the cloak emitted a soft white glow, dispelling the darkness. Shishao still walked at the front, his steps so familiar it seemed as if he had been here before. The four priests were secretly astonished. How could the high priest be so familiar with this place on his very first visit? Not long after going deeper, a low growl came from the darkness. "Fellier, is that you?" Andra called out, following the sound. The response, however, was an even more aggressive and hostile roar. "It's Ferial. It's very angry." She walked to Chishao's side and said respectfully, "High priest, Ferial is the forest guardian beast I feed. It is usually gentle and wouldn't fail to recognize me. Let's go take a look, maybe we can find some clues." Shishao knew it was most likely the work of the serpent devourer but didn't want to say so outright. "Alright, let's go take a look." Andra walked to the front of the line, chanting to intensify the glow of the cloak to its strongest. The dazzling white light dispelled the darkness. After only a dozen steps, a shadow suddenly lunged at Andra. Under the white light, the true form was revealed, a white-furred leopard with black stripes. Andra dodged clumsily and shouted, "Feeler, sit down." Farrer ignored the order and lunged to bite again. As the bloodthirsty jaws came close, Shishao raised his hand to form two layers of bright shields. Buzz. The leopard was stopped outside the shield. "Kill it." "Yes." Just as Findis was about to make a move, Ryan took the lead and released two cyan pythons, tightly binding Ferial. Click. The sound of shattering bones rang out abruptly, and the green python immediately dissipated. Shishao looked at Ryan. Ryan quickly saluted. Shishao only nodded. He walked over to Andra. "Do you need me to resurrect it?" "No need." Andra stroked Fiel's fur softly and said quietly, "Let's wait until the matter is resolved. Resurrecting now would only add more pain. Then make the most of your time." Shishao took the lead and walked deeper into the cave, with the other three following closely behind. They first reached the magic formation guarded by Lion. Pizzas immediately noticed something wrong. "Lion, your spiritual formation has been corrupted." "I saw it." Ryan crouched down, wiping the bloodstains on the magic array, his tone suppressing anger. "Perform the awakening ritual first, then move on to the next," Shishao urged, while looking at Ryan. Andra explained, "High priest, we set up 4 spirit arrays in the garden, each activated by the corresponding priest. This one should be the last to be activated in order." Ryan nodded. "Only when all 4 spirit arrays are activated simultaneously can we awaken war." "I see." Shishao showed a sudden understanding. Ryan was about to continue. "Then you stay." Shishao interrupted him. "The 3 of us will go find other spiritual formations." "Ha?" Ryan was stunned. "It's remote here, going back and forth is too troublesome. It's better to wait here for the signal." Fendis, Andra, and Pizzas all nodded in agreement. Lane wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Chishao's cold glance. "Are you questioning my decision?" "Not at all." Ryan lowered his head and said, "I'm just worried that Feral went berserk just now." "You're going to act alone soon anyway, would staying a bit longer make him go berserk?" "No, I will guard the spiritual formation well." Shishao said no more and left with the 3 of them from Findis. After they disappeared into the darkness, dozens of cyan pythons quietly slipped out from behind Ryan, then vanished. On the way, Shishao asked Findis, "Is Ryan usually like this?" "He gets anxious when nervous, but it doesn't affect the spirit formation." Pisas added, "The garden vision was also first discovered by him." Shishao nodded, his doubts deepening. Ryan was skilled at controlling pythons, and these pythons were very similar to nightmares. Coupled with the sequence of the spiritual formations being related to the nightmare cave, and Ryan voluntarily staying behind, he was almost certain that Ryan was involved, though he still needed evidence. Arriving at the second spiritual formation, Andra stopped. "This is the spiritual formation I'm responsible for. I will activate and maintain it. Be extra careful," Fendis advised, notify me immediately if there is anything unusual. Andra began to wipe the spirit array, unaware that two green pythons were watching her from the darkness. After continuing forward, Shishao parted ways with Pisas in front of his spirit array. After walking for another 10 minutes, Shishao and Findus climbed onto the rocky platform and saw the sleeping wool. High Priest, after I activate the spiritual array, the tree god will awaken, and you can communicate with it directly. Good. Shishao raised his hand and cast 10 layers of light heart on Findus. This is a spell for concentration and calm, helping you maintain the spiritual array. Thank you, High Priest. Findus took out 4 gems of different colors, 2 of which were already glowing green and red. When all 4 light up, the tree god will awaken. Shishao took the gems. Findus stepped into the spirit array at Wool's feet and began chanting spells. The spirit array glowed blue, and the 3rd gem in Shijiao's hand lit up accordingly. 10 seconds later, the 4th orange gem also lit up. The leaves rustled loudly. Shishao gripped his staff tightly and stood beside Findus. Suddenly, the spirit formation burst forth with purple light, engulfing Findus. His eyes instantly turned blood red. Just as he was about to roar, a golden light exploded from his chest, the heart of light activated, dispelling the blood glow. Shishao pulled him out of the spirit formation with one hand. Losing its support, the purple light faded, and Wole, who had just opened his eyes, fell asleep again. High Priest, what happened to me just now? Shishao spread out his hands, 3 gemstones emitting a purple glow. They are in trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, 4 giant cyan pythons burst out from behind, spraying green poisonous gas as they lunged forward. Shishao raised his hand, a burst of 4 beams of bright retribution thundered down. With a few sharp sounds, the cyan pythons were completely wiped out. Green gas approached, and Shishao immediately replenished the light hearts for the 2. The poisonous gas was instantly dispersed upon contact. Ryan, was this you? Findus's face changed drastically. Go, save them. As the 2 just descended the stairs, over a dozen lightning spheres shot out from the darkness. Lightning bolt. Dodge quickly. Shishao sneered, unfolding the light shield. Amid the humming sound, all the lightning was blocked. Bathed in the shield's glow, 2 blood-red-eyed figures appeared, Andra and Pisas. Andra. Pisas. They're controlled. Go wake them up. Yes. Fendis took out the Viper, bow and shot at the 2's shoulders. Condensed text asterisk. 2 sharp arrows were shot out, instantly piercing through the shoulders of Andra and Pisas, but both remained unconscious, continuing to release lightning arrows unconsciously. The dark green python coordinated attacks with Shishao. Boring. Shishao sneered, casting 10 layers of shields on himself and Findus, then unleashed the radiant retribution. Bang! Bang! Golden light fell, and the 2 died on the spot. No! Fendis roared in agony. His mind understood Shishao's choice, but his emotions found it hard to accept. He angrily shouted into the darkness, Lane! Come out here! After waiting for his mana to recover, Shishao cast Resurrection on Andra, quickly adding shields and healing. Andra woke up, looking dazed. Shishao signaled him to come closer, then resurrected Pisas. Pisas awoke in shock and, seeing Shishao, Fendis, and Andra, was full of confusion. The shield of light once again enveloped the 3. Pisas had not yet risen when a green python launched a sudden attack but was blocked by the shield and immediately struck down by the radiant's punishment. Green python? Lion? Pisas became instantly alert and stood beside Shishao. Shishao spoke loudly, Lion, I've seen through your plan. Come out, no, now I should call you Nightmare. As his words fell, a hoarse voice echoed from the darkness, if it weren't for you, I would have already succeeded. Absorb Wool's immortal power? Shijiao's questioning provoked the Nightmare's furious roar. Since you already know, then stay here. The hissing echoed throughout the cave. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes lit up in the darkness, densely surrounding the 4 of them. Fendis was shocked, holding Andra in his arms even tighter, his eyes filled with anger. To the death! Pisa's drew his twin blades, ready to fight to the end. Only Qi Xiao wore a smile. The nightmare incarnated by Ryan stubbornly refused to show itself. Based on his past experience of being crushed by the white snake, this abnormal behavior only indicated one thing: before absorbing Wool's eternal power, the nightmare did not dare to take real action and could only use the spectral image of the green python to intimidate them. But Qi Xiao was already familiar with its true form and was not afraid of the second form, the small snake. Nightmare, if you want to make a move, do it quickly, or I'll strike first. Qi Xiao glanced around and said to Fendi's, "You three be careful. Please rest assured, High Priestess, we will not disgrace the name of the priest. Okay, stay away from me, the farther the better." Before the words had even fallen, Qi Xiao charged directly into the darkness without activating his shield. A hissing swarm of snakes gave chase. In the next moment, a waterfall-like cascade of starlight illuminated the darkness, and under the shield, Qi Xiao shone like a beacon of hope. Countless small white snakes perished within the radiance. How could Ryan possibly control so many snakes? It is no longer Ryan, it is a nightmare. The high priest is so powerful. Pisasa's eyes burned fiercely. However, the three had not yet relaxed, as even more blood-red eyes rapidly closed in from the surrounding darkness. Damn! There's more? Kill! Fendi's and Andra shot lightning arrows. Pisas guarded the front with dual blades, fighting off the swarm of snakes. More than 10 minutes passed, the snakes seemed endless. Although the nightmare had not obtained Wool's immortality and could not become a true snake devourer, Qi Xiao also couldn't find its main body. Stalemate was not a solution. The key was Wool. Qi Xiao retreated to the tree, only to see Fendis and the other two badly battered and struggling to fight. The nightmare was clearly in no hurry to kill them. "Everyone, come here." Qi Xiao treated the three, then added 10 layers of shields to each to block the green python's attacks, and asked, "Besides activating the spirit formation, is there any way to wake Wall?" "No, it must be activated." Fendis shook his head firmly. "In that case, we have no choice but to go all out." Qi Xiao looked at Weir and said coldly, "Nightmare, don't you crave Weir's immortal power? I'll grant it to you." Condensed text asterisk. Qi Xiao emptied his mana towards Weir, consecutively casting 663 light punishments, and the golden light instantly dispelled the darkness. To the shock of the three Fendis, Weir was directly blasted apart, and the immortal tree sap gushed out from the trunk, flowing along the rocky platform into the stream. "Ha ha ha! Fendis, did you see that? Who's the real evil spirit?" In the darkness, the nightmare laughed wildly as it jumped into the stream, gulping down the Everlife tree's sap. Fendis and the other two stood still, letting the sap flow over their feet, completely baffled by Qi Xiao's intention. Qi Xiao, however, paid no attention and directly leapt into the stream pool. He opened his portable space, forcibly pulling out Wolei's sapling. "Stop growing and get to work for me." After the sapling was thrown out, it rapidly grew wildly, its thick roots digging into the rocks. Qi Xiao grabbed the branch and rushed out of the pool. This was the hidden storyline triggered the first time he entered the Nightmare Cave. At the bottom of the pool, the devouring snake, which was swallowing the tree sap, grew massively in size, but soon noticed the sap sharply decreasing. The dense tree roots trapped it like a cage. Why would the tree god grow here? The nightmare struggled to the surface and heard Qi Xiao's laughter up front. "Finally full, nightmare?" The golden staff slammed down heavily. The nightmare, having endured more than 600 blinding punishments, was dizzy and in agony, spewing out unabsorbed lifetree sap, all of which was absorbed by the saplings. Qi Xiao gave it no chance to catch its breath and unleashed 37 more blinding punishments. The nightmare clung to life by relying on the power of eternal life, desperately retreating into the darkness. Qi Xiao knew that to completely destroy the nightmare, he had to utilize the not yet fully grown power of Wool. He could only pursue while continuously casting blinding punishments. But the nightmare moved extremely fast in the darkness and soon vanished without a trace. Listening as the noise gradually faded, Qi Xiao knew that the nightmare would not appear again in the short term. So he returned to the sapling by the stream and saw that Fendis and the other two were standing guard beside it. "High Priest, do you intend to use the tree god's eternal power to defeat Lian?" But Lian has absorbed the tree god's power, and without enough energy, it cannot grow. Shishao did not explain, only warned, "Be careful, call me immediately if you encounter a nightmare." After speaking, he took out the special effect mana potion, drinking it while casting lesser healing on the sapling. Based on the storyline in the dungeon, he judged this to be feasible. Sure enough, under the healing spell, the sapling's leaves glowed faintly golden, and the trunk quietly thickened. Not having a health bar is really troublesome. He discarded the empty bottle and took out a super mana potion. With a large mana recovery, the healing efficiency skyrocketed. Under the shocked gazes of the three, the sapling began to grow rapidly. The high priest can actually accelerate the growth of the tree god? Is this the high priest? Shishao ignored it. When discarding the seventh empty bottle, he reminded, "Don't get distracted, keep your eyes on the nightmare." Yes. The three blocked the creek, staying alert to their surroundings. Suddenly, green mist burst forth. Tat-hata. The lights of the three people's hearts of light continuously triggered counter-effects. Have they come? Shishao looked toward the thick fog. "Everyone, come back." After restoring the heart of light for the three, he took out the war golem. Bang! The 3-meter-tall golem landed, standing in front of everyone, its eyes shooting out light, dispelling the darkness ahead. Hiss-ha! The nightmare caught in the light retreated, slipping back into the darkness. The automaton twisted its upper body, continuing to scan. "The high priest still has puppets?" Pissass exclaimed. Fendis and Andra had fallen silent, feeling the vast difference. Shishao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Originally, he only wanted the golem to block the stream inlet and serve as a target, but unexpectedly, it could act without any control. Is this the creator's authority? As he treated the saplings, he pondered. Being the first creator of the celestial sphere, he had to explore his abilities on his own. The green slumbering mist approached again, and the light hearts on the four people continuously took effect. Shishao continued to drink the mana potion. At that moment, the nightmare suddenly jumped out from the darkness, opening its bloodthirsty jaws to bite the war golem. Shishao focused his mind. Ignoring the war golem enveloped in the sleeping mist, it instantly synchronized its will with his. It immediately counterattacked, raising its metal right arm to block the biting nightmare. With a bang, the right arm struck the nightmare's head, while the left arm locked around its neck. Black oil sprayed from the left palm, and flames ignited from the right palm. Boom! The nightmare screamed and struggled in the flames but never managed to break free from the metal pincers. Shishao remained vigilant, but his heart had already relaxed. In less than 30 seconds, the serpent tail drooped to the ground, and the nightmare went still like a burning fuse. At the same time, under Qi Zhao's continued healing, the sapling finally grew, and Bal's humanoid face appeared on the trunk. The three priests exclaimed in surprise as it opened its golden eyes, a soft light connecting it with Qi Zhao. Resonance. The high priest and the tree god have resonated. Andra immediately signaled Findis and Pieces to pray together. Shishao stopped and pointed to the nightmare behind him. "Destroy it." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sharp branches extend from the trunk, piercing the charred nightmare. The golem releases its grip, and Walt drags the nightmare to the tree, the branches absorbing the energy within it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the nightmare continuously shrinks and eventually reverts back to Ryan. He appears like a withered old man, with white hair and beard, and hollow eyes. "Ryan! Why did you betray the tree god? Betray us?" Ryan smiles weakly. "Betrayal? I only failed." He looked at Shishao with difficulty. "High priest, how many eternal gardens can you save? When you witness the power of the evil god, you will understand your own insignificance." As the words fell, he lowered his head, his breath ceasing. The branches withdrew one by one, and when the last one detached, Ryan fell to the bottom of the dried-up pool like a withered leaf. "Ryan!" Findis closed his eyes. Pieces snorted coldly and turned his head away. Congratulations to the Celestial One for successfully killing the nightmare-devouring serpent in the Genesis mode Nightmare Cave and earning points. Title obtained, Genesis Creator of Cam Continent, becoming the creator of Cam Continent. Ascension Progress Point +1. Congratulations on becoming a second-rank Genesis creator, 2/10. Gain new benefit, Blessing of World Creation, Level 1. Man's Continent Blessing, Level 1 Spell Damage plus 1%. Cam Continent Blessing, Level 1 Maximum HP plus 1%. Learn Cam Continent Exclusive Passive Skill, Life Devour. Life Devour, Level 1. After the skill hits the target, plunder 1% of the target's total attribute value. Simplified text. Targets whose attributes are plundered will gain the fatigue effect, reducing attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, dodge, and parry rate by 1% for 5 seconds, stacking up to 5 layers. Skill hits can refresh the duration. Note, upgrading the skill requires skill points and does not occupy promotion progress. Nightmare Cave Dungeon has been sealed. Unlock condition: the creator has been erased by the celestial space. Warning: the number of dominated creation worlds has reached the limit, 2/2, rank advancement is required. Starting synchronization of time flow between the two realms. The darkness dispersed, and the eternal garden at midnight was filled with the chirping of insects. It's already night? Andra sighed. Feels like only an hour has passed, Pieces agreed. Fendes was about to express thanks, but seeing Qijiao's solemn expression, he refrained. Qijiao stared at the interface prompts, his heart churning. Good news, the newly created world-exclusive passive skill, Life Devour, is practically a divine ability. Bad news, the number of accessible created worlds has reached the limit. Life Devour can steal 1% of the target's attributes per hit, up to 5 stacks, lasting 5 seconds. The value of percentage-based attributes goes without saying. Even against enemies of higher rank, like Principal Jifachin, you can steal 5% of their attributes, and the skill can continue to upgrade, adding a fatigue debuff. Let's level up one first and see. Qijiao gave up his original plan to use it for divine refinement and acted decisively. Level up requires 10 skill points, 5,000 points. Redeem? Yes. Life Devour has been upgraded to level 2. Plunder increased to 2%, stacking up to 6 layers, negative effects increase accordingly. Upgrade requires 20 skill points, yes. Upgrade to level 3. Upgrade requires 40 skill points, yes. Upgrade to level 4. Upgrade requires 80 skill points, yes. Life Devour successfully upgraded to level 5. Condensed text asterisk. Including the newly acquired 50,000 points, Qijiao did not hesitate to invest them all in upgrading Life Devour. If it weren't for running out of points, he would have continued to improve it. He took a deep breath and checked the skill description. Life Devour, passive, level 5. After the skill hits the target, it steals 5% of the target's total attributes. The target gains fatigue, reducing attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, evasion, and parry rate by 5% for 5 seconds, stacking up to 9 layers, and the duration refreshes upon each hit. So, it can steal 45% of the attributes? The skill being powerful was expected, but what really excited Qijiao was the upgrade cost was too cheap. Compared to the public areas, Divine Refining, the creator-exclusive skill was almost given away for free. His thoughts had already flown to the second floor of the dungeon. With an instant cast skill, stacking 9 layers immediately, even the boss of a team dungeon would have nearly half of their attributes directly reduced. This skill is ruthless. This was the first time since his crossing that he had lost his composure like this. He immediately made up his mind, no matter the cost, prioritize upgrading Life Devourer. After calming down, a second problem emerged. The number of worlds governed by a second-tier creator had reached the limit, and to increase it, one must ascend a tier. But the ascension progress was February 10th, not 2/3. Without opening new worlds, where would the progress come from? Qijiao crossed his arms and pondered, then suddenly looked at the wool tree behind him. Fendes, I want to ask you something. Fendes immediately responded. Since defeating the nightmare, they had wanted to express their thanks but hadn't dared to disturb Qijiao's unusual state just now. How many places nearby have planted tree gods? 13 locations. The exact positions need to be checked on the map back at the territory. Has the issue of evil spirits contaminating the tree gods happened before? No, this is the first time I've encountered this since succeeding as Lord. Shi Xiao nodded, I understand. Shi Xiao smiled. I see. The Creator rules the world not merely to defeat dungeon bosses, but to solve the ailments of this world. Very well, take me to your territory, I want to see the map. An honor, truly an honor. Fendi's was extremely excited. After Ryan was killed, he had intended to invite Chi Xiao back to the territory, and now that the other party took the initiative, it was exactly what he wanted. High Priest, what should we do with Ryan's body? Just dig a random hole and bury it, Chi Xiao waved dismissively, far from the garden, don't ruin little Wall's mood. He walked over to the grown Wall and gently stroked the tree trunk. Little Wall showed a smiling face but could never be stored in the portable space. Looks like we can't take him along, Chi Xiao said with slight regret. At this moment, Andra asked, High Priest, is the new spiritual array still engraved in the original place? Chi Xiao recalled the spiritual array they had activated earlier. Since the new tree spirit has been born, the spiritual arrays everywhere need to be re-engraved, Andra explained. No need, it's still in a sleeping phase. The three priests were stunned. But if the tree god does not fall asleep, it cannot accumulate power. I think. Do you want to make the same mistake again? With those words, the three were left speechless. Lion's lesson was still fresh in their minds. Chi Xiao cast lesser healing on Xiao War, completely draining his mana. Block. The tree trunk swelled and creaked, thickening by a ring, and the branches and leaves shimmered with a faint golden light. Xiao War no longer needs the spiritual array. When tomorrow's sunrise comes, it will absorb the energy of the sunlight. The energy of sunlight? Andra was puzzled. Chi Xiao remained expressionless. Absorb sunlight? Of course not. From now on, just teleported dozens of secondary healing spells as fertilizer. The spell just cast was only to verify the hypothesis, and the fact proved it feasible. The High Priest's divine power is astonishing. Findus quickly saluted, the tree god can grow without sleeping, and this place will surely enjoy lasting peace. There is no eternal peace. Shi Xiao said calmly, just do your duties well and do not slack off. Yes. I will remember your teachings. Condensed text asterisk. The three were emotionally stirred. Shi Xiao's appearance not only eliminated the traitor Ryan but also resolved the issue of the tree god's slumber. High Priest, please allow me to carry away the traitor's corpse. He doesn't deserve to be buried on this land, Pisa said angrily, pointing at Ryan's body. Up to you. Yes. After receiving permission, Pisa's carried Ryan's body away. Let's go too. Yes. Shi Xiao led Fendi's and Andra out of the garden and returned to the territory. Celestial space, first floor of the instance area, outside the Nightmare Cave. Dozens of third-rank sky sovereigns stared at the empty ground, whispering among themselves. They memorized the names, appearances, and ranks of all the sky sovereigns who had been kicked out of the instance, including many high-ranking ones. Damn it, we were beaten to it again. Too late. Why is there not a single clue? It's really sealed. Sealing one dungeon a day? Who is this creator? Could there be a second one? After confirming that the copy no longer kicks people out, everyone pressed the pattern and left. United States, Sky Sovereign Headquarters Hall. Hundreds of staff members analyzed the list of people kicked out of the Nightmare Cave. 10 minutes later, the statistical report summary was completed. Still more than 27,000 people left? A middle-aged man in a brown suit stared at the screen. This method will have omissions, changing names and appearances will also break the clues, the young man behind him said quietly. Then do you have a better solution? No. Verify the entire list, check them one by one. Yes. Longwei, Hanshi. Jifeichen, who was asleep, was awakened by the phone. Principal, the Nightmare Cave has been sealed. Yumuching said. Jifeichen instantly woke up, sealed again? Let's go check it out. Yes. Meet at the trade district. After hanging up the phone, Jifeichen pressed the fingerprint scanner. Sky Dome space, outside the trade zone. Jifeichen and Yumuching appeared simultaneously, teaming up to complete the task. They didn't go to the first level of the dungeon area, but instead mingled in the crowd chatting. Confirming the communication mode as team. Jifeichen said as he switched the mode. Confirmed. Yumuching complied. Confirm again. Confirmed. The two of them repeated the confirmation several times. Yumuching lowered her voice, struggling to contain her excitement. Principal, Shi Xiao has been grinding a layer of the dungeon all night, and the last one he entered was Nightmare Cave. Hee, good news. Jifeichen laughed heartily. Teacher Yu, thank you for your hard work. Can we be sure he's the creator based on just this? Who else could it be if not him? What if he doesn't confess? Would you confess? Yumuching shook his head. That's right. As long as the Sky broadcast is still running, his identity won't be exposed. Even if it's not him, he's still the prime suspect, and that's enough. Jifeichen instructed, don't disturb Shi Xiao before there is concrete evidence. Understood. After ending the conversation, Jifeichen told Yumuching to log off and rest. He opened the contacts and found Yi Bang. I knew you were in the Tianxiang space. He sent a message, Old Ji, are you busy? Quick reply, no hurry, I have read your report. In a couple of days, the 6th Regiment will be sent to check on that student. In a couple of days? Hurry over to Trade Zone 13, 1020. In less than 5 seconds, Yi Bang appeared. Jifeichen pulled him into the squad. Yi Bang patted his chest and said, Old Ji, I trust your judgment. That kid is really talented. I'll arrange for him to join the National Defense Regiment. Why haven't you reached 6th tier yet? Jifeichen asked. Is it easy to gather 100,000 points? You haven't even reached 5th tier yourself. Can you come to Hanshi tomorrow? Tomorrow? What do you want to do? Talk when you get here. The team has to clear 5 more dungeon levels tomorrow. Find someone to replace you. I'll wait for you tomorrow afternoon, and by the way, go to headquarters to get me some confidentiality agreements. Remember to sign your name. Condensed text asterisk. Confidentiality agreements? Old Ji, what are you? Before Yi Bang finished speaking, Jifeichen had already left the Sky Dome space. Alright, I want to see what surprise you can bring tomorrow. Yi Bang shook his head helplessly and also left shortly after. Deep in the dense forest of Cam Continent, Shi Xiao and the other 3 walked side by side. In casual conversation, Shi Xiao learned that Fendi's territory is called Longji, responsible for guarding the Wool Tree God. Besides the 4 priests, there are a total of 703 residents, and the number is still growing. This brought joy to Shi Xiao's heart. As the high priest, he might be able to bring the entire territory under his people tonight. Once midnight strikes, he could gain over 1,000 points. To advance in the future, it will be necessary to deal with evil spirits. Shi Xiao plans to eliminate them at the most appropriate time and convert the residents of each territory into believers, just like the 3 from Fendi's. In less than an hour, the 4 arrived at Longji territory in the southwest of the garden. The territory was brightly lit, with residents holding blue glowing lanterns, anxiously gathered in front of the main gate. They knew that if the 4 priests went out simultaneously, something had to be wrong. Only when the sentry shouted that Findis had returned did the crowd finally breathe a sigh of relief. The gate opened, and the residents saw Shi Xiao escorted by 3 of Findis's men. Residents, welcome our high priest. Surprise and doubt intertwined, but everyone still followed the instructions and paid their respects. The interface popped up, and the number of Shi Xiao's people instantly increased by more than 500. Although it was only a friendly relationship, it already satisfied him. Yueshi town had only a little more than 200 people. At this moment, a resident asked, Lord Findis, why hasn't Lord Lane returned? Findis said in a deep voice, Lane has betrayed the tree god, betrayed us. What? Impossible. Lord Ryan would never betray the tree god. Over 100 residents protested angrily. Shishao squinted his eyes, feeling rather satisfied. The more chaos, the better for the divine manifestation. Please everyone, be quiet. Andra stepped forward to dissuade them. I was also unwilling to believe it, but this is what I saw with my own eyes. Findis has no reason to deceive you. You are lying. Lord Ryan is the most devout priest. That's right. You are Findis's wife, of course you're going to speak for him. Pieces hurriedly stepped forward to soothe. I can prove that Ryan really betrayed the tree god. Who doesn't know you have a close relationship with Findis? Yes, you are all in cahoots. Ryan's clansmen were furious, angering more than 500 of Findis's people. Shut up. What right do you have to question the Lord? Don't you know how the Lord usually treats you? You are hurting his feelings. Faced with everyone's accusations, Ryan's tribesmen fell silent, but the anger in their eyes did not fade. Seeing the standoff, Findis quickly bowed to Chi Shao. Please forgive me, High Priest. No matter, let me say a few words. Chi Shao patted his shoulder and walked over to the lion tribesman. If you don't trust Findis, go see the eternal garden with your own eyes. Whether the withered tree will be reborn, whether Lion has betrayed us, the tree god will give you the answer. The crowd was silent. Their gazes were hostile, but they did not dare to question. The high priest was as supreme as the tree god. Shishao spoke slowly. You respect Lion, but Findis is also your lord. How does he usually treat you? He turned his head and said, Findis, don't close the territory gates, let them seek the truth for themselves. Yes. Seeing Findis so respectful, the anger of the lion people subsided by more than half. Shishao sneered in his heart and said, tomorrow, organize people to take them to see the tree god. The tree god has not fallen asleep and will surely respond. Yes. Findis replied repeatedly, suddenly realizing, so the high priest had long anticipated this. If the tree god had not been awake, it would have been difficult to pacify the crowd today. Thanks to Chi Zhao's reminder, the crisis was averted. Pisas angrily stepped forward. I'll take you. If anyone doesn't believe it, let's go see the tree god right now. The territory gates were wide open. Yet, Ryan's clan hesitated in silence. They knew that once they stepped out of the territory, they would lose their protection. They could clearly tell which mattered more, the dead Ryan or the living Fendis. Seeing no response, Shishao said calmly, those who want to go, gather here tomorrow morning, led by Pieces. Those who don't want to, don't bring it up again. Remember, you are not only Ryan's clan but also residents of the Longji territory. Swish swish swish. Shishao looked at the floating interface and noticed Fendi's name had turned golden, with over 100 more green names added to the population count. Findis, let them go back to rest. Andra, Pisa stay to calm the people, I will take the high priest to the main hall. The two began to evacuate the crowd. After arriving at the main hall, Shishao took the garden layout map. The high priest first looks at the map. I'll go check the residents' mood. Go. Shishao unfolded the map and quickly grasped the terrain. This area is called the Tumayamu Forest, covering about 4,800 square kilometers, with gardens scattered around and hundreds of territories distributed within. So many people. Shi Zhao's eyes lit up. This meant a large number of points. He began to ponder how to manifest divinity to the people in the face of the evil spirit threat in order to gain their favor to the greatest extent. Outside the hall, after Andra and Pisas evacuated the crowd, they asked Findis, where is the high priest? Looking at the map. Can we keep the high priest here? Andra asked softly. I wanted to, but I'm not confident. Findis sighed. Then I'll go ask for instructions tomorrow. Pisas said. Let's hope so. Andra, go prepare the accommodations. Good. The two returned to the main hall, only to see Chishio had already put down the map and was paging through the parchment scroll. Have all the people gone back? Yes. I still have matters to attend to, I'll leave first. You all rest early. High Priest, why not stay and rest? The accommodations have already been prepared. No need, I'll come again in a few days. As the words fell, Shi Xiao disappeared from the spot. Can teleport? Pisas was shocked. Findis said calmly, a high priest who can accelerate the growth of the tree god, it's not surprising that he can teleport. But he looks very young. Resonating with the tree god, the appearance and age naturally follow one's will. I see. Pisas's gaze grew even more devout. In the Garden of Immortality, Shi Xiao continuously cast minor healing spells on Little Wool beside the stream. The tree trunk thickened visibly. Unsure when he would come again, he planned to accelerate its growth further. At this moment, the panel changed, the name Pisas also shifted from pink to gold. Ha! Already admired? Has something happened again in the territory? After 10 minutes of refreshing, Shi Xiao, looking at the vibrant little Vol, returned to the real world satisfied. He passed through the dormitory building, arrived at the faculty apartments, opened the security door with the password sent by Yumuching, and went straight to the end of the third floor that was a single apartment specially approved for him by Ji Feichen. Although the matter with Shi Mingjie was over, this apartment was still reserved for him. Shi Xiao picked up the change of clothes on the bed and walked into the bathroom. Tonight, he could finally get a good night's sleep in the real world. At 5:30 the next day, Shi Xiao got up early and left the apartment. After breakfast, he headed straight to the first floor of the dungeon area. Without the worries of Genesis difficulty, he prioritized challenging dungeons that had already opened on hero difficulty. After completing the hero difficulty of Mosud Forest, he successfully triggered an achievement and earned 1,000 points. But the wormhole drifting above the leader's corpse did not transport him. Because the number of worlds you govern has reached the limit, this teleportation has failed. Please upgrade your creator rank as soon as possible. This dungeon will reset in 5 hours 47 minutes and 12 seconds. No lock, can reset. Shi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally worried that after unlocking the Genesis difficulty, the hero dungeons would be forcibly locked. But now it seemed that as long as the number of world dominations didn't increase, the dungeons could reset normally. He then started grinding through the 221 hero difficulty dungeons opened in the past 2 days, only leaving the celestial space close to 8 o'clock to return to the classroom. The students of production class 6 still hadn't arrived, the school was obviously still on holiday. But Shan Liang was already waiting for him, moving a desk closer with a beaming smile. Shi Xiao took the initiative. You didn't really manage to solo it successfully, did you? Damn. Can't you let me save face for once? Got it. Dan Liang lowered his voice, afraid of being overheard, but the excitement in his eyes was unstoppable. After school yesterday, he quit the team, handed over the supplies, wrote his suicide note in the dormitory, and then teleported into the Sky Dome, determined to solo Panlong Dao. If at first you don't succeed, you die trying. He spent a full 5 hours clearing out all the monsters. After the book reset, he spent another 3.5 hours completing the second solo run. It took me 15 minutes to beat one boss, fighting from the foot of the mountain to the top and back 4 times. Dan Liang raised his eyebrows, immensely proud. And there are several steep slopes on Panlong Road that are especially suitable for passing through in ghost form. As long as I keep hopping back and forth and gather the monkeys together, I can maximize the explosive damage of the ghost wolf pack. After listening, Shi Xiao summarized, got it, you're exhausting them to death. Pretty much. Anyway, I succeeded in soloing it. Damn, 5 times points, a great profit. Within 5 days, I'll definitely reach first rank, as long as the creator doesn't close Panlong Road. Dan Liang pressed his hands together in prayer. Don't worry, I believe Brother Liang's luck has turned. Brother, get ready. Wait for me to level up, I'll take you flying in half an hour. Alright, but be careful around the mountain stream. Stop talking, I almost fell down yesterday. After Yumuching entered the classroom, the two of them fell silent and listened to the lesson. Shi Xiao appeared to be listening to the lesson, but his mind was in the celestial space. Before class, he had already completed over 30 hero difficulty dungeons, accumulating nearly 50,000 points. Without worrying about the Genesis difficulty, he played very quickly, each dungeon taking no more than 10 minutes. Hero difficulty offers double points, plus a 1000 point reward for the first time opening Genesis difficulty, averaging about 1500 points per dungeon. Adding the original points, after several runs this morning, he had already gathered 80,000 points to upgrade Life Devour to level 6. But the boss in the hero dungeon had only 30 to 40,000 health, which he could kill in a few hits, so Life Devour couldn't really show its effect. If you want to test the skill, you have to go to the second floor of the dungeon area. After class, he pretended to run the dungeon with Wang Ling and a few others in the celestial space. After lunch, instead of running the dungeon again, he teleported to the man's continent. In the square of Yueshi town, the townsfolk sang and danced around the supplies bought from a neighboring town. 3 or 4 carts of flour, smoked meat, malt beer, 5 or 6 carts of seeds, all stored in the warehouse, all paid for with Qi Zhao's money. The moment Qi Zhao appeared, cheers erupted. He danced around with everyone before walking over to Stoneman's side. Lord Divine Envoy, the food and seeds have been purchased. Here is the expense list. Keep it, no need to show me. Yes. We will resume production as soon as possible. Now Qi Zhao had clearly become the town mayor. Stoneman took him to the newly built mayor's office and handed him a list. Divine Envoy, these are the 22 refugees found during today's patrol. Please review. The revised copy is as follows. Qi Zhao took the list and said with satisfaction, "Let me see them." Shortly after, the 22 refugees arrived outside the mayor's office, led by the guards. Stoneman and Qi Zhao stepped out and said to the crowd, "Quickly thank the Divine Envoy. If not for his mercy, you would have starved to death in the wilderness long ago. Thank you, Lord Divine Envoy, for granting us new life." The refugees bowed in unison. Qi Zhao smiled and nodded, but after checking the interface, his expression darkened. Only 21 names were displayed, one person was missing. This meant that someone was not grateful. He checked the list and quickly identified Jason, then walked over to him for a careful look. Jason kept his head down, not daring to look directly. Stoneman urged, "Hurry up and introduce yourself." "Why yes." Jason said quickly, "Lord Divine Envoy, thank you for saving me and bringing me back to Moon Creek Town. I will work hard to repay your kindness." Stoneman was quite satisfied after hearing this, but Qi Zhao's gaze was cold. "So, you are grateful to me?" "Of course. Without you, I would have starved to death long ago." Qi Zhao checked the interface again and said calmly, "But I didn't feel your gratitude." Xiaosun was momentarily stunned, instinctively avoiding eye contact. Stoneman immediately sensed something was wrong and ordered, "Guards, seize Xiaosun." 3 guards quickly bound him. "Lord Divine Envoy. Why is this happening?" Xiaosun shouted in panic. Qi Zhao said coldly, "I've made myself very clear." Stoneman, interrogate him thoroughly. "Yes, sir." Take him to the mine shaft prison. Upon learning he was to be locked in the mine shaft, Josen shouted out, "What crime did I commit? You can't do this to me." The shout spread throughout Yueshi town, and the townspeople who were celebrating began to gather. Seeing this, Jason hurriedly shouted, "Friends! I am innocent. I was arrested without doing anything." The townsfolk looked at him in confusion, offering no response. Jason grew even more anxious and shouted loudly, "You need to be careful of this Divine Envoy. Maybe one day it'll be your turn." "What did you say? Be careful of the Divine Envoy?" Colin, who had put down the accordion, walked out from the crowd. At the same time, the expressions of the gathered townspeople gradually turned cold. Seeing this, Josen hurriedly defended himself, "It's true. I was just rescued today, and then inexplicably arrested. Everyone, I am innocent. Condensed text asterisk. I haven't committed any crime, I." Smack. Colin slapped Josen across the face, "How dare you question Lord Divine Envoy? You are guilty." The townspeople originally had some sympathy for Josen and doubted whether they had arrested the wrong person, but upon hearing him slander the Divine Envoy, their emotions instantly spiraled out of control. "Defaming the Divine Envoy, hang him. Guilty. Guilty." The crowd roared angrily, even children picked up stones and threw them at Jason. Jason was completely stunned. He originally intended to stir the people to absolve him, but it only provoked even crazier hatred. Enduring the pain of being hit by stones, he dared not argue anymore, filled with confusion. Why were these people so fanatical against an outsider? He is Cliff's lackey. Kill him. Stillman walked up to him and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, then tell the truth." Josen was already scared out of his wits and was dragged into the mine by 3 guards. Shisha was very satisfied with all this, handing the list to Stillman. "Starting today, create detailed files for everyone, no mistakes allowed." "Yes, sir." Stillman took the list, silently grateful that he hadn't made a mistake. He felt even more awe toward Shisha, just a few words and he could see through Josen's problems. The divine envoy seemed able to see into people's hearts. "In the future, if there are refugees, I will conduct strict reviews. First, gather them together. I will examine them and then decide who stays and who goes. We can't let newcomers threaten Ueshi town." "Yes." At that moment, the guards escorting Josen hurried over. "Divine envoy, Captain, we haven't used any interrogation yet, but he already confessed." Stillman was shocked. His identity? Not someone from Cliff, but a spy sent by Valen City. Valen City? Someone from the king? Stillman was struck as if by lightning. Still being confirmed, but it doesn't seem to be a disguise. "Continue the interrogation, interrogate harshly." The guards saluted and returned to the mine. Stillman suppressed his shock and walked toward Shishao. "Your Excellency, I." "Wait for the final results first." "Yes." Shishao paused, then asked again, "How many days has Danyuan been gone?" "By rights, he should be back by now, right?" "Yes, at the latest he should have returned this morning." Could something have happened? Stillman felt a sinking feeling in his heart. "I'll go take a look." "Have the soldiers prepare for battle." "Yes." "Teleport to Danyuan's location." "Danyuan has been found, beginning transmission." Shishao disappeared on the spot. Stillman immediately summoned the soldiers. In the dark and damp dungeon, a foul stench filled the air. Danyuan lay near death in the corner, shackled by handcuffs and leg chains. A flash of golden light, Shishao appeared out of thin air. Danyuan widened his eyes and struggled to sit up. "God envoy, sir?" "It's me." Shishao looked at his battered body, cast a lesser healing spell, then applied levitation to avoid the filth. "You've suffered." Danyuan regained his strength and spoke urgently. "God envoy, sir, we have been abandoned by the king. The nobles of Valen City said Cliff's head was fake, slandered me as a traitor, and locked me up. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't live till tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, he finally broke down and cried. "I'll take you away." The crying attracted the guards. The prison door was opened, and the guards saw Shishao floating. "Who are you?" Shishao raised his hand, the judgment of light fell, and the guard died instantly. "Find the key." Danyuan felt around the corpse and found the key, unlocking the shackles. The two of them left the cell. Prisoners on both sides of the corridor pleaded, "Save us. We are innocent." Shishao did not stop. The second group of guards arrived, and the sergeant shouted orders, "Prisoners are escaping, shoot to kill on the spot." Shishao unleashed his punishment once again, slaying them all. Valen City was bustling and noisy at noon. Shishao and the filthy Danyuan emerged from the dungeon, immediately causing a commotion. Guards drew their swords and surrounded them, while the residents recognized Danyuan and screamed in panic. However, Shishao looked at the residents on the street with burning eyes. "If the entire city of Valen is brought under command. Over 10,000 points. Danyuan, who is the one framing you?" "Leskawa, the Duke." Danyuan gritted his teeth. "After I handed over Cliff's head to him, I was falsely accused of being a traitor." "Duke?" Shishao sneered coldly. Here was the perfect opportunity to harvest the people's goodwill. Facing the surrounding guards, he no longer fought back. Instead, he publicly cast dozens of layers of radiant shields on himself and Danyuan. 2 golden, blazing sun-like light suddenly rose on the street outside the dungeon. The guards immediately stopped in their tracks. It's a divine messenger from a foreign land. Hurry, report to the captain of the guards. A guard pushed through the crowd and ran off, while nearby residents stopped to watch. She shouted not leave, he wanted to make a big scene. After a moment, a guard captain clad in silver armor rode up and asked in a deep voice. Outlander envoy, you have violated the laws of Valen City. What do you have to say for attacking the dungeon and abducting the condemned prisoner? Condemned prisoner? Shishao pointed at Danyuan and shouted, the one who eradicated the West 2 bandit menace and saved your compatriots is being labeled a condemned prisoner? His voice spread through the street, and the crowd immediately began to murmur and discuss. Before the captain of the guards arrived, it was already known that Shishao could cast spells and had killed the jailer inside the dungeon. Not daring to offend him lightly, his tone softened. If the situation is true, we will reinvestigate. But the dungeon guards are innocent. Shishao said calmly. Carry them out, I can revive them right now. I am even willing to compensate. Resurrection? Compensation? The crowd murmured quietly. This foreign divine envoy was reasonable and willing to compensate. No matter how you looked at it, he didn't seem like a villain. No compensation necessary, thank you for the divine envoy's leniency, said the captain of the guards. He quietly instructed 2 guards, one to enter the dungeon, the other to squeeze into the crowd. Danyuan whispered anxiously, he might be going to call for reinforcements. Shishao smiled, this is exactly what we were waiting for. He wished the whole city would come to watch, and even hoped a few more corrupt officials would show up, so they could be eliminated on the spot for the people. Soon, the killed prison guards were carried out to the street and lined up. In the glaring eyes of the crowd, Shishao raised his hand, sacred light showered down, and 2 prison guards were resurrected on the spot. With level 2 divine refinement, he restores 5% mana per second, able to resurrect 1 person in 10 seconds. But in the eyes of the people, his every movement seemed like a miracle. The revised copy is as follows. Moreover, every time he resurrected a prison guard, he would give a gold coin as compensation. Killing you was not my intention, please forgive me. Shijiao's polite demeanor quickly won the people's favor, and the resurrection plus compensation made the surrounding guards envious, some even wished to be killed once by him. On the interface, the citizens section instantly added 70 or 80 new names. Seeing the prison guards all revived, the captain of the guards dismounted and saluted, thank you, divine envoy, for your mercy. May I ask the warriors beside you to follow me back to the office to explain the case and have it retried? No need. Shishao refused directly. Amid the crowd's confusion, he turned and asked Danyuan, who framed you? Duke Leskowa. Danyuan shouted loudly. There was an immediate outcry in the street, with the people, guards, and jailers all showing expressions of just as expected. Good, then I'll have him come over now to explain. Before the words had finished, Shishao vanished on the spot, once again causing an uproar. Outside the city of Valen, in a luxurious manner. In the bedroom, a naked middle-aged overweight man was panting heavily when suddenly someone grabbed the back of his neck and dragged him up. Are you Leskova? Who are you? In the next moment, Shishao and Leskova disappeared simultaneously. Outside the dungeon on the street, the crowd had not yet dispersed. The divine envoy appeared again, this time holding a naked, fat man. It's Duke Leskov. It's really him. Leskov panicked, shielding his body and angrily scolding the crowd, but screamed in pain from a severe throbbing in the back of his neck. The soldiers wanted to step forward, but halted under Shijiao's cold gaze. Shishao disdainfully threw him to the ground, then turned to ask Danyuan. Is it him? It is him. Danyuan gritted his teeth. I would recognize him even if he were ground to pulp. Okay. Lyskova got up, instantly sober after seeing Shishao and Danyuan clearly, pointed at Shishao and ordered, soldiers. Arrest the bandit who kidnapped me. Then he stepped back, trying to escape. Shishao caught up in one step, grabbed his neck and dragged him back to the original spot. Lyskova, you falsely accused Danyuan of being a bandit. Do you plead guilty? I am innocent. You are all bandits. Leskowa shouted hoarsely, but no one dared to move. Shishao said coldly, if you don't plead guilty, you will be punished. He drew his one-handed sword and, under everyone's watchful eyes, slashed at Leskowa's legs, causing a sudden outcry of agony. The captain of the guards hurriedly stopped him. Divine envoy, he must be interrogated and judged first. Convicted? Shishao sneered, did he torture this warrior before the interrogation? Shishao signaled Danyuan to drag Leskova back. I'll ask again, do you plead guilty? Leskova cursed loudly. Cut off 2 of his fingers. Danyuan grabbed the sword. Leskowa immediately begged for mercy. I am guilty. I shouldn't have falsely accused Danyuan. Why? Leskowa stammered and fell silent. Cut. Danyuan swung the sword, screams arose again, and Leskowa's left hand lost 2.5 fingers. The captain of the guards looked panicked but was powerless to stop it. Speak! Why are you falsely accusing me? Danyuan shouted angrily. Leskova finally broke down. The Duke ordered that whoever killed Cliff would be promoted to Baron. Upon learning of Cliff's death, we didn't want an outsider to become Baron, so we decided to cover it up, and thus falsely accused you. But I was only here to deliver good news. What use is it to accuse me of being a bandit? Leskova stammered. Danyuan swung his sword again, chopping off 2 fingers on Leskova's left hand. Amid the screams, Leskova was dragged back by the hair to Shishao. Soldiers and civilians surrounded the street, their eyes filled with satisfaction and gratitude. Shishao looked at the rapidly rising numbers on the panel, feeling cold. Where there are people, there will be tyrants and bullies. Speak quickly, or I'll cut off the fingers on your right hand. I say. Leskova said in despair, Cliff is dead, and we plan to frame you as a bandit, then have the young men of the tribe lead troops to suppress the bandits and claim the credit. When this was heard, the crowd was furious. How vicious! They even want to send troops to kill the people's army. The soldiers looked grim. The ones sent to their deaths were precisely them. Danyuan laughed bitterly with anger. We repeatedly asked the king for reinforcements, yet it was you who suppressed our requests? Leskowa nodded. Cliff is cunning and hard to eliminate. I had no choice but to. Ha ha ha. We fought to the death, only to help you. Danyuan laughed until tears streamed down. Shishao asked coldly, did you just say you all? Yes, I discussed it with 2 other people. Names: Lord Geoffrey, Lord Barnett. As the words fell, Leskowa fainted. The crowd exclaimed again. These 2 names were infamous in Valen City. Shishao sneered, you watch him, I'll go catch someone. Yes. Shishao disappeared in front of everyone. 10 seconds later, he reappeared with a person pinched in each hand. Cut off their feet. Yes. The sword light swept horizontally. You want to do what? Both of their feet were severed simultaneously, and they fell into a pool of blood, screaming in agony. When they saw the unconscious Leskova, their terror deepened. Shishao looked at the panel beside him. The number of new subjects on the panel has approached 500. Shijiao's heart stirred, and he announced coldly, these 3 are guilty. I sentenced them to death. As his words fell, the captain of the guard's face changed abruptly. He immediately took action to stop him, trying to delay until reinforcements arrived. Although the soldiers were fearful, they could only grit their teeth and move forward. You have no authority to sentence them. Do you think you are a god? Yes, I am God, Shishao responded calmly, signaling Danyuan to take action. Danyuan advanced with his sword, but the captain of the guards urgently ordered him to stop. Just as the 2 sides were about to clash, an old man dressed in a blue robe suddenly appeared before the 3 nobles, knocking Danyuan away. Foreign divine envoy, I am Magino Dumas, a high-ranking mage of Valen City, the old man said. I am already aware of this case. Please hand them over to me. I will report to the Duke to punish the criminals severely, restore Danyuan's reputation, and grant him a reward. What if I refuse? Shishao narrowed his eyes. Just as Magino was about to explain, a loud oath suddenly rang out from the crowd. I swear by the holy light to punish these 3 sinners severely. The Archbishop has arrived. Everyone knelt on one knee in unison, including the captain of the guard, reverently reciting scripture. Danyuan sank to his knees but forced himself to stand straight again, his eyes full of hatred. The Archbishop, clad in a gold-trimmed white robe, walked under the sunlight, holy and dazzling. He approached Magino and politely said to Chi Shao, "Thank you for upholding justice in Valen City." The staff lightly tapped the ground, golden ripples spreading out. Barnett, Jeffrey, and Leskova were enveloped in the golden light, their severed limbs restored and injuries instantly healed. "Thank you, Archbishop." Barnett and Jeffrey stood up, bowing low as they kissed the Archbishop's hand. The Archbishop signaled the guards to escort the three away, then looked at Chi Shao and slowly spoke. "As clergy members, we share the same faith in the Holy Light. I have just sworn an oath, please rest assured, the three of them will never escape legal punishment." Punishment? Death penalty? That will be announced after the trial and conviction. Convicted? Chi Shao smiled, pointing at the unconscious Leskovar. Hasn't he already confessed? Yes, but he still needs to be sentenced after the public office trial. Will it be the death penalty? This cannot be guaranteed. The bishop shook his head. Chi Shao smiled. Can't guarantee? So that means you plan to cover for these three sinners? The voice was quiet, but exceptionally clear on the silent street. The word sinners made many citizens open their eyes. The Archbishop sensed the seriousness of the situation but calmly explained, after the trial, the results will be announced to the public. I disagree. As soon as these words were spoken, the street erupted in chaos. The foreign divine envoy openly questioned the Archbishop. First, let me clarify, I did not willingly become a divine envoy, but I believe the Holy Light represents justice, capable of sweeping away all evil and impurity. The brief statement ignited the emotions of the people. They looked at Chi Shao with burning eyes. They believed in the Holy Light because they yearned for justice. Too many damned nobles had been acquitted under the court's judgment. This was unfair. The Archbishop was momentarily speechless, and the silent anger of the crowd caused the situation to spiral out of control. So, you refuse to hand over the three of them? Magino asked coldly, no longer polite as before. Exactly. They should be punished here today. Ha, Magino laughed bitterly with rage. You, an outsider, want to carry out executions in Valen City? Magino! Stop it! The Archbishop hurriedly spoke up to stop him, to prevent the situation from worsening. He took a deep breath and turned to Chi Shao, divine envoy from another land. Are you willing to take responsibility for breaking into the dungeon? What crime do I have? I went in to rescue the innocent hero Danyuan. I did injure some prison guards, but I have already given each of them a gold coin as compensation and have been forgiven. What? The Archbishop looked at the jailers. The jailers all raised the gold coins in their hands. 1 gold coin was enough to keep a family secure for a year. Chi Shao raised his voice. I seriously question the fairness of the Valen City office. In the name of the Holy Light, I will personally punish evil and uphold justice. As soon as these words were spoken, his image was elevated once again. He deliberately delayed the time, just to attract more people. Debating with the Archbishop in public, standing on the high ground of justice to point out judgments, was exactly the effect he wanted. In his view, the people here didn't understand the law, they only hoped to see the slaughtering knife strike someone. And his purpose was only one, to stand on the side of the people, wield the slaughtering knife, and win their hearts. You foreign divine envoy have no right to carry out trials in Valen City. Magino shouted angrily, we have shown you enough respect, but you are so arrogant. Don't blame us for being rude. Chi Shao sneered coldly, what I respect is the Holy Light and justice. As for the courtesy you show to 3 sinners, I disdain to accept it. The people and soldiers sensed the magical fluctuations on Magino and all backed away. Nidus, stop wasting words, he is insulting us. Archbishop Nidus sighed, in the end, do we still have to take action? Attack! Magino retreated 5 meters as his hands intertwined flames and frost, forming a frostfire rocket aimed straight at Chi Shao. At the same time, Nidus waved his staff, sending a shadow shackle twisting toward Chi Shao. At the moment they struck, Shishio stacked 303 layers of the light shield. Golden light surged violently, causing Magino and Nidus to instinctively shut their eyes. Nidus's silence took effect, preventing Shishio from casting spells, but the Frostfire rocket collided with the shield like a meteor crashing into the blazing sun, without causing any ripple. What? Magino was incredulous. Magino. Okay. Regaining his senses, he once again condensed a Frostfire rocket and hurled it at the dazzling shield. The shield's glow suddenly dimmed after being hit a second time by the Frostfire rocket, and Shishio, who had just drunk the Super Mana potion, appeared. He was startled. A level 303 shield, capable of absorbing 800,000 damage, was actually reduced to below level 10 after just 2 hits from Magino. The shield is strong. But you've already lost. Magino raised his hand and fired the third frost rocket. At this moment, the 5-second silence ended. Shishio sneered, "Good coordination. Now, it's my turn." Following the principle of killing the support first, he targeted Nidus, instantly consuming half of his mana, consecutively releasing 340 blinding judgments, while stacking 152 layers of blinding shields, enduring the third frost rocket head-on. Boom! At the moment the shield absorbed the flame rocket, a beam of bright punishment, wider than the street, descended from the sky. This is bright punishment? Nidus hurriedly cast a shield but suddenly felt his life being drained. Smack! High damage immediately engulfed him, and the fragile shield shattered instantly. Ah! In the golden light, Nidus's physical body disappeared, and a pair of soul wings unfolded. His soul form appeared before everyone, with only 20 seconds of existence left. The whole scene was in an uproar. Am I dead? Nidus was dazed and absent-minded. Nidus! Magino roared, frantically unleashing his magical power, firing the 4th, 5th, and 6th frost rockets in succession. Shishio, however, revealed a cold sneer. Level 6 passive Devour Life triggered, he steals 60% of Nidus attributes, greatly increasing stamina and spirit, and causing a surge in health, mana, and spell damage. With the blessing of level 2 Divine Refinement, mana regenerates wildly every second. 10 seconds, enough. He stacks a 9-layer light shield on himself, capable of absorbing 1.73 million damage. Bang! 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 3 frost rockets fell, but the shield did not move an inch. Shishio maintained the shield while counterattacking. A massive bright punishment took shape above Valen City, golden light enveloping the entire city. What? Magino was stunned, and the citizens and guards were equally shocked. They don't understand magic, they only know. This sky full of golden light symbolizes holy light and justice. Magino! You can't hold it back, protect yourself. Nidus urgently warned before he disappeared. The Magino, who had never seen such an exaggerated spell, forcibly calmed himself and cast Frost Barrier the moment the light retribution struck, encasing himself in a block of ice. The thunderous blow landed but failed to shatter even a single ice crystal. This ice block can actually resist spell attacks? Shishio was slightly stunned. 10 seconds passed in the blink of an eye, the effect of Devour Life disappeared, and the ice block quickly melted. Magino seized the opportunity, preparing to cast a spell to seal Shishio as a counterattack. If successful, he still had a chance to win. However, Shishio instantly launched his attack, firing 340 blasts of radiant retribution. Light returns. Even though Magino cast spell counter, he was still hit, screaming as he fell, his vitality sharply diminished, as if he aged several decades in an instant, slowly closing his eyes. Magino! No! The Archbishop of the Soul State, Nidus, shouted in despair, then urgently ordered the captain of the guard, "Quick, go call Duke Borval and Countess Katarina." The captain of the guard mounted his horse and wanted to leave, but found the streets filled with kneeling citizens, making it impossible to move. He whipped to drive them away, but this provoked the people's resistance, and he was pushed to the ground by the crowd. Before Nidus could shout again, his soul completely dissipated. Shishio raised his hand, and 2 beams of golden light descended. Magino and Nidus were resurrected on the spot, sitting up with screams of shock. Shishao coldly glanced at them, pointed at the three dukes, and loudly asked the people, "Citizens, are these three guilty?" The street was silent. He asked 3 times in a row, but still received no response. "In that case, it seems they are innocent," Shishao said calmly. "Archbishop, take them away." Magino and Nidus were momentarily bewildered, while the two dukes were secretly overjoyed and about to express their thanks. Suddenly, Danyuan shouted, "They are guilty!" This shout was like a fuse being lit, and immediately someone in the crowd yelled back, "They are guilty!" One after another, the people rushed over like shadows, raising their fists and shouting angrily. "They are guilty! Guilty!" A thunderous roar swept through Valen City. Shishao looked contentedly at Archbishop Nidus and Archmage Magino. "Danyuan! Here! My lord!" Danyuan stepped forward with his sword. "Execute!" "Yes!" He ignored the stun guards and rushed straight at Barnett and Jeffrey, who were terrified by the crowd. "No!" Two dukes felt weak in the legs and wanted to flee, but were blocked by the angry crowd. "In the name of my lord, I punish you!" The flash of a sword fell, 2 heads flew off and rolled into the river. Danyuan turned and walked toward Leskoa, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. Leskoa squinted and peeked. Seeing the long sword approaching, he hurriedly got up and ran wildly. "Don't kill me! Archbishop! Archmage! Save me!" Nidus and Magino remained silent. Their joint effort barely lasted a minute. Before absolute power, the law was nothing but empty words. Puff! Danyuan caught up and struck with a sword. Leskova desperately dodged, but his neck was still nearly severed. His head hung on his chest, blood gushing out. After staggering a few steps, he fell dead by the riverbank. Oh! The three dukes were executed, and the people erupted in thunderous cheers. Shishao smiled as he looked at the panel. The number soared from 241 to 1075 and was still rising clearly. The people were spreading the news. Suddenly, a prompt popped up. Advancement progress +1. Current advancement progress, March 10th. Killing 3 dukes grants 1 advancement point? Shishao instantly understood. Solving major events grants advancement points on the man's continent. Next, clearing out the evil spirits on the Cam continent, reaching 3rd tier is just around the corner. As for monopolizing the plan to create 980 worlds, that must be taken step by step, just hoping no other celestials get ahead. Divine Envoy. Danyuan returned holding the sword with tears. "Thank you for saving me." Shishao sheathed his sword into his personal space and patted his shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work these past 2 days. It is my honor to serve Lord Divine Envoy. Even if it costs me my life." Shishao raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Do you think I can resurrect you infinitely?" Condensed text asterisk. Danyuan scratched his head and smiled. "The feeling of death is painful." Shishao looked meaningfully at Magino and Nidus. Although their expressions remained steady, their faces slightly paled. Shishao walked up to them and said coldly, "If I find out you secretly resurrected those 3 again, next time, I will take your lives once more in the name of the Holy Light." The 2 dared not argue. "I swear by the Holy Light that I will never allow any clergy to resurrect those 3 sinners." Nidus immediately vowed. He had long known about the misdeeds of the 3 dukes, but because of his role as a noble attendant, he could only maneuver in secret. Now that Shishao was here, he finally had a reason to stay out of it. In fact, neither he nor Magino were willing to intervene on their behalf. "That's good then." Shishao said to Danyuan, "Let's go receive the reward." "Yes." Danyuan led the way, and the crowd instinctively parted, their eyes full of reverence and admiration. Shishao smiled in response while checking the interface. The number of citizens had increased to 1,275 and was still rising. After the 2 left, Nidus instructed the captain of the guard, "Take the bodies of the 3 dukes to the church square and notify their clansmen." "Yes." Magino said goodbye to Nidus. "I am returning to the mage tower to study magic." After chanting the lengthy teleportation spell, he disappeared in front of everyone. The crowd whispered among themselves. the Archmage still needs to chant to teleport. He can't compare with that divine envoy. That person can teleport instantly and even catch people. He is also proficient in healing and resurrection, his strength far surpassing that of the Archbishop. Nidus pretended not to hear. He knew clearly that Qi Xiao was using pure holy light magic, which he neither could question nor dare to stop. In the end, he could only endure the humiliation and leave. As he walked into the crowd, the people who once knelt before him now merely stood on either side watching. Nidus bitterly smiled to himself, his prestige had already plummeted. How many years it would take to restore his reputation was unknown. Just as Qi Xiao and Danyuan stepped out of the crowd, a luxurious carriage slowly approached. The heavily armored royal guard stepped forward and saluted. "Welcome, divine envoy from afar. Countess Presto invites you to the fortress for a meeting. Please board the carriage." "Countess Presto?" Danyuan's expression suddenly changed, and he whispered, "Divine envoy, she is Prince Anjuan's tutor. With the king absent, she is one of the administrators of Valen City." Qi Xiao recalled Dennis's warning before his death and had already made up his mind. "Just right, I also want to experience a carriage ride." After boarding the carriage, he waved his hand, "Get on." "No, I'm not qualified." Danyuan repeatedly waved his hands. "I said get on when I tell you to, no nonsense." Under the astonished gaze of the royal guards, Danuvan cautiously sat in a corner of the carriage. "Get used to it early, there will be plenty of opportunities later." "Yes." The carriage traveled along the river and soon arrived at the fortress of Valen City. "Your Grace, the Countess is waiting for you in the hall." Qi Xiao and Danyuan got off the carriage but were stopped by the guards. "Lowly commoners are not allowed inside." Seeing Qi Xiao's expression darken slightly, the guards quickly explained, "He is poorly dressed, please understand." Qi Xiao did not want to cause trouble, so he threw out a gold coin. "Go buy some clothes, wash up, and then come back." "Yes." Danyuan clenched the gold coin and left. Qi Xiao, accompanied by guards, walked through the corridor and entered the hall. On the throne sat a child of about 10 years old, Prince Anjuan. On his left and right were Countess Presto and Duke Bolvar. After taking his seat, the Countess spoke, "Welcome, divine envoy from afar. I am aware of all you have done for Valen City, and I extend my thanks." Qi Xiao nodded, "Summarily executing 3 dukes without authorization, please forgive me if I have offended." "Thanks are unnecessary." "How could there be any accountability?" the Countess smiled. "The reason for inviting you here today is to address the hidden dangers in Valen City." "May I ask your name?" "Qi Xiao." "Welcome, Mr. Qi Xiao." She lightly clapped her hands, and the servant stepped forward carrying a tray. On the tray lay a bag of gold coins, a sealed parchment scroll, and a ring. "Here are 100 gold coins, the Baron's commission, and a signet ring. I wonder if you are satisfied." "The Baron's commission?" The Countess explained that this was the reward promised for capturing Cliff and said that Qi Xiao's exceptional strength was worthy of becoming a noble of Valen City. Qi Xiao did not take the tray. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Can I exchange the reward?" "What would you like?" "I will accept the gold coins, but forget the title. I am an outsider, it's not suitable. How about granting me the Westerwald wilderness instead?" The Countess exclaimed in surprise, "That piece of wilderness has been ravaged by war for many years and remains undeveloped. What do you want it for?" "Reclaim wasteland, settle refugees, build a homeland." The Countess pondered for a moment. "It's not impossible, but simply giving a piece of wilderness makes Valen City seem too stingy." "Then give more food and supplies. I can guarantee that the land will forever belong to Valen City." "You worry too much." The Countess nodded in thanks, "Everything will be done as you wish." Qi Xiao glanced at Duke Borwell, who had been watching with a constant smile, but didn't think much of it. After a few casual words, he stood up to take his leave. "On behalf of the refugees of West, I thank you for your generosity. I leave the construction there in your hands. Feel free to come see me anytime you need. It was a pleasure talking with you today." Qi Xiao carefully put away the deed and left the main hall. Behind him, Countess Presto smiled meaningfully and said, "From today on, Valen City will become more and more interesting." Outside the hall, Danyuan hurriedly approached. "Your Excellency, have you received your reward?" "Yes, the land deed in gold coins." "You take them back to give to Stoneman first, I'll walk around the city." "Land deed?" Danyuan was momentarily stunned. "No baronial title? Is being a baron that prestigious?" Not high, but it can rise." "Boring, I don't want to obey the royal family," Shi Shao said indifferently. "The urgent task is to quickly develop West 2 Wilderness." "Understood." Danyuan replied excitedly. He was born in West and had deep feelings for that land. Meeting Shi Shao made him feel incredibly lucky. "You go back first." "Yes." Danyuan turned to leave but stopped again. "I almost forgot, there's one more thing to report to you." "What is it?" "Mr. Barons from the Valley City Stonemasons Guild wants to see you." "It's about Cliff." "Him?" "Yes. I just ran into him, mentioned you, and he immediately expressed a desire to meet." "Barons?" Shi Shao murmured for a moment, then suddenly his eyes lit up. He raised his hand and took out a letter from his personal space. On the envelope was written, "Barons Alexton, Stoneworkers Guild of Valen City, City Hall, Church Square." This is the letter he found on Cliff but never paid attention to. Now that he has gained progression points, he has more suspicions in his heart. Perhaps this letter will lead to something big. Cliff is not a simple person. I'll go see him in a while. "Do you need me to guide you?" Danyuan said with a smile as the words came out. "Of course, Lord Divine Envoy won't need that." "Go back quickly, Captain Stoneman is very worried about you. This bag of gold coins is for you to use as you please. Bring back whatever Moonstream Town lacks and build the home well." "Yes." Danyuan saluted and left. Just as Chi Shao was about to set off, a message from Jifeichen suddenly popped up in the contacts. "Chi Shao, come to the second floor of the Firmament Space Dungeon. I will take you to meet the future captain." He pressed the fingerprint scanner and vanished on the spot. Sky Dome Space, entrance to the second floor of the dungeon area. When Chi Shao appeared, he saw two Sky Dome members waiting for him. One was Principal Jifeichen, the other carried two giant axes, with small dragon heads at the tails that breathed fire. "Chi Shao, this is Yi Bang, the Chief Commander of the National Defense Corps," Jifeichen introduced. "Captain Yi, hello." "Hello, come to the instance if you have business." Directly teleporting to Cass Mountain Arena. Jifeichen spoke and disappeared. The first floor of the instance area has 985 person instances, and the second floor has 605 10-person instances. Cass Mountain Arena is one of the most popular instances on the second floor. When Shi Shao was teleported outside the dungeon, he saw many Skyward members guarding the entrance. Quick runs in the arena, just need 2 supports to start, 8 is equal to 2. Supports have priority in selecting boss-dropped equipment and can take an additional 2 pieces. Jinshan team recruiting new members, meeting the criteria grants 500 Skyward coins as a joining fee. Apply for the Garden Nation Immigration Fast Track, permanently neutral, free and without conflict. Shi Shao ignored the surrounding gazes and followed Jifeichen and Yi Bang into the instance. After the 3 disappeared, the Skywarders at the entrance whispered among themselves, speculating that Chi Shao was the son of a tycoon with high-level bodyguards. Among the crowd, a Skywarder with an elf appearance quietly transmitted intelligence. Li Feiyu, level 7, appeared on the second floor of the Kars Mountain Arena, accompanied by Du Diaoyi Jiangyu, level 4, and Xian Shanxi, level 3. Please verify their identities. The intelligence quickly reached the headquarters of the Skywarders of the Citadel. 3 lines of information lit up on the central screen in the first floor hall. Li Feiyu, level 7, ID 9546. Fishing alone under the moon, level 4. Jianshan Play, level 3. A gray-haired white man stood up and applauded, ordering everyone to immediately investigate all information about the 2 people beside Li Feiyu. The sound of keyboards suddenly filled the hall. Soon someone reported, Dudia Yijianjia, level 4 Skymaster, from Longwa, named Ji Feichin, currently principal of Han City No. 1 High School, information last updated 3 years ago. Qianshan Shi, level 3 Skymaster, no record in the global encyclopedia. The gray-haired man was dissatisfied, demanding a thorough investigation into Ji Feichin's personal background, social connections, and all related news in Han City over the past year. 5 minutes later, the staff reported, Ji Feichin had worked as a physical education teacher at the 3rd middle school in the capital of Longwei for 22 years. Earlier records could not be found. He is married without children, enjoys playing chess and singing, and is a member of the local painting association. Condensed text asterisk. He has 2 older brothers and 1 older sister among his relatives, many friends, rated as ordinary, with no abnormalities. As soon as the words fell, another staff member stood up. In recent years, there have been no abnormal records at Hanxi No. 1 Middle School in the news, but recently, more than a dozen police response videos uploaded by netizens have surfaced, with the incident locations being exactly at Hanxi No. 1 Middle School. Can this still be called no abnormalities? The gray-haired man pondered for a moment, then gave a cold order: upgrade Ji Feichin's rating to dangerous and activate the Dragon Nation Han City agents for investigation. The assistant hesitated, saying, according to regulations, Han City agents can only be activated before the war. Your duty is to obey orders. Yes. Downtown Hanxi City, a commercial office building. A middle-aged man received a message. Ji Feichin, principal of Hanxi No. 1 High School, collecting personal information. Hanxi Commercial Street, inside a pizza shop. The white shop owner received the message, Ji Feichin, Hanxi No. 1 High School. He nonchalantly put away his phone and smiled at the customer, saying, I plan to open a branch near No. 1 High School. What flavors do the students like? If your suggestion is adopted, your order is free. A luxury residence in Han City. A 9-year-old boy plays the piano while an elegant woman checks a message, No. 1 High School, Han City. She deletes the message and continues to correct the child's performance. Cass Mountain Arena, atop the mountain peaks, snow-covered stone platforms, surrounded by 10 stone statues. Ji Feichin said to Qi Xiao, leader, yes, trip this time is for special recruitment. Perform well and strive for a spot in the National Defense Corps. Hearing National Defense Corps, Qi Xiao couldn't help but be shocked. That is the gathering place of the nation's top skyborn warriors. Don't feel pressured, just perform normally. Yi Bang's gaze fell on Qi Xiao's eternal fruit, and he felt a stir in his heart. Dropped in the nightmare cave, bound upon pickup, no wonder 3 confidentiality agreements had to be signed. This one item alone showed great potential. All right. Qi Xiao responded, his eyes sweeping over the statue. Yi Bang said sternly, first, let me explain the assessment criteria. Although you are first rank, you are equipped with the Wild Thunder set, and your talent grants you calm composure, so your actual combat power is calculated as a 3rd-rank Sky Sphere. Once the assessment begins, if you defeat the first boss within 15 minutes, you pass. Yi Bang pointed to the stone statues surrounding the platform. The Kashin Arena has a total of 10 bosses. The one in front of you is the Blood Wolf King, with 1.14 million HP. His skills include Bloody Bite, Blood Wolf Pack Assault, Blood Pool, and Blood Spray. The battle area is limited to within the stone platform. Stepping outside even one step will be considered a failure. The Blood Wolf King has 2 phases. In the first phase, fight it alone, keep your distance and attack slowly, conserving mana. Never get bitten, as it deals both physical and magical damage. If you're wearing the Thunder Fury set and have weaker defense, getting hit could mean instant death. When its health drops to 40%, it enters the second phase. It will split into 5 blood statues, all of which you must destroy within 30 seconds. The statues will spew blood pillars, and blood pools will form on the ground. Stepping on them immobilizes you. For each surviving statue, the Wolf King will recover 20% of its health. Therefore, clearing all 5 statues within 30 seconds will allow you to kill it. We will remind you from the outside during the first phase. After finishing, exit the stone platform immediately. Remember, in the first phase, guard against biting and charging attacks. In the second phase, beware of blood splatter. Qi Xiao nodded, understood. Ji Feichin smiled and said, give Captain Yi a surprise, go all out. Shi Xiao climbed onto the stone platform. Just as he steadied himself, the stone statue on the left began to crack, stones falling one after another. Through the cracks, a giant wolf with an entirely blood-red body slowly opened its eyes. Shi Xiao quickly retreated, putting distance between them. Good reaction, Yi Bang said softly. Bang! The stone statue shattered, the blood wolf leapt into the air, fragments of rock gathering at its mouth, forming sharp rocky teeth. A blood-red ripple spread, and the stone platform was instantly filled with the stench of blood. Yi Bang warned Shi Xiao, in 10 seconds it will launch an attack. Watch out for a leaping ambush, the Blood Wolf King's bite range is very. Before the words had fallen, Shi Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly. The next moment, a dazzling golden light as wide as a platform erupted above the mountain peak. 683 beams of radiant judgment descended simultaneously, dealing a total damage of 1.71 million. Smack! The Blood Wolf King, still in midair, was struck by the golden light, its health instantly plummeting by 60%, then completely engulfed, like a water-filled balloon shattered by a giant golden club, turning into a spray of blood water. The blood water poured down the stone platform, leaving even Yi Bang outside the platform stunned. As the captain of the National Defense Corps, he had seen countless strong warriors, but it was the first time he witnessed someone kill the Blood Wolf King with a single strike. Ji Feichen watched his reaction and laughed. I told you before, Shi Xiao is very strong. The mountain wind blew, dispersing the bloodstained smell, and the blood was absorbed by the stone platform. Amidst the rumbling, a stone treasure chest rose from the center of the platform. Shi Xiao asked, Principal, Captain Yi, may I open the treasure chest? Go ahead, Ji Feichen waved his hand. We didn't join the battle, the stuff is all yours. Then he smirked at Yi Bang. Want to make a bet? Bet on whether Shi Xiao can solo the Hekas Mountain Arena. Solo? Yi Bang was momentarily stunned. Bet on success, or bet on the time? Yi Bang remembered the confidentiality agreement, swallowed his saliva, and whispered, he can't really be the creator, can he? Just suspected, Ji Feichen said calmly. But with that strength, is it enough to take on your entire group? Enough, stronger than Ling Yao, even Ling Yao can't defeat him. Yi Bang quickly regained his composure. Shi Xiao, the second leader, is the fire dragon lizard. Stay inside the stone platform and wait for a minute. Shi Xiao checked the treasure chest and only found weapon and armor embryos, which need to be crafted by the production-class Skyforgers. He asked, Principal, are there no epic equipment that can be directly worn after the second floor? There are, but the drop rate is extremely low, Ji Feichen explained. Equipment made from embryos still can't match your current Wild Thunder set. Crack! Beside the entrance steps, a stone statue of a dragon lizard suddenly shattered. Yi Bang was about to introduce the second boss. The fire dragon lizard has 1.55 million HP, and its skill is. Don't bother, Ji Feichen interrupted with a smile, just enjoy the show. As soon as the words fell, golden light once again descended from the sky. Fire dragon lizard, instant kill. Outside the stone platform, Yi Bang watched everything clearly. The fire dragon lizard burst out of the rock, and just as its short limbs pushed off the ground, before it could jump down from the stone platform, it was instantly slain by Qi Zhao's reprimand. With a slap, the corpse fell onto the stone platform. In less than 10 seconds, the fire dragon lizard rapidly swelled, then boom exploded into a pulp of flesh, blood, and shattered bones seeping into the cracks of the stone platform, as if swallowed by it. 1.5 million HP fire dragon lizard, just like that, gone? Yi Bang was stunned, quickly estimating Qi Zhao's maximum damage in his mind. Such a burst of power, even in a large raid on the 4th floor of the dungeon zone, would be terrifying. He's only at first rank. Ji Feichen smirked and said, I told you to sit back and watch. With Qi Xiao, soloing Mount Kaz in half an hour is no problem. Fortunately, he was mentally prepared in advance, otherwise, he might lose his composure even more than Yi Bang at this moment. Yi Bang took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. Those 3 confidentiality agreements, signing them was so worth it. He originally thought Ji Feichen was exaggerating, but now it seems he was actually being conservative. Cass Mountain Arena is a 2-level dungeon with relatively low difficulty and diverse boss mechanics, often used to test newcomers. Qi Xiao can instantly kill boss-level monsters, already possessing the strength to solo clear the second level. Under the two of their gazes, Qi Xiao returned to the center of the stone platform, storing the equipment blanks from the treasure chest into his personal space, waiting quietly for the next statue to activate. The dungeon design is pretty good, saves mana potions. 1 minute later, the third statue emitted the sound of cracking. Qi Xiao looked up and saw a soaring eagle. Yi Bang tactfully did not mention it. The eagle statue began to shake, stone fragments falling off. The stones wrapping its wings shattered first. The wings broke free from their restraints and flapped fiercely, causing a sudden whirlwind on the stone platform, scattering debris. Qi Xiao tentatively cast a beam of radiant punishment. The iron feather eagle was immune to the damage caused by the light judgment dot. He immediately understood, the stone block has an immunity effect, attacks are ineffective until it completely falls off. Since it's impossible to skip the cutscene, just wait for it to make the first move. Qi Xiao crossed his arms and stood still, waiting for the right moment. The iron-feathered eagle clad in stone armor flapped its wings more fiercely after fully spreading them. A strong smell of rust, accompanied by a whirlwind, swept over the stone platform. Qi Xiao kept a close eye on the iron-feathered eagle covered in stone skin, ready to kill the moment the stones shattered. Another crisp sound rang out. The iron feather eagle suddenly flapped its wings, soaring into the sky like a cannonball. Qi Xiao seized the opportunity and unleashed the radiant retribution. 683 beams of radiant retribution condensed into a dazzling golden staff, heavily smashing onto its stone-encased head. Smack! The iron feather eagle is immune to the damage caused by radiant retribution. Ha! Still not working? Qi Xiao was startled. Crash! The iron-feathered hawk shook off the stone skin high in the sky, its sharp iron feathers gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Out of attack range. Qi Xiao realized he acted too early, looked up at it, and waited for divine refinement to restore mana. Qi Xiao, don't rush. This is its necessary phase. It will fly down once the first phase is over, Ji Feichen reminded him. Principal, why didn't you say so earlier? I've already used up all my mana, Qi Xiao half-joked. Ji Feichen shrugged, I thought Captain Yi would remind you. Yi Bang's nose twitched angrily, old man, didn't you just say no need to remind me, just watch the show? I said that. But as the future corps commander, can't you care a little more about your juniors? In the air, the iron feather hawk locked onto Qi Xiao and suddenly flapped its wings. Countless iron feathers turned into a rain of blades, pouring down. Qi Xiao only activated a 5-layer light shield, not blocking the line of sight. The high defense of the epic plate armor Thunder Berserker set, combined with near third-tier strength, made dealing with the iron feather eagle on the second floor of the dungeon not much of a problem. Sure enough, the iron feather struck the shield, only creating ripples layer by layer. Qi Xiao stopped moving and raised his hand, maintaining the shield at 10 layers. With the blessing of divine refinement, his mana recovered to 99% within 20 seconds. Seeing this, Yi Bang sighed, Qi Xiao's talent is truly outstanding. Outstanding? I think he's the strongest in the firmament, I haven't seen anyone better. The strongest? Ha, a group of main force public healers have 100-fold amplification of idle talent, but the actual combat effect might not be any better than, pft. Yi Bang's chest tightened, and he suddenly coughed up blood. Ji Feichen shook his head, so many years have passed, and you still haven't changed your straightforward and outspoken nature? Yi Bang wiped away the bloodstains and said angrily, you leaked it again. How many attributes were deducted? 500 endurance points. Yi Bang, whose maximum health was reduced by 50, smiled bitterly, no choice, there are too many confidentiality agreements signed, so many that I can't even tell which I can talk about and which I can't. Luckily, I'm the only one who heard it. If others had heard you, you would have. It's my duty. Just as the words fell, a hawk's cry echoed from the sky. The iron feather eagle fanned out thousands of feathers and dove down. It's over. Yi Bang and Ji Feichen spoke simultaneously. The iron feather eagle moved extremely fast, extending its sharp claws the moment it closed in on Qi Xiao. 683 beams of bright punishment appeared out of thin air, directly striking its head, which had no rock protection. A piercing eagle cry. The iron feather eagle was instantly killed, crashing heavily onto a stone platform 5 steps away from Qi Xiao. Its body swelled and burst, flesh scattering everywhere. Qi Xiao shook off the fragments of flesh from his body, walked to the center of the stone platform, and waited for the treasure chest to refresh. How is Qi Xiao? Can he enter the National Defense Corps? Ji Feichen asked. If he doesn't qualify, then no one nationwide qualifies. Join the 1st Regiment? Let's wait and see, no rush. What do you mean? Still not qualified to join the 1st Regiment? I want to see how the last few leaders handle it. Didn't you say you had to be back at headquarters before 8? There's still time. Ji Feichen said no more, but his heart was already certain. After 1 minute, the stone platform cracked again. A spiny thorn porcupine taller than an elephant rushed out and charged straight at Qi Xiao. Still, it was killed in 1 hit. Yi Bang crossed his arms and frowned. This is not right. The spiny thorn porcupine has 2.2 million health, how can it be killed instantly? How much magic damage does he have? Ji Feichen counted on his fingers. If all skills crit, it should reach 2.2 million. All crit? Listen to what you're saying. Ji Feichen nodded and then shook his head. His crit rate is less than 30%, so it's indeed impossible. Then why was more than 2 million health instantly gone? Ji Feichen was silent. He had just calculated, and no matter how he did it, it was impossible. The 2 men stood with their hands in their pockets, watching Qi Xiao sweep the leader off the stone platform, deep in thought. Qi Xiao's profession was a support priest, a conventional class, naturally having lower damage than combat classes of the same level. Even if high-quality equipment can enhance attributes, the professional limits are difficult to break. As for Qi Xiao's talent, Yi Bang had already seen through it. Calm and composed, essentially a momentary burst. Simply put, Qi Xiao's talent is to complete in 1 second what would normally take several minutes. The problem lies here: once the opponent is strong enough to exceed his burst damage limit, he can't eliminate them instantly and can only rely on continuous bursts. If he were a special class derived from a priest, such as a Dark Fallen or Punisher, his damage cap would naturally be higher. But he isn't. He is just an ordinary priest. Leader number 5, Venomskin Dragon, falls. Leader number 6, Blood Armor Bear, falls. Ji Feichen and Yi Bang numbingly watched the leaders fall one after another, their confusion growing heavier. Suddenly, the 2 looked at each other at the same time. Cut, kill, line, the 2 said in unison. They then switched to communicating via the contact list. Yi Bang, if we introduce the idea of the kill line, everything makes sense. Ji Feichen, He should have learned other skills, and his mana recovers extremely fast, so he probably learned the common skill Divine Refinement. Yi Bang, could he really be the creator? Ji Feichen, I think so. Should we ask? Yi Bang, forget it. If we ask, we'll have to sign an agreement. I don't want to bleed again, I'd rather pretend I don't know. Ji Feichen, good, then pretend you don't know. In any case, you must ensure he rises to the 3rd level. Yi Bang, rest assured, I'll take him away tonight. Ji Feichen, how many groups to arrange? Yi Bang, Group 0. Only there is suitable for him. Ji Feichen's eyes lit up. Ji Feichen, has the 0 group been formed? Yi Bang, wait until you sign the agreement before talking. Forget it, I don't want to spit blood. Ji Feichen turned off the communication. The 0 squad. If Ruo Qi can get in, it will be the quietest honor of Hanxi No. 1 High School. As for other matters, the less you know, the better. During the conversation, the number 7 leader, the Blood Bat Monkey, was instantly killed by Qi Xiao again. Since even the highest health thorn porcupine could be killed instantly, there was no leader left in the Kars Mountain arena who could stop him. The number 8 leader Abyss Tiger, number 9 Giant Molten Fire Beetle, number 10 Angry Hammer Orc all were instantly killed. After the flesh and blood of the angry hammer orc were absorbed by the stone platform, the 10 shattered statues were restored. She shall come to the office after collecting the equipment embryos. Good. She shall walked towards the treasure chest, about to open it. Rumble. The Cass Mountain platform suddenly shook violently. Both were startled at the same time. An earthquake? Will there be an earthquake after clearing the level? Ji Feichen steadied himself. Will there be? I don't remember. Aren't you using this as an assessment? Assessment? Which kid can even hit an orc? Usually, the highest they can hit is level 3. Before Yi Bang could finish speaking, the smooth stone platform suddenly shattered, revealing a huge circular pit that seemed bottomless. Not good. As Qi Xiao was falling, Ji Feichen shouted, "Qi Xiao, teleport out quickly." The ground beneath Qi Xiao suddenly gave way, and he immediately cast the floating technique to hover midair, pressing the hand seal on the back of his hand. No good. The interface is indicating that I am currently in combat. In combat? Ji Feichen transformed into a giant white eagle, flapping its wings as it charged toward the giant crater, but with a duong sound, it collided with an invisible barrier and was bounced back, falling down. Barrier? Yi Bang groped the transparent barrier, his expression shocked. Has this happened before? Ji Feichen rubbed his head and asked. Never before. Inside the pit, Qi Xiao slowly sank down. Qi Xiao, don't be afraid, we will find a way. Ji Feichen shouted. Don't worry, Principal, I'll be fine. Under the two of them watching, he disappeared into the darkness. This child won't get into trouble, right? Yi Bang asked quietly. With his combat power, no. Ji Feichen sat cross-legged outside the barrier, calming down instead. He recalled the battle details and suddenly said. The huge pit under the stone platform, was that your first time seeing it? Yes. Today's third confidentiality agreement, Nightmare Cave. Put it together. To trigger the pitfall, you must first remain unharmed. Qi Xiao remained unharmed throughout all 10 boss fights, unavoidable damage was absorbed by the shield. Secondly, you cannot exceed the rank. Yi Bang continued, below 4th rank, to avoid triggering over-rank punishment, perhaps only then can this storyline be triggered. Any other conditions? Number of people? Let's try first. Hope Qi Xiao doesn't seal off this place again. Are you sure it's him? For both public and private matters, I hope it will be so. Yi Bang opened the interface and sent a notification to the captains of all professions in the National Defense 1st Regiment. Today's temporary mission, assemble a 10-person squad to clear Cass Mountain Arena without any injuries. Requirements, below 4th rank, no triggering of transcendence penalty. At this moment, the captains of the National Defense 1st Regiment were leading their teams to farm points on the 4th floor of the celestial space. Upon receiving the message, they immediately called off the fight and ordered everyone to rest on the spot. Cleared Cass Mountain Arena without injuries? That crappy second-level quest? The General Director is right in that quest. Requirements are below 4th tier, and people can only be chosen from the reserve regiment. Also, it has to be completed without any injuries. Do you have suitable 3rd-tier reservists? I only have 2 support reservists who might meet the criteria. Join our team. The 5 captains spoke simultaneously, then looked at each other and fell silent. Stop arguing. Form a team with the strongest forces, bring out all the top elites, no holding back. 3 minutes later, a 10-member 3rd-tier squad composed entirely of reservists entered the Cass Mountain Arena. Below the deep pit, it was pitch black. Qi Xiao continuously cast levitation, descending slowly until he finally stepped onto solid ground. He put on a 10-layer shield, golden light illuminating the surroundings, a carved stone path leading further inside. Still in combat? The Holy Shield amulet still couldn't be equipped, so he had no choice but to close his pocket dimension. To avoid arousing Ji Feichen's suspicion, he always removed the amulet every time he left a dungeon. Now that he couldn't bring the amulet, he was even more cautious. It was his first time venturing alone into a level 2 team dungeon. After moving forward for a while, bones were scattered everywhere, becoming denser the further he went, until a pile of bones requiring climbing blocked the way. Just as he was searching for a foothold, one by one, the cyan soulfire lamps lit up. This was actually a circular underground palace filled with piles of skeletons. The skeletal corpse sitting at the top of the bone pile slowly swayed and stood up. He. The vermin coveting the throne has finally arrived. A hoarse and cold voice echoed. The deceased grabbed a massive bone axe and stepped down from the pile of bones. Shi Xiao tentatively fired a light punishment. A golden light flashed. Bloodbone King Ihohim is immune to the damage caused by light punishment. As expected. After facing the first 10 stone statue leaders, he had already figured out the pattern of this dungeon. He retreated to the entrance of the main hall and continued to cast Light's Judgment. With every step Ihohim took, skeletons from the ground were drawn up, their shattered bones gathering to form solid armor over his decaying body. Bone lantern ghost flames poured into his eyes, the eerie fire locking onto Chisho at the door. Brave one, you have come this far. Are you coveting the throne of the dead, or do you seek my power? Ihohim clad in bone armor approached, axe in hand. In the next moment, your light judgment strikes Bloodbone King Ihame, dealing 2,511 light damage. Your light judgment strikes Bloodbone King Ihame, triggering Life Devour, stealing 6% of his attributes. Caused fatigue, reducing attack speed, movement speed, casting speed, dodge, and parry rates by 6%. Shi Xiao smiled faintly. I just want to leave. Confirming that the light judgment was effective, he took decisive action. The golden light suddenly illuminated the underground palace, and the bones on the ground were bathed in a golden glow. 683 bright light judgments thunderously struck down. Crack! The white crown atop Ihorium's head was shattered on the spot. It groaned softly and was knocked to its knees on the pile of bones. The golden light faded, darkness returned. Shi Xiao glanced at the panel, his pupils slightly contracting. Life value changed to 5470/5470000. Devour Life plundered 4.8 million life points. In other words, Ihorium has a whopping 8 million health. At the same time, his strength is plus 1800, agility plus 1300. His movement speed skyrocketed to 161.7% in the darkness, retreating to the edge of the dungeon in one step. Physical type boss? The mental attribute remained unchanged, and he immediately downed a bottle of Super Mana Potion. Within 10 seconds, he instantly wiped out the remaining 3.2 million health. Ton. Mana fully restored, 683 blasts of radiant judgment were unleashed again. The golden light illuminated the underground palace for the second time, and before Ihohim could get up, he was knocked down again. Bang! Shi Xiao immediately drank another bottle of potion and without hesitation fired 611 rounds of radiant retribution. 2 rounds totaling over 1,300 shots of radiant retribution directly blasted Ihorium to pieces. However, as the golden light faded, it was not dead. Shi Xiao immediately checked the battle information, and sure enough, there was no kill notification. Not dead after all. He deployed a 10-layer light shield. Under the faint glow, Ihorium was reshaping his body. Very good, ugh. The deafening roar exploded, and the blood glow on the walls of the underground palace surged dramatically. 10 beast statues around the platform lit up simultaneously. The roar echoed down the corridor into the deep pit. Outside the barrier, Yi Bang suddenly looked up. Did you hear that? Ji Feichen responded in a deep voice, heard it. Ji Feichen opened the contacts to try to reach Qi Xiao, but then closed it again. Don't disturb him now, it should be a fierce battle. How strong can a second-level boss be? Even a hidden boss would have at most 4 million HP, he said confidently. 4 million for such a long time? Yi Bang questioned, pointing at the screen. Maybe the storyline is long, Ji Feichen explained. Yi Bang grew more uneasy, silently regretting not having pulled Qi Xiao out earlier. With that thought, he immediately opened the contacts and reached out to the Tianxiong Research Group. Professor Zhou, I want to ask about the background of the Cass Mountain Arena. Is there any research on it? Meanwhile, Ihorium inside the underground palace returned to his original state, his eyes burning with even more ghostly flames. You will never defeat me. The Blood Wolf King burst out from the wall pattern and merged into Ihorium. In an instant, he transformed into a blood-red werewolf and lunged at Qi Xiao. Qi Xiao calmly retreated, unleashing 10 consecutive blinding punishments. After absorbing 60% of the attributes, he broke free from the darkness, his movement speed soaring to 151.7%, turning into an afterimage to evade the attack. Can the Blood Wolf form still recover energy? After his mana surged to 2.5 million, he waited 3 seconds and then unleashed it all at once. 2088 beams of light judgment erupted, golden light engulfing the blood-colored palace, and Ihorheim was instantly killed again. The Blood Wolf King emblem then dimmed and disappeared. Not dead yet? Qi Xiao looked at the battle prompt, glanced at the remaining 9 blood-bright walls, and smiled bitterly. You still want to die 9 more times? He continued to attack while waiting for his mana to recover. Ihorheim roared, the battle has just begun, and death is all that awaits you. The iron-feathered eagle flew off the wall and merged into Ihorheim's body, turning the palace into a bronze color. Qi Xiao said helplessly, all right, hurry up and transform. I still have to finish school and eat. Condensed text asterisk. There are still 85 copies left to grind this afternoon. Qi Xiao licked his lips and complained. When Ihorheim spread his iron feather wings behind him, Qi Xiao once again took 60% of the attributes. Mental points again? Sigh. He looked at the stats panel with some helplessness. Although the mental points provided by the iron feather eagle were not as much as the blood wolf's, they were still sufficient. After 5 seconds, Ihorheim attacked again, and golden light burst forth. Ugh! Ihorheim fell to the ground, and the iron-feathered eagle pattern on the palace wall disappeared accordingly. If you had given me less spirit energy, it wouldn't have been so easy for me to fight. Qi Xiao just wanted to quickly clear the levels and accumulate points to fully upgrade Life Devourer. As time passed, the remaining 8 patterns on the wall successively extinguished in the golden light. When the furious hammer orc form of Ihorheim was knocked down, he finally spoke in a low voice. Perhaps everything should end. My throne, I allow you to take it. With a crash, Ihorheim turned into dry bones and fell to the ground. The screen instantly refreshed. Congratulations on successfully killing Blood Bone King Ihorheim. Received first kill points reward. Instance will reset in 4 days 20 hours 32 minutes 13 seconds. Obtained exclusive title Blood Bone King. Title effect. Triggers blood healing when in a near-death state, HP below 20%. Blood healing restores 15% HP per second for 4 seconds, original cooldown 5 minutes. Hint, cooldown time cancelled due to the talent Calm and Composed. Does this even count as a skill? Qi Xiao was stunned. Before he finished speaking, the patterns on the wall reappeared, and the blood-red light converged on the throne, respectfully welcoming the new king. The pile of bones collapsed, and a red jade bone staircase extended to the feet of Qi Xiao. He first walked over to the skeleton of Ihorheim but found nothing had dropped. Not even any equipment dropped? Qi Xiao casually tossed aside the femur and stepped onto the bone staircase. Crack! The bone seat exploded, revealing the blood pool beneath. The blood pool quickly evaporated, and the blood energy entwined around Qi Xiao, merging into the body. Stamina plus 10. Strength plus 10. Advancement progress plus 10. Current advancement progress, 88 out of 100. Advancement progress plus 10. Current advancement progress, 98 out of 100. Agility plus 10. Advancement progress plus 10. Current advancement progress, 108/1000. Congratulations to the Skyward for successfully advancing to Tier 2. Mastery enhancement slot unlocked, you can choose a profession specialization path. Unlock the Skyward Space Appearance Change feature, your real appearance will be affected by the spatial image. Note, restores to original state after closing. Open the commission zone permissions to accept commissions and earn rewards such as points, supplies, and materials. On the panel, 4 attributes continued to rise. Shi Xiao, however, looked pale. Damn. Stop. No. The increased attributes occupy the advancement progress. He desperately tries to disperse the blood energy, but it has no effect, and he can only watch helplessly as the progress soars. The blood pool runs dry, the blood energy dissipates, and a bony treasure chest emerges. Shi Xiao does not open the chest immediately but first checks the attributes. The blood pool provides a total of 100 attribute points, 40 stamina, 30 strength, and 30 agility. Fine, then I'll just earn 50,000 points for free. The reason he had been delaying his advancement to Tier 2 was because he didn't want to waste the point gains from the first layer of the 5-player dungeon. Grinding the dungeon for half a day yielded 50,000 points, so forcibly advancing tiers now would mean cutting off this source of income. But since the first district's 5-player dungeon on normal difficulty now had the super tier punishment, he shifted his focus for farming points to the second layer. He also understood that it was impossible for him to monopolize all 980 instances of the first layer. To unlock a third created world, he had to raise his creator rank, intensify development of the 2 existing created worlds, and invest a significant amount of time and effort. The celestial space is really interesting. He closed the panel, bent down, and opened the treasure chest. 2 pieces of epic equipment, plus 100 blood bone fragments. Ijohim Blood Bone Arbiter. Quality, epic. Category, 2-handed axe. Physical damage, plus 1,392. Attack speed, 4.0 seconds. Stamina plus 100. Strength plus 130. Special effect, converts 1% of damage dealt into health upon hit, and applies Blood Boil, ignoring the target's physical defense. Blood Boil has a chance to make the target irritable, increasing damage dealt by 10% and damage received by 15%, lasting 3 seconds. Equipment requirements: Strength 230, Agility 150. Power of Ihorium. Quality, epic. Category, accessory. Stamina plus 100. Special effect, after the skill hits the target, there is a chance to activate the power of Ihome, summoning one of the 10 fierce beasts to assist in battle. Shi Xiao equipped Power of Ihome without hesitation. Notice, once Power of Ihome is equipped, it will be bound to you and cannot be traded. Do you want to confirm equipping it? Yes. This is a top quality accessory, and with the instant skill activation talent boost, the combat effects are unimaginable. As for that 2-handed axe, he won't equip it. It can only be swung once every 4 seconds, and without skill support, it drags down the pace in dungeons. Although the damage and attributes are explosive, and its special effect ignores physical defense and causes vulnerability, enough to drive melee fighters crazy, it's not suitable for him. Let's keep it for now. He placed Elohim, Bloodbone Arbiter, into his personal storage space, carefully checked the blood pool and the bone chest, and only after confirming nothing was missed did he step down from the pile of bones. The bone chest feels good, but unfortunately, I can't take it. Shi Xiao opened the contacts, saw that Jifeichen was still in the dungeon, and sent a message. Principal, the battle is over. Where should I wait for you? Received a reply in less than 2 seconds. No need. Wait for us below, team leader Yi and I will come down immediately. Can you come down? Shi Xiao replied, received, and ran toward the palace entrance. Just stepped out of the gate, and saw Jifeichen coming together with Yibang. The darkness outside the deep pit had dissipated, and light shone into the tunnel. Principal, Captain Yi, you came so quickly. The barrier disappeared, so we hurried over. Jifeichen asked, did you kill the leader? Shi Xiao understood immediately they were all part of the normal difficulty level 2 raid, and could enter once progress was made and the barrier disappeared. This meant after the dungeon reset, he could come again. Killed the final boss, Ihorium. How difficult was it? The two immediately became interested. Very strong. Seeing that the two wanted to go in and check, Shi Xiao took the initiative and said, please enter the palace, and I will tell you about the battle. Go! The three of them returned to the palace. Ji Feichen and Yi Bang were quite surprised. There was actually a hidden leader in the 2-level 10-person dungeon. The patterns on the walls are really beautiful, Ji Feichen admired. Yi Bang picked up a leg bone and asked, Shi Xiao, is this the Ihohin you just defeated? Condensed text asterisk. Seeing the leg bone in Yi Bang's hand, Shi Xiao nodded, yes. Talk about its detailed information. Shi Xiao explained the battle process and numerical details between him and Ihohim in detail, especially focusing on Ihohim's 10 transformations. He concealed the exclusive skill Life Devourer, only mentioning relying on multiple uses of Super Mana Potion to sustain the fight, and emphasized that the cloak's 10% movement speed boost bought him time. Ji Feichen stood silently beside the pile of bones, looking at the empty blood pool. Yi Bang, however, listened with heart pounding. Are you saying Ihohim's HP is roughly 8 million? Yes. 10 transformations, plus the original form makes 11 times, totaling 88 million health points. This is tough to beat, Yi Bang said gravely. Ji Feichen sneered coldly. A prestigious national defense unit, yet can't clear a second-level dungeon without taking damage? That just means they're too stupid. Yi Bang was about to retort, but thinking of Qi Zhao's value, he quickly changed his tone to agree. Exactly, 3rd-tier strength yet can't go damage-free the entire way, that's just being dumb. Tough on the outside, but uncertain inside. Yi Bang immediately opened the contacts and inquired about the progress of the 10-person squad sent by the First Corps. A quick reply came, the number 5 leader Poison Skin Dragon has been defeated, all members unharmed. Yi Bang replied, keep it up. If you can't stay unharmed, call yourselves idiots from now on and report at any time. The professional captain who received the message was completely baffled and relayed the words to the other captains, causing a wave of astonishment. The support captain immediately contacted the reserve corps to confirm the unharmed status. At this moment, inside the Kashin Coliseum dungeon, the 2 support players were panting heavily, their faces full of pain upon seeing the message. Everyone without a single injury the whole time? This is going to be deadly. The preparatory team consisted of 2 tanks, 5 damage dealers, and 3 supports. At first, they were full of confidence, thinking that a 3rd-tier team fighting a 2nd-tier boss would be easy, but once the battle began, they realized the harsh reality. Their 10-person squad was hastily assembled. Though all were 3rd tier, and some even nearing 4th tier, against the Blood Wolf King, they still repeatedly came close to stepping into the blood pool. There were 3 support members in the team, but one of them was completely useless throughout. The higher-ups demanded that everyone remain unharmed, putting all the pressure on the 2 support members specialized in shielding. They had to replenish shields in time while keeping track of the Blood Wolf King's skill sequence, giving constant warnings and staying mentally tense. If it weren't for the team's rich experience and diverse skills, the Blood Wolf King would have drawn blood from them in the second phase. When facing the second boss, Iron Feather Eagle, the 2 supports complained non-stop. Feathers fell like rain from the sky, and the 2 almost broke down. Fortunately, the 2 defense specialists came up with a clever strategy of eagle catching chicks, where they proactively took the hits for 4 teammates by standing in front of them. Using physical damage immunity potions combined with shields, they tanked all the Iron Feather damage and managed to kill the boss without serious harm. The 3rd boss, Thorn Porcupine, was even more lethal. It reflected damage and released thorny spikes, dealing massive physical damage. The 2 defense specialists had to alternate taunting to share the damage burden, and when taunt failed, they had to endure it during shield downtime using damage reduction potions. Among the 5 damage dealers, 3 melee fighters constantly monitored shield health, outputting cautiously without going all out. As the fight progressed, the 2 supports had no time to assist them, and the burden of damage output fell on the 2 ranged fighters, who kept chugging mana potions with mounting pressure. After defeating the 6th boss, Blood Armored Bear, everyone sat down on the ground, excitedly reviewing the battle. Commander Yi is really impressive, coming up with this way to improve our combat skills. Yeah, many details we used to overlook, we can now pay attention to. A shield support nodded, I have a new understanding of skill order and mana allocation. We'll be more composed in prolonged battles from now on. Are supplies enough? There's still 20 seconds left to fight the Bloodbat Monkey. Enough. The ones distributed by the guild are more than enough. I still have 75 bottles of damage immunity medicine. Bloodbat monkey countdown 5 seconds, 5, 4,